Chapter 1. Is Sincerity Enough? On the evening of February 21st, the first Friday of the new semester at Lingnan Engineering College in Yangcheng, Yi Su, now a junior, lay on his bed in dormitory 305, a frown etched on his face as he stared blankly at his phone, lost in thought. Good grief. This year, there are over 12 million graduates and more than 14 million preparing for the college entrance examination. It is projected that over 130 million university students will graduate in the next decade. Suddenly, a lament from the bed opposite interrupted Yi Su's reverie. Turning his head, he saw San Yixi's screen displaying the words matching, evidently taking a brief respite from a gaming session to scroll through short videos. A single comment sparked a cascade of despair among the others that, after graduation, they'll have to compete for jobs with so many people until I'm 35. Feng's away. If you're going to play games, at least spare us from these sordid distractions. Ching Tangaleo Imrand. Who on earth uploaded this video to my phone? You can't deny it's your phone. Listening to his three theatrical roommates bicker provided a modicum of relief from Yi Su's internal worries. In the adjacent bunk, Jiang Jibin, who idolized Tiger Chao Dua, began to fantasize anew. I truly hope that upon graduation, a discerning female entrepreneur will recognize my talents at first glance and recruit me into her corporation. Just imagine, I would do nothing but watch her lead meetings. What a blissful existence that would be. And then she'd assign you to the most perilous department, right? Oh, please take a good look in the mirror. If you aspire to be the tiger of the corporation, you need a physique and charm like Yi Su's. Yi Su's family ran a small factory, earning him the moniker Yi Boss from his roommates. As for the comment regarding his looks, Yi Su could not deny that he was rather presentable. While comparisons to celebrities like Ah Zhu or Guo might be excessive, among his peers, he was undoubtedly above average. Standing at 1.8 meters tall and always tidy when he stepped out, he was the type of boy who received love letters during his school years. With the conversation turning toward himself, Yi Su performed a sit-up in camaraderie with his three roommates. You're too kind, to be honest. When I was a child, my father took me to a fortune teller who proclaimed I was destined for a life of ease. What a coincidence. My father took me to a fortune teller as well, and that person said I would be missing out if I didn't lead a life of leisure. What's this? Are you two sharing a father? The instigator of this theatrical exchange, Feng's away, turned his head at the remark. Isn't it just me? Yi Su and Jiang Jibin retorted in unison, Get lost. At that moment, the sound of a successful game match echoed, and Feng's away began to prepare for the next round. I can't afford to slack off. I must learn a few more tricks from the master to be ready for the future. As he spoke, Jiang Jibin picked up his phone again and opened a short video platform. First tackle the quantity issue, then address the quality. Pouring out one's heart is fine, but parting with one's money is not acceptable. Money is for showing off to women, not for spending on them. In the past, Jiang Jibin scoffed at the notion, but now he diligently studies frame by frame. Tomorrow marks the first weekend after the semester begins. How about we hit the house bar for a night of dancing? After selecting his hero, Feng's away suddenly proposed. I have matters to attend to these next couple of days, so I won't be joining you. Yi Su interjected before the other two could speak. You all go ahead. Very well. Feng's away remarked that Yi Su has always harbored a disdain for the cacophonous and intricate atmosphere of bars. Throughout his 2.5 years at university, he had ventured to such places with the trio only a handful of times. Feng's away merely assumed Yi Su was using this as an excuse. Yet, only Yi Su understood that his reluctance stemmed not solely from this aversion, but also from the upheaval his family faced at the end of last year. Their factory, which had been operational for 2 decades, ultimately succumbed to insurmountable challenges and closed its doors. In earlier years, Yi Su's family relied on this factory for an annual income in the hundreds of thousands, placing them in a modestly prosperous position within the county. However, when those 3 years arrived, the factory's circumstances deteriorated, leading to continuous deficits. Moreover, his father, a conscientious employer, not only failed to generate profit, but also invested substantial personal funds into the business. After enduring those challenging years, they had hoped for a revival, only to be met with further misfortune. November of last year, changes at downstream factories became the final straw. Although they managed to sell off the factory equipment, the old machinery fetched a meager price, insufficient even to cover workers' wages and compensation. While his family kept the specifics from Yi Su, he was acutely aware that they were now burdened with debts amounting to hundreds of thousands. His father had shifted to driving for a ride-hailing service. The sole consolation was that the household remained relatively calm. His mother, while maintaining a stable home, continued to support his father without adding to the pressure. Before Yisu returned home for the winter break, his mother even called to remind him not to mention these matters in front of his father. However, upon returning home and seeing his father, whose hair had inexplicably turned frosty white in just a few months, Yisu felt a lump in his throat. His parents were indeed aging, and they would not wait for him to be ready before doing so. In such circumstances, spending family funds on karaoke renditions of Father or indulging in overpriced beer would feel like a self-inflicted slap. Upon hearing Yisu's refusal to visit the bar, his two roommates lost interest, and the spontaneous proposal was swiftly abandoned. Yisu then began to calculate how much money he had left. The factory's closure had cast a shadow over the New Year's celebrations this year. The atmosphere was noticeably subdued, perhaps out of fear of borrowing money. However, the red envelopes from his aunt and uncle were significantly more generous than in previous years, resulting in Yisu receiving over 8,000 for the first time. With a few thousand in pocket money remaining, his total assets amounted to nearly 12,000, a substantial sum indeed. This semester's living expenses and my senior year tuition seemed to be secured. As long as I pick up some part-time work on weekends and find a summer job, Yisu pondered the notion of amassing sufficient funds for her senior year, living expenses, and internship pursuits. Given her family's circumstances, it was difficult for her to comfortably ask for financial support. Thus, she resolved to alleviate her family's burden as much as possible. After graduating, she planned to join her elder brother and sister in sharing the family's debts. However, the recent mention of the number of graduates by Feng Ziwei intensified her anxiety. With a heavy sigh, she succumbed to an unrealistic daydream. If only there were a system to assist me. I sincerely wish for such a system. Suddenly, a chime interrupted her reverie. System detected. Loading. Are you willing to bind the daily intelligence system? Yes, no? For a brief moment, Yisu believed her roommate was merely listening to an audiobook. Yet, as an electronic screen materialized before her, she realized she truly was the chosen one. The system is here? Is it really as easy as simply wanting it? Yisu had not anticipated that she could bind a system without venturing out to seek fortune. 10-second countdown. Please confirm your intention to bind the system. Failure to respond will result in forfeiture of the binding. 10. Chapter 2. A Midnight Surge. Yes. Upon seeing the countdown on the screen, Yisu blurted out her affirmation. Binding successful. The daily intelligence system is now being activated. The abrupt exclamation startled her three companions, who turned to her in unison. What was that? Nothing. Nothing at all. Yisu endeavored to regain her composure. What a surprise. So strange. The trio shrugged off her outburst and returned to their own activities. Meanwhile, Yisu began to examine the information regarding the daily intelligence system displayed on the screen. Host, Yisu. Age, 21. System functionality. A piece of intelligence will be dispatched daily at midnight. Intelligence level. From Monday to Sunday. All are classified as level 1. Intelligence upgrade. To advance from level 1 to level 2, a sum of 100,000 yuan RMB is required, with subsequent levels demanding double the preceding amount. System perks. Starting from the activation date, the 21st, the system will grant one opportunity for intelligence upgrade each month. Upgrade note. All 7 days within a week must reach the same level to unlock the next tier. Newcomer reward. Upon initial binding of the system, the host automatically receives one opportunity for an intelligence upgrade limited to upgrading from level 1 to level 2. In essence, the intelligence level is determined by Monday, Tuesday, etc., allowing the host to select any day within the week for an upgrade. Advancing from level 1 to level 2 requires 100,000, followed by 200,000, and then 400,000. As a computer science student, Yisu's mind was still sharp. A quick glance was sufficient for her to comprehend the workings of this system. Moreover, I received an upgrade opportunity. Although it can only elevate to level 2, it still holds considerable value, 100,000 yuan. Moreover, the opportunity to upgrade each month adds significant value. Currently in dire financial straits, a fleeting thought crossed Yisu's mind, wishing that this upgrade opportunity could be monetized. Of course, it was merely a passing thought. If such benefits were expected to be convertible to cash, that would be rather excessive. Which day should I choose for the upgrade? Let's go with Saturday, he decided, even though he was still uncertain about the nature of the information provided by the system. Nevertheless, Yisu felt that opting for Saturday would grant him 2 weekend days to manage whatever information he might receive. Upgrade information level. Saturday. Ding. Upgrade successful. Time until the next information refresh. 00:18:21. Please be patient, host. The beginner tutorial explained, and the system automatically transitioned to the information countdown interface. Realizing that a pivotal moment in his life was approaching, Yisu found himself devoid of the desire to check his phone, his gaze fixated on the countdown, fervently wishing for time to accelerate. His body trembled with nervous energy, causing the iron bed to shake. This disturbance did not sit well with Jiang Jibin, who had been diligently studying the techniques of his mentor. "Hey man, what time is it? You're acting like you're the captain now. Though youth is vigorous, moderation is key. Get lost." In response to their jests, Yisu retorted loudly, using the opportunity to vent his anxiety, hoping to quell the tremors in his limbs. At that moment, he couldn't help but criticize himself for his poor mental fortitude. How could he accomplish great things with such nerves? Amidst their banter, the conversation inexplicably shifted from the flight's departure to discussions about physical prowess, eventually evolving into a contest of male pride, which helped alleviate Yisu's tension. Finally, as he watched intently, the countdown culminated in 6 zeros. Today's information level 2. A discarded doll can be found in the green belt beneath the St. Yo apartment on East Ring Street. Inside the doll lies a Longines Borio watch, a surprise gift from the top supporter to a female streamer with 300,000 followers after a heartfelt exchange. Unbeknownst to the streamer, the doll was perceived as cheap, and she carelessly discarded it after the top supporter left. Suggested selling price, 6,000 yuan. A Longines watch. Yisu's eyes were glued to the system screen, his breath quickening. So this is the nature of the information. The prospect of a watch worth 6,000 yuan waiting for him to retrieve stirred him into action, and he swiftly got out of bed to put on his socks. "It's so late. Are you really going out?" Although it was Friday, the clock had struck midnight. Feng Ziwei, having finished his last game, instinctively shut down his computer to avoid disturbing the other's sleep. Noticing Yisu preparing to leave at such an hour left him puzzled. The other two also piqued in curiosity. "Why are you up at this hour? Are you planning to steal something? That can't be right. Didn't you and Qin Mannion break up ages ago? What could you possibly be doing out so late? Wait, you wouldn't have a new development, would you?" His words immediately elicited a chorus of lamentations from the 3 single men. The Qin Mannion referred to by Jiang Jibin is not only Yisu's former girlfriend, but also the belle of the adjacent apartment. After her breakup with her boyfriend last year, Yisu seized the opportunity to pursue her, and with his relatively ample finances at the time, it wasn't long before they confirmed their relationship. During their few months together, Yisu savored several intimate moments. However, the expenses of daily outings and gifts soon depleted his savings. Ultimately, after Qin Mannion's request for the latest iPhone went unfulfilled, their relationship swiftly came to an end. Before long, Yisu heard that she was now with a wealthy student from the School of Economics and Trade and had upgraded from an iPhone 14 to an iPhone 16. Despite this, Yisu refrained from disparaging Qin Mannion as a fickle woman. After all, his pursuit of her had been primarily driven by physical attraction, and they were merely fulfilling their respective desires. Thus, he could only lament that Qin Mannion was as elusive as her predecessors. It was only after a family upheaval and reflecting on the thousands he had spent on Qin Mannion that Yisu began to chastise his younger brother. "How could you be so foolish?" Yet, lamentation proved futile, as there was no way for him to reclaim that money certainly didn't want to be the subject of ridicule on campus. Therefore, Yisu resolved to remember the adage, "Money is meant to impress women, not to be spent on them." There's nothing new, I merely stepped out for a bit. Although he shared a close bond with his 3 roommates, Yisu was not naive enough to reveal any details regarding the system. When confronted by their inquiries, he offered a vague response, rummaged through his wardrobe for a reversible jacket and a mask, and then left. Donghuan Street, St. Yo apartment. Fortunately, the school's regulations were lenient, with no curfew to contend with, making things easier. Once outside the dormitory, Yisu took out his phone, followed the system's directions, and began navigating to his destination. Thankfully, it's only 4.7 kilometers, no need for a taxi. Upon reaching the school gate, Yisu scanned for a shared bicycle, donned his Bluetooth headphones, and began pedaling vigorously according to the navigation. Luckily, at this hour, there was no one at the gate otherwise. Onlookers would have witnessed someone racing a shared bicycle down the road at midnight. Chapter 3. A cautious journey. Throughout the journey, Yisu nearly pedaled the bicycle chain into sparks, his hands numbed by the rugged roads of Yancheng. Yet he remained blissfully unaware, solely focused on pedaling with fervor. His concerns extended beyond merely fearing that someone might pick up the doll. Yisu was fervently eager to ascertain the veracity of the intelligence provided by the system. If the information were indeed accurate, he could potentially earn a monthly income of 20 to 30,000 by refreshing similar intel every Saturday. Furthermore, if he were to receive another opportunity for an information upgrade next month, his earnings could double. Wouldn't this enable him to alleviate a portion of his family's debts, sparing his father, Yi Jiangwo, from excessive toil? However, he needed to devise a plausible excuse to explain the source of his newfound wealth to his family. Covering a distance of 7 kilometers, Yisu managed to reach the street adjacent to Xinya's apartment on a shared bicycle in under 20 minutes, seeking a secluded corner free from surveillance to halt. As this was his first endeavor of such nature, Yisu found himself lacking experience. He was apprehensive that the top-ranked individual might inform the female streamer about the watch hidden within the doll, prompting her to enlist Uncle Mao's assistance in recovering it. Exercising caution, Yisu entered a 24-hour convenience store. "Boss, could I have the largest plastic bag you have?" he inquired. The proprietor, engrossed in scrolling through short videos, initially anticipated a customer, only to lose interest upon hearing Yisu's modest request. Without lifting his gaze, he casually tore off a large plastic bag and placed it on the counter. 1 yuan. What? A single plastic bag cost 1 yuan? Yisu felt a surge of irritation. However, he recognized that the owner was under no obligation to provide him with the bag for free. The proprietor raised his head. "Not taking it." "Yes, I will," Yisu replied. Sensing that the plastic bag would suffice, he chose not to linger, paid the 1 yuan, and exited the convenience store. Returning to the shadows, Yisu first turned his jacket inside out and donned a mask. Then flipped the plastic bag inside out to conceal the convenience store's name before following the navigation's guidance and jogging toward the base of Xinya's apartment. Upon approaching, he recalled having seen a green belt emitting a faint glow from a distance and instinctively scoffed at the notion of only a single green belt being adorned with ambient lights. Now standing before the green belt, he discovered that it was devoid of any lighting. The illumination must be a signal from the system. Evidently, the system's claims were indeed true. Having pedaled vigorously, coupled with a mix of tension and excitement, Yisu's throat had grown parched. Now, witnessing victory within reach, he could only swallow hard to alleviate his discomfort, lamenting, "Had I known, I would have bought a bottle of water along the way." Casting a glance around, he noted a few sparse pedestrians on the road. Paying no mind to their curious gazes, he began to rummage through the glowing green belt. It must be said that it appeared rather peculiar for a masked young man to be rummaging through a green belt at past midnight. Passers-by who noticed the commotion could not help but steal a few extra glances. Indeed, there was a doll. Fortunately, the target was large enough that little effort was required. As Yisu pushed through the greenery, he stumbled upon a brand-new Doraemon plush toy, approximately 30 to 40 centimeters high, quietly nestled within the foliage. Without a moment's hesitation, he yanked the toy free and hurriedly made his escape. It turned out he was in search of a toy. Initially perceived as eccentric, onlookers soon comprehended Yisu's actions and hurried on their way. There seemed to be something inside the toy. While navigating to another corner, Yisu vigorously massaged the plush, indeed feeling a hard object within. It was likely that the top supporter had retrieved the toy from the car just before leaving to present it to the female streamer. Being a man himself, Yisu understood the rationale behind such an act. He must have been concerned that if he presented the item too early, he might miss out on deeper interactions later on. Thus, he resorted to this tactic with the streamer. The streamer, too, must have taken the toy, only to toss it aside after the top supporter drove off, unaware of the contents within. Yisu scoffed at their actions, one artificially inflating prices, the other dangling bait for sale, and felt no moral qualms about taking the plush, even if the streamer sought assistance. It was unlikely that Uncle Hat would go to great lengths to help find a toy. Yet, Yisu dared not tempt fate. Should the streamer post a video that attracted attention, unforeseen complications could arise. After flipping his jacket inside out, removing his mask, and donning his hooded sweatshirt, he carefully placed the plush into a plastic bag, ensuring it would not draw suspicion. Only then did he venture into the urban village, eventually locating a public restroom. After exerting so much effort, he thought, you better not play tricks on me. With a surge of anticipation, Yisu unzipped the plush and extracted its stuffing into the plastic bag, revealing a box hidden within. Impatiently, he opened the box to unveil a lady's watch with a leather strap. The sight of the watch sent tremors of excitement through Yisu's hands. The system's intel was indeed accurate. He was on the verge of striking it rich. Luckily, the restroom was frequently cleaned. Otherwise, given Yisu's exhilaration, he might have fainted from overwhelming excitement. Realizing he should not linger, Yisu closed the box and tucked it into his pocket, emptying the remaining stuffing from the plush into the plastic bag before leaving the restroom. On his way to find a shared bicycle, he disposed of the stuffing, plastic bag, and plush in 3 different trash bins. Caution, as they say, is the mother of safety, taking every precaution to avert future troubles. Yisu found a shared bicycle and pedaled slowly back to campus. By the time he returned to his dorm, it was already past 1 o'clock, and his 3 roommates were fast asleep. After a quick towel-off, Yisu stealthily climbed into bed. Having been in a heightened state of anxiety and on the move for over an hour, he felt weariness wash over him. However, with the box containing the watch nestled beside him, sleep eluded Yisu. In just a fleeting hour, anyone who has experienced a profound upheaval in their life would undoubtedly find it difficult to find solace in sleep. Meanwhile, beneath the St. U apartment building, a woman with cascading waves of hair, her legs adorned with half-exposed stockings beneath a long coat, hurriedly approached the greenery. How peculiar. I distinctly remember leaving it here. How could it possibly be missing? Without a doubt, this individual is the female streamer mentioned by the system, having just bid farewell to the top patron. She resumed her late-night broadcast, only to discover a message on her personal WeChat after concluding a competitive match. The message from her top patron revealed that within the plush toy lay a Longines watch, a gift for her. Upon reading this, the streamer could hardly contain her excitement. After exchanging farewells with her fans, she swiftly ended the stream, donned a coat over her work attire, and dashed downstairs. However, despite her frantic search, even to the point of tearing her stockings, the plush toy remained elusive. Damn it, has someone already picked it up? The streamer contemplated reporting the incident, requesting the officer to review the surrounding surveillance footage to help retrieve the toy. But then, she hesitated. If the officer inquired about the watch, she would be at a loss to explain its origin. Should she confess that it was a gift from the top patron? What if the officer contacted him for confirmation, thus exposing her careless abandonment of the toy? Although she boasted 300,000 followers, a portion of them had been purchased, while others merely indulged in the spectacle without contributing gifts. With the rare presence of a devoted supporter, she dared not provoke him, lest he redirect his generosity toward another streamer. Ultimately, the streamer gritted her teeth, resigning herself to misfortune, and resolved to extract some financial support from the patron at the next fan meeting. Chapter 4. The Age Where Secrets Cannot Be Hidden. Last night, overwhelmed with excitement, Yisu tossed and turned in bed, unaware of when slumber finally claimed him. When he awoke today, it was already past 10. As he stretched lazily in bed, his disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, fangs away, the internet addict preparing for battle at his computer inquired with curiosity, "When did you return last night?" Descending the stairs, Yisu replied, "Around 1, I believe." "Ah, so something must have happened. Who have you started fawning over this time?" The university students could hardly conceive of any other reason for a late-night outing beyond chasing after girls. Jiang Jibin, with a hint of suspicion, asked, "You're not considering returning to an old flame, are you?" "My friend, I must advise you. Qin Manyun is a bottomless pit. Don't throw your money down that well again." What brother who said is true. You've seen how she revels with the local wealthy guy, and now she has become a borderline influencer with tens of thousands of followers, acting like a celebrity. No matter how much you spend on her, you cannot compete with the local rich man and the internet big shots. They will surely not grant you another chance. Indeed, if you have that kind of spare cash, you'd be better off treating us to a feast at the 5-star dining spot by the school gate. We could still call you benefactor. The 3 roommates chimed in, concerned that Yisu might repeat his previous mistakes, allowing the second brother to control the eldest, recklessly spending money. They were equally worried he might get entangled with some campus beauty again, causing them to gnash their teeth in frustration. "All right, I merely went to assist a high school classmate with something last night." Eager to divert the conversation, Yisu continued, "Besides, I am quite aware of my own limitations. Apart from my good looks, I possess little else. Girls like Qin Manyun are never short of suitors. I certainly will not waste my energy pursuing her further. Jiang Zhibin nodded in agreement. You show some self-awareness. Not in vain have I imparted wisdom all this time. Indeed, aside from your pretty face, you possess nothing that could rival the local rich guy or the internet mogul. I've heard that local wealthy chap owns several properties and rents out a few buildings in the urban village. With someone like him available, why would Qin Mandan even glance your way, let alone invite you out in the dead of night? Exactly. Once was bad luck. But to step in it repeatedly is quite absurd. Hey. Originally intending to change the subject, Yisu found himself increasingly irritated as the trio's incessant banter felt like poison. Is this never ending? Are you all enjoying this too much? Realizing they had provoked Yisu, and confirming he was not ensnared by a materialistic woman this time, the three mischievous friends decided to relent. By the way, didn't Wei mention yesterday that since today marks the first weekend after the new year, we should go out and celebrate? Even as he got up today, Yisu remained enveloped in the exhilaration of acquiring the new system, eagerly yearning for an activity to unleash his pent-up excitement. With the system in place, and considering the coat lying next to his pillow, along with the exquisite watch worth a little over 10,000, Yisu felt justified in indulging himself economically. However, didn't you say you had something to attend to today? With some members absent, it would be rather dull to go out. Last night's affairs were settled, and if you wish to enjoy some leisure, we could venture out together. Yet, let us steer clear of places like House Bar. The prices are steep, and we'd merely end up ordering a few drinks and sitting idly, unable to attract any female company. It would be far more enjoyable to go karaoke instead. Karaoke sounds good to me. I'm indifferent. What do you both think? Sounds fine. Then it's settled. I'll choose a package from the group purchase. At this age, it's easy for a few friends to find any excuse to head out. The destination matters little. After Yisu finished in the restroom and began brushing his teeth, Fangzhui selected a KTV located over 2 kilometers from the school, booking a private room from 9 in the evening until the early morning, along with 2 boxes of beer, fruit platters, and snacks, totaling 299, divided among 4. That's just over 70 each. With a distance of more than 2 kilometers, riding shared bicycles back and forth would save us a few dozen more. Focusing on where to save and where to spend. While in the restroom, Yisu scrolled through Douyin and conducted a quick search by follower count, reassuring himself upon discovering that no female streamer was posting lost item notices. Time was ticking, and Yisu, feeling unmotivated to have breakfast, returned to bed after brushing his teeth. With his 3 roommates engrossed in their computers below, he swiftly filmed several videos and took various angles of the watch before opening a second-hand platform. It felt like a substantial markdown, over 35 off. When he couldn't sleep last night, Yisu had already browsed online and saw that the official website listed the watch for just over 10,000. Yet the system suggested he sell it for 6,000. Nevertheless, Yisu understood that such items rarely retain their value once they change hands. One could only expect a loss, selling it at a near-new second-hand price. If one were to treat it like a family heirloom and price it similarly to the official site, buyers would likely opt for the official purchase instead, avoiding the risk of counterfeit goods. Coming to this realization, combined with the fact that he had acquired the watch for free, Yisu no longer felt regret over the 4,000 yuan price difference. After briefly checking the second-hand prices for watches of the same brand on the platform and confirming that the system's price was reasonable, Yisu listed the watch for 6,000, marking it as never worn and pickup only. The online experts in bargaining were quite intimidating. If the watch were to be shipped, who knew what condition it might arrive in? He had never used verification services and was uncertain about their reliability. Thus, Yisu preferred to wait longer rather than risk any unforeseen complications later on. After all, he wasn't reliant on that 6,000 for meals. Once the watch was listed, Yisu rose from his bed, opened his computer, and began a weekend gaming session with his 3 friends. In the evening, the quartet gathered at the cafeteria, casually consuming a meal before departing the school around 8 o'clock. They effortlessly located 4 shared bicycles and made their way to the KTV. Having reserved a private room for 9 o'clock, and with the recent festivities, the pockets of the other 3 were undoubtedly a tad fuller than usual. Upon arrival, noting that they had time to spare, the group split into 2 pairs to procure some skewers and duck delicacies from a roadside stall, spending approximately 100 yuan. Compared to their usual lifestyle, the 305 quartet indulged in a rather lavish evening. To circumvent the KTV's prohibition on bringing outside food, Yisu instructed Fangzhui and Jiang Zhibin to head upstairs first to secure the room, planning to join them after the server had departed. Concealing the skewers and duck delicacies beneath their jackets, Yisu and Linjingjie successfully smuggled the treats into the private room without incident. It was then that Fang's away and the others noticed something peculiar about Yisu that evening. Despite the hearty singing and feasting, he astonishingly refrained from sneaking even a sip of alcohol during their dice games. Truly an extraordinary occurrence. Chapter 5. Business at hand. Observing Yisu's increased consumption of alcohol, his companions speculated, perhaps mistakenly, that he was drowning his sorrows. They tentatively inquired, "Have you encountered any troubles lately?" Although Yisu had not mentioned the closure of his family business at the end of last year to the trio, having shared a dormitory for 2.5 years allowed them to perceive the heaviness that had settled upon him during that period. They had attempted to broach the subject indirectly, but Yisu skillfully deflected their inquiries with a few evasive remarks. Everyone possesses their own secrets. If Yisu chose not to divulge, they felt it inappropriate to pry further. Now, witnessing Yisu's unusual behavior of downing drinks and belting out high notes, the trio couldn't suppress their concern that he might be facing some difficulties. "If something is truly troubling you, just let us know. We three can see how we might assist. You're not nursing another heartbreak, are you? If so, speak up. With the three of us as your strategists, there is no woman you can't win over." Indeed, though their banter typically consisted of mutual ribbing, making it difficult to hear a compliment from one another. The trio's genuine concern coupled with a touch of intoxication deeply moved Yisu, who had endured significant emotional upheaval over the past few months. He even felt a twinge of emotion in his nose. It is often said that as one enters society, forging lasting friendships becomes increasingly challenging. Even colleagues from years of shared work may become mere strangers after parting ways. Yisu had yet to step into the professional realm, and thus could not ascertain the truth of such claims. Yet, if the sentiments expressed online held any validity, then the three individuals before him were likely to be his last genuine friends. Contemplating this, Yisu resolved that should he find himself in a less than favorable environment post-graduation, and should he achieve success through his system, he would extend a helping hand to these three loyal companions. "What troubles could I possibly have?" Yisu feigned nonchalance, casting a disdainful glance at the trio. "Besides, do you three even recall the last time you held hands with a girl? And you wish to serve as my strategists? Pathetic." Yisu's words struck deep, piercing the hearts of three young men in the throes of adolescence, their passions stirring yet unexpressed. Damn it, why did I even ask? With Yisu's provocation, the atmosphere shifted back to normalcy, the sounds of dice, clinking glasses, and raucous laughter filling the private room once more. The earlier jest had united his roommates in their playful assault on Yisu. Although the beer was not particularly potent, Yisu, unaccustomed to drinking, soon felt his head beginning to throb under the trio's relentless onslaught. "You all carry on. I need to use the restroom," he declared. Jiang Jibin, clearly still harboring a grudge from earlier, seized the moment to mock. "Little brother, your fighting spirit leaves much to be desired." Yisu responded with an obscene gesture before retreating to the restroom for refuge. Were tidings already on the way? After relieving himself, Yisu sat on the toilet and opened his phone, discovering that, unbeknownst to him, several individuals on a second-hand platform had already reached out to him. Yisu had initially prepared himself for the possibility that his watch would languish on the second-hand platform for an extended period. To his surprise, within just a day, messages began flooding in. "Monsoon Tamer, is the item available for 3,000? Hardcore Poet, how about 4,000 for the watch? Hardcore Poet, since you've handled this item, you certainly won't get 6,000. I'm offering 4,000 because the condition seems decent." Opening the app, Yisu clicked through several messages and soon realized that all the individuals reaching out were rather aggressive in their negotiations. Unsurprisingly, upon delving into their accounts, he discovered a plethora of items listed, clearly indicating that they were professional resellers. Engaging with such individuals has its merits. They are direct and to the point. And once an agreeable price is established and the item verified, the transaction can proceed swiftly. However, the downside is that they also seek to profit, which means their offers typically fall short of what a casual buyer might propose. Although the items were practically free, Yisu had no desire to be treated as an easy target. Moreover, he was aware that he could not outmaneuver these savvy negotiators. So he chose to ignore their messages. Not wanting to sleep. "Hello, may I ask if the watch is authentic?" Not wanting to sleep. "Can you confirm that the watch is brand new and has never been worn?" Upon reading the last inquiry, Yisu felt a tad bewildered. Even if the watch were counterfeit, such a question would elicit an affirmative response, wouldn't it? Amused by the absurdity, he composed a reply. "The item is indeed authentic. I initially purchased it as a gift, but since I no longer need to give it, I wish to sell it as I am a man who does not wear watches. After sending the message, Yisu anticipated that the recipient would not respond and was about to close the app when his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Not wanting to sleep, if convenient. Could we arrange a time for you to show it to me? Sure, I am generally available in the evenings and on weekends. Let me know when you're free, and we can meet at Lichang metro station. Not wanting to sleep, I'm not far from there. How about we meet tomorrow afternoon around 3 o'clock at exit D of Lichang metro station? Okay. After confirming the time and noting that the message had been read without further response, Yisu turned off his phone and exited the restroom, finally emerging. He thought to himself, after such a long silence, I almost believed you had fallen into the toilet. Nonsense, let us continue. Just come. And tonight you shall learn who truly holds sway. They were merely a bunch of pretentious individuals, each claiming they were ready for an all-night showdown. However, after drinking from 9 until past 11, the 4 of them had already called it quits, leaving half a case of beer untouched. That's enough. Let us head back. All right, let us go. Make sure you've got everything, your phones and such. I've got it all. We paid for these drinks. And the beer we can't finish 1 TB any cheaper in the KTV. After all, it will just sit here and go to waste. As they departed, the 4 took their bags filled with fried skewers and duck delicacies, packing the remaining beer to take along, uncertain whether cycling could be deemed as driving under the influence. And with the unlikelihood of hailing a cab, the 4 friends decided to stroll back to their school. It must be said, the joys of student life were indeed simple. With a few companions, an evening out could be thoroughly delightful with just 100 yuan from each person. By the time they arrived at the dormitory entrance, the clock had struck midnight. Ding. After a lengthy walk, Yisu's remaining tipsiness evaporated with the sudden chime of the system notification. Today's intelligence, level 1 in the small grove adjacent to the teaching building, 200 yuan in cash has been found. 200 yuan? What era is this? That cash can still be discovered? Yet, it is understandable, given that the new year has just passed, and it is normal for people to have some cash on hand. However, Yisu found it perplexing how money could have ended up in the grove by the teaching building at such a late hour. Regardless, she resolved to retrieve it first. At this hour, the money would likely remain untouched by others, but it would be amusing if the wind whisked it away. You all go upstairs. I will take a quick look around before heading back. Haven't you walked enough already? Yes, I want to stroll a bit more before going up. The others, not giving it much thought, accepted the beer from Yisu's hands and made their way upstairs. Chapter 6. The University Grounds. What a disgrace. Having learned from previous experiences, upon arriving at the small grove, Yisu quickly pinpointed the location of $200, guided by the faint light indicated by the system. It was no wonder that, in the dead of night, someone would carelessly discard money in such a secluded area. With the aid of a flashlight, he discovered not only $200 bills beneath a large tree, but also 2 unopened spirit barriers. The reason for the money's presence there soon became clear to Yisu. Although there were no signs of a struggle at the scene, understanding the origin of the money left him feeling somewhat unsettled, as if the money had become tainted in some way. A sudden sound broke the silence of the night. A slap resonated as Yisu smacked his own thigh. Yisu, how can you complain about the dirtiness of money when you barely have any in your pocket? He scolded himself. Without further hesitation, he picked up the $200, confirmed that both bills were dry, and tucked them into his pocket. As for checking for any unusual odors, he lacked the courage to do so at that moment. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yisu promptly stowed the money away in his bookshelf, eagerly anticipating the following day when he would transfer the funds onto his meal card. The next afternoon, at approximately 2:40 p.m., Yisu glanced at his watch and exited the dormitory. He first approached the self-service machine to load the $200 onto his meal card. Only after this did he leisurely stroll to exit D of the Lichang subway station. Hello, I've arrived at exit D. The one in the black hoodie and black pants is me, he messaged. Not wanting to sleep. Just a moment, I've just passed through the turnstile. I'm wearing a black cardigan and light blue jeans, carrying a beige bag. Well, the description on the other end was a bit vague. But at least the person was punctual, so Yisu settled down at the subway entrance, playing with his phone while keeping an eye out for emerging figures. When he finally spotted a woman whose attire matched the description provided by not wanting to sleep, she noticed him as well and walked straight towards him. Hello. Are you the one selling watches on Xianyu? Selling watches? Yisu felt a hint of unease. Yes, I am indeed the one selling watches. You must be not wanting to sleep, right? As she drew closer, Yisu took a moment to observe her more closely. Not wanting to sleep was indeed quite attractive. Standing at approximately 165 meters, she wore a black cardigan over a fitted sweater, paired with tight jeans and athletic shoes. Even without revealing much, her figure was undeniably impressive, with her long black hair and a subtle makeup style that perfectly aligned with Yisu's aesthetic. She rivaled even those live streamers who used beauty filters. As Yisu appraised her, not wanting to sleep was also assessing him in return. It must be said, society indeed places great emphasis on appearances. Prior to this meeting, she had harbored concerns that Yisu might be a fraud selling counterfeit goods. Yet now, encountering him in person, her initial wariness dissipated significantly. "May I take a look at your watch?" she inquired. "Of course, let us find a less crowded place," he replied. "Sounds good." As Yisu made his way to the staircase beneath the overpass, he noticed the absence of passers-by and promptly retrieved a watch box. Opening it and presenting it forward. "I don't want to sleep," he remarked as the recipient took the watch and began to meticulously examine it, leaving no detail overlooked. Yisu bore no disdain for the thoroughness of the inspection. After all, as a specialty of Yangqing, those in the know would certainly understand. The watch, having been procured from the railway station, was crafted to such a degree that even manufacturers could struggle to discern its authenticity. Coupled with its price tag of 6,000 yuan, it was only natural for the buyer to scrutinize it with care. Given that the system had accurately pinpointed his location and facilitated the acquisition of both a watch and 200 yuan, Yisu was confident that the system would not err regarding matters of authenticity. After several thorough examinations and a trial fitting, "I don't want to sleep," nodded in satisfaction. Upon inspecting the strap and other features, it was evident that the watch appeared as if it had never been worn. "I haven't caught your name yet," he inquired. "My surname is Yi. Mine is Chun." Following their introductions, "I don't want to sleep," subtly probed Mr. Yi. "May I ask if you mentioned last night that this watch was intended as a gift for your girlfriend?" "Yes, I initially purchased it for the new year, intending to present it as a Valentine's gift after the semester began. However, before I could give it to her, she ended the relationship, and thus the gift remained unpresented." Yisu had prepared a series of responses prior to their meeting, allowing him to reply effortlessly to inquiries with no signs of inconsistency. Chen Sini's eyes brightened upon hearing this. A handsome young man, generous in his gestures, and still a university student? "May I inquire if you possess a purchase receipt or invoice for this watch?" she asked. "I apologize, but I bought this watch with my New Year's red envelope, and I gave the invoice to my family business for tax deductions." "I don't want to sleep" keenly picked up on two critical points in Yisu's statement. First, that he could afford a 10,000 yuan watch solely from his New Year's envelope, and second, that his family owned a factory, suggesting they were quite well off. Furthermore, the fact that he was willing to spend 10,000 yuan on a Valentine's gift for his girlfriend added to her intrigue. Having grown accustomed to the parsimonious and oily demeanor of her male colleagues, Chen Sini found herself immediately captivated by Yisu. This university student before her seemed to be a rare gem, indeed. A twinge of envy began to stir within "I don't want to sleep," as she wondered how these students could attract such affluent partners while she often encountered men who were miserly, even attempting to take advantage of her. "Young man, since this watch was originally intended for your girlfriend, and she no longer desires it, perhaps you could offer it to me at a more reasonable price?" As she leaned forward, a delightful fragrance wafted into Yisu's nostrils. Instinctively, he leaned back slightly. What was the meaning of this? Was she attempting to seduce him? His resolve was steadfast. "Miss Chun, you are aware of the original price of this watch. If I were not holding on to it for lack of use, I would not be selling it at such a discount. Oh dear, could you possibly lower the price a bit? Consider it a gesture of friendship. How about 5,000? "Miss Chun, this price has already been reduced nearly by half. There truly is no room for further discount." "Young man, just a small concession. And I might even treat you to a cup of milk tea." "Miss Chen, this is the lowest price I can accept. If I were to lower it any further, I might as well keep the money for when I meet a girlfriend to gift her." In this exchange of haggling over prices, amidst the playful tones, "I don't want to sleep" began to engage in subtle antics. Particularly, her hands deliberately clutched together, with her bag strap caught in between. Even with a sweater and coat, Yisu could discern the substantial allure she possessed. This two-bedroom, one living room arrangement was something Yisu had only experienced closely last year with Qin Manon. Fortunately, Yisu remained resolute, steadfast against temptations. Ultimately, the most crucial factor was that he now possessed the daily intelligence system. As long as he utilized the system effectively, he could attain any woman he desired in the future. There was no need to be so easily swayed by a beautiful face. After all, to be admired from afar, yet not to be trifled with. What difference is there from a wolf in sheep's clothing? To think one could persuade me to lower my price is nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Chapter 7. Spending money wisely this time. I'll let it slide. 6,000 it is. Let us connect on WeChat. I'll transfer the funds to you. If any issues arise with the watch, it will be easier for me to reach out. Ultimately, seeing that Yisu remained steadfast, Chinsini finally relented just as Yisu's patience was waning. Fine. Yisu initially contemplated opening the payment code for a direct transfer, but given Chinsini's insistence on not wanting to sleep, Yisu found it difficult to outright refuse. After adding each other on WeChat, Yisu learned the other party's name, Chinsini. Following their unsuccessful haggling, Chinsini ceased her hesitation and promptly transferred 6,000 yuan to Yisu. Little brother, you've helped me with a business of 6,000. Isn't it reasonable to treat your sister to a cup of milk tea? Knowing that Chinsini likely misinterpreted him as a wealthy second generation, and unable to tolerate her overt enthusiasm, Yisu sought an excuse to decline. I'm working on a group assignment at school and stepped out briefly. I need to return to assist. If you want milk tea, you'll have to order it from the shop over there, and I can cover the bill for you. Haha, you're quite considerate. Since you have matters to attend to, go ahead. We can have milk tea next time. With WeChat now added, Chinsini no longer pressed Yisu. From her perspective, it was only a matter of time before she ensnared a university student like Yisu with her charms. All right then, goodbye. After exchanging pleasantries, Yisu turned to leave. Effortlessly pocketing 6,000 yuan. How delightful. With this addition, Yisu's total wealth reached 18,000 yuan, alleviating his concerns about tuition and living expenses for his senior year. In high spirits, Yisu double-checked his WeChat balance before merrily heading back to the dormitory. On the way, Yisu opened Chinsini's moments and noted that her updates were infrequent, indicating she likely did not have a habit of posting often. The only certainty was that Chinsini was currently single. Being single is her affair. It has no bearing on me. Despite her beauty, Yisu had no intention of pursuing further interaction with Chinsini. After scrolling a few times, he closed WeChat. However, having just declined Chinsini's invitation to milk tea, Yisu suddenly craved a drink as he approached the milk tea shop at the school gate. He took out his phone and sent a message in the 305 are all handsome guys group. I'm at the milk tea shop at the school gate. Anyone want a drink? I'll treat you. Handsome guy number 2. I want one. Please bring me a cup of mango sago, half sugar, regular ice. Thank you. Foster father. Handsome guy number 3, adding one. Thanks, foster father. Handsome guy number 4, classic fruit tea, half sugar, regular ice. Thank you, foster father. Already in high spirits, Yisu couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the messages from the 3 friends. Treating his brothers to milk tea was certainly cost-effective. 3 cups of milk tea earned him 3 affectionate titles of foster father. If he had invited a few girls from his department to the milk tea shop, he would have undoubtedly faced relentless teasing in their friend group. As Yisu returned to the dormitory, balancing 4 cups of milk tea, his 3 roommates immediately turned their gaze towards him, bestowing upon him a sense of grandeur. Get ready. Today I shall surely elevate your rank, they proclaimed. From their demeanor, Yisu realized that regardless of his performance in today's 4-player match, he would not be chastised. Just as Yisu powered on his computer and commenced the 305 4-player activity, a boy was hurriedly scurrying about in the small grove where Yisu had found money earlier that morning. Upon spotting only 2 familiar blocking elves on the ground, the boy was momentarily taken aback. What the hell? Has someone picked it up? With the 2 blocking elves still present, he could hardly believe that the money had simply been whisked away by the wind. Damn it. If only I hadn't skimped on those few dozen bucks for the hourly room. This matter was certainly not one to be publicized, and even if it were, recovering the money seemed impossible. Resigned, the boy turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he glanced back and pocketed the 2 unopened ultra-thin, sensation-free items on the ground. He couldn't afford to be at a loss. He would find a way to utilize them tonight. Today's intelligence. Level 1. The cafeteria lady at window number 9, dissatisfied with the manager, served food without trembling today at noon. For the next 5 days, the intelligence generated by the system was largely trivial. It merely relayed information about which cafeteria window offered more food or which beverage in the supermarket could yield a 6 yuan red envelope. Yisu found these details utterly uninteresting. Apart from the cafeteria-related tidbit, he disregarded the remaining 4 days of intelligence, deeming them not worth the time to pursue such petty gains. Having once discovered a watch worth 6,000 yuan on Saturday, Yisu initially scoffed at the system's offering the next day, which merely suggested he find 200 yuan. After enduring 5 days of such inconsequential intelligence, he began to long for the insights of Sunday. If only he could receive a steady stream of 200 yuan intelligence each day, excluding Saturday. He could accumulate an additional 1,200 yuan by week's end. While musing over this, Yisu's gaze remained fixed on the countdown displayed on the system screen. At last, amidst his fervent anticipation, the countdown transformed into 6 zeros once more. Today's intelligence. Level 2, a scratch-off lottery ticket, a long rainbow sold at the Pingle Road lottery station, contains a chance to win 8,000 yuan. 8,000 yuan in scratch-off tickets. Following last Saturday's discovery of a watch worth 6,000 yuan, Yisu had already felt a sense of satisfaction. He was astonished to learn that this time, he need not even disguise himself in the early hours to acquire a ticket worth 8,000 yuan. Upon reading this intelligence, Yisu nearly leapt from his bed, ready to grab a shared bicycle and race towards Pingle Road, a mere 4 to 5 kilometers from the school. However, just as he flung off the covers, reality struck him. The lottery station likely did not operate at night. Unable to resort to breaking into the establishment, Yisu reluctantly covered himself back up and took out his phone to search for the lottery station's operating hours. Typically, the doors open at 9 o'clock. However, some lottery ticket outlets may commence earlier. Therefore, it would be prudent to arrive a bit sooner tomorrow, lest one be outpaced by others, which would indeed be quite amusing. Setting the alarm for 7:30, Yisu finally closed his eyes, compelling himself to drift into slumber. Ding! At 7:30, the alarm rang punctually. Yisu, whose sleep was not particularly deep, swiftly silenced it before it could disturb his roommates. He rose quietly, freshened up briefly in the bathroom, and then stepped outside, ensuring he did not awaken anyone else during the process. The harmonious atmosphere of dormitory 305 can be attributed not only to the camaraderie among the 4 residents but also to their mutual respect for one another's routines. For instance, Feng Ziwei, who enjoys gaming, conscientiously powers down his device by 11 o'clock on weekdays, and on weekends, he extends his gaming until midnight. Likewise, those like Yisu, who rise early, are mindful to tread lightly, so as not to rouse the others. Chapter 8. The moment of performance after a quick breakfast of soy milk and buns in the cafeteria. Yisu mounted a shared bicycle and navigated to the lottery station indicated in the intel. However, at 8:30 in the morning, the lottery station had yet to open its doors. Yisu settled on a stone bench by the roadside to wait. It was not until around 9 o'clock that the station finally opened. Yet, Yisu refrained from rushing in to purchase the scratch-off ticket immediately. To burst in upon the opening hour, a stranger, and purchase a ticket that fortuitously turned out to be a winner would seem far too contrived. As if he were aware of his impending fortune, Yisu was keen to avoid drawing any suspicion from the proprietor. With no one inside the station, the coveted scratch-off ticket would remain unclaimed. After spending over 20 minutes immersed in a novel on the stone bench, Yisu strolled leisurely into the lottery station. The proprietor, noticing the arrival of a new face shortly after opening, greeted him warmly. "Hello, are you here to buy a lottery ticket? I would like to purchase a few scratch-off tickets. The scratch-offs are right here. Feel free to choose, or I can recommend some for you. I'll take a look myself." As Yisu spoke, he scanned the counter and soon fixated on a scratch-off ticket emanating a faint glow, adorned with the artistic lettering, and marked with a denomination of 20 yuan in the upper right corner. A standard scratch-off ticket of 20 yuan typically contains 30 tickets. Observing that this particular still had at least 20 tickets remaining, Yisu understood why the 8,000 yuan ticket had come into his possession. After all, those acquainted with the lottery station's proprietor were well aware of the tricks of the trade. If the ticket book were nearly depleted, it would likely have been scratched off by the proprietor himself, unless a significant prize had already been won. At that moment, other patrons began to enter the lottery station. Judging by the proprietor's mere nod of acknowledgement, it was evident that these individuals were regular customers. With others around, Yisu feigned indecision and picked up the ticket book. One at 20 yuan. Noticing Yisu's hesitation, the proprietor's enthusiasm waned. To him, Yisu appeared to be the type who might only purchase scratch-off tickets once every few years, and after leaving that day, he would likely never return. All right. Yet, Yisu remained unfazed by the proprietor's demeanor. You will soon witness what surprise truly means. The system's hint glimmered faintly, obscured beneath the stacked scratch-off tickets. To accurately locate the 8,000 yuan ticket, one would need to lay the entire book open. Yisu, however, was not foolish enough to employ such an obvious method to identify the winning ticket. Performing the act with finesse, he divided the scratch-off tickets into 2 nearly equal portions, holding one in each hand, and hesitated before separating them. It's the right one. As he parted the two halves, Yisu clearly observed the system's hint shifting towards the right. Sir, I would like to purchase this half. Very well. Yisu abruptly purchased half of the tickets, causing the owner to realize he had misjudged the situation, and his demeanor noticeably became more enthusiastic. The proprietor of the lottery ticket shop was no stranger to such transactions. Many patrons, seeking to enhance their odds of winning or to vie for a grand prize, would often buy half a book or even an entire book. Such gamblers were indeed the establishment's valued customers. Here, there were 14 tickets, totaling 280 yuan. I'll take one more. That makes it 300 yuan. I'll send the money to you. All right, best of luck with your winnings. After observing Yisu depart with the scratch cards and scratcher, the owner tucked away the remaining Rainbow Road tickets. Having operated the lottery shop for quite some time, he had garnered ample experience and kept track of how much had been scratched off from each book. At this moment, the Rainbow Road book contained only 11 tickets left. If that handsome fellow failed to uncover any prizes from his 15 tickets, the owner might consider indulging himself with a few. Meanwhile, the only other customer in the shop was one who had entered just after Yisu. He settled himself at a nearby table, and Yisu, unsure of his intentions, chose to sit at a different one, with a sense of ritual. Yisu rubbed his hands together before seizing the first scratch card and deftly revealing its contents in one swift motion. The rules for winning on the Rainbow Road were straightforward. 2 lucky numbers were concealed beneath the surface, while 25 winning numbers lay below. If any winning number matched a lucky number, the player would receive the prize indicated beneath that lucky number. 19. 21. After scrutinizing the first card twice and confirming it bore no prize, Yisu discarded it and reached for the second card. No win. A prize of 20 yuan. No win. Another miss. After scratching 5 cards in total, he had only uncovered a solitary 20 yuan prize. Were it not for the tantalizing prospect of an 8,000 yuan jackpot still waiting, Yisu might have vented his frustration vocally. Having scratched through 9 cards, yielding only a 20 yuan and a 50 yuan prize, Yisu began to feign impatience, slapping the discarded tickets aside with a thud. The owner, having witnessed such occurrences countless times, paid little heed to Yisu's dramatics. The other customer, noticing the commotion, began to rise, preparing to seize the remaining Rainbow Road tickets. The owner, well aware of this regular customer's intentions, refrained from intervening but discreetly gathered the scratch cards. The strategies employed in the lottery shop were common knowledge among patrons. Yet one must not be too blatant in their maneuvers before customers. Otherwise, who would dare frequent the establishment? Regardless, the 11 remaining Rainbow Road tickets would likely yield only a modest profit of a couple hundred yuan, and it was unnecessary to jeopardize their reputation for such trifles. Thus, the owner generously left the Rainbow Road tickets available, allowing the regular customer a chance to earn a little extra. Just as both individuals were lost in their respective thoughts, a sudden exclamation captured their attention. Holy cow, I won! Yisu's outcry was filled with genuine excitement, devoid of any pretense. How much did you win? The two proprietors hurriedly approached. 8,000. Yisu gently flicked the scratch card, dislodging the flecks of coating. Is this real? The two proprietors leaned in simultaneously. In Yisu's hand, the scratch card displayed lucky numbers 7 and 22. While below, the winning numbers included 5 that corresponded to the lucky numbers. The total amounting to precisely 8,000. It's truly a win. Upon confirming Yisu's victory, the regular customer gazed with envy. Having played for so long and accumulated extensive experience, he had only ever won a maximum of 2,000. Yet this young man casually strolled in this morning, picked a few cards, and effortlessly unveiled an $8,000 prize. Where's the fairness in that? Young man, your luck is remarkable. Do you play this often? Not really. I just happened to pass by today and felt like trying my luck. Hearing the exchange between Yisu and the proprietors, the regular customer felt an even deeper despair. Where's the justice in this world? Chapter 9. Do you think you can outsmart me? Boss, I still have a few tickets left. Let us wait until I finish scratching them to claim the prize together. All right, you go ahead. Noticing that Yisu had pushed the scratch card to the bottom, the boss discreetly stepped away. The regular customers, initially eager to observe the excitement, retreated to their own places upon receiving a sharp glance from Yisu. Once he was alone, Yisu proceeded to scratch the remaining 5 tickets, revealing yet another winning ticket worth 100 yuan. Boss, it's time to redeem this. Certainly. After inspecting the 4 scratch cards, the boss casually declared. The total is 170 yuan. No personal income tax is required for amounts under 10,000. I can transfer it to you via WeChat or I'll pay. As he spoke, the boss reached for the 4 scratch cards to collect them. However, Yisu furrowed his brow and suddenly grasped the 4 scratch cards firmly. Boss, aren't these supposed to be redeemed through the system? How can you just transfer the money to me? The boss, caught off guard by Yisu's interruption, visibly shifted uncomfortably. Redeeming requires following proper procedures. I thought you might find it cumbersome, so I offered to transfer directly. No worries, let us go through the system instead. Having frequented novels, Yisu was aware of certain common practices. For some, unredeemed lottery tickets and scratch cards could hold significant value. Particularly, high-value tickets over 10,000 yuan incurred a 20% personal income tax when redeemed at the lottery center, making many willing to purchase them at face value or even at a premium. The 8,000 yuan scratch card in Yisu's hand could be utilized without incurring any tax, effectively serving as a 10,000 yuan ticket. The boss's claim of wanting to avoid inconvenience was clearly a ruse to keep the scratch card for himself, intending to resell it later. Had the boss conducted his business honestly and offered a fair price, Yisu would have willingly sold the scratch card, as such transactions often skirt the edges of legality and typically go unnoticed. Yet, the boss's actions were evidently a ploy to take advantage of him, and Yisu was unwilling to suffer such a loss in silence. If this ticket cannot be redeemed, then you can redeem those 3 tickets for me, and I will seek another store for this one. Upon hearing this, the boss's expression grew increasingly awkward, clearly realizing that Yisu was onto his scheme. At that moment, another customer entered, causing the boss to lower his voice, anxious to avoid drawing attention and jeopardizing his business. How about this? I'll buy your scratch cards for 9,000 yuan in total. What do you think? 9,000 yuan, that seems fair enough. The boss, of course, aimed to profit from the transaction. Yisu considered the offer reasonable and agreed. At last, a smile broke across the boss's face. Operating this lottery shop, he earned merely 16 cents in commission for each 2 yuan ticket sold, and the commission for scratch cards was only 10%. This deal would essentially equal a week's worth of income for the store. As Yisu produced the payment code, the proprietor swiftly scanned the amount of 9,000 yuan. Brother, should you happen to win such a prize elsewhere in the future, feel free to bring it here. We can negotiate a price. No problem. With that, Yisu departed the lottery station amidst the envious gazes of other patrons. The owner, not taking Yisu's words to heart, proceeded to redeem several small scratch-off tickets. Winning 8,000 yuan once was already considered a stroke of luck. How could he possibly win again? After deducting the 300 yuan spent on scratch-offs, he netted 8,700 yuan, 700 more than the system had indicated, which brought him immense satisfaction. In just 8 days since activating the system, he had amassed nearly 15,000 yuan, surpassing the monthly income of many workers. Good fortune is meant to be shared. Yisu picked up his phone, opened the WeChat group A Loving Family, 5, and generously distributed a red envelope of 1,000 yuan, divided among 5 recipients. After sending it, he himself claimed a portion, 98.32 yuan? How peculiar. Older brother. Oh. What day is it today? The young master is actually initiating a red envelope. Older brother has claimed your red envelope, older brother? Older brother, why are you suddenly sending such a large red envelope? Then, his older brother Yuxin shared a screenshot of the red envelope in the group, showing he had seized 352.87 yuan. This caused an uproar in the family group. Previously, they had understood the family's good fortune, but now, with Yisu sending a red envelope of 1,000 yuan, it was only natural for his relatives to be concerned. Older sister, what is going on? Did you find money? Mother, what happened? Before the situation escalated, Yisu posted the transaction record from the lottery station in the group. Today is the weekend. I went out for a stroll this morning and, on a whim, stopped by the lottery station to buy a scratch-off ticket, and it turned out to be worth 9,000 yuan. Older sister, wow, what does a 9,000 yuan scratch-off ticket look like? Send me a picture. Older sister has claimed your red envelope. Winning scratch-offs are surely taken by the owner. Where am I supposed to take a picture for you? Confirming Yisu's stroke of luck, his second sister Yi Ruo promptly opened the red envelope. Only Yi Jiangwo and Su Wan remained inactive regarding the red envelope. Mother, it's rare to have such good luck. Keep the money for yourself. Don't starve at school. Why send us red envelopes? Father, your mother is right. Moreover, these things are not a proper path. Don't let a single one lead you to become enamored with such pursuits. Understand? Understood. I merely thought of it when passing by the lottery station, hence I bought one for fun. Mother, it seems to be old Master S' blessing that brought you this fortune. Older brother. Here we go again. If old Master S blessing were real. Why isn't he blessing my Tmall store with a surge in orders? Mother, mind your words. Yisu's hometown is Gying City, a place where it is customary to worship the old master on the 1st and 15th of every month. And the older generation has long associated luck with the old master. Even Yisu, who effortlessly passed the 3rd driving test, was deemed to have benefited from the blessings of the elder. In Yisu's generation, however, such beliefs have waned, leading to occasional clashes between the old and the new. Well, let us consider it the elder's blessing. Since it's rare to win a prize, you should accept the red envelope. It's not a substantial amount anyway. Indeed, it's a rare chance to see some return. Why be polite? If you don't want it, you can give it to me after accepting it. With Yisu and Yu Rua's playful interjections, the debate between Su Wan and Yu Xian came to a halt. Ultimately, under the persuasion of the siblings, Yi Jiangwo and Su Wan opened the red envelope that Yisu had sent. With the news of Yisu's victory, the family group chat came alive with joy. Observing the harmonious atmosphere among the family members, Yisu silently vowed to repay the debts as swiftly as possible, ensuring that the family could continue to bask in such warmth. It was imperative to find an opportunity to inquire with the elder brother and sister about the outstanding debts. Chapter 10. The handsome man's dilemma. Uncertainty gnawed at Yisu's heart as he pondered the financial needs of his family. The system bestowed upon him a monthly opportunity for enhancement, theoretically allowing his income to double each month. If the debt amounted to merely a few $100,000, he believed it would not pose a significant challenge to gather the necessary funds. With the system as his substantial asset, there was no reason for his family to remain ensnared in the shadows of debt for such a trivial sum. A debt exceeding $1 million seemed implausible. Rather, it was likely to be in the realm of several $100,000, which he estimated he could repay in the latter half of the year. How should he inquire about this matter? Yisu was acutely aware that a direct question would yield nothing but evasive responses from his parents and perhaps even his elder siblings, who would likely urge him to focus on his studies, assuring him that they would manage the family affairs. After all, he was the youngest, a mere student accustomed to spending without earning. Ultimately, wealth remained the most crucial factor. With only $26,000 in his possession, he was far from alleviating his family's financial burdens. However, he was confident that through the process of earning, he would uncover the true state of his family's affairs. As for explaining the origins of his money, he had already devised a plan. According to his intel, fortune in the form of a lottery win was on the horizon, which would account for a portion of his funds. The remainder could be attributed to collaborations with 2 senior students in securing software development contracts, supplemented by fabricated payment records to maintain the FAAD. With his wallet burgeoning and his heart brimming with hope for the future, Yisu felt an invigorating lightness in his step. Since there was little to occupy his time at school, he decided to casually search for a recreational spot on his phone, intending to enjoy a leisurely outing before returning home. However, as he reached the entrance of the subway station, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Shinsini, hey handsome. Didn't you say last week you would treat me to milk tea? I happen to be bored today. How about we meet up? Shinsini, let me show you my OTD for today. Shortly after, Shinsini sent a selfie, playfully posing with a peace sign. Yisu was unable to discern whether she was barefaced or had applied a light touch of makeup early in the morning, but she appeared quite lovely. Moreover, whether intentional or not, her leather cardigan revealed a hint of the wide-necked sweatshirt beneath, offering a glimpse of springtime allure. Yisu's gaze inadvertently fixated on a certain part of the image as he opened the photo, captivated by its charm. If I could secure a girlfriend like her, I would gladly embrace a life of luxury in a villa and drive a lavish car. Indeed, the combination of Shinsini's striking features and carefully chosen angles wielded a considerable impact on Yisu, a youth brimming with vigor. Under the pretext of ensuring his safety through recorded audio, he found himself open to the idea of meeting her, hoping for a deeper exchange that would allow them to understand each other's depths and dimensions. Yet, he was acutely aware that her overt interest in him was likely fueled not only by attraction but also by the assumption that he was a wealthy heir. After all, a refined woman like Shinsini would certainly consider appearances when seeking a romantic partner, yet she would not solely focus on superficial beauty. Yisu had encountered numerous stories of individuals impersonating wealthy heirs to deceive a plethora of gold diggers. To his surprise, not only did these individuals seek to exploit their charm, but they also aimed to swindle money while avoiding any expenditures to maintain their affluent facade. After an internal struggle, Yisu ultimately declined this enticing encounter. I apologize, but I had prior arrangements with friends to go out today, and I am currently outside with them. Shinsini, what a coincidence. The moment I invite you for a cup of milk tea, you suddenly have something else to attend to? You wouldn't be trying to brush me off, would you? What is there to brush off about a cup of milk tea? It's just that I am genuinely with friends right now. After sending his response, Yisu casually recorded a brief video of the street and shared it. Shinsini, well, this is your second refusal. Next time we meet, you must treat me to a meal, understood? Haha, I promise I will next time. Yisu assumed their conversation would cease after this exchange, yet unexpectedly, Shinsini remained quite enthusiastic, continuously shifting topics to engage him, observing her unwavering interest. Yisu couldn't help but reflect. No wonder there are constant reports online of individuals impersonating wealthy heirs, managing to deceive numerous slow to warm-up women. While idly passing time on the subway, he engaged in light conversation with Shinsini, although she had misconstrued his identity. The attention from such a captivating woman provided a slight boost to Yisu's vanity. Half an hour later, upon exiting the subway station and noticing Shinsini's persistent messages, Yisu concluded the conversation with a playful emoji. Subsequently, he wandered alone until after 11 o'clock, indulging in a modest meal at a well-reviewed establishment, spending just under 100 before returning to his dormitory around 1 in the afternoon. As adults, everyone certainly has their own private lives. When his 3 roommates noticed Yisu's absence early in the morning and his return only after lunch, none inquired about his whereabouts. They merely nodded in acknowledgement and continued with their own affairs. After profiting 700 yuan from second-tier information on Saturday, Yisu's junior year resumed its normal course. Besides the 500 yuan earned from the information provided on Sunday, he also managed to snag a backpack valued at 99 yuan from a livestream's lucky draw on Thursday afternoon, thanks to the intel acquired in the early hours. The remaining 4 pieces of information were trivial matters, offering no substantial value to Yisu. With the experience gained from the previous week, he adapted seamlessly to his routine, attending classes and diligently pursuing his self-study and programming, given that the system had bound him without warning. He could not dismiss the possibility of it vanishing just as unexpectedly one day, unless he could leverage the intelligence provided by the system to secure his future. He would have to rely on his undergraduate degree and the skills he had honed over the past 2 years to lead a fulfilling life. Otherwise, Yisu could only methodically complete his 4 years of university studies, lest the system vanish and leave him devoid of any skills for survival. On a Friday evening, the quartet of room 305, devoid of a nightlife, naturally found solace in their dormitory, passing the languid yet tedious hours with electronic devices. After finishing a game, Fang's away, having stumbled upon some news, succumbed to his daily anxieties. Alas, next semester I must seek an internship. Surely, it will not be as carefree as it is now. The internship itself is manageable, but what truly concerns me is how to secure a job after graduation. Nowadays, the internet is rife with discussions about the unfavorable external environment, particularly in the tech industry, where layoffs seem to occur at the drop of a hat. It's hard to discern whether this is genuine or merely a case of anxiety peddling. In any case, I know a senior who, after struggling to find a job upon graduation last year, was unfortunate enough to be let go before the new year when his entire department was cut. Now, having passed the holiday, he has resumed his job search, yet after a week of submitting resumes, he has received not a single interview, nor even a handful of replies. Chapter 11. The difficulty of transitioning from luxury to frugality. Isn't there a saying about the golden March and silver April? Why then, is it still so challenging for him to secure employment? This remains a mystery to me. Nonetheless, he claims that jobs are rather elusive. Alas, Jiang Zhibin's words prompted both Fang Ziwei and himself to exhale deeply. How fortunate is Boss Yi, who, upon graduation, can return home to inherit wealth, avoiding the fierce competition for jobs that we struggling graduates face. You may be disappointed to learn that my family's factory recently went bankrupt, leaving me no choice but to rely on my own efforts after graduation. I had not disclosed this to my 3 roommates, partly to spare them from worry and partly due to Yisu's pride, not wishing to reveal the family predicament. However, with the advent of the system, achieving financial freedom and ascending to the pinnacle of life, while indulging in various types of beautiful women, seems entirely within reach. Concerns regarding pride have long since been cast aside. As true comrades, Yisu decided it was time to share the significant upheaval in his family situation, lest they discover it later and accuse him of not treating them as friends. Is it true? Of course. If it were false, do you think I would curse my own family like this? Initially, the trio assumed Yisu was jesting, but upon realizing the gravity of his situations, they were taken aback. What is your family doing now? What else can be done? Life must go on. No wonder you seemed off recently, we asked. But you didn't say anything. Well, I am saying it now. Upon learning of Yisu's family's predicament, his three friends momentarily adopted a serious demeanor. If there's anything we can do to help, just let us know. Yisu, not wishing to dampen the atmosphere in the dormitory, attempted to lighten the mood with humor. Since you've said that, as brothers, could you possibly gather 100 or so thousand for me? Did you not hear Away say, if there's anything we can help with, just speak up? For matters we cannot assist with, best not to bring them up. Then help me find a buyer. Remember, it must be sold separately, not in a package. And I could manage to scrape together 100 or 80,000. What you're suggesting is far-fetched. I'd rather wait to find a girlfriend celebrating her 70th birthday. By then, what could the brothers possibly lack? Lin Jing just scoffed, oh? You think that's a feasible plan? Looking for a girlfriend who is turning 70? Next, you'll be asking for a roasted chicken set. Let us see if your younger brother is as tough as your mouth. Jokingly, Jiang Jibin expressed a sense of noble sacrifice. Moreover, for the sake of my elder brother's lifelong happiness, what harm is there in a little sacrifice from the younger brother? Yisu felt a chill run down his spine, only able to give Jiang Jibin a thumbs up. Bro, you truly are a tough one. Such sentimental expressions were certainly beyond their capabilities to voice, and with Yisu's light-hearted diversion, the atmosphere in the dormitory returned to normal. The three roommates merely urged Yisu to speak up if anything was amiss, reminding him not to hesitate or resort to clandestine means such as online loans. It must be said that on such a chilly day, hearing those heartfelt words indeed warmed Yisu's heart. Well, the factory at home may be gone, but the way you all make it sound, I might as well be begging for alms. If there were truly insurmountable issues, when have I ever been courteous with you? Okay. The three of them ceased their banter. Some matters, if elaborated upon, would lose their significance. It suffices that they shared a tacit understanding. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Yisu directed her attention towards the system, fixating on the screen as time ticked away. 25, 59, 59. 00, 00, 00. Ding. Today's information, Level 2 promotional event is currently taking place at the supermarket on the second floor of Jiala Plaza. At precisely 3:09 p.m. this afternoon, a first prize will be awarded, an IMA electric bicycle, valued at 3,999 yuan. Only 3,999. Yisu realized that the system had indeed spoiled her appetite. Before binding with the system, excluding the occasional assistance from her older siblings, 4,000 yuan had constituted her living expenses for 2 months. Yet, after experiencing incomes of 6,000 and 9,000 yuan, she found herself feeling that a 4,000 yuan electric bicycle was rather insufficient. Truly, it is easier to slip into extravagance than to revert to frugality. In just 2 weeks, she felt as though she had already succumbed to decadence. Yisu privately reflected on her mindset, recognizing that such an attitude was indeed not ideal. An electric bicycle is quite a good asset. It would spare her the exhausting pedaling of shared bikes when opportunities arise. Soon enough, Yisu adjusted her mindset. Having been bound to the system for over 2 weeks, and having received 3 pieces of Level 2 information and 12 pieces of Level 1 information, she finally grasped the evaluation of the information system's levels. Level 1 information could yield benefits peaking at a few hundred yuan, and this figure was rather unstable, often fluctuating to mere dozens or even single digits. Once the information ascended to Level 2, it became considerably more stable, consistently revealing information worth thousands. Moreover, considering the volatility of Level 1 information, Yisu estimated that the upper limit for Level 2 information's value could potentially reach 5 figures. Today is the 8th. In just 2 weeks, she would be able to upgrade a day's worth of information to Level 2, and at that time, there would surely be an opportunity to refresh information exceeding 10,000 yuan. With this in mind, Yisu began to eagerly anticipate the arrival of March 21st. There is a direct subway route between Jiala Plaza and Lingnan Engineering College, but she needed to gather more information about the lottery situation. Therefore, after lunch on Saturday, around 1:30 p.m., Yisu donned the backpack she had won in the live stream, equipped herself with her ID and wallet, and planned to take the subway to Jiala Plaza. Where are you going? Noticing that Yisu had been venturing out more frequently than in the previous semester, Jiang Jibin curiously inquired. I have no particular plans today. I just want to stroll around the supermarket at Jiala Plaza and see if there are any snacks I can buy for next week. Bored of gaming? Fang Ziwei immediately turned around upon hearing the suggestion. Why not take me along? I haven't stepped outside the school gates in 2 weeks. Since riding the electric scooter back to campus would inevitably reveal his good fortune to his 3 roommates, Yisu didn't mind allowing Feng Zhui to witness the live event firsthand. If you wish to go, then go. Who am I to impede you? After hearing this, Jiang Jibin and Lin Jingjie also rose to their feet. Then I shall join as well. Thus, what began as a straightforward quest for a lottery draw evolved into a collective excursion for the residents of Dormitory 305. The boys, swift in their movements, were unperturbed by the ticking clock or the possibility of someone else commandeering the electric scooter. After a few minutes, allowing time for the three to visit the restroom, Yisu and his companions set off, taking the subway. In a mere 30 minutes, they arrived at Jella Plaza. Chapter 12. The Lottery. So this is how the lottery works. Upon arriving at the square, Yisu immediately noticed a throng of people gathered around a large canopy. From the banner hanging above, it was clear that this was the supermarket lottery event hinted at in the information. Intrigued by the lively atmosphere, he decided to take a closer look. Without needing Yisu to say a word, Jiang Jibin had already pushed ahead into the crowd. Have the methods of lotteries become so diverse? Yisu had assumed that a supermarket lottery would merely involve placing a box and allowing customers to draw tickets from it. Prior to arriving, he had contemplated how he might manipulate the process discreetly to secure the grand prize ticket. Could it be that the system's illuminating hints came with a feature for X-ray vision? Following closely behind Jiang Jibin, who was forging a path through the throng, Yisu found himself in front of two wooden boards reminiscent of those at night markets, each adorned with rows of colorful balloons. Beneath each balloon dangled a rolled-up slip of paper. Positioned between the boards was a poster stand displaying the rules of the lottery. The rules were straightforward, easily comprehensible at a glance. The slips of paper beneath the balloons contained the lottery results. For every 68 yuan spin in the supermarket, customers could exchange their receipt for one shot. Whether they hit a target depended solely on their luck and skill. The grand prize was the electric bicycle mentioned in the information, followed by a box of Ely milk for the second prize and a 10 yuan voucher for the third. The remaining prizes were mere consolation gifts, a pack of tissues. To be fair, the supermarket was quite adept at business. Hosting such a flamboyant lottery event not only attracted foot traffic but also stuffed the prizes with vouchers, enticing customers to return for future purchases. Yisu observed that many participants were children. Even if they didn't win or only received a pack of tissues, both parents and children seemed delighted. However, witnessing this scene made Yisu feel somewhat anxious. Damn it, spending 68 yuan only granted a single chance, and there was no guarantee of hitting the mark. To play it safe, he would need to spend at least 136 yuan to ensure a backup opportunity. Time was ticking. It was already past 2 o'clock, and the system's hint illuminated the bag filled with balloons, indicating that the grand prize balloon would be hung up later. With only about 50 minutes remaining, Yisu called upon the three onlookers to accompany him to the second floor of the supermarket to make their purchases. Jiang Jibin, clearly intrigued by the lottery, exclaimed, "You'll soon witness my marksmanship." Marksmanship? You'll be lucky to hit the target. Damn it. Chattering noisily, they ascended to the second floor. Concerned that his companions might dawdle and miss the grand prize downstairs, Yisu instructed, "Let us meet back at the lottery area after we finish shopping." "Absolutely," they replied. And the four dispersed. After all, with the prospect of winning an electric bicycle, there was no fear of overindulgence in their purchases. Returning home via the subway proved to be a bit of a hassle. Upon entering, Yisu first picked up a carton of milk before she began to peruse snacks, beverages, and a few pieces of fruit. As she shopped, she calculated the total, and once she confirmed it amounted to 136 yuan. She proceeded to the self-service machine to settle her bill. After stowing her purchases in a locker, she made her way to the lottery area, clutching her receipt. Timing was impeccable. Just as she squeezed into the crowd, she noticed a young lady replenishing balloons, one of which, glowing brightly, was affixed directly above the right section. Fearing that others might seize the opportunity ahead of her, Yisu hurried to the table on the right. "Excuse me, are you here to participate in the lottery?" "Yes. There's a young child ahead of you. You'll need to wait until he finishes." "All right." The first prize balloon had already been hung, and Yisu felt a twinge of anxiety, yet she couldn't possibly contest with a child. Thus, she stood by, silently hoping that the little boy wouldn't strike the first prize balloon. Pop, pop, pop. Due to the paper strips dangling beneath the balloons, there was a gap between each row, which resulted in the child hitting only 2 balloons after 3 attempts. Each time the sound of a balloon bursting echoed. Yisu's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, with over 100 balloons, the odds of hitting the first prize remained exceedingly low. After 3 shots, it was a close call, with the balloon struck by the child being nearly a meter away from the coveted first prize. Congratulations, you have won a third prize and a consolation prize. Here are your rewards. Please take care of them. The child gleefully accepted the prizes, and the adult accompanying him didn't mind the rewards either, happily departing the throng. Sighing, Yisu lamented, once again, it's just a third prize and a consolation prize. Not to mention the first prize electric scooter. I haven't even seen anyone win a carton of milk. Hey there, are these balloons really only offering third prizes and consolation prizes? After observing the festivities for a while, noticing that a dozen balloons had popped, all yielding third prizes and consolation prizes, the onlookers began to voice their skepticism regarding the authenticity of the lottery. Amidst the commotion, some in the crowd started to jeer. This is clearly a gimmick. If even 1 out of 100 balloons offers a carton of milk, we're fortunate. As for the milk, at least it's still here. But they claim the first prize is an electric scooter, and we haven't seen even a shadow of it. Fearing misunderstandings that could lead to repercussions at work, a supermarket employee quickly interjected, "Sir, we assure you that the contents of this lottery are entirely authentic. The slips of paper were indeed hung by us. And there are various prizes. Aside from the electric scooter, several cartons of milk have already been won before you arrived. And what about the electric scooter? You don't mean to say you haven't prepared the first prize, so you didn't even purchase the scooter? Given the limited space we applied for, it's quite inconvenient to display the electric scooter here. Therefore, when the first prize is drawn, we will escort the winner to the Yachty store on the first floor to purchase the model advertised on the poster. In this manner, customers are afforded the opportunity to select their preferred colors, while also ensuring that the electric vehicles being drawn are indeed new." Following the staff's explanations, the voices of dissent present at the scene have notably diminished. However, some individuals continue to murmur in hushed tones, expressing skepticism about the legitimacy of the grand prize, dismissing it as merely a supermarket gimmick or excuse. The employees are unable to silence these murmurs and choose instead to disregard them. Turning to Yisu, one of the staff members smiles and inquires, "Sir, it is your turn for the lottery. May I see your receipt?" "Certainly," Yisu replies, handing over the invoice he holds. The total is 141 yuan, granting him 2 chances to win. "Very well," he says, picking up the air gun, his focus sharpening as he aims at the shimmering balloon. With only 2 opportunities in total, he is anxious about missing his shots and potentially losing the grand prize to someone else during his return to purchase more items. As he takes aim, a wave of tension washes over Yisu. Chapter 13. Are you just a spectator, handsome? Have you been aiming for so long to choose a wife? A young man with yellow hair, standing behind Yisu, remarked impatiently as he noticed Yisu hesitating for nearly 10 seconds without pulling the trigger. Yisu was on the verge of squeezing the trigger, but the interruption caused him to nearly misalign his aim. "My apologies, I'll be ready shortly." Not wishing to engage in conflict with a stranger and acknowledging his own delay, Yisu turned to the young man and offered a polite apology. "All right then." Seeing Yisu's courteous demeanor, the young man felt a tinge of embarrassment for his earlier complaint. Taking a deep breath, Yisu steadied the air gun once more, ensuring he aimed at the balloon before pulling the trigger. Bang! The balloon burst with a satisfying pop, yet Yisu found himself in disbelief. To his astonishment, it was the balloon to the left of the grand prize that had exploded. Goodness, this gun's trajectory veers to the left. Yisu was certain he had aimed at the grand prize balloon, only to hit the adjacent one instead. Such inaccuracies were to be expected from a toy gun. Fortunately, he had just spent over 100 yuan on various items. Otherwise, this would have been quite the farce. With a silent sigh of relief, Yisu adjusted his aim slightly to the right. Bang! Thankfully, the air gun did not follow a random trajectory. This time, Yisu struck the grand prize balloon accurately, and the system's notification light extinguished as the balloon burst. Once he had finished shooting, an employee approached to retrieve the paper slips from the ground and presented one to Yisu. "A consolation prize," the employee stated, placing the slip on the table to showcase fairness. The young man with yellow hair scoffed inwardly at this outcome. After aiming for so long, only to hit a pack of tissues, if he enjoyed shooting so much, he might as well take home a pack for himself. First prize. The young man was mentally mocking Yisu when a single utterance from the supermarket employee abruptly brought him back to reality. "Are you serious? There really is a first prize." The onlookers, who had just been questioning the authenticity of the event, were taken aback by how swiftly their skepticism was proven wrong. Moments ago, they were accusing the supermarket of deceit, and now, a first prize was being awarded right before their eyes, leaving several of them feeling rather awkward. "So, I've won an electric bike?" Yisu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he endeavored to feign surprise. Indeed. I will contact the manager right away and have him escort you to the store to claim your bike, the supermarket employee replied, a hint of envy gracing her expression. She too had been contemplating purchasing an electric bike for her commute, wishing to avoid the daily struggle of competing for public transport. However, after deducting rent and living expenses, she would need to save for 2 months to afford such a bike, which had made her hesitate to buy one. Now, here was Yisu, effortlessly winning the very electric bike she longed for. How different the fates of individuals can be. Despite her envy, the employee wasted no time, calling over a colleague to assist in continuing the lottery before pulling out her phone to contact the manager. Seizing the opportunity, Yisu took hold of the first prize slip and captured a photograph alongside the lottery poster. You must be a plant sent by the supermarket. At that moment, a sudden and boisterous voice pierced the air, instantly dampening Yisu's cheerful mood. Despite Yisu's typically amiable disposition, the unwarranted provocation from the blonde-haired individual beside him sparked a flicker of displeasure on his face. What is your problem? I merely came to purchase an item and happened to win the electric bicycle. How does that make me a shill for the supermarket? Am I not allowed to win a prize? Yisu retorted, come on, if you weren't aware of the position of the grand prize, would you have been staring for so long? At least put on a better act. The blonde, seething with anger, felt that Yisu had usurped his chance at victory. Had Yisu not pushed in front of him, he might have been the one to claim that illustrious grand prize balloon. Indeed, he recalled that these balloons had only recently been hung, and now this dapper fellow had swooped in to take the grand prize. It seemed far too coincidental. Upon hearing these remarks, the onlookers began to cast doubtful glances at Yisu and the supermarket staff. Admittedly, it did sound rather suspicious. When the blonde noticed others chiming in, a smug expression crept onto his face. If he stirred the pot a little more, perhaps the supermarket would hang another grand prize, allowing him a chance to win an electric bicycle as well. What a storyteller you are. Perhaps you should be weaving baskets. Yisu, however, showed no inclination to indulge the blonde's antics. I simply know where the grand prize is. What are you going to do about it? What did you say? The blonde's face soured instantly, his eyes narrowing at Yisu. Yet, Yisu stood his ground, returning the glare unflinchingly. What is your issue? You make baseless accusations, calling me a plant for the supermarket, yet I am the one who should be asking you that. Standing at 6 feet tall, Yisu's heightened voice quickly diminished the blonde's bravado. Such individuals often swell with arrogance when addressed in a congenial manner, mistaking kindness for weakness. Yet, when confronted with genuine anger, they cower. Witnessing this unexpected altercation, a supermarket employee promptly intervened, assuring, "Sir, we guarantee that this event is entirely legitimate. If you doubt us, our manager will be here shortly. You may accompany him to the store to verify that we have indeed purchased an electric bicycle." Yisu, what is going on? At that moment, Lin Jingjie, carrying a bag of goods, squeezed through the crowd. Seeing another ally join Yisu's side, the blonde fell silent, no longer daring to retort. Yisu, not wishing to escalate the situation, waved off Lin Jingjie, saying, "It's nothing. My friend just won an electric bicycle." Among their dorm quartet, Lin Jingjie had the fiercest temperament, and he was genuinely protective of his friends. The blonde appeared to concede defeat, and Yisu preferred to keep Lin Jingjie from further provoking him, hoping to avoid any real conflict. "No way, is that true?" Lin Jingjie exclaimed, incredulous at the news that Yisu had won an electric bicycle in mere moments. Yisu waved the winning ticket in front of him. "Do you think I lie to you?" Upon confirming the grand prize on the ticket, Lin Jingjie finally accepted the reality that Yisu had indeed struck it lucky and pulled out his phone, ready to share the news in their dorm group chat. Upon listening to the explanations provided by the supermarket staff, coupled with the dialogue between Yisu and Lin Jingjie, the onlookers were finally convinced that Yisu's remarkable fortune was purely a stroke of luck, rather than an orchestrated scheme by the supermarket. The unfounded accusations were swiftly debunked, leaving the nearby Huang Mao feeling a flush of embarrassment. "Good day, sir. Our manager will be here shortly. Kindly step over here to allow other customers to participate in the lottery." Very well. Lin Jingjie still had to queue for the lottery, while Yisu, guided by the staff, waited aside. The previously troublesome Huang Mao, now feeling sheepish, hastily claimed his prize and exited the square without delay. As expected, when Lin Jingjie shared the news of Yisu's victory in the group chat, the reactions from the other two members were instantaneous and explosive. Number 2 handsome. What the heck? This guy is on a lucky streak. Number 4 handsome. I have lived my life with integrity and righteousness, yet I have never encountered such good fortune. Number 4 handsome. The world is rife with injustice, May the heavens strike with thunder. In response, Yisu simply sent 2 emojis of little helmets, exuding an air of calmness. Chapter 14. The car enthusiast. A mere electric vehicle costing a few thousand yuan hardly suffices to cover a day's rent for the supermarket. Hence it is no surprise that little time is devoted to it. Upon the manager's arrival, he promptly guided Yisu to the first-floor store in the plaza, allowing Yisu to choose his preferred color. After completing the necessary paperwork, the manager settled the payment on his behalf. Hand me the invoice for a quick photo. I need to upload it to the system for reimbursement, Yisu requested. Certainly, the manager replied. After taking a few simple snapshots, he returned the invoice to Yisu, saying, I shall take my leave now. If possible, please share a post or a short video on social media to help promote our supermarket. Yisu readily agreed. No problem. The Yachty store at Jala Plaza engaged in branded sales, and with the assistance of the staff, Yisu was spared the hassle of vehicle registration. Donning the helmet gifted by the store, he twisted the handle and rode the electric scooter outside. What a thrill! Venturing out, he had fortuitously acquired an electric vehicle. A remarkable gain. Upon learning that Yisu had won the electric scooter, Jiang Jibin and the others lost all desire to continue shopping. After making their purchases, they hurried to draw their own prizes. Unsurprisingly, along with Lin Jingjia, all 3 could only claim a pack of tissues. Disappointed, they soon reunited with Yisu at the store. Observing him seated on the electric scooter, their envy was unabashed as they gathered around to admire the vehicle. Their monthly living expenses barely totaled 2,000 yuan, making the prospect of purchasing an electric scooter a distant dream, likely requiring a semester of saving. Nevertheless, their envy was overshadowed by excitement for Yisu's good fortune, devoid of any thoughts of resenting the poor, fearing the rich, despising those who possess, and mocking those who lack. Now that we've completed our shopping, let us head back, one suggested. Agreed. I'll ride back with you. They can take the subway, Jiang Jibin declared, swiftly claiming the rear seat of the electric scooter. You didn't bring a helmet. You should get off and join us on the subway instead. I don't want you to get caught by the traffic police on the very first day of your new ride, Lin Jingjia insisted. Regardless of Lin Jingjia's pretense of righteousness, Jiang Jibin remained unfooled. Oh? You want me to dismount so you can hop on, huh? Don't think I don't know your ploy. As soon as I shift, I'll know what you're up to. Damn it. With his scheme exposed, Lin Jingjia ceased his charade and attempted to pull Jiang Jibin off. Enough of this. We'll topple the scooter. Yisu's authoritative voice interrupted their childish antics. In any case, I can only take one of you. You decide who rides with me. Let us settle it with rock, paper, scissors. Without hesitation, Lin Jingjia and Jiang Jibin chimed in. Rock, paper, scissors. The result, determined in a single round, saw Jiang Jibin, the least fortunate among them, emerge victorious. With a triumphant expression, Jiang Jibin exclaimed, Just let me ride without all this fuss. It's simply a waste of time, though willing to accept defeat. Lin Jingjia couldn't help but punch Jiang Jibin's arm in exasperation. Just help us carry our things back. Jiang Jibin grimaced in pain, yet obediently accepted the items from the hands of the 2 individuals. Are you not afraid that your roommate will raid your snacks, leaving you with nothing but a pile of wrappers? When you sleep at night, you might want to secure your pants with a chain. Jiang Jibin felt a chill beneath him. Beast. Yisu also kept his distance, warning, do not stand behind me in the future, otherwise, you had better pray for your own dissolution. Afterward, Yisu placed the heavier items, such as milk, on the footrest, stuffed the remaining belongings into his backpack, and slung it across his chest, leaving Jiang Jibin with the lighter items to carry. With a makeshift cargo arrangement on an electric bike, the 2 of them headed back to the school. Upon returning to the dormitory and setting down their possessions, Yisu picked up his phone and shared a photo of the electric bike in the loving family group, laying the groundwork for a future request for money from home. Older sister, did you buy an electric bike? Older brother, what's wrong? Did the money bite your pocket? Just last week, you won a scratch off. And this week you bought an electric bike. Mother, if he bought it, so be it. It's more convenient for him to have an electric bike while he's out. Father, remember to wear a helmet while riding, and don't go too fast. Older brother, the little brother has it good. Whatever you do, they all approve. If I had known, I would have been born a few years later. Letting Irwa be the big sister while I play the little brother. Older sister, I want to be the little one too. Although the family's circumstances were not particularly favorable at the moment, none of them criticized Yisu for purchasing an electric bike. Nor did they question his financial prudence while still in school. A smile crept across Yisu's face as he sent another message. What did I buy? This is a prize I won in a lottery. Older brother won? What did you win? Today is the weekend. I went to the supermarket to buy milk and such, and they had a lottery event. I entered and won this electric bike. Yisu then posted a photo of the winning ticket alongside the event poster in the family group. Older brother, your luck has been remarkable lately. Winning scratch-offs and now an electric bike. Older sister, mother will surely say you have the old master's blessing again. Mother, winning twice in 2 weeks isn't just luck. I must go to the temple to express my gratitude tomorrow. Older brother, you won 9,000 from the scratch-off last week and now an electric bike this week. Your earnings in these 2 weeks surpass a month's income from my Tmall store. Before starting his Tmall store, EXIN had worked in other online shops to familiarize himself with the operations, after which he opened a Taobao store for practice. His current Tmall store was established last August, funded by the family, costing 170,000 yuan to set up. After several months of operation, the revenue had been decent, though. After deducting costs such as fake orders and promotional expenses, he had yet to earn a monthly profit exceeding 10,000 yuan. Even if the store improved over time, EXIN estimated it would take over a year to recoup the initial investment. In the past 2 Saturdays, Yisu's scratch-off lottery tickets and electric bicycle shared in the group chat have indeed surpassed the earnings of his brother, who toils tirelessly for an entire month. What can one say? With such good fortune, wealth seems to gravitate towards him effortlessly. Sister, since luck is so abundant and money will come knocking, perhaps we should forego this month's allowance. Oh, please not that. Mother, Abu C, you must refrain from giving him pocket money continuously. If his living expenses fall short, your father and I will ensure he receives funds. Sister, for heaven's sake, do not heed our mother's words. After binding to the system, although he is yet to assist his family, the mere fact that they believe he has won twice has significantly improved the atmosphere at home compared to the previous 2 months. Yisu feels that this in itself is a form of profit. While Yisu converses with his family, Fong's away, and the others finally return to the dormitory. Clearly, his roommate's excitement over Yisu winning an electric bicycle has not waned. Upon returning, they inevitably bring up the topic once more. Typically, at this hour, the three would certainly tease him, seizing the opportunity to coax Yisu into treating them to a meal. However, having just learned of Yisu's family situation the previous night, they all tacitly choose to refrain from mentioning the matter. Chapter 15. A delightful surprise. Yisu was well aware of the thoughts running through the minds of the 3 companions, yet he did not shy away from the occasion. Seizing the opportunity during an evening stroll, he took the initiative to purchase barbecue worth over 80 yuan at the school gate. Coupled with the snacks and fruits acquired earlier that day, along with the untouched beer brought back from the KTV, the 4 of them enjoyed a delightful late-night feast together. The 3 roommates were not so pretentious as to feel embarrassed about indulging in a barbecue prepared by Yisu. After downloading a dice-rolling app on his phone, they played until past 11 o'clock. Concerned that their merriment might disturb the neighboring dormitory, they concluded their gaming session. Together, they tidied up the remnants of their feast. And while waiting in line for showers, they realized it was already midnight. Ding! Today's intelligence, level 1 influenced by short videos. The Aurora style will become a popular trend for the foreseeable future. Aurora style? What on earth is that? Yisu, who favored convenience and efficiency in his wardrobe choices, opened his closet to reveal that 9 out of 10 of his garments were in shades of black and white. He was utterly oblivious to trends and fashion fads. Consequently, upon encountering the words Aurora style, the only imagery that sprang to his mind was the vibrant hues of the Aurora Borealis. Was the system criticizing his fashion sense, attempting to guide him on dressing better, or suggesting such attire to attract potential romantic interests? Yisu mused that the system was unlikely to be so nosy. It was probably just another piece of useless information. Given that level 1 intelligence was inherently unstable, he took it in stride, shutting down the system as he entered the bathroom to shower. Which style should be promoted? Meanwhile, on the other side, EXIN, whose recent Tmall store performance had been less than stellar, was still selecting products for his shop well past midnight. Even after choosing the new items, he struggled to determine which one should be the flagship product. With rising traffic costs in the impending 3/15 shopping festival, along with the fear of being scrutinized for fraudulent sales, EXIN had to be particularly cautious in his selection to ensure his efforts this month would not be in vain. Perhaps he could ask Yisu for assistance tomorrow? For every successful product selection, one needed not only discernment but also a touch of luck. Although Yuan outwardly dismissed the superstitions of the older generation, he couldn't help but recall Yisu's extraordinary luck over the past fortnight, winning both a scratch-off lottery and an electric bike. This led him to entertain the notion of seeking some of Yisu's fortune. Resolute in his decision, Yuan finalized 5 candidate options before shutting down his computer and retiring for the night. Accustomed to rising early for an 8 a.m. class, Yisu found himself awake well before 8 the following morning, despite having consumed alcohol the previous night. Reluctant to accept his early awakening on a weekend, he lingered in bed for nearly an hour, finally rising only when his bladder signaled urgency. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he resolved his breakfast dilemma with milk and bread purchased the day before opening his computer to select a film to pass the time. Buzz. As soon as the computer powered on, his phone began to vibrate. Picking it up, he discovered a series of messages from his older brother, who had sent him several women's clothing options. What is this? Did you send it to the wrong person? Yisu, perplexed, responded to Yuan with 2 confused emojis. What does this mean? Why are you sending me women's clothing? Who are you intending to purchase clothes for, only to mistakenly send them to me? Yisu, incensed, exclaimed, after all these years, you have never bought me a single garment, and now you are selecting outfits for other women. Is that right? In response, Yisu received 2 emojis of someone wiping sweat. Brother, these are new arrivals for my store. I would like your assistance in selecting which piece would be most suitable as the main promotion. So that was the situation. You were selling these in your store. And they are women's clothing. How am I supposed to understand that? You might as well ask second sister for her opinion. While they were joking around, Yisu dared not take liberties regarding matters related to Yuan's shop. Brother, just pick anyone you like. Brother, haven't you been quite lucky lately? Whatever you choose will likely bring good fortune. I hope to catch a bit of your luck. So that was his intention. Normally, selecting any piece would not pose a problem. However, Yisu was aware that all this talk of luck was merely fabricated. If he chose incorrectly and adversely affected Yuan's sales, the repercussions would be significant. Wait, wasn't the information provided by the system last night seemingly related to women's clothing? While contemplating how to explain this to Yuan, Yisu suddenly recalled the information he had dismissed the previous evening. Oh, was it Orphans? Yisu first searched for it on short videos and discovered that videos tagged with Orphans had indeed skyrocketed in views, surpassing 1 billion. Additionally, many others were jumping on the bandwagon to post new videos, ensuring that the view count for this tag would continue to rise. Recognizing that Yuan, being in the clothing business, would surely understand these trends better than he did, Yisu promptly sent a screenshot to Yuan. I noticed that the Orphans tag seems to be gaining traction online. Perhaps you should select clothes in this style and incorporate the tag into your search to see if it yields results. Brother, Orphans? Let me take a look. Truly, they were brothers. After waiting for a while, Yuan finally responded, promptly setting aside the previous conversation to investigate what Orphans was all about. It appeared to be quite promising. As long as the tag gained popularity, many would surely follow suit. A serendipitous discovery. Asking Yisu for his input had initially been a fleeting whim, and Yuan had not anticipated this unexpected gain. Without further ado, Yuan began to select several items in this style for listing and incorporated Orphans into the search keywords. Noticing that Yuan had not replied for a while, Yisu sent another message. So what do you think? Can this work? Brother, it should be viable, though we must first promote it and analyze the data before proceeding. With confidence in the system's information and Yuan's belief in its potential, Yisu finally felt reassured. In the present day, those who earn their livelihood online possess an astute sense of perception. It is anticipated that once this trend gains significant traction, a multitude of individuals will undoubtedly follow suit. Nevertheless, Yisu is confident that if Yuan can launch ahead of the competition, he will be able to secure a considerable influx of traffic. You should understand what I mean, right? In a bid to ensure her brother comprehends, Yisu sent a meme featuring a red-haired orangutan reaching for money. Moments later, she received a meme in return from Yuan depicting a chimpanzee flinging feces. I am truly exasperated. Failing to extract a red envelope from Yuan left Yisu feeling as though she had incurred a loss of 5 million. Brother, did you not hear what Mom said in the group chat yesterday? She told me in Arua not to give you pocket money. Oh? Now you choose to heed Mom's words, yet when she suggests you find a girlfriend, you disregard her advice. Brother, are you certain you want me to follow that advice? Brother, if I were to bring a girlfriend home, who do you think Mom would next urge? It would certainly be my older sister, wouldn't it be me? Brother, Excellent. I will screenshot this for Arua to see. Let us forget about the red envelope. Chapter 16. The closure of the food chain. By the way, do you know how much we owe outside? Don't worry about that. Focus on your studies. Aruo, and I will take care of it, Yixin replied. Yisu had intended to inquire about the family's situation, but, as anticipated, Yixin divulged nothing. With no other option, Yisu resigned himself to the situation, allowing Yixin to attend to his own matters. Planning to seek a breakthrough from Su Wan in the evening. As the midnight intelligence was exhausted, Yisu found himself with little to occupy his day, watching films, playing games, and feigning diligence by self-studying a development framework. It was not until after dinner, around 8 in the evening, that he ventured out, seeking a secluded spot to transfer 10,000 yuan to Su Wan via his phone. As expected, the transfer was not accepted, prompting a call from Su Wan. "Hello, Mom," he answered. Her tone was laced with concern. "Why did you transfer me such a large sum of money?" "It's nothing," Yisu replied, adhering to the prearranged explanation. "Last week, I won 9,000 yuan from a scratch card, and after selling the electric bike I won yesterday for 3,500 to a classmate. I still had over 10,000 left after deducting the 1,000 yuan red envelope I sent last week. That's why I transferred you 10,000. In the comments section on Douyin, 10,000 yuan might merely equate to a meal for netizens. However, within the confines of Yisu's ordinary family, it represented the fruits of Yu Jiangwo's labor over a month of relentless striving. He could only achieve such earnings thanks to acquaintances who would directly call upon Yu Jiangwo's services when traveling to the neighboring city. Thus, Yisu felt an urgent need to contribute financially to alleviate Yu Jiangwo's burden. Yet, Su Wan adamantly refused to accept the 10,000 yuan. "You should keep the money from your winnings for yourself. Why are you sending it to me? It's fine. I still have over 10,000 from the New Year's red envelopes and my leftover living expenses from last semester. That amount is sufficient for my living expenses this semester and my senior year tuition, so please take it." Su Wan was well aware that Yisu's intention in sending money was to help share the family's burdens. They say the current external environment is not ideal, and you'll need to spend money when seeking internships next semester. You should keep this money for yourself and not be in such a hurry to send it home. Rest assured, I am currently focused on development, collaborating with 2 alumni who have already graduated, taking on projects from outside. Smaller projects yield over 10,000, while customized ones can reach up to 40 or 50,000. With a stroke of luck, I might earn 10 to 20,000 in a month. So there will be enough funds. You should prioritize your studies now. There is no need to rush into making money. The family isn't struggling, and you shouldn't have to work so hard while attending classes. Our course load this semester is relatively light, and everyone is preparing for internships. So there is ample free time to engage in external projects. With the current state of enterprises, it is commonplace for companies to demand prior work experience from fresh graduates. Consequently, I have commenced engaging in external projects to facilitate my search for internships and employment after graduation. Without granting Su Wan an opportunity to decline, Yisu began to cleverly persuade her with a well-prepared script, claiming he possessed a ready-made code template that could easily be monetized if clients required customized features. He assured her that he could negotiate additional fees by intermittently incorporating technical jargon. He successfully convinced the computer-literate Su Wan that he indeed had the capability to earn money and was thriving in his academic life. Therefore, she decided to accept the 1,000 yuan, considering it a significant milestone as it was the first time she had sent money home. "All right, I shall take it," she replied. After being persuaded by Yisu, Su Wan cautioned him, "The world is complex. While we mean no harm, we cannot trust everyone. Even if you are collaborating with your senior, remain vigilant, understand?" Yisu responded confidently, "Rest assured, your son is no fool." Seizing the moment, Yisu cautiously inquired, "How much external debt does our family currently have? Since I have begun earning, I should be able to contribute a little towards repayment." Su Wan attempted to downplay the situation, stating, "It's not much. We can gradually pay it off. You need not concern yourself with these matters while you're away." However, Yisu was resolute, engaging in a bit of moral persuasion. "You bore 3 of us. It is unreasonable for me to spend during times of need and for my siblings to shoulder the repayment alone, especially now that I have the means to contribute." Upon hearing such sentiments, Su Wan, as a mother to 3, felt a pang of guilt for favoring Yisu over Yuxin and Yi Rua. It would be unjust for her to allow her other children to accept such a scenario without question. Additionally, she feared that keeping secrets from Yisu might lead him to worry unnecessarily. "Your father recently calculated that we owe a total of 400,000 yuan. With the help of your brother and sister, we should be able to clear the debt in a few years, so you need not worry about home. If only you had said so earlier. After raising a son for 1,000 days, it is time for him to give back. Each of us, including Dad, can repay 100,000, and that would settle it. Since the family business began to flourish, Soo-won had assumed the role of a homemaker. Now, aside from some handiwork or cleaning jobs, she found it challenging to secure employment. She had suggested taking up a cleaning position to contribute to the household expenses. But her 3 children vehemently opposed the idea, ultimately resulting in her resignation from the thought. Thus, when Yi-soo sought excuses, he naturally excluded Soo-won from consideration. His optimistic attitude began to resonate with Soo-won, prompting her to chuckle over the phone. Before you even start earning, you've already issued your mother a blank check. Haven't you? Yi-soo reassured her, do not worry, I will earn money soon. In the past, upon hearing the figure of 400,000, Yi-soo would have felt as though the sky was falling. Even if he earned a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan immediately after graduation and lived frugally, it would take him over 3 years to amass such an amount. However, with the system currently in place, Yi-soo is confident that after a few more upgrades, he will be able to secure 400,000 within 6 months. As for his father, after finishing his meal and resting for a while, he went out. You should tell old Yi not to overexert himself. He is already 52 this year and can hardly endure like the younger generation. I understand. But you know your father's stubborn temperament. He is more tenacious than a mop I use for cleaning. Only you have a way to manage him. So please do remind him whenever you have the chance. Understood. I will address that during our next call. Yi-soo is the most cherished at home, especially with Yi Xin and Yi Ruo returning to their hometown after graduation, leaving only Yi-soo studying in Yangqing. As a traditional father, Yi Jiangwo does not express his affections verbally. Instead, he conceals his paternal love within his actions, which sometimes makes Yi-soo's words more effective than those of Soo-won. They form a biological chain. Yi Jiangwo looks after Yi Xin and Yi Ruo. The siblings care for Yi-soo, and Yi-soo, in turn, looks after Yi Jiangwo, with all 4 ultimately under Soo-won's guidance. Now, while you are at school, do not skimp on meals just to save money, understand? Understood. And do not engage in illegal activities merely for the sake of earning money, comprehend? Understood. Also, understood. As the saying goes, a mother worries for her child traveling 1,000 miles. Constantly being nagged by Soo-won as if he were still a child, Yi-soo felt overwhelmed, resorting to vague replies before finally ending the call. Upon seeing Soo-won receive a transfer of 10,000, a smile finally graced Yi-soo's face. The rationale for income has been concocted, and he is aware of the family's debts. Now, it all hinges on the performance of the intelligence system. Chapter 17. The ghost market. With an impressive influx of traffic, conversion rates, and high addition to cart and collection rates, it appears that this product indeed has potential. On Sunday, after attempting to promote the new product from Orphans, Xin discovered that the data exceeded his expectations, prompting him to increase the advertising budget. Upon accessing the merchant backend on Monday, Xin was greeted by a steadily rising data curve for the new product, with several orders already placed. At this juncture, even a novice could ascertain that this batch of new products was destined for success. Concerned that if this type of product gained popularity and everyone rushed to stock up, it might lead to complications with the manufacturer, Xin quickly made a decision. He placed an order for a batch of clothing with the manufacturer via WeChat, prioritizing the SKUs based on their performance, while also transferring a deposit. By Friday, Orphans had amassed over 500 million views on short videos, sparking a fashion trend. Thanks to his early start, Xin's shop successfully capitalized on this wave of traffic, even as other online stores recognized the potential and scrambled to seize the moment. Xin's shop managed to sell over 1,000 garments, setting a record for the highest revenue in recent months. After a rough estimate, deducting shipping costs, packaging fees, Tmall's commission, and subsequent taxes, Xin anticipated an income of around 15,000 yuan over these few days. Given the current trend, it was highly probable that his profits this month would surpass 30,000 yuan, equating to the earnings he had accumulated over the previous few months. After several days of hectic activity, Xin was reminded by Soo-won in the evening that he hadn't given Yi-soo a token of appreciation. Upon learning that Yi-soo had transferred 10,000 yuan to their mother on Sunday, Xin promptly sent 2,000 yuan to Yi-soo via WeChat as a red envelope. Fearing that Xin might retract the transfer, Yi-soo quickly accepted it and replied, "Why are you sending me so much money? I feel embarrassed. Brother, sorry. But you really shouldn't refuse if I don't accept it. Wouldn't that undermine your goodwill? Brother, fine, just keep it. Since you helped me with product selection, my shop sales have significantly increased these past few days. Consider this 2,000 yuan as your bonus. Hearing Yi Xin mention that his income this month could reach 20 to 30,000 yuan thanks to the information provided, Yisu naturally felt delighted for his brother. Moreover, Yisu realized that among the many pieces of information he had received, the most lucrative one was indeed the primary tip from Sunday. However, the difficulty of earning this money was evidently several times greater than simply purchasing scratch cards. It largely depended on Yi Xin's online store to profit from this information. Brother, Mom mentioned you transferred 10,000 yuan to the family last week. Brother, you're still studying, so it's better to save your money for yourself. I only transferred money because I have some. If I were broke, I wouldn't borrow money to send to Mom, would I? Brother, all right, just make your own plans. Spend what you need. Understood. The two brothers typically did not engage in lengthy conversations, so once the matters were addressed, Yi Xin refrained from replying further to Yisu's messages. Yisu had grown accustomed to spending his time reading novels while awaiting the evening's intel refresh. Ding! Today's intel, at the Ghost Market on Lichang Road, a stall will offer an antique copy of Journey to the West, which conceals a penny black stamp within its cover with a suggested selling price of 12,000 yuan. As the clock struck midnight, the system dutifully refreshed its information. My goodness, 12,000. Upon seeing the system's announcement, which indicated an unprecedented value, Yisu's eyes widened in astonishment, and a foolish grin involuntarily spread across his face. Fortunately, he was already lying in bed, thus sparing him from the gaze of his roommate. A penny black stamp? What on earth is that? Can it truly be worth 12,000 yuan? For someone like Yisu, born in the new millennium, stamps were a rather alien concept, akin to beepers. His only encounter with stamps occurred in his sophomore year of high school, when the school mailed report cards home and required the students to affix stamps to the envelopes. Since then, whenever he heard the term stamp, it was usually in reference to news about people discovering treasures in their homes, with some families having boxes full of stamps. Skeptical about whether this item could indeed fetch 12,000 yuan, Yisu began to research relevant information online. The penny black was the world's first postage stamp. Issued in 1840. The ordinary versions with cancellations typically sell for several hundred yuan, while the rare VR penny black can command over $1 million. Upon reading this, Yisu could only lament how poverty had confined his imagination. Spending several million just to acquire such a trinket? The world of the affluent is truly remarkable. Understanding the wealth of the elite was unnecessary for Yisu. He merely needed to ascertain that the penny black could indeed be sold for 12,000 yuan. By the way, what exactly is this ghost market? Yisu initially believed that a ghost market was merely a figment of fiction, but to his surprise, such markets existed in reality. A simple search revealed that many regions across the country still retained this trading method. These markets operate late into the night and close by dawn, hence the name ghost market. Locally, they are also referred to as morning light markets. After reading further, Yisu realized that ghost markets were not as enigmatic as he had imagined. They were akin to nighttime bazaars. Within these markets, one could find not only genuine treasures uncovered by discerning eyes, but also counterfeit goods designed to deceive the unwary. Various items, such as newspapers, magazines, old mobile phones, and batteries, were available for sale. And there were even pirated DVDs for sale? Was there truly no regulation? Where was the morality, and what were the boundaries? Oh, right. The location. Engrossed in his reading, Yisu nearly forgot to confirm the ghost market's venue and its operating hours. The ghost market on Lichang Road was situated on Lichang's second road and opened only at 4 a.m. every Saturday night, typically closing by 8 a.m. 4 o'clock was manageable. He could catch a few hours of sleep. Lichang's second road was 12 kilometers from the school, and he could reach it in about half an hour on his electric bike, allowing a brief moment for morning procrastination. And considering the need to find a location upon reaching Lichang's second road, as well as the possibility of the street vendors opening early, Yisu estimated that she could still indulge in 2.5 hours of sleep. Concerned about the potential failure to rise on time, Yisu set 2 alarms. As the phone began to vibrate, she was already awake, deftly silencing the alarm without disturbing her roommates. Had they discovered her early departure? It would have been difficult for Yisu to explain herself, unless she were heading out for an invigorating program. With 12,000 stamps awaiting her attention, She felt no trace of fatigue. Stealthily, she made her way to the restroom, forgoing brushing her teeth. She simply rinsed her mouth before grabbing her backpack and coat and exiting the dormitory, anticipating the possibility of a midnight outing. Yisu had already prepared her backpack with a power bank, bottled water, and bread. Meanwhile, her 3 roommates remained blissfully asleep, unaware of her departure. Chapter 18. A fractured defense. Time was still ample, and the chill of the night lingered as Yisu rode his electric scooter at a leisurely pace, following the navigation. He arrived at Lichang Road just past 20 minutes past 3, after spending another 10 minutes navigating the thoroughfare. He noticed that vendors had begun to set up their stalls outside the old market. Surely this is the place. Once Yisu parked his scooter at the street's end, he strolled along the stalls towards the street's entrance. But where could they be? Had they not yet opened? He spotted several stalls selling miscellaneous books and magazines. Yet none emitted the system's notification light. Concerned that there might be an error in the system, Yisu lingered by a few stalls, but found no one offering second-hand copies of Journey to the West. "Excuse me, sir, is this the only Tianguang market on Lichang Road?" "Yes, indeed. Thank you, sir." Not at all. The information could not be mistaken, nor had he ventured to the wrong location. The only explanation left was that the vendors had yet to set up. With time to spare and a sense of curiosity about the ghost market, Yisu began to explore. As he wandered, he observed that the vendors included not only the anticipated elderly men but also a number of urban vagrants. Unlike the older vendors, these homeless individuals displayed an eclectic assortment of items, likely scavenged from various locations throughout the day. Everything was spread out upon a plastic sheet, accompanied by a sign reading "Everything 5 yuan," while the vendors reclined behind their stalls in slumber. As the ghost market gradually grew busier, with other stalls attracting inquiries, Yisu noticed that none seemed to be patronizing the wares of the vagrants. Suddenly, amidst the bustling atmosphere, Yisu spotted a familiar glow approaching from a distance, moving slowly towards the ghost market. Upon closer inspection, he saw an elderly man, around 60, laying out old books and magazines beneath a red, blue, and white waterproof cloth. It was evident that the man was an experienced vendor. In no time, he had arranged his items neatly and set up a small stool. Just as he settled down, he locked eyes with Yisu. "Young man, interested in some books?" Amidst a crowd predominantly consisting of middle-aged men, Yisu, a member of the post-2000 generation, stood out distinctly. "Yes, sir, I'm just browsing to see what you have." As the elder rummaged through a cardboard box, Yisu's eyes fell upon his objective, a somewhat aged copy of Journey to the West, its cover fashioned from sturdy cardboard. "Feel free to look around. If you find something you like, I can give you a better price," the elder said, appearing quite gregarious. "It's not often we see young folks like you at Tianguang Market, feigning interest in the books." Yisu engaged in conversation with the elder. "I learned about this market online and thought I would come by to experience it over the weekend. It's good to have young people like you join in, otherwise, the crowd dwindles. I wonder how much longer Tianguang Market on Lichang Road can continue. The other markets have been phased out in recent years due to lack of patrons." It is evident that the elderly gentleman holds a deep affection for the Tianguang Market. The disappearance of such traditional culture would indeed be a lamentable loss. As they conversed, Yisu set aside his copy of Water Margin and naturally picked up the neighboring Journey to the West. Upon flipping through the pages, which had long since turned yellow and exhibited signs of wear, he could easily surmise that this book was older than he himself. Thus, as long as the Tianguang Market remains open and he is able, he intends to come regularly to set up his stall. During their dialogue, Yisu learned that this gentleman operates a modest second-hand bookstore of about 10 square meters. He only comes to the market on Saturday nights when it opens on Lichang Road. "With my several properties and 2 shops, managed by my daughter who collects the rents, I find myself with little to occupy my time, so I rely on these books to pass the hours." No wonder it is said that in Yangcheng, one cannot easily discern who the wealthy truly are. Yisu initially believed this elderly man to be merely a second-hand bookseller, only to realize he is, in fact, a hidden millionaire. "Sir, how much for this book?" As the conversation continued, Yisu became anxious about revealing too much and quickly handed the Journey to the West to the gentleman. "If you want it, I can let it go for 10 yuan. "Very well, thank you, sir." Although this copy of Journey to the West was worn, it was still relatively well preserved, being an old vernacular edition from the last century, and thus should hold some value. The gentleman's willingness to sell it for 10 yuan suggested not only his financial comfort, but also perhaps the enjoyment he derived from their conversation. Without haggling, Yisu promptly produced 10 yuan and handed it over. After placing the book in his backpack, he exchanged a few more words with the elderly man before taking his leave. With the acquisition secured, Yisu felt a sense of relief. It was a rare opportunity to experience the Tianguang market, especially not knowing when it might cease to exist, prompting him to continue exploring other stalls. Beyond various daily necessities, he also encountered some vendors peddling dubious antiques, frequented by treasure hunters armed with flashlights, hoping for luck. One middle-aged vendor selling porcelain, upon noticing Yisu approach, immediately lit up with excitement, akin to a hunter spotting prey. He eagerly picked up a bowl and began his enthusiastic pitch. "Young man, would you care to take a look? This is porcelain from the late Qing dynasty, yours for 3,000. Late Qing porcelain? Do I look like a fool?" Yisu waved his hands in refusal. "Hold on, don't be hasty. Look at the craftsmanship. This is indeed fine porcelain from the late Qing dynasty." The vendor, still eager, shone his flashlight on the bowl to highlight its translucence and condition, asserting, 3,000 is definitely a steal for you. My good sir. The inscription on the base appears more precise than the fonts on my phone. Don't focus on the inscription. Consider the material. And look at this glaze. This is a prime piece." As he spoke, the vendor reached out to hand the porcelain bowl to Yisu. However, Yisu, already on guard, raised his hands and stepped back, leaving without looking back. Whether this bowl belongs to the late Qing dynasty remains uncertain to Yisu. However, should any issues arise upon its acquisition, it would undoubtedly be classified as such. Having been startled by the vendor's antics, Yisu lost his desire to continue browsing. Once he mounted his electric scooter at the street's edge, he sought out a nearby inn. By this time, it was already past 4 o'clock, and the available rooms were likely unoccupied by any new guests. After negotiating a price, he successfully secured a room for 50 yuan, allowing him to stay until midnight. Upon entering, Yisu followed an online tutorial to ensure there were no hidden cameras in the room. Satisfied, he retrieved Journey to the West and began his search for the elusive stamp. After several thorough examinations, confirming that the stamp was not nestled within the pages, he shifted his focus to the hard cardboard cover. This was the only plausible hiding place for the stamp that the proprietor might have overlooked. Chapter 19. Seeking a buyer. The cover of this edition of Journey to the West is adorned with a layer of hand-drawn stickers, meticulously affixed to a cardboard backing, encasing it entirely. Upon closer inspection, Yisu is convinced that this decorative layer was added later, distinctly separate from the book's original pages, likely inserted between the cardboard layers. He refrains from pondering the circumstances that might have led the previous owner to conceal a stamp within the cover of this book. Carefully, Yisu begins to peel back the outer layer of stickers, inch by inch, revealing the cardboard beneath. He is astonished by the enduring quality of the materials. The adhesive on the stickers shows no signs of deterioration, as if they were seamlessly integrated into the cardboard itself. Confident that the stamp lies within, Yisu exercises caution, concerned that he might inadvertently damage it during the extraction process. He recalls his late-night online search for the value of the British black penny stamp, which had illuminated the vast disparity in worth between a complete and a damaged specimen. A careless tug could render this valuable item worthless. As he meticulously unfastens the cover, Yisu suddenly notices a cut in the cardboard on the right side. Upon prying it open, the light reveals a stamp encased in a protective sleeve, adhered to one side of the cardboard. He has found it. With great anticipation, he disassembles the cardboard, and there it is, a stamp featuring a profile of Queen Victoria, with pristine edges intact. He quickly retrieves his phone to verify the market price for a British black penny stamp, comparing the details on his specimen. Yisu confirms that he possesses a second edition, standard version of the British black penny stamp. According to his findings, the price for this edition typically ranges from 12 to 15,000. Given that his stamp retains its border paper in excellent condition, its value could indeed rise by a further 20 to 30%. This could mean a minimum sale price of 14 to 15,000. Of course, Yisu understands that to fetch the highest price, he would need to find a collector willing to pay such an amount. Unfortunately, within his circle of acquaintances, there is no one inclined to spend over 10 or 20,000 on a mere piece of paper. Selling to a shop that deals in collectibles would present fewer challenges. The system suggests a selling price of 12,000, which seems reasonable. Is such a small piece of paper truly worth 12,000? Lacking knowledge of the nuances of stamp collecting, Yisu hesitates to remove the stamp from its protective sleeve, opting instead to delicately lift a corner with a tissue to admire it closely. Yet, he finds himself perplexed. Yisu considers himself somewhat naive to him. This is simply a piece of paper. Were it not for the system's alert, he would likely overlook it even if it lay discarded on the street. As for the extraordinary prices he had encountered online for stamps like the British VR Black Penny or the Whole Nation in Red, which demanded 8-digit sums, these figures were utterly beyond his comprehension. However, it is of little consequence if he does not comprehend. Yisu simply needs to be aware that the stamp in his possession is indeed worth over 10,000. He plans to list it on a platform, hoping to attract a direct buyer and perhaps earn an additional few thousand. Should there be no inquiries, he will have no choice but to venture to the antique shops in Shiguan to see if they are interested in purchasing it. After meticulously capturing several photographs of the stamp, he uploads it to a second-hand trading platform, clearly annotating the research details surrounding the stamp. Filtering out those who are merely seeking a bargain, Yisu carefully stores the stamp away. The cover of Journey to the West has been torn to shreds. Using it to safeguard the stamp would raise suspicions whenever he retrieves it. Thus, he places the stamp between his identification card and bank card, cautiously tucking it into the compartment of his wallet. Task completed, he succumbs to slumber. After a night of labor, it is now past 5, with dawn approaching. Even a stamp valued at over 10,000 cannot alleviate Yisu's fatigue. Concealing his wallet beneath his pillow, he barely touches his head to the pillow before falling into a deep sleep. He is selling something again. After purchasing items last time, Shinsini casually followed Yisu's account. Consequently, upon waking today, she was greeted by a notification from the app regarding Yisu's latest endeavor. What could he be selling this time? Surely it is not another gift for some girl that he failed to give away, now being resold? Over the past few weeks, Shinsini has made several advances towards Yisu, yet at every critical moment, he feigns ignorance, which drives her to exasperation. Previously, she had been the one to toy with others, never anticipating that one day she would find herself ensnared by a university student. If Shinsini's prior pursuits of Yisu were fueled by her desire for both physical allure and material comfort, her current fixation is predominantly driven by a competitive spirit. Surrounded by suitors, she finds it intolerable that despite her overt advances, she struggles to win over a mere college student. He is selling a stamp? Watches, bags, necklaces. Before opening the app, Shinsini entertained various possibilities of what Yisu might sell, yet she could never have imagined that he would list a stamp. 15,000. What stamp could possibly be worth such a sum? Surely he has not been deceived. Her curiosity piqued. Shinsini searches for the information Yisu posted, only to discover that this small stamp indeed holds a value exceeding 10,000. No way would anyone truly spend that much on such an item. With that kind of money, one could purchase the latest model of an iPhone. While she scoffs, Yisu's allure in Shinsini's eyes has undeniably escalated. Still a university student, he is capable of buying his girlfriend a watch worth 10,000, and now he possesses a stamp valued at over that amount. His family circumstances must be extraordinarily privileged. Shinsini assumes that the stamp must have been a gift from his family. For how could a 20-something young man possibly be involved with such an item otherwise? He intended to list the stamp on a second-hand platform, undoubtedly due to his inability to find a buyer. Shinsini smirked slightly. Let me assist you, dear brother. This time, I shall see how you refuse my help. She captured a screenshot of the application interface and then sent it to Yisu. Young Master Yi, do you wish to sell this stamp? After a night of restless tossing and turning, Yisu's internal clock, accustomed to waking at 8, failed to rouse him. By the time he rose and saw Shinsini's message, it was nearly 11 o'clock. This woman again. So she won't give up until she gets what she wants? Yisu opened the message, only to find that Shinsini was inquiring about the stamp. He was not surprised that she could see the stamp he had listed. What puzzled him was the reason behind her inquiry. Could it be that she intended to purchase it as a gift for an elder, perhaps a foster father or a godfather? As this thought crossed his mind, Yisu replied to Shinsini, Are you interested in stamps? You don't seem like the type. Chapter 20. Not a fan of curry. Shinsini. Of course, I'm not going to buy it. Besides, I can't afford it even if I wanted to. Then why did you ask? Shinsini, I noticed you posted the item online, and it seems like you don't have any acquaintances interested in buying it. I happen to know someone whose family collects these kinds of things. If you need, I can inquire if he is interested. Unexpectedly. Selling a watch last time yielded such an unexpected gain. Having an acquaintance to introduce potential buyers is certainly preferable to floundering about like a headless chicken. Yisu did not decline Shinsini's goodwill. Then could you please help me ask? Thank you. Shinsini, why be so polite with me? As the checkout time approached, Yisu refrained from prolonging the conversation with Shinsini. After sending her the photos and information, he began to pack up for his departure. Just as Yisu finished checking out and mounted his electric bike, Shinsini sent him a message. Shinsini, my friend said he would buy the stamps. But I need to take them to him for a look first. Shinsini, they should be genuine, right? You wouldn't want to trick me, would you? Of course. They're authentic. When is your friend available? Please send me his address, so I can take them to him. Shinsini, how about this afternoon at 4:30? That works. Shinsini, I'll meet you at the Westgate subway station at 4:30, and then I'll take you to his shop. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? If you just give me his contact information, I can go by myself. Shinsini, it's no trouble at all. I have nothing else planned for today. Plus, I'd like to see what a piece of paper worth over 10,000 looks like. With her readiness to assist, and her words laid out so candidly, Yisu found it hard to refuse. All right, thank you very much. Shinsini, what? You think just one thank you is enough to dismiss me? I still remember the milk tea you promised me last time. Shinsini, no way. Helping you negotiate such a significant deal means you owe me a meal if you sell the stamps today. Yisu did not anticipate her persistence. Is this how women behave? Those who fawn over you are overlooked, while those indifferent seem to attract pursuit. Fine then. Having only had a piece of bread late at night, Yisu was now quite famished. After replying to Shinsini, he rode his electric bike to a nearby eatery. After finishing his meal, he returned to the dorm. Upon entering the dormitory late at night, he was greeted by his 3 roommates. We didn't see you all morning. Where did you go? I thought you might have sleepwalked off the balcony and fallen down. Seriously. Couldn't you all hope for me a little? As Yisu's recent mysterious behavior raised suspicions, Jiang Jibin inquired. Could it be that there's some new development? And you've been out enjoying yourself with some girl all night? Indeed, I have just returned from a delightful encounter. And now I seek to recharge before my afternoon rendezvous with another lady. Is it so difficult to refrain from boasting? If you can manage to go on a date this afternoon, I would be compelled to consume my computer screen on the spot. Such is the contradiction of human nature. When Yisu spins tales, they are utterly convinced. Yet, when confronted with the truth, they begin to harbor doubts. Believe it or not, it matters little to me. Yisu, disinterested in their skepticism, reclined on his bed with a charger in hand, contemplating the intricate strategies of the antique shop. Meanwhile, Shinsini, upon receiving Yisu's message, smiled with satisfaction. Her slender fingers twirled elegantly before forming a fist. This time, I shall see how you escape from my grasp. She then opened her wardrobe, selecting an ensemble designed to captivate. As Shinsini emerged from the Shiguan subway station around 4 o'clock, Yisu was already waiting for her outside. Oh, you rarely make it out for me, yet here you are so early when there's a matter to attend to? I can't expect you to help and have you wait for me as well. As he spoke, Yisu's gaze involuntarily drifted downward. The temperature in Yangcheng had soared to the 20s, and Shinsini wore her jacket casually open, revealing a low-cut fitted camisole underneath, complemented by a sheer off-the-shoulder overlay. The tantalizing glimpse, paired with the strap that divided her figure, compelled Yisu to steal a few more glances. He now understood the meaning of when you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you. She was an exquisite enigma. Below, she donned a pair of distressed jeans that not only showcased her enviable figure, but also revealed a layer of patterned black stockings peeking through the rips. What a remarkable sight. The only regret was that she was not wearing Valentino on her feet. Nevertheless, her white sneakers, in harmony with her current look, imbued her appearance with a blend of sensuality and youthful exuberance. As the saying goes, a glance is a sign of respect. Yet prolonged gazing is a deeper form of reverence. Thus, Yisu regarded her from head to toe, then returned his gaze to her delicate silver-rimmed glasses. Her loose waves, styled in a 6 for ratio combined with her subtle makeup, elevated Yisu's assessment of her from an 85 to a 95 in an instant. At that moment, he noticed a few gentlemen entering the subway station, their eyes discreetly darting in their direction. Upon observing Yisu appraising her, Shinsini displayed no hint of displeasure. Instead, she seemed rather pleased. Men, not hiding from me now, are you? What is there to hide from you? You are not a man-eater, he replied. Shinsini leaned forward slightly, her smile playful and teasing. How do you know I'm not a man-eater? At that, Yisu found himself at a loss for words. Instinctively taking a step back. Are women nowadays so audacious? ISNT your friend waiting? We should make our way there promptly. Why the rush? Can't we chat a bit longer? Shinsini discovered that teasing Yisu, this little pup, was indeed quite amusing. All right, seeing your eagerness, let us be off. With that, Shinsini wrapped her right arm around Yisu's and led the way forward. Referee, where is the referee? Is it not a foul to collide with the ball? The distance from the subway station to Chen Sini's friend's shop was merely a few minutes. Yet Yi Su experienced a bittersweet mix of pain and pleasure, his left hand too timid to move. When Chen Sini released her grip and entered the shop first, Yi Su breathed a sigh of relief, though he felt a tinge of reluctance. "Liang Gu, I brought my friend." Upon looking up and seeing Chen Sini's attire today, Liang Ji's eyes instantly lit up. "Welcome. Please, take a seat." Upon entering, Yi Su caught Liang Ji's gaze, which was now sparkling as he observed Chen Sini. "Hello, Liang Gu." "Hello, make yourself comfortable." "All right." Hearing Yi Su greet him, Liang Gu finally diverted his attention from Chen Sini and invited him to sit across from him. As they settled in, Yi Su glanced around the shop, noting the myriad of jars and bottles, while various paintings adorned the walls. As for the authenticity of these items, he could not ascertain. However, considering the establishment of an antique shop in such a location as Shiguan, it was clear that Chen Sini's friend must hail from a family of considerable means. "Did you bring the stamps?" "I did." With the conversation turning to the main topic, Yi Su refrained from unnecessary chatter. He gently rubbed the stamp with a tissue before extracting the British black penny stamp, which had been nestled between his ID and bank card in his wallet, and placed it onto the handkerchief Liang Gu had presented. Upon seeing this, Chen Sini leaned forward with curiosity, eager to discover what made the stamp so special. The discerning eyes of gentlemen proved remarkably aligned. Chen Sini's forward lean captured the attention of both men, momentarily diverting their focus from the stamp. Chapter 21. Record-breaking revenues. Fortunately, Chen Sini also sensed something amiss and casually raised a hand to cover her collar. Upon noticing this, Yi Su and his companion immediately diverted their gaze, redirecting their attention back to the stamp. Unlike Yuan Yang, who remained captivated by the beautiful scenery, Yi Su felt a twinge of satisfaction at Chen Sini's subtle gesture. It seemed that this was indeed prepared solely for my benefit. "I shall inspect the merchandise first. That should be acceptable." Yuan Liang was not so easily distracted by the allure of the surroundings that he lost sight of the task at hand. "No problem," he affirmed. With the stamp secured in a collecting bag, he had no fear of damaging it. After delicately pinching the stamp with a tissue, he began to scrutinize it closely. Referring to the details he had gathered at noon, he meticulously compared them to the stamp, ultimately examining the paper quality to ensure that the item Yi Su had brought was indeed authentic. "My friend, the condition of this stamp is remarkably good. I wonder where it originated from?" After years of running the shop, Yuan Yang had developed a keen eye for discerning character. The young man before him did not strike him as a stamp enthusiast, yet he certainly did not appear to be a petty thief. Yuan Yang was curious about how Yi Su had acquired such a well-preserved specimen. "It was given to me as a red envelope by my grandfather during the New Year. As you can see, I am certainly not one to collect such items. Moreover, collecting is rather troublesome. It could easily be damaged in my hands. It is better to sell it off early and turn it into some pocket money." Yi Su fabricated his story with growing ease, his face betraying no embarrassment. "Ah, so it was a gift from your family. No wonder it has been kept so well," Yuan Liang mused. From the moment Yi Su had produced the stamp from his wallet, Yuan Liang had been certain that it had not been in Yi Su's possession for long. Hearing Yi Su state it was a New Year's gift seemed reasonable enough to Yuan Yang, prompting him to refrain from probing further. Meanwhile, upon learning that the stamp was a form of New Year's money, Chen Sini's eyes briefly flickered with envy. What a family! To gift a stamp worth over 10,000 as a red envelope. Adding to that the watch. It seemed Yi Su had received at least several tens of thousands in red envelopes during the New Year festivities. Chen Sini felt she had expressed her envy enough. "Let's be straightforward. This stamp is indeed in excellent condition." Yuan Liang returned the stamp to the handkerchief. "Based on the information Sini provided me, you are quite familiar with the condition of this stamp. You likely have a price in mind, so let us be direct. I will offer you 12,000 for it." 12,000 was precisely the suggested price from the system, indicating that Yuan Liang had no intention of shortchanging Yi Su. "Isn't 12,000 a bit low?" Yet, Yi Su did not accept based solely on the system's suggestion. Currently, the regular edition new stamps of version 2.11 have maintained a stable price above 10,000. I understand that as a business owner, your purchasing price will be lower than the market rate, so your offer is reasonable. However, given that this stamp has complete margins and bears lettered markings, a price increase of 20 to 30% is entirely justifiable. 12,000 seems somewhat inadequate. Yuan Liang understood clearly that Yi Su was speaking the truth and not merely attempting to inflate the price. Thus, he did not display any displeasure. "How much do you desire?" he inquired. 15,000, came the reply. "From what you just said, It is evident that you have done your homework. Indeed, this stamp is in pristine condition on all sides, and if a suitable buyer appears, the price can certainly appreciate significantly. However, once I acquire this stamp, aside from storage concerns, I must also invest time in seeking a buyer. The goods will need to be held for a while, and this time cost must also be accounted for. Yuan Liang glanced back at Chen Sini. Since you were introduced by Sini, I can add an extra 1,000 to the offer. If you doubt this, feel free to take a stroll outside. I doubt anyone on this street will outbid me. We are all straightforward people. Let us not engage in the machinations of the old guard. How about 14,000, with both sides making a concession? 14,000. Yuan Liang hesitated momentarily before gritting his teeth and conceding. Very well, 14,000 it is, as a gesture of friendship. Yisu grasped Yuan Liang's outstretched hand. A pleasure to collaborate. Indeed, a pleasure, Yuan Liang replied, opening the door to conduct business. He was well aware that he could not afford to make concessions simply for the sake of friendship. After Chen Sini contacted him at noon, Yuan Liang sent the photograph to his father, who also expressed that it was rare to encounter a stamp of such quality, the British PRIC black penny stamp. He indicated that as long as the price did not exceed 15,000, it could be acquired. Even if it remained unsold, it could serve as a personal collection. Thus, the 14,000 proposed by Yisu was a reasonable price for both parties. Seeing a small piece of paper sell for over 10,000, Chen Sini was left bewildered. I still cannot comprehend why someone would spend so much money on a stamp that cannot even be used. Hearing her question his business, Yuan Liang remained unfazed. While drafting the contract, he patiently explained, "It is natural not to understand. It is akin to our inability to fathom why LV can sell crafted items made from mere pieces of fabric for tens of thousands. Yet, if there are buyers for such items, there is, of course, a market logic at play. You merely need to identify those who acknowledge this logic. Therefore, in business, finding the target customer is paramount. There is no such thing as a worthless item, only a lack of suitable buyers. Your inability to understand merely indicates that you are not the target customer for this stamp, just as I am not the target customer for LV. All right then." Chen Sini conceded, not being foolish. After Yuan Liang's explanation, she began to grasp the situation better. Indeed, Yisu nodded in agreement. Previously, while watching warehouse auctions and similar programs, Yisu had realized that what limited him in this line of work, apart from discernment, was his inability to locate suitable buyers for valuable items like those treasure hunters. Just as now, had it not been for Chen Sini's introduction, the sale of the stamp would not have proceeded so smoothly. All right, let us proceed this way. Let us exchange WeChat contacts, and I shall transfer the funds to you. In the future, should there be any opportunities, do feel free to notify me in advance. Yisu cast a glance at Chen Sini. Shall we exchange WeChat then? After all, it was through her mediation that I came to know Yuan Liang. Out of courtesy, I must adhere to some semblance of decorum. Chen Sini appreciated the respect Yisu exhibited. Go ahead and add each other. What does it matter to me if two grown men become friends? While inquiring about Chen Sini, Yisu had already opened the QR code and offered it to Yuan Liang. Upon the successful connection, Yuan Liang promptly transferred 14,000 yuan to Yisu. Just as he was about to fetch some tea, feeling it inconvenient to host properly, he said, "Please. You two remain seated. I shall boil some water." "We are not a couple," Chen Sini interjected, glancing at Yisu, and upon noticing his lack of rebuttal, felt a tinge of disappointment. "I spoke too hastily. My apologies," she added. Yuan Liang, perceptive enough to discern the interest Chen Sini held for Yisu, realized he had overlooked that detail. "It seems my observational skills require further refinement." Upon hearing Yuan Liang mention preparing tea, Yisu, recognizing the cue, rose. "There's no need for trouble. We shall take our leave." Chen Sini followed suit. "Then we shall be off. Thank you, Brother Liang." "Not at all. You two should visit for tea whenever you have the time, not solely when business is at hand." "Certainly." Chapter 22. Caught hook, line, and sinker here. I present you with a token of gratitude. Although a novice in this realm, Yisu still comprehends certain industry norms. Typically, as a mediator, one receives a commission amounting to 10% of the transaction value, a sum paid by the seller. Yisu, despite often proclaiming that money is for women to admire, not for them to spend, would never stoop so low as to deceitfully seize a woman's earnings. While over 10 million may be acceptable, a mere 1,000 or so does not warrant tarnishing his integrity. Thus, upon exiting the establishment, Yisu rounded up the figure and transferred 1,500 yuan to Chen Sini. It seems that among you affluent gentlemen, money is treated with such nonchalance. A casual disbursement of 1,005 as a reward for toil. What affluent gentleman? I merely read online that intermediaries generally receive a 10% commission, hence the transfer. He stated, should you escort someone to one Yuan Liang shop again, do not forget to request your commission from the other party. Such is the protocol. At that moment, Chen Sini recalled that during her previous introduction of a client to one Yuan Yang, she had only received a paltry 200 yuan as a token of thanks, which she had cheerfully accepted. In hindsight, it appeared she had been treated as an ignorant fool. However, she had merely provided one Yuan Liang's WeChat to the individual, unlike this time where she had actively accompanied Yisu to the shop. Thus, she consoled herself that the efforts varied, and so did the rewards. Ultimately, it was Yisu, the diligent university student, who adhered to the principles of propriety, refraining from deceiving even a woman. From this perspective, Yisu's character was undeniably commendable. Chen Sini's fondness for him soared to new heights. Who would have imagined that merely guiding someone could yield such a handsome profit? With great delight, she accepted the transfer. Yet, in an instant, Chen Sini turned to Yisu as if she had suffered a loss of 5 million, exclaiming, no wonder you inquired about adding one Yuan Yang on WeChat. This is what you meant. Yisu found himself momentarily captivated by a certain animated feature until Chen Sini's words jolted him back to reality. Rogue, despite her previous temptations directed at him. Being scrutinized so intently by Yisu made her cheeks flush, prompting her to shoot him an admonishing glance. Now you call me a rogue. Where were you when this all began? Yisu retorted with confidence, rogue? I merely respect your meticulous efforts in adorning yourself. Humph, scoundrel. You must have deceived countless female classmates at school. Chen Sini huffed, feigning annoyance, though a hint of joy danced in her heart. This was the first time Yisu had jested with her in such a manner. Deceive whom? Who among 10 miles and 8 townships does not know that our old Yi is a renowned honest man? He chuckled. Honest man. Chen Sini shot him a skeptical look. One that clearly said, do you expect me to believe you? No. After you add one Yuan Yang on WeChat, if you two continue to flirt, it will no longer concern me. You must compensate me in some way. Flirt? Do you even hear the words you are uttering? Yisu, with an air of irritation, remarked, what compensation do you desire? Just to clarify, I am one who offers my skills, not my person. Offering skills and not one as person, indeed, Chen Sini mused, her gaze scrutinizing Yisu. How about you treat me to a meal? That seems reasonable, does it not? Very well, where shall we dine? Allow me to peruse our options. Chen Sini's face lit up with delight as she retrieved her phone to search for delectable dining establishments. Yisu had initially intended to make an excuse to depart if she suggested an extravagant 5-star hotel. After all, he had just managed to sell a stamp for over 10,000 yuan. He could not bear the thought of spending several thousand on a single meal. Fortunately, Chen Sini proved to be sensible, ultimately selecting a quaint private dining establishment with an average cost just above 100 yuan per person. With his first earnings exceeding 10,000 yuan, Yisu was eager to indulge a little, especially with a beautiful companion by his side. Since there's still ample time, let us wander about a bit. This way, I can eat more and aim to challenge your appetite, he suggested. Suit yourself, My only concern is whether you can keep up, Yisu replied nonchalantly. Chen Sini raised an eyebrow playfully. How do you know I might not be able to? Yisu found himself conceding. It was no wonder they said that when women let loose, men were often rendered irrelevant. Let us go, then, today. You shall play the gallant protector of flowers, she declared without hesitation, intertwining her arm with Yisu's as they set off in a chosen direction. The continuous physical contact allowed Yisu to relax further, enjoying the attention he received. Shopping excursions with women usually entailed visits to malls, a lesson he learned well from his time with Qin Manyun the previous year. However, while accompanying Qin Manyun, Yisu had taken on the role of a hapless ATM, burdened with carrying her purchases. In contrast, Chen Sini exhibited considerable discretion, spending over an hour shopping and procuring items he could not comprehend, various renovation materials, and a few seasonal garments, while she took the initiative to pay for everything, using one of Yisu's hands as a pack mule while rewarding the other with treats. This left Yisu, who had yet to truly grasp the essence of his trade, feeling somewhat uneasy, even igniting an urge to offer to pay for Chen Sini's purchases. After all, his rebellious nature from childhood had always compelled him to resist expectations. It was as if certain actions he was naturally inclined to undertake became undesirable the moment someone requested them. Conversely, when others placed no demands on him, He felt compelled to excel in those very tasks. Stand up and try this garment on. Let us see if it suits you. Shinsini suggested just as Yisu was contemplating the notion of treating her to a meal. Suddenly, she produced a min SOD, gesturing for Yisu to try it on. Huh? What is this? He exclaimed, momentarily bewildered. As a token of gratitude for accompanying me on this lengthy shopping spree, I thought it fitting to gift you a piece of clothing, lest you accuse me of merely exploiting your generosity, she replied. Damn, this woman is quite adept. Yisu thought to himself. Including Qin Manyan, he had only had 3 girlfriends throughout his high school and university years. Yet, during his outings with these 3, he had never encountered the scenario where they would voluntarily select clothing for him while insisting on paying for their own purchases. The stark contrast of treatment, now being experienced by Shinsini, stirred within Yisu a profound emotional response, compelling him to wish to embrace her and plant a kiss upon her cheek. Despite being acutely aware that her status surpassed his own, Yisu found himself inexplicably drawn to this dynamic. There's no need for that. The weather in Yangqing is likely to warm up soon, and I won't have many opportunities to wear a sweatshirt, he remarked. Though his gaze remained fixated on the garment in Shinsini's hands. When it came to clothing, Yisu was indifferent. His genuine delight stemmed from the simple fact that someone was willing to purchase clothing for him. Shinsini, perceptive as ever, recognized the disparity between his words and feelings. Regardless, I'm determined to buy you this one. If it doesn't fit, that's no concern of mine. All right. I shall try it on. Yisu acquiesced, ultimately taking the garment and retreating to the fitting room. Not bad. My taste in clothing is quite commendable, he mused. As he emerged from the fitting room, having changed, Shinsini nodded in satisfaction. This will suffice. Now, let us proceed to the checkout. Chapter 23. She speaks my words. As Yisu placed the discarded clothing on the counter, Shinsini took out her phone, ready to scan the payment. Allow me, she said. Oh, you should have mentioned your intention to pay earlier. I might have bought an entire year's worth of clothes. With a playful gesture, Yisu pretended to flee. I was wrong. Shinsini quickly grasped his arm. This sudden act sent a profound shock through Yisu's heart. And even the female clerk behind the counter was taken aback, her expression almost betraying envy. How stunningly beautiful she was, with such an exquisite figure, most importantly. She had a boyfriend who was not only handsome but also incredibly considerate. The clerk could not help but feel a surge of inexplicable anger when she thought of her own boyfriend. The garments Shinsini purchased were not particularly expensive. Including the hoodie marked 149 that she had given to Yisu, the total was merely 340 yuan. After deducting the 1,500 yuan commission transferred to Shinsini from the sale of the recently sold stamps, Yisu still received 500 yuan more than he had anticipated. Moreover, since he had also included one of his own pieces in the transaction, he generously settled the bill. This thoughtful gesture undoubtedly further elevated Shinsini's admiration for him. Let us go. It's time for a meal. After so much wandering, she felt famished. Perhaps it was psychological. But being in the company of a university student like Yisu made Shinsini feel as though she had returned to her school days. Casting aside the mundane troubles of corporate life, playfully tugging at Yisu, she led him to a private dining establishment on the 5th floor. Though she claimed to treat Yisu to dinner, her modest appetite meant that she hardly consumed much, spending more time serving him dishes and engaging him in conversation. Yisu, however, paid little heed to that. He ordered 3 dishes and a soup, at least 80% of which he devoured himself. Consequently, it was often Shinsini who spoke, while Yisu listened intently, savoring his meal. At this juncture, Yisu began to grasp the essentials of Shinsini's background. She was 25, hailing from the neighboring Hunan province, and had come to Yangqing 3 years ago in search of employment after graduating. Currently, she worked in a mid-sized trading company in a financial role, and it was through this company that she had met Wan Liang. Yisu's disclosures were largely accurate. He merely concealed details about his family, stating it was an ordinary household engaged in small business ventures. After dinner, shall we catch a movie? It's just on the 4th floor. Shinsini did not afford Yisu the opportunity to decline and waved her phone before him. I have already reserved the tickets. I can manage. Since his breakup with Qin Manyan, Yisu had not set foot in a cinema. With the chance to accompany a female companion today, he felt it might be enjoyable to join in the revelry. Confirming that Shinsini had not selected a film of the for the people genre, he agreed and returned to finishing his meal, savoring every morsel he had paid for. Even Shinsini, witnessing Yisu's voracious appetite, felt inspired to indulge further, picking up her chopsticks to share in the feast. Ah, what a relief it was to unwind. Yisu suddenly remembered to ask Shinsini, have you had enough to eat? Do you want to order more? Chin-Sini looked at him with an expression that seemed to say, "What do you think?" This made Yisu feel a bit embarrassed. He had just claimed he was treating her, yet he had eaten most of the meal himself. With an awkward chuckle, Yisu stood up first, saying, "Let's go. The movie should be starting soon." Chin-Sini glanced at her phone. There is still about half an hour left. They strolled around the mall for a few minutes to aid digestion and took care of some personal matters before heading to the fourth-floor cinema. "You carry the things. I'll go buy 2 cups of milk tea." "All right. What do you want to drink?" "Just like you. Do you want it cold or hot?" Chin-Sini shot Yisu a fierce glare. "I can have it cold today. Is that okay?" "Of course, I never said you couldn't tea," Yisu replied, perplexed. "If you can drink it cold, then what is with the shouting at me?" As he pondered this, Yisu bought 2 cups of milk tea and joined Chin-Sini, who had just collected the tickets, as they entered the cinema. The movie lasted 2 hours, and by the time they emerged, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Once outside the mall, Yisu removed the hoodie bag and handed the remaining items to Chin-Sini. "It's getting late. I'll head back to school now. You, as a girl, should pay attention to your safety on the way back. Remember to message me when you arrive." However, Chin-Sini did not take the items. Instead, she glared at Yisu, visibly annoyed. Women can indeed change their moods faster than flipping a page in a book. Before Yisu could grasp the reason for her anger, a puzzled expression crossed Chin-Sini's face. "You're not gay, are you?" "What?" Now, it was Yisu's turn to be furious. "I accompanied you shopping, treated you to a meal, and even watched a movie with you, and yet not a single thank you? And now you label me with such a heavy accusation. Defamation. I'll sue you for defamation." For the first time in his life, Yisu pointed a finger at a girl, nearly poking it into Chin-Sini's mouth. "You can question my character, but you cannot question my sexual orientation. I am straighter than Mount Soar." "Oh, you're straighter than that Mount whatever?" Chin-Sini was also displeased. She flared her jacket open, placed her hands on her hips, and leaned forward. "Now that we've eaten, watch the movie. And it's dark outside. You tell me you're heading back to the dorm?" Yisu was dumbfounded. It seemed something was amiss. Those were his words. After being teased by Chin-Sini all day, Yisu was already quite agitated. With her provoking him further, if he could still hold his temper, he would have to question himself. "Woman, you are playing with fire." For the first time, Yisu took the initiative to grasp Chin-Sini's hand. "You're done for. I'm booking a room right now." Yisu noticed that when he held her hand, Chin-Sini involuntarily trembled. Yet she still refused to back down. "I live alone. Do you dare to come? Let us go." Chin-Sini rented a single-room apartment, and without wasting more words, they hailed a cab directly downstairs. This marks Yisu's first visit to a female residence, aside from the girls' dormitory. Upon entering, Yisu observed that Chin-Sini's rented apartment, though a mere 30 square meters, was impeccably tidy, defying the online narratives that suggest a stark contrast between one's public and private selves. After a long day, she announced her intention to take a shower, inviting him to make himself comfortable. Despite her seemingly open demeanor towards Yisu, Chin-Sini harbored a blend of motivations, ranging from her attraction to his qualities to the playful inclination of an older sister seeking to tease a younger companion, alongside some inexplicable reasons of her own. In her daily life, Chin-Sini maintained a remarkably simple existence. Given her circumstances, had she chosen a more indulgent lifestyle, there would be no necessity for her to toil from 9 to 6, while also contending with the unwelcome advances of middle-aged superiors in the workplace. According to the current market conditions, she only needed to work a few days a month to earn more than her usual monthly allowance. In her past encounters with those who fawned over her, Chin-Sini embodied the role of a cyber queen, enjoying the attention but firmly rejecting any overtures that crossed the line. Her interactions with sycophants were vividly illustrated in her dealings with them. Therefore, her income, aside from her salary, was supplemented by her role as a positive influencer on short video platforms. Unfortunately, as the number of content creators surged, Chin-Sini lacked the funds for promotion, and as of now, her account had yet to surpass 100,000 followers. Over the course of the previous year, she had only managed to earn a little over 30,000 yuan. Chapter 24, Repairing the Air Conditioner and Changing Light Bulbs Now, with a surge of excitement. Chin-Sini felt a twinge of nervousness as she welcomed a man into her apartment for the first time. Well, all right. In this regard, Yisu was equally adept at verbal prowess. Initially, he only intended to sell the English black penny stamp, never anticipating that events would unfold in such a manner. Inhaling the fragrant ambience of the room, Yisu found his throat dry, managing a nod toward Chin-Sini with a hint of awkwardness. Witnessing Yisu finally exhibit a befuddled expression befitting his age, Chin-Sini couldn't help but chuckle, her internal tension dissipating. They were both adults. The situation had escalated to this point, and they were both aware of what was to come. With no hesitation, Shinsini opened her wardrobe before Yisu and began selecting clothes to change into, then nonchalantly retreated to the bathroom for a shower. The bathroom was partitioned with frosted glass, and Yisu, already feeling restless, found himself further agitated by the steam rising from the shower and the sound of running water. Suddenly, the water ceased, and with her hair still dripping, Shinsini peeked out from behind the bathroom door. "I don't have towels or toothbrushes here. You can go downstairs to the convenience store to buy some. Also, pick up anything else you think you need. The door code is 192,716. You can let yourself in once you're back." Understood. Yisu felt a surge of intellect, akin to that of Einstein. Instantly grasping the implication of Shinsini's suggestion regarding the needed items. Once she closed the bathroom door again, he hurried downstairs, swiftly purchasing the requested items. When Shinsini emerged from her shower, wrapped in a bathrobe, she was taken aback to find not only Yisu's toiletries, but also 3 boxes of contraceptives on the table. "Are you an animal?" she exclaimed. Yisu, too, realized he might have overestimated himself. He wanted to argue his case, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately retreating to the bathroom with his newly acquired towel, leaving Shinsini outside, both amused and anxious. "I told you my charm was undeniable. It seems I was right all along," she mused. With the atmosphere set, the ensuing events naturally progressed. It was merely a matter of fixing the plumbing, changing light bulbs, and repairing the air conditioner, all tasks requiring physical exertion. The following morning, upon rising, even Yisu, with his robust constitution, felt a twinge of soreness in his lower back. Observing the equally exhausted Shinsini still fast asleep beside him, he momentarily lost himself in thought. It had only been 23 days since he unexpectedly bound himself to the system on the 21st of last month. Yet his life had already undergone significant transformation. Excluding the income from UXIN's online shop, he had earned nearly 30,000 yuan from intelligence work, acquired an electric vehicle, and found himself alongside Shinsini, whose external attributes rivaled those of Qin Manyan, and in some respects, even surpassed her. Compared to Qin Manyan, who still carried an air of youthful innocence from school, Yisu preferred the company of the 4 years older Shinsini. At the very least, when you deliver a slap, she will be aware of your intentions, rather than inquiring, "What are you doing?" Yisu is not deterred by the early morning hours. Shinsini, as the news reports suggest, employs various strategies. It is said that when one is away from home, a young man must remember to safeguard himself, and should not jeopardize his elder brother's well-being for the fleeting pleasures of his younger sibling. Thus, last night, while bathing, Yisu unethically activated his phone's recording function in advance. Even though Shinsini appeared entirely composed, instilling in Yisu a trust of 90%. He would not gamble on that remaining 10% of risk. Moreover, the 1,500 yuan Yisu transferred to Shinsini during the day lacked any chat records or annotations. The purpose of that money relied solely on Yisu's words. With such double assurance, he felt a sense of security. As an ordinary person without any influential background, Yisu's capacity to withstand risk was inherently limited. A single misstep could lead to significant crises in his life. Thus, he could only tread carefully, striving to evade all potential dangers. Gently lifting the covers, he seized the opportunity to admire the beautiful sight before him, nearly succumbing to the temptation of kissing Shinsini's slightly parted lips. However, recalling what she had consumed the previous night, Yisu immediately dismissed the thought and covered her with the blanket once more. The fresh information received at dawn served as a reminder to Yisu that the supermarket was offering discounts on eggs, which he chose to disregard. In light of Shinsini's diligent efforts the previous night, Yisu intended to play the role of a caring boyfriend and prepare breakfast for her. Yet, upon opening the refrigerator, he discovered a complete absence of eggs. It seemed that the working individuals in Yancheng do not cook at home. In this regard, Yisu had misjudged Shinsini. Although she lacked time during the week, she typically cooked for herself on weekends. However, yesterday, she had refrained from grocery shopping due to Yisu's situation. Eager to impress, yet thwarted in his attempts, Yisu ultimately had to abandon his plans and opted to purchase some bread and milk from a bakery downstairs. To his dismay, the prices at the bakery were exorbitant, at least double those at the school. As he exited the bakery and made his way back to the apartment, Yisu could hardly contain his complaints about the rising prices of goods. Given his appetite, he pondered that in order to be satiated with just bread and milk for breakfast, he would need to spend at least 20 yuan. Despite his savings amounting to 28,000 yuan, Yisu remained unable to accept the bakery's prices. upon hearing the lock's unlocking sound as he entered. Shinsini was jolted awake. Upon realizing it was Yisu, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. "I went downstairs to buy some bread," he informed her. "Oh," she replied. For the first time, someone had prepared breakfast for her upon rising, evoking a sense of warmth within her. However, as she moved, a fleeting expression of pain crossed her face, followed by a fierce glare directed at the perpetrator of her predicament, who was nonchalantly unpacking the food at the dining table. "Are university students really this capable these days?" she mused. "This is not quite right. The ex-boyfriend I dated during university, how should I put it? He was rather unremarkable." Suddenly being glared at, Yisu wore a confused expression. "What's wrong? Don't you like bread?" Yisu's reaction only exacerbated Shinsini's frustration. "Can't you show a little tenderness and appreciation?" "Huh. Oh." Yisu finally comprehended what Shinsini was alluding to. "Is this my fault?" Yisu unabashedly retorted. "You insisted that I put in more effort. What was I supposed to do? I couldn't possibly go against a woman's wishes, could I? You can go to hell." Recalling her wild antics from the previous night, Shinsini, in a fit of anger and embarrassment, stood up and grabbed the attire she had left on the bedside table, hurling it directly at Yisu. As she threw it, her blanket slipped away from her. At that moment, Yisu believed in the light. This was No, it was Tiga. Quick to react, Shinsini quickly clutched the blanket to her chest once more. Yisu, who had accurately caught the garment, smirked and said, "What's the big deal? We saw it all last night, didn't we? Turn around, let me change first, and give me back the clothes in your hands." Though Yisu's words were sharp, she complied obediently. Chapter 25. No more games. I'm leaving. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yisu found himself confronted by 3 burly men. Naturally, he opted to remain in the apartment, preferring the company of a beautiful woman with whom he could be candid. However, Yisu was not one to exhaust himself endlessly. After an exhausting battle the previous night, he had no intention of sounding the charge today. Moreover, given Shinsini's physical discomfort, Yisu did not depart the apartment until the afternoon. During this time, the two merely engaged in normal conversations over meals, refraining from any further activities. Notably, Shinsini took the initiative to assist Yisu by registering his fingerprint on the password lock, leaving behind his toothbrush and towel, assuring him that he could come and go as he pleased. To an outsider, the scene might suggest that the two were a couple. Yet both Yisu and Shinsini were acutely aware that this was not the case, and they tacitly chose not to shatter this delicate illusion. "All right, I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourself," Yisu remarked, his gaze lingering suggestively on certain areas. Shinsini's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she playfully lunged at Yisu, only for him to deftly evade her grasp, resulting in yet another moment of fleeting intimacy. With one of them needing to work and the other having an early morning, both recognized that if they continued down this path, it would be difficult to conclude the day amicably. After a brief playful assault, Yisu managed to escape through the door before Shinsini could react. Once Yisu had departed, Shinsini's puffy cheeks relaxed, and a smile involuntarily crept onto her face. Initially, she had felt indifferent, but after spending an entire day together, she realized that Yisu possessed a unique charm that easily influenced those around him. Ultimately, she attributed this to Yisu being a college student yet untouched by the harsh realities of life, coupled with a favorable family background that fostered his confident and sunny disposition, uplifting the spirits of those around him. Little did Shinsini anticipate that Yisu's so-called confidence stemmed from the daily intelligence system. Had it been bestowed upon her, she too could radiate such confidence and sunshine. Having successfully vented his youthful exuberance, Yisu returned to the dormitory in high spirits. "Where have you been? You didn't come home last night. And you didn't even send a message in the group chat. I was about to call the police." His roommates interrogated him upon his arrival. "You didn't actually boast about going on a date with a girl and ended up spending the night out, did you? Disappearing at midnight on Saturday and reappearing after a night away on Sunday." Yisu was met with a barrage of questions from his 3 roommates as soon as he stepped into the dormitory. "Wait a moment. That's not right." Before Yisu could offer an explanation, Jiang Jibi noticed the bag in his hand. "You went shopping for clothes? So, you really did spend the night with some girl?" A grown man, absent from his bed at night, who also visited a clothing store, was that not an oddity? Realizing that their friend might be enjoying a fortunate turn of events, Jiang Jibin and the others sprang up, fixated on the trader from room 305. "We're all single here. How come you've suddenly found someone?" "No, I just bought a piece of clothing." "What's wrong with that?" Yisu attempted to defend himself, though he couldn't shake the feeling of guilt that lingered. Jiang Jibin disregarded Yi Su's attempts at evasion, munching on snacks as he approached, sniffing the air. I knew it. It's the sin of femininity. He then took a moment to assess. The individual in question is a woman of Chinese descent, likely between the ages of 23 and 28. Yi Su was left dumbfounded. How on earth can you discern that? You must have a dog's nose. If you can't find a job after graduation, you should apply to be a police dog. It was true that Jiang Jibin could detect a hint of fragrance on Yi Su, but his assertion regarding a Chinese woman, aged 23 to 28, was merely a fabrication. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon the truth. Did you think I was jesting yesterday? In a few days, my monthly opportunity for intelligence upgrades will arrive, and I will undoubtedly become increasingly busy. It will be rather inconvenient to remain in the dormitory. I have already resolved to seek a rental outside. Given that Jiang Jibin had accurately guessed his activities from the previous night, Yi Su decided to embrace the situation, making his weekend disappearances seem entirely justified. Really? The moment Yi Su admitted this, Dorm 305 erupted in excitement. Do tell, which innocent flower have you plucked this time? Which department does this beauty hail from? Qin Manyun's recent escapade was still fresh, and they were incredulous that he had already ensnared another swan. Yi Su sensed that something was amiss. These three rascals seemed to be mocking him. Don't ask. She's not from our university, and even if I told you, you wouldn't know her. University students, unburdened by academic or professional pressures, often placed undue importance on such matters. Yi Su wished to avoid dampening their spirits, yet they persisted relentlessly. Is it not enough to wreak havoc within our own institution? Now your tentacles have extended beyond the campus. Are you even human? Hurry. Share how you two met. We met online, and through a series of exchanges, we became acquainted. Then, you know how it goes. Yi Su was not entirely inaccurate. He and Shinsini had indeed met online, albeit through different platforms. Online romance? Is that reliable? Aren't all online profiles just a facade? With filters. Even parents wouldn't recognize their own children. How did you manage this? It can't be from that I'm leaving type of app, can it? Yi boss. Are you truly so famished that you consume anything? The trio, deeply influenced by the perils of the internet, instinctively conjured an image of a Snorlax at the mention of online romance. How absurd. Yi Su retorted, clearly displeased. You can question my character, but you cannot question my taste. And what is she like in person? She is somewhat more attractive than her photos, Yi Su replied, speaking a hint of truth. In his eyes, Shinsini's real appearance was indeed more appealing than the filtered images that adorned her social media. Is that true? Are there still such individuals online? They were skeptical. Don't try to fool us. With your character, how could you possibly meet someone like that online? Hold on. He did mention she's better looking in person, but he never claimed the photos were appealing. Indeed, Away's analysis holds considerable merit. The three individuals were evidently unable to accept that their brother was living such an enviable life. After all, she appeared in reality quite similar to those streamers who enhance their looks with filters. One remark, in an instant, shattered their defenses. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No evidence, no claim. It seemed they were intent on undermining their self-esteem, wasn't it? Today, Qin Mannion shared a moment on social media, featuring photos from last night's outing and dinner, interspersed with a selfie of herself. Yi Su picked up her phone and, after glancing at the images, swept her gaze across them. Gazing at the photograph. The stunning woman, whose beauty rivaled that of the campus belle Qin Mannion, elicited a chorus of lamentations from the entire dormitory. You can't just pull a random picture and claim it's your girlfriend. As soon as Jiang Jibin's words fell, Yi Su swiped her phone to the right, revealing a photo taken during dinner by Shinsini, which, though not capturing her face, unmistakably showcased Yi Su through her attire and the context. Of course, prior to taking the photo, Shinsini had sought Yi Su's consent, explaining that at merely 25, her family had begun pressuring her for marriage, thus requesting Yi Su to act as her shield. At this point, the three could no longer afford to doubt. Jiang Jibin tossed the snack bag he held toward the trash can. I'm done. I'm leaving. Chapter 26. Are we treating our brothers like enemies? Brothers. A traitor has emerged from dormitory 305. Let us isolate him. Indeed, Lin Jingjia's words were instantly met with agreement from Feng Ziwei. Throughout his 3 years at university, he had never even held a girl's hand, yet Yi Su had managed to date 2 exceedingly beautiful girlfriends in succession. How could Feng Ziwei endure such a disparity? I say, I want to speak, yet you insist I must. Now that I have spoken, you seem displeased. Yi Su could only soothe the emotions of his 3 adopted brothers. This evening on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, I shall treat you to a lavish stir-fry. Surely that will suffice? You think a mere stir-fry on the third floor of the cafeteria can placate us? Precisely. You dined splendidly with that girl yesterday. And today you offer us only cafeteria fare? What do you desire then? Tonight, let us have barbecue at the school gate. It's settled. Having spent over 200 on dinner for Chinsini last night, Yisu was still more than willing to treat his brothers to a barbecue. At least you've shown some conscience. Let us settle for the barbecue, lest you find yourself short on funds for your romantic pursuits at the end of the month. Upon hearing Feng Zui's words, Jiang Zhibin, blinded by jealousy, finally grasped the situation. So, you've claimed the mantle of the good guy, huh? Well then, I shall forego such pretense. Do not say I did not support you. Very well. Are you implying I am merely a bystander? Lin Jingjie also chimed in. Then I won't partake either. Yisu was acutely aware of their thoughts. Fear not. She is a few years my senior and is already employed. I am merely living off her generosity, spending none of my own money. As he spoke, Yisu raised the bag in his hand. This clothing was also purchased by her during our shopping excursions, thus I can certainly afford the barbecue. Listen to this. Is this even reasonable? The audacity. She possesses such beauty, yet she is the one supporting you, you pretty boy. Is there any justice in this world? The three, Jiang Zhibin included, cast aside any thoughts of consideration for Yisu. Very well, just wait and see how I will make you regret this. Prepare yourself for a loan of shame. When it comes time to present your ID, I shall personally take your picture. The three vowed to ensure that Yisu would be thoroughly overwhelmed, imparting upon him a painful lesson. However, upon arriving at the barbecue stand that evening, they were met with the sight of Yisu, who had not only claimed a table but had also ordered several dozen oysters and a large platter of grilled leeks. Their appetites vanished in an instant. Is this how you treat your brothers, like enemies? Is it not enough to be punished in the dormitory? Now you deceive us out here as well? Enduring the torment, the three could only turn their sorrow into determination, consuming oysters and leeks with fervor. None shall escape. In the subsequent days, Yisu's life returned to tranquility, and his three roommates accepted the reality that he had found yet another goddess-level girlfriend. Particularly, Jiang Zhibin unashamedly sought Yisu's guidance, eager to learn a trick or two from him. My first piece of advice for you, dear disciple, is to avoid being a sycophant. A golden retriever cannot become a wolf. A sycophant cannot find intimacy. You must learn to make the girls yearn for you instead. Do you understand? Indeed. Moreover, do not become overly fixated on a single endeavor. Always bear in mind the 3-3 principle. If you have sent 3 messages without receiving a response, it is time to shift your focus to another target. The final strategy. Do not be disheartened by initial setbacks. Persistence will eventually yield favorable outcomes. However, do not dwell on the unattractive. Have you comprehended this? Previously, Jiang Zhibin was dismissive, yet now he is meticulously absorbing every word. Enough for now. I shall impart no more until you have mastered these 3 principles. Thank you, master. Very well, you may leave now. After nearly bewildering Jiang Zhibin, Yisu finally retrieved his phone and sent a message to Chinsini. Tomorrow is yet another weekend. May I spend the night at your place? Chinsini promptly replied with 2 eye-roll emojis. Chinsini, you have a fingerprint lock. Come and go as you please. Are you working late tonight? Chinsini, no need. Then let us dine together. Would you prefer to cook or eat out? Chinsini, let us eat out. I want to be back until after 6, and by the time I buy groceries and cook, it will likely be past 8 before we can eat. Yisu felt a warm glow in his heart. No wonder they say, a woman 3 years older brings fortune. It is indeed the older women who know how to care for others, taking it for granted that grocery shopping and cooking are responsibilities solely hers. It's all right. If you wish to eat at home, I have no classes this afternoon and can go to the market to buy groceries. I'll start cooking early. And you should make it back in time for dinner. Chinsini, cook? You? Then came 2 shocked emojis. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Chinsini, seriously. My apartment is rented. If you set it ablaze, I would have to work a lifetime to repay the damages. What do you mean? Who are you looking down upon? Also, your apartment doesn't even have gas. You can only use an induction cooker. What kitchen could I possibly use? Chinsini, do you really know how to cook? Of course, I need to eat well after cooking. If I can't cook, I would just be subjecting myself to unnecessary hardship. Chinsini, fine. Tonight, I shall put your culinary skills to the test. Prepare yourself for a meal. In the office, as Chinsini read Yisu's messages, she was unaware that a smile had crept onto her lips. Someone would prepare a meal for her upon her return. Unless it was the new year. She had never imagined such a scenario occurring in Yang City. Laughing so joyously, was she about to go on a date with her boyfriend? Lin Jishan, her office colleague, snapped her back to reality. Not yet. Have you looked in the mirror? Your smile was about to split your face. It's not that exaggerated. Lin Jishan rolled her chair closer. Is it that guy you had dinner with last week, the one you posted about? Yes, Chen Xinyi conceded. After all, Yi Su was unaware. She might as well let him be her boyfriend, which would conveniently deter those bothersome colleagues at work. Indeed, he is a boyfriend. How does he look? Is he handsome? He is somewhat decent. Decent? Then he must be handsome. Lin Jishan nodded in agreement, however. It is true that he should possess a certain charm to match you. What is the matter? Chen Xinyi leaned closer to Lin Jishan's ear, feeling lonely, wishing to find a man. Are you out of your mind? Lin Jishan playfully pinched Chen Xinyi's side, provoking a gentle retaliation from her. Just as their playful banter ensued, an angry and boisterous female voice echoed behind them. This is an office, not a marketplace. If you wish to frolic, kindly do so at home. Both women felt a chill run down their spines and quickly returned to their respective keyboards. Once the woman, who appeared to be over 35 and resembled a human version of a Snorlax, had departed, Lin Jishan's avatar promptly flashed in the lower right corner of Chen Xinyi's computer. Jishan, old witch. Xinyi. She must have taken some wrong medication, causing her hormonal imbalance, hence her irritable temper. Jishan, what hormonal imbalance? It is simply envy that you are beautiful, surrounded by many male colleagues who admire you while keeping their distance from her, which is why she has always targeted you. Thus, the two continued to idly pass the time until quitting hour, fervently discussing their financial supervisor on WeChat. Xinyi, what envy? Hasn't she always been antagonistic towards us? Xinyi, if you ask me, perhaps her husband cannot satisfy her, and she is venting her frustrations on us. Jishan, well, can your boyfriend satisfy you? Xinyi, why is that old witch's situation being projected onto me? Chen Xinyi began to reminisce about the events of the previous Saturday night, as well as the upcoming occurrences of the evening. Chapter 27. Upgraded intelligence in the afternoon, having packed 2 sets of clean clothes. Clearly intending to once again charm that alluring lady, Yi Su departed from the dormitory amidst the envious and resentful gazes of his 3 roommates, who had no classes either. Chen Xinyi's apartment was merely a little over 4 kilometers from Lingnan Engineering Institute, hence Yi Su opted to ride his electric scooter directly there. Upon arrival at a nearby supermarket, he procured ingredients for Chen Xinyi's meals for the weekend, and finally reached her apartment by 4 o'clock. As he stepped inside, Yi Su was greeted by the sight of men's slippers that Chen Xinyi had thoughtfully prepared for him. Ah, woman, you have successfully captured my attention once more. It must be said, Yi Su had a particular fondness for such intricate details of daily life. As a reward, he mused, watch how I nourish you today. Without further ado, Yi Su placed the various meats and vegetables into the refrigerator, donned an apron, and assumed the role of a home chef. Being a native of Guangzhou, cooking was an innate skill for him. During holidays at home, he would occasionally allow Su-Wan a respite while he prepared meals for the family. Thus, his initiative to cook in the apartment was not a mere whim, nor would he recklessly wreak havoc in someone else's kitchen. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Momentarily influenced by hormones, Chen Xinyi had agreed to let Yi Su prepare dinner for her, and while at work, she felt a flicker of anticipation. However, as she left the office, reality struck her, and she couldn't help but wonder if the apartment might explode. Thankfully, her frequent checks of her phone revealed no messages from the landlord demanding compensation, which provided her with a modicum of reassurance. After a moment of psychological preparation at the door, repeatedly reminding herself that Yi Su was still a younger brother and that his intentions were commendable, Chen Xinyi finally pressed her fingerprint to unlock the door. As the door swung open, the chaotic scene she had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, she was met with the sight of Yi Su, handsome in his apron, turning to face her. Just in time. I'm about to stir-fry another dish. Wash your hands and take a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly. As Chen Xinyi watched Yi Su lift the lid of the pot, steam billowed forth, momentarily obscuring him before being whisked away by the range hood. Suddenly, she found herself momentarily entranced. He was indeed eye-catching, capable of providing emotional value, adept in the kitchen, and still youthful and vigorous. Setting aside financial considerations, he could easily be deemed a perfect boyfriend. As for Yi Su's attraction to her, Chen Xinyi was unbothered, recognizing that they were merely reciprocating each other's desires. Yi Su confirmed the fish was perfectly cooked but noticed an unusual silence behind him. Turning to Chen Xinyi, he inquired, "Why are you just standing there? afraid it might explode? Indeed, she replied, slipping into the slippers and stepping behind him, where she wrapped her arms around him in a generous embrace, rewarding him with her affection. Feeling the remarkable sensation against his back, Yi-Su's heart fluttered. Hey, what time is it? Can you perhaps exercise a bit of restraint? Go away. Having grown accustomed to Yi-Su's playful banter, Chen felt no embarrassment. Instead, she exerted a playful squeeze before releasing him, laughing as she retreated to the sofa to indulge in her phone, all while under Yi-Su's playful gaze. Tonight, I shall show you a good time. With a sharp remark left behind, Yi-Su resumed his culinary endeavors, fervently preparing the last dish. Observing Yi-Su's diligent figure bustling in the kitchen by the entrance, Chen vowed that once she attained wealth, she would surely indulge in the companionship of such a charming youth. It wasn't long before Yi-Su presented the final dish, a sight to behold. You truly can cook, she exclaimed, as he laid before her a beautifully braised sea bass, a plate of sautéed beef with Chinese broccoli, a pot of Cantonese soup, and, considering Chen Hunan roots, a special spicy stir-fried pork. The spread was far more sumptuous than her usual solitary weekend meals. Assuming that a young master like Yi-Su would cook with little finesse, merely managing to heat ingredients, Chen had prepared herself to offer praise regardless of taste. Yet, upon witnessing the trio of dishes and soup, she felt she could easily devour a large bowl of rice. Indeed, did you not see me cooking just now? Yi-Su smirked with mischievous pride. My skills are sufficient to satiate your appetite. In light of Yi-Su's culinary efforts, Chen refrained from banter and took up her chopsticks to sample his creations. So, how is it? Not bad, right? Yi-Su felt a twinge of nervousness, as it was his first time cooking for someone outside of his family. He often doubted whether Su Wan's compliments about his cooking were genuine or merely a ploy to keep him in the kitchen. It's passable, Chen replied dismissively. Yet her chopsticks never faltered. Her pace of eating was markedly quicker than during their previous week at the private dining establishment. The joy of being appreciated for his culinary skills filled Yi-Su with a sense of accomplishment. The ambience of the apartment gradually turned flirtatious as their meal progressed. After dinner, the task of washing dishes naturally fell to Chen. The two could not help but engage in deeper conversations, with Yi-Su reveling in his role as a supportive partner, carefully selecting an outfit for Chen and filming several uplifting videos for TikTok. Ultimately, the evening led to more intimate moments, best left unspoken. Ding! The monthly opportunity for information upgrade has been received. Please check. Host. At 11:41 p.m. After a day filled with activity, Master Yi lay resting on Chen bed when the electronic voice of the system chimed. The chance for an information upgrade had finally arrived. Today marked March 21st, a full month since Yi-Su's system activation. As he waited for the second information upgrade opportunity to arrive during the midnight refresh, he found, to his dismay, that only a single piece of level 1 information had been updated. After fruitlessly attempting to claim the upgrade, he surmised that the granting of opportunities aligned with the system's activation date. With the arrival of the information upgrade opportunity, Yi-Su finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Using the information upgrade opportunity, he elevated the level 1 information from Sunday to level 2. Ding! Upgrade successful. There are 0:18:29 until the next information refresh. Please be patient, host. With this, he could now obtain level 2 information over the entire weekend. Even if a piece of intelligence is worth merely 10,000 yuan, one can still accrue 20,000 yuan within a week. With 5 weekends remaining before the next influx of intelligence upgrade opportunities, on the 21st of next month, one could potentially amass 100,000 yuan. The internet often juxtaposes the incomes of large corporations, asserting that programmers are part of a high-income demographic. However, with Yi-Su's level of education, it is evident that upon graduation, he is destined to be merely a diligent coder, bearing little resemblance to the high salaries that are frequently touted online. Just a month ago, Yi-Su envisioned that after 1 year of graduation, securing a position with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan would suffice for his contentment. The prospect of earning 100,000 yuan monthly and 1,000,000 yuan annually was something he could scarcely conceive. In a few months, he will be able to settle his family's debts, and from that point onward, his life will truly take flight. Of course, Yi-Su's life has already begun its ascent. After all, he cannot immediately transfer a substantial sum of money to his family, even with a plausible excuse. In a short span, he could only remit a few tens of thousands of yuan at most. Any more would surely raise concerns at home. Given the pace at which he is earning surpasses the amount he sends home, unless it involves significant expenditures like purchasing a house or a car, Yisu has, to a certain extent, achieved a degree of financial freedom. Chapter 28. What kind of world is this? According to the latest intelligence, it is speculated that global market sentiments indicate a continued rise in gold prices. In light of this, Yisu is already prepared. Upon receiving the refreshed intelligence in the early hours, he sought an excuse to leave Chin-Sini's warm embrace, anticipating a fortunate opportunity. To his astonishment, the newly updated information was merely an investment advisory. Gold prices are expected to rise further? What sort of vague proclamation is this? At the very least, one should specify to what price it might ascend, or how long this upward trend is likely to last. One ought not to casually state short term, only to see a drop within a day after investing. Yisu found himself uncertain. The ambiguity of the information provided by the system could be attributed to the vast implications of gold prices, which may have exceeded the predictive capabilities of the system. Or perhaps this was simply secondary intelligence, hence he was only entitled to such nebulous details. Is it truly possible for gold prices to rise further? Over the past year, the speed at which gold has appreciated has left the world astounded. Even Yisu, who usually only followed fringe streamers and paid little heed to financial markets, frequently encountered news of rising gold prices. Holding the belief that once everyone is aware of a profitable venture, it is indicative that capital is starting to exploit the masses. Yisu considered waiting for a decline in gold prices to make a modest investment. Yet, the longer he hesitated, the higher gold climbed. As the price soared, his reluctance to invest grew, creating a vicious cycle where he could only watch as gold continued to appreciate, lamenting his initial indecisiveness. With a skeptical mindset, Yisu picked up his phone to check today's gold price. What on earth? 701 yuan per gram. What kind of world is this? Upon seeing such a price, he began to question the veracity of the intelligence. What are you mumbling about? Chin-Sini, stretching languidly beside him, openly displayed the figures before his eyes. Nothing. Just commenting on the current gold price. It's utterly outrageous, surpassing 700 yuan per gram. Not just 700. You should be looking at gold prices. I recently checked the prices of certain gold jewelry brands, and they are over 900 yuan per gram now. So with 10,000 yuan, one cannot even acquire a decent gold bracelet? Indeed not. Chin-Sini pouted, her expression reflecting the pain of the rising costs. Had I known last year when I was considering gold jewelry, I should have mustered the resolve to purchase that bracelet. Do you know how much it was then? Only 660 yuan per gram. In just a year, the price had surged by a third. This was indeed remarkable. Listening to Chin-Sini's remarks, Yisu gained a palpable sense of just how absurd the current gold prices had become. Indeed, Chin-Sini rubbed her wrist. When the gold price eventually falls, I shall certainly buy that bracelet. It appears that the majority of people share Yisu's sentiments, all waiting for a decline in gold prices. I had always assumed that women were enamored with diamonds and would only consider gold in their middle age. However, it appears you have circumvented several decades of misconception and have begun to appreciate gold at this juncture. What purpose do diamonds serve, if not merely to deceive young girls? Investing 10,000 in a diamond ring might yield only a mere 1,000 upon resale. It is far more prudent to acquire gold ornaments, which retain their value. Should you find yourself unemployed at 35, at least you could liquidate your gold for sustenance. You claim that diamonds are a ruse for young girls. Yet you remain a young lady yourself. How did you escape this deception? Yisu cast a glance at the scenery peeking from beneath Chin-Sini's blanket. Indeed, you are a grown woman. Chin-Sini, accustomed to their banter, was too disinterested to engage in repartee, merely delivering a light kick in response. However, if you wish to procure a gold bracelet, I sense there will be no opportunity in the near future. Why? I believe the price of gold will continue to ascend. Is that true? It is merely my speculation. Having shared several intimate encounters, Yisu felt it only fair to provide her with a modicum of benefit. Nevertheless, the system offered no precise predictions regarding future gold prices. Thus, Yisu could only convey this information to Chin-Sini in vague terms. Whether she seizes this opportunity for unexpected fortune or succumbs to greed and invests unwisely rests solely on her own discernment. Humph. Chin-Sini regarded him with disdain. You claim it's a guess. One might mistake you for a financial expert. Yisu was indifferent, believe it or not. I plan to purchase some gold funds from Lao Ma to earn a bit of living expenses. In truth, Yisu's intention was to invest in gold futures. Knowing that gold prices are likely to rise, opting for gold funds means that even with a future increase of 10, accumulating 50,000 would yield a mere 5,000 in profit. Such a significant piece of information would only generate a paltry return, and Yi Su found it lamentable. To maximize his gains, gold futures would undoubtedly be his best option. Yi Su had recently checked that purchasing a single lot of gold futures in the domestic market equated to 1,000 grams. Based on the current gold price and a required margin of 12, a single lot would require over 80,000. Presently, Yi Su had less than 30,000 on hand. Clearly insufficient to meet the threshold for purchasing a lot of gold futures. Fortunately, he had a long-standing partnership with two individuals, Lao Ma, and could borrow funds from them to cover the margin for a lot of gold futures without significant difficulty. If the available margin in his account falls below the maintenance margin level set by the exchange, he would receive a margin call. Failure to replenish the margin in a timely manner would result in a forced liquidation by the exchange. Yi Su had never even dabbled in stocks before, let alone gold options. Relying on this avenue for quick gains necessitated extreme caution and thorough understanding of the rules to avoid becoming a victim of capital exploitation. With a 12 margin, the potential losses could magnify eightfold, should the margin requirement be maintained at 8. A decline in gold prices exceeding 4 points without timely replenishment of the margin would result in forced liquidation. If even an eightfold leverage can lead to such precarious outcomes, one can only imagine the fate of those reckless gamblers who leverage their positions by 10 or 20 times. It is no wonder that previous reports on Bitcoin revealed that hundreds of thousands faced liquidation. The risks associated with leveraging are indeed substantial. The intelligence provided merely speculates that gold prices will continue to ascend, without guaranteeing that fluctuations won't occur during this upward trend. Should capital seize the opportune moment to strike, retail investors may find themselves at a significant disadvantage, rendering their investments futile. It appears that in addition to gathering the minimum threshold of over 80,000 in margin, it would be prudent to secure some additional funds to mitigate risk further. Besides seeking loans from the two older gentlemen, I shall also strive to unearth a secondary piece of intelligence by dawn tomorrow. I estimate that accumulating a sum of 100,000 should not pose a significant challenge. If that amount proves insufficient, my 3 dormitory companions, hailing from ordinary households, would be willing to contribute, but their maximum would only amount to a few thousand, which would hardly suffice. Consequently, my attention turned to the woman nearby. After several years of employment in Yangcheng, she must have accumulated some savings, wouldn't she? Chapter 29. Self-justification. Observing Yi Su's earnest expression, Chen Sini felt her initial desire to invest in gold rekindle. To her, Yi Su, hailing from a family engaged in commerce, possessed a market acumen superior to that of the average person. His previous transaction of selling stamps to Wan Chongliang demonstrated his discernment, further endearing him to Chen Sini and ultimately leading her to trust his judgment. After all, the money was simply lying idle. Why not invest in a gold fund? Should she profit, it would serve as pocket money. Should she incur losses, she could emulate those financial bloggers by sharing her misfortunes online and engaging in live streaming competitions, perhaps even ensnaring a few unsuspecting novices as naive victims. Who knows, with the right blend of finance and positivity, she might even cultivate a thriving short video account, allowing her to lavishly support a charming younger companion, thus inciting jealousy in the man beside her. As she watched Yi Su engrossed in his phone, Chen Sini couldn't resist teasing him. So you're planning to invest? I thought you were just eyeing gold to con some young girls. Yi Su retorted, indeed. My intention is to buy gold to deceive young ladies. What's it to you, feeling jealous? Jealous of you? Chen Sini spun around, propping her head on one hand as she lay sideways, gazing at Yi Su. Regardless, you are required to deliver your share of the communal funds on time. If, after fulfilling that, you still have the energy to pursue other young ladies, then that's quite a talent you possess. Hey, what a brazen woman. Yi Su thought incredulously. Do you really believe that after bearing my soul to you, you would treat me like a power bank? He sighed dramatically, alas, with my appearance. Encountering such situations is nothing less than my just deserts. Enough of the self-pity. Suddenly, Chen Sini interjected, breaking Yi Su's theatrical reverie. My relatives are coming over in a few days. Oh, Yi Su replied dismissively, then please send my regards to your relatives. Huh? An epiphany struck Yi Su. He realized that he could only open a gold futures account during weekdays, and he still had ample time to familiarize himself with the process. Recognizing the importance of focusing on his responsibilities, he resolved to do just that. The following day, Yi Su and Chen Sini did not remain cooped up in the apartment. Taking advantage of the pleasant weather at the end of March, they enjoyed a homemade lunch prepared by Chen Sini. After which, Yi Su took on the task of washing the dishes. In the afternoon, they ventured out together, strolling around before returning to the apartment after having dinner outside. After a few hours of recharging in the apartment, Yisu continued to delve into the intricacies of opening and trading in gold futures. Drawing upon his years of collaboration and the solid credit he had maintained, he borrowed 70,000 yuan from Old Ma. With a daily interest rate of 0.045, Yisu planned to borrow for a month, resulting in less than 1,000 yuan in interest, well within his comfort zone. His expectations were modest. As long as gold prices rose by 5 within the month, he would be thoroughly satisfied, with one lot of gold futures equating to 1,000 grams. A mere 5 increase at current gold prices could yield him over 30,000 yuan. The system has indicated that gold prices are expected to rise. Yet Yisu contemplates whether it could truly falter to the extent of not even achieving a 5 increase. The notion of gold prices exceeding a 5 surge seems almost too daunting to entertain. Presently, gold is priced just above 700 per gram. Should it rise an additional 7 or 8, it would indeed be rather extraordinary. With everything prepared, Yisu resolves to wait until Monday to open an account, momentarily setting this matter aside and retreating to the intimate confines of their apartment. After a refreshing shower and brushing his teeth, the atmosphere naturally leads to their cherished ritual. Following a vigorous session, Yisu reclines on the bed to recuperate, eagerly anticipating the refresh of today's intel. Ding! Today's intel, Level 2. A coffee table is being sold at the Guanghong 3rd Road Yiyang second-hand furniture city. Containing a Qianlong Tongbao, reverse dragon, and phoenix flower coin, with a suggested selling price of 24,000 yuan. 24,000. Upon seeing this figure, Yisu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he fixated on the virtual screen displaying the information. Fortunately, Qinsini, engrossed in her phone checking the data from her morning video, remained oblivious to Yisu's unusual demeanor. After experiencing a few instances of Level 2 intel, Yisu's psychological expectation of its value had settled around 10,000 yuan. The previous occasion, when he stumbled upon a postage stamp priced at 12,000, had already filled him with delight. To his astonishment, this intel has doubled that figure, reaching 24,000, thereby resetting the ceiling for Level 2 intel. As for the golden intel from yesterday, although Yisu speculated he could profit over 30,000, that relied heavily on his willingness to take risks by borrowing money, with the final outcome dependent on the subsequent trends of gold prices. Had he opted for a more conservative approach, simply investing the funds he possessed into gold funds, his earnings over the month would scarcely exceed a mere 1,000 yuan. Hence, he did not attribute this potential profit to the Level 2 intel. Yet, Yisu found himself pondering whether to elevate the intel from Sunday to Level 2, thus enhancing the value of the intel provided by the system, or if the occurrence of this 24,000 intel was merely a stroke of luck. With insufficient samples, he could not deduce any conclusions and would have to rely on the forthcoming intel next week to validate his hypotheses. Qianlong Tongbao, reverse dragon, and phoenix flower coin. He mused, pondering its significance. Yisu had followed the Douyin's first coin appraiser, a bespectacled individual who evaluates an array of ancient coins, ranging from 3 to 6 or 7-figure valuations. However, he merely sought amusement, scrolling away and forgetting even whether he had come across the Qianlong Tongbao, reverse dragon, and phoenix flower coin. 20,000, 30,000, 80,000 for the grand dragon and phoenix from Sulu. As he researched, Yisu discovered the prices for the Qianlong Tongbao, reverse dragon, and phoenix flower coin varied significantly, with tremendous discrepancies between versions. For instance, those minted by the Baoquan Bureau could fetch as much as hundreds of thousands. Without physically possessing the coin, Yisu found it impossible to ascertain which version of the Qianlong Tongbao was referenced in the intel. However, Yisu also realized that those ordinary low-denomination coins, being entry-level, did not exhibit significant price differences between the North and South. In contrast, special editions and larger denominations, due to more extensive market segmentation research in the South and the occasional excess of certain individuals, could sometimes command a premium of up to 10. The Northern market, on the other hand, exhibited a stronger preference for court coins and rare varieties, which are considered high-end numismatic items. Well, it would be prudent to wait until tomorrow to acquire the items and discern their true value, perhaps akin to the last time with the stamps. I may be able to sell them at a profit as well. Yisu did not disregard his manners. He informed Qinsini, I have some matters to attend to tomorrow, so I won't wake you when I leave. Matters? Qinsini regarded Yisu with suspicion. Is it a genuine commitment, or are you off to pursue another enchantress? This woman surely couldn't have developed feelings for him, could she? Otherwise, why would she be so concerned about whether he was seeking other women? Alas, being handsome comes with its own set of troubles. To clear his name, Yisu dramatically threw off the covers and sprawled out in a star shape. Come on. Shinsini swiftly turned over, looking down at Yisu with an air of superiority. If you dare, then bring it on. With these two exchanges, the second half of the battle had commenced. Chapter 30. The hardest substance in the world. The following day, Shinsini awoke to find herself alone, a sudden sense of emptiness washing over her heart. Habitually reaching for her phone on the bedside table, she discovered a message from Yisu. Breakfast is on the table. If it's cold, feel free to warm it up in the microwave. Following her gaze, she indeed spotted a plate covering her breakfast on the dining table. How considerate! The flicker of melancholy within her dissipated instantly as she prepared to rise and inspect what Yisu had purchased for her. However, as she attempted to sit up, a wave of discomfort prompted her to abandon that notion, prompting her to lie back down with a long sigh. No wonder it is said that the hardest things in the world, aside from diamonds, are 20-year-old young men. After such a night, he could still rise early the next day, procure breakfast, and return, unscathed by the rigors of work. Such vitality of a university student. Is a 20-year-old young man truly tough? Indeed. Is his body in great shape? Not necessarily. Having arrived at Irong's second-hand furniture city, Yisu rubbed his lower back in an attempt to alleviate the muscle soreness. No wonder the ancients said that desire is like a bone-scraping knife. If I do not exercise restraint, I may well be cut to pieces. Yisu did not blame Shinsini, for he too had failed to control himself. Fortunately, her relatives would be visiting her in a few days, allowing her younger brother a well-deserved break. Otherwise, enduring 5 days of hunger followed by 2 days of gluttony would be unbearable. With a resolution to exercise self-control next time, Yisu stepped into Irong's second-hand furniture city. It was vast. Where could he find that coffee table? Yisu estimated the furniture emporium must span at least 3,000 to 4,000 square meters, filled with an array of second-hand furnishings, sofas, wardrobes, dining tables, and more. Such a sprawling space surely commanded a hefty rent. The proprietor likely aimed to maximize the area, as second-hand furniture nearly filled the entire establishment, leaving only narrow passages for customers to navigate and transport their purchases. The furniture city was brightly lit, making it difficult for Yisu to discern the source of the glowing prompts from the system. The emporium opened at 9 o'clock, and it was only a few minutes past that hour, so he was not overly concerned that the coffee table might be snatched away. Just as he prepared to search aimlessly for his target, a sales associate approached him. Good morning, sir. How may I assist you today? I am looking to purchase a coffee table. Certainly. Allow me to guide you to the coffee table section near the sofas. All right. As they walked towards the right, Yisu finally spotted a faint glimmer ahead. Sir, may I inquire what type of coffee table you are interested in? I'll take a look over there. Since he could not clearly see what the coffee table looked like, he casually pointed to the area indicated by the system prompt and proceeded in that direction. Upon entering, Yisu could finally discern that it was a wide coffee table, approximately 1 meter in width, knee-high, slightly shorter than his own height, and featuring 2 drawers. Observing the coffee table, it appeared to be crafted from a wood of considerable quality. Despite having undergone cleaning at the furniture store, it still bore some unrefined blemishes that had not been repaired. Yisu surmised that this coffee table was unlikely to be excessively expensive. Without hesitation, Yisu pointed at the table and inquired, "Excuse me, how much is this coffee table?" The sales assistant gestured towards the QR code in the upper left corner of the table, saying, "You may scan this QR code with your phone for details regarding the coffee table." "All right," Yisu replied, taking out his phone to scan it. "This costs $14.99. Indeed. Sir, the price indicated within the QR code is the final price. Could it be a bit cheaper?" The sales assistant smiled apologetically. "I'm afraid, sir, our furniture store adheres to fixed pricing, so we cannot lower the price." Yisu realized that his attempts at bargaining always culminated in the same phrase. "Can it be cheaper?" and invariably resulted in "it cannot be lowered further." Undeterred, Yisu pressed on. "What about 1,200? How does that sound?" "I'm sorry, sir, but our prices are indeed fixed. If you are not entirely satisfied with this coffee table, we can explore other options." With that, the sales assistant began to recall other coffee tables that were priced slightly lower. Observing the sales assistant's actions, Yisu found solace in the notion that the prices were genuinely transparent. "Very well. Does your furniture store offer delivery?" "For purchases over 1,000. We provide free delivery within 7 kilometers. Beyond that, additional charges apply." Yisu engaged in a symbolic haggling, akin to his fruit shopping experience, where he would repeatedly scrutinize the produce even if he couldn't discern the best choice, seeking psychological comfort in the process. Not having succeeded in negotiating a reduction of 100 or 2, Yisu shrugged. "All right, I will take this coffee table." The sales assistant flipped her name badge to reveal the payment QR code, containing her personal information for monthly performance tracking, and said, "Please scan this QR code to complete your payment." After settling the payment, the sales assistant retrieved her phone to confirm the delivery address with Yisu. Naturally, he could not have it delivered to his dormitory, nor was Chinsini's place suitable. The coffee table had been cleaned, and it was evident that the Qianlong Tongbao, dragon and phoenix flower coin must have been hidden, much like the stamps in Journey to the West, in a place not easily discovered. Yisu resolved to exercise caution, opting for a location where he would not be disturbed and equipped with the necessary tools to uncover the whereabouts of the ancient coin. Thus, prior to his visit, Yisu had already devised a plan to rent a mini storage unit to stow the coffee table for a few days. He had long intended to rent a place outside, facilitating a convenient space to manage his belongings, and this opportunity aligned perfectly with his plans. Having just scanned the QR code on the coffee table, he had also filled in the dimensions, allowing him to select a suitable mini storage unit. Is it Silver Radiance building? Yes, as the distance did not exceed 7 kilometers. There was no need to impose an additional delivery fee. I shall promptly arrange for my colleague to assist with the delivery. Is it possible for you to ride along? One person may accompany the vehicle. Very well. After a brief exchange, Yisu awaited at the entrance. Before long, the sales assistant arrived to assist with the coffee table, while a male employee maneuvered a trolley to transport it outside. Concurrently, the delivery van arrived, bringing Yisu to the base of the Silver Radiance building. Inside the van, Yisu had already secured a mini storage unit measuring 1.2 meters in width, for which he paid a total of 470 yuan, encompassing a month's deposit and 7 days' rent. The mini storage facility is equipped with a climate control system, alleviating Yisu's concerns about the items within the coffee table being adversely affected over a few days. Although the coffee table could fetch over 1,000 yuan at the furniture market, it is certainly not crafted from precious woods. Nonetheless, it weighs over 100 pounds, necessitating assistance from the worker to transport it into the mini storage using the trolley. Upon observing Yisu purchase a coffee table from the second-hand furniture market and then placing it into storage, the worker, though curious, refrained from inquiring further. "Thank you, master," Yisu expressed. "It's nothing," came the reply, since the furniture market included delivery services and the use of a small trolley to transport the item via the elevator to the 3rd floor was quite straightforward. Yisu merely offered verbal gratitude without additional compensation. After bidding farewell to the worker, Yisu secured the storage unit with a combination lock. Feeling reassured before returning to the school. Chapter 31. Timely rain on Friday. Yisu visited Chinsini, bringing along a change of clothes, which he left there at her request. Thus, after returning to school to drop off his electric bike that morning, he headed straight to the furniture market. Only now returning to his dormitory. "Guys, Daddy's home," Yisu announced dramatically as he opened the door to the dormitory, hoping to elicit a reaction from his 3 roommates. However, he was met with nothing but their indifferent gazes, particularly from Jiang Jibin, whose eyes bore a hint of resentment. Following Yisu's meticulous guidance from that Friday, Jiang Jibin had attempted to seize the initiative with a girl he had been pursuing. Unfortunately, he misjudged the situation and ended up being blocked by her. It shouldn't be this way. How could he possibly be inferior to Yisu? Wasn't it merely that Yisu had a pretty face? Yet he believed he possessed considerable depth as well. Could it be that his innate talent paled in comparison to Yisu's? Inspired by the merits of his peer, Jiang Jibin resolved to continue learning from Yisu, vowing that one day he would live a life akin to his. How heartless, seeing that no one acknowledged him. Yisu was immediately stricken with despair. Daddy returns, and no one comes to greet him. Wait, there's a palpable tension. Noticing a shift in the expressions of the 3, Yisu hesitated to speak further, opting instead to enter his room, set down his backpack, and climb into bed to select his tools of the trade. He sifted through local vendors, confirming that deliveries could be made today, and first ordered an entire set of tools. Perhaps he should also purchase a metal detector. It might come in handy in the future. After some contemplation, Yisu began searching for metal detectors. A compact handheld one was priced at just 79. How could he not buy it? Unable to ascertain the exact location of the ancient coin hidden within the coffee table, he would have the opportunity to dismantle it recklessly. Should he falter? leaving behind even the slightest mark. The cost incurred could easily fund 100 metal detectors. For safety and convenience, Yisu decisively placed an order for one. Once he had procured the necessary tools, Yisu began to search for suitable rental properties. His criteria were straightforward. He did not prioritize the proximity to subway lines or commercial districts, but rather focused on the environment and accessibility. The property needed to accommodate vehicles and, importantly, include an elevator to facilitate the moving of heavy items. The urban villages in Yanqing were notoriously congested, with buildings so close that one could barely extend an arm to shake hands, making it difficult even for tricycles to maneuver. Finding an elevator-equipped apartment in such conditions was a formidable challenge. Thus, it was not a consideration for Yisu. After some deliberation between boutique apartments and community housing, he ultimately decided that renting an apartment within a community would be more advantageous. He sought a place that was not near the subway or commercial areas but was relatively new, ideally just a few kilometers from the university, with a monthly rent of over 2,000 yuan. Although it was his first experience renting a home, Yisu felt confident that finding a suitable place would not be overly challenging. Yet, as he truly began his search, he quickly realized that locating an appropriate residence was far more daunting than he had anticipated. After spending an entire day browsing a certain website and even venturing out to view a property, he discovered that he had still been dealing with an agency. The agency fees are not the only concern. Even the photographs he viewed online were enhanced. Moreover, aside from the advertised rent, the agent only revealed upon arrival that there were additional monthly charges for maintenance, air conditioning, and other appliances. Deeply aware of the city's hidden complexities, Yisu found his first day of house hunting to be a disheartening failure. There was no rush regarding the accommodation. After all, the coffee table had already been procured, and its contents were secure. Tomorrow, he resolved to open a futures trading account. Otherwise, with gold prices soaring, he would be uncertain if any further investments would yield profit. Over the weekend, after a tumultuous fluctuation, the price of gold had surprisingly increased by 3 yuan per gram, leaving Yisu astounded and simultaneously feeling the pang of loss. Each contract of gold futures represented 1,000 grams. Thus, with a 3 yuan rise, Yisu had lost a staggering 3,000 yuan without any action on his part. This was enough to cover a month's rent. Goodness, futures trading is perilously risky, he mused, recalling Lao Gao's adage that the stronger the winds, the pricier the fish. Yisu was now in a state of anxious urgency, eager to finalize his dealings in gold futures. Ding. Today's intelligence, level 1. A homeowner in Liwan community is renting out a 2-bedroom apartment for a total monthly rent of 2,500 yuan. The owner's surname is Zhang, and the contact number is 139x × 9271. Just as Yisu was about to retire for the night, planning to open his account online after his morning class, the intelligence update refreshed promptly in the early hours. Someone is renting a 2-bedroom apartment for only 2,500 yuan? It seemed like a timely stroke of luck. Yisu immediately checked the location of Liwan community. It was over 5 kilometers from the school, somewhat remote, lacking nearby metro access and commercial areas, with the closest bus stop several hundred meters away. No wonder the rent was so low. However, it made sense. After all, Yanqing is a first-tier city. A rental price of 2,500 yuan, if it were conveniently located near transport and commerce, would have surely been snatched up immediately, leaving no chance for him. Yisu's rental expectations were modest. Given the reasonable price and the system's recommendation, he resolved to contact the owner in the morning to view the apartment. If all went well, he could secure it and save half a month's agency fees. On Monday morning, after attending 2 classes, Yisu eagerly applied for an account on the futures trading app he had already downloaded. In about half an hour, he received his account details. Initially possessing 30,000 yuan, he borrowed 70,000 from Lao Ma, and after deducting the 2,000 spent on the coffee table and setting up a mini account, he had a total of 98,000 yuan available. The rent would require a maximum of 2 months' deposit and 1 month's rent, leaving him with a few hundred yuan for living expenses. He planned to extract the Qianlong Tongbao, Dragon and Phoenix coin from the coffee table and sell it afterward. After a brief calculation, Yisu decided to deposit 90,000 yuan as margin into his account and purchased 1 contract of gold futures at the price of 704.27 yuan per gram. The next choice between a meal or porridge would depend on the market's performance. Over the weekend, he had also gathered that the market sentiment towards gold remained fervent, and the international situation appeared rather grim. Thus, Yisu remained unperturbed. confident that the gold market would not suddenly collapse, rendering his investments in vain. Ultimately, his venture into gold futures was merely a matter of profit margins. After prudently setting his loss limit at 5%, Yisu resigned himself to fate, closing the app before making a call to the landlord based on the information refreshed at dawn. "Hello, is this Mr. Lee?" "Yes, who is this?" Upon speaking, Yisu discerned that the caller was a local resident, his Mandarin reminiscent of that of his elementary school teacher. "I am interested in renting a property. I came across your listing online and would like to inquire if the apartment is still available." "It is still available. When would you like to view it?" "Would half an hour from now be convenient, or should I wait until the evening?" "Half an hour works. I will be there to let you in." "Great. Please add me on WeChat using this number, and I will contact you once I arrive." With the appointment set, and upon receiving a friend request approval, Yisu gathered his identification and set out on his electric scooter. Departing from the school, he arrived at the community entrance in just 20 minutes, fulfilling his initial requirements. "I have reached the entrance of the community," he messaged. Not long after, the landlord replied, "Please wait a moment, I will be there shortly." All right. The phrase "I will be there shortly" always elicited a twinge of anxiety in Yisu whenever he made plans with family. Shortly where? Fortunately, the landlord did not resemble Yisu's unreliable friends, who often claimed they would arrive shortly but took ages to show up. After finishing a chapter of a novel, Yisu noticed a middle-aged man with a shiny bald head, dressed in a long-sleeved polo shirt and wearing sandals, approaching him on an electric bike. Chapter 32. Is the system malfunctioning? "Hey there, are you looking to rent a place?" "Yes, Mr. Lee, right?" "Indeed." Under the guidance of the landlord, the two parked the electric scooter and proceeded upstairs to view the apartment. The elevator took them to the 6th floor, where they encountered a 2-bedroom unit with a living room, a balcony, and a bathroom. The living room and bedrooms were devoid of tiled surfaces, alleviating concerns about moisture during the rainy season. The actual area appeared to be around 50 to 60 square meters, which Yisu assessed almost instantly. The apartment came equipped with air conditioning, a refrigerator, and other essential furnishings, all of which were modern and efficient, dispelling any doubts Yisu might have had. He promptly decided to rent the place. Seeing Yisu's eagerness to finalize the rental, the landlord succinctly outlined the leasing terms: a monthly rent of 2,500 yuan, a minimum 1-year lease, a security deposit of 2 months' rent with the first month's rent paid in advance, and in the event of early termination, the deposit would not be refunded. Utilities would be the tenant's responsibility, paid online. Any damages incurred during normal usage would be repaired by the landlord, while damages caused by negligence would require compensation at market rates, which would be specified in the contract. Is it possible to do 1-month deposit and 1-month rent? With a 2-month deposit, Yisu would be left with only 500 yuan, so he sought to negotiate, hoping to retain an additional 2,500 for emergencies in the coming days. "I'm currently in a bit of a financial bind. A 2-month deposit would indeed be quite burdensome. Rest assured, I will pay the rent punctually each month. I typically require 2 months deposit for rentals. Just look at the appliances and the sofa. If you accidentally damage anything, 1 month's deposit would hardly suffice. Rest assured, I will use everything normally and will not cause any damage. Besides, it's unlikely that I would ruin everything in the apartment." The landlord appeared somewhat hesitant, likely concerned about Yisu's financial situation and the potential for overdue rent. "How about this? Since you mentioned that you're currently facing difficulties, you may provide 1 month's deposit now, and then pay the remaining deposit next month along with the rent. Does that work for you? Pay the remaining deposit next month?" Yisu thought to himself, envisioning that he could profit from his investments in gold futures, or even sell the antique Qianlong Tongbao coins hidden beneath his coffee table, thus restoring his financial stability. "All right, let us proceed as you suggested." "Thank you, landlord." Upon hearing Yisu agree to provide the deposit next month, the landlord visibly relaxed. If there were any issues with Yisu, he would prefer to leave the apartment vacant for a while rather than risk having a troublesome tenant. "Well then, let us sign the contract." With the understanding that the deposit would not be refunded if the lease were less than a year, the landlord, unperturbed by Yisu's potential tricks, filled in the rental agreement with a 5,000 yuan deposit. However, the receipt provided to Yisu only reflected 1 month's rent and 1 month's deposit. With the landlord's assistance, Yisu successfully linked his utility account and received 2 sets of keys along with access cards. Thus, his first rental experience in life concluded smoothly. "Take care," the landlord said as he departed. Yes, after bidding farewell to the landlord, Yisu, brimming with enthusiasm, explored the apartment inside and out. subsequently ordering a set of bedding that fit the dimensions of the master bed. It was just past 11 o'clock, and as I made my way to the mini warehouse to retrieve the coffee table, the urgency of time weighed upon me. Additionally, the logistics of my online purchases from yesterday still indicated that they were in transit. Having already paid a week's rent, I figured that a little extra time wouldn't hurt, as it could help recoup some of my costs. I decided not to fret over the minutiae. Thus, I rode my electric bike to the supermarket to gather some mops and other household necessities, returning to my abode to tidy up before heading to the school cafeteria to address my lunch needs. Since the scandal involving my affair with Chansini had come to light, my 3 roommates had chosen to ignore me. I often found myself disappearing for hours, leaving them to wonder about my whereabouts. Strangely, this spared me the need to fabricate elaborate excuses. After attending 2 afternoon classes, my package finally arrived. I hurried to the mini warehouse, where I grabbed a cart to transport the coffee table downstairs. Upon my arrival, the van I had called was already waiting. "Excuse me, could you help me lift this and then take it to the underground garage? I'll give you an extra 10 yuan for your trouble, if that's all right," I requested. Despite my frugality, I understood the value of hard-earned money and was willing to compensate fairly. The driver readily agreed. "Can we also load the electric bike onto the van? This way, you won't have to wait for me at the destination," I suggested. He seemed to appreciate my willingness to tip and dismissed any concerns about the bike being a potential hazard. Together, we effortlessly hoisted the coffee table and the electric bike into the vehicle. Once we returned to the community, I assisted in carrying the coffee table upstairs, tipped the driver 10 yuan, and sent him on his way. Eagerly, I tore open the package and retrieved the metal detector, placing it before the coffee table. Hoping for a stroke of luck, I first removed the 2 drawers for inspection, and as expected, there was no sight of ancient coins. After sweeping the metal detector around, it only responded to the 2 round handles, which reassured me that there were no hidden compartments within the drawers. The 79 yuan spent on the detector felt justified. Without it, I might have resorted to dismantling the entire table with an axe. With renewed determination, I focused my attention on the coffee table, activating the metal detector once more. However, after several thorough sweeps, ensuring that no corner was overlooked, even inside the drawers, I found myself dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was there nothing to be found? While the detector had beeped several times during the scans, upon flipping the table 90 degrees with great effort, I discovered that the areas triggering the alarm were merely nails securing a few corners. Unwilling to concede defeat, I continued to scan with the metal detector multiple times. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Had I made a mistake in my purchase? A pang of anxiety gripped my heart, making me consider rushing back to the furniture store for confirmation. But then, I shook my head, reassuring myself that couldn't be right. When selecting the coffee table yesterday, the system had clearly indicated that this was the one. With such a significant target, how could I have possibly chosen incorrectly? Was it due to the thickness of the wood that this diminutive metal detector failed to register, or is it simply incapable of detecting a copper coin? To verify, Yisu retrieved a coin and placed it beneath the coffee table, then swept the metal detector over it. Beep, beep, beep. Indeed, it could detect. Yisu was utterly bewildered, even if the metal detector were malfunctioning. He had just confirmed that the coffee table was constructed so solidly that it could not possibly contain any hidden compartments. Was he really left with no choice but to saw the coffee table apart? The prospect of such a laborious task was daunting. Staring at the hefty piece of furniture, weighing over 100 pounds, Yisu found himself at a loss, pacing around the table in circles. Suddenly, he accidentally stubbed his right big toe against the recently removed drawer, causing him to gasp in pain. Damn, why am I so unlucky today? As he rubbed his toe, Yisu's gaze fell upon the 2 drawers on the floor, specifically, the ornate, oval-shaped handles that adorned them. Chapter 33, Trials and Tribulations. After searching for quite some time, Yisu had a premonition that the answer lay within these 2 handles. Without hesitation, he flipped the coffee table over, secured the drawer in place, and placed a cloth over one of the handles. Gripping it firmly, he began to twist with determination. A sharp crack resonated, accompanied by the sound of rust and sand scraping against each other as one of the handles came loose. Upon a cursory examination, Yisu discerned that the handle was not solid. Through the gap above, it appeared to be composed of 2 semicircular halves. Indeed, there was something hidden within. Tentatively shaking it, he detected a muffled sound emanating from the handle, which was clearly not the clinking of coins. Concerned about potential injury, he reattached the handle and retrieved a utility knife. Aligning it with the seam between the 2 halves, he carefully carved a slit. Next, He produced a flathead screwdriver and pried the slit open gradually until he could fully detach the handle. With his left hand supporting from below, he lifted the cover with his right, revealing a piece of red cloth encasing a hard object. The moment he grasped it, Yisu recognized that it was indeed a round wallet. However, his exhilaration was short-lived as he unwrapped the red cloth. Contrary to expectations that he would find the Qianlong Tongbao, Dragon and Phoenix Flower coin, he instead uncovered a Xianfeng Zhangbao. Upon closer inspection, he noted the inscriptions Dang and Ten, and, drawing upon his recent studies of ancient coins, he recognized that the symbols on either side read Baosu. In his recollection, this unmarked standard version would hardly fetch a significant price, especially in comparison to the coveted Qianlong Tongbao, Dragon and Phoenix Flower coin. Could the treasure be concealed within the other handle? Yisu had enough faith in the system to believe it would not make such a fundamental error. If it could, he would have to reconsider the authenticity of the gold price information he received last week. Employing the same technique, he pried open the other handle, and predictably, another piece of red cloth emerged. It was apparent that the object within was larger. As Yisu reached to grasp it, the cloth became lodged in the handle, requiring him to extract it carefully. Truly, good fortune often comes after trials, and he was grateful to have waited until after renting the house and purchasing tools to begin his search for this coin. Upon unwrapping the red cloth, he indeed discovered a Qianlong Tongbao, approximately 3 fingers wide. Flipping it over, the inner circle revealed an exquisite design of dragon and phoenix flowers. Comparing it with images on his phone, he found that this Qianlong Tongbao, Dragon and Phoenix Flower coin was identical to one sold at an auction last month for a staggering 31,000. As for the coin's condition, being an amateur, Yisu could not discern which of the auction images or the coin in his possession was in better shape. However, the system suggested a resale price of 24,000, which, after deducting the auction house's commission, taxes for the owner, and the various procedural costs, would necessitate waiting until enough items were gathered for another auction. Yisu believed that the quality of the Qianlong Tongbao in his possession was superior to that of those at the auction, and he was confident that he could sell it for at least 24,000. Perhaps, he mused, he could even secure a somewhat higher price. Moreover, there was the Xianfeng Zhongbao Dang Shi. Upon conducting a brief search, he discovered that this particular coin was merely a standard version minted by the Baosu Bureau, with market prices ranging from a few hundred to over 1,000. A few hundred is still a profit, after all. However, who had concealed these 2 coins in the handle? When Yisu had refreshed the information yesterday, he speculated whether a mischievous child had hidden something in the coffee table, which the parents failed to notice, resulting in the entire table being sold to a second-hand furniture store. Yet, upon opening the handle, he found the coins wrapped in red cloth, leading him to abandon this theory. It seemed more likely that a middle-aged man had hidden his savings. Now, with both handles containing coins enveloped in red fabric, Yisu could not help but ponder if this was some form of superstition. After all, such beliefs were quite prevalent in his hometown. Even at his own front door, there lay a sword hilt wrapped in red cloth, alongside an antiquated, rusted coin sword. Nevertheless, he thought, belief leads to fortune, and disbelief merely yields 24,000. Yisu harbored no fear of ghosts, but he did fear poverty. Even if these 2 coins possessed some supernatural origin, it would not deter him from selling them. The landlord had only provided a sofa for the living room, and the coffee table was just what he needed. He had no intention of seeking someone to collect it. After capturing images of both coins from various angles, Yisu sent them over to Wan Qianyang. "Brother Liang, would you be interested in these 2 coins?" he inquired. "One is a Baosu Bureau minted Xinfeng Zhangbao Dang Shi, and the other is a Qianlong Tongbao Bei Longfeng large flower coin in Song style." Yisu made a point of highlighting the intricacies of the coins, attempting to present himself as knowledgeable. Meanwhile, Wan Qianliang and his son were enjoying tea in the shop when Wan Qianliang's phone lit up with Yisu's message, prompting him to pick it up immediately. Song-style Qianlong Tongbao Bei Longfeng large flower coin. Upon hearing this, Wan Bowen, who was pouring tea, paused. "What is a Longfeng coin?" Wan Qianliang handed the phone over. "Someone is offering 2 coins. One is a Qianlong Tongbao Bei Longfeng large flower coin. With business at hand, Wan Bowen set down the teapot and, after donning his glasses, took the phone. He enlarged the images of the Qianlong Tongbao, scrutinizing the details and the clarity of the inscriptions. Nodding in approval, he remarked, "This piece is in good condition. If genuine, it could fetch over 30,000. In a market flooded with imitations, even the patina could be replicated convincingly." Relying solely on 2 photographs, Wan Bowen could not ascertain with absolute certainty the authenticity of the piece. As for the Xianfeng Zhongbao, he merely glanced at it before dismissing it, lacking the inclination to provide any evaluation. Is it your friend who wishes to sell? He asked. Do you recall the last time someone offered an English black penny stamp? Yes, came the reply. This time, it is also he who wishes to part with something. Oh. Wan Bo remembered that last time, Wan Yuanyang mentioned that the person in question was merely a dapper young man in his 20s. How could he be so frequently involved with various antiquities? Wan Yuanyang remarked that the individual did not resemble those engaged in dubious enterprises, as the stamps from last time were claimed to be gifts from family. Could it be that he was pilfering items from home to sell? With this thought, Wan Bo scrutinized Wan Yuanyang with suspicion. It seems necessary to keep a close watch on this lad, lest he too find himself in a precarious situation. Feeling perplexed under his father's gaze, Wan Yuanyang could only inquire, shall we accept that item? Depending on when the young man is available. Let him bring the items for inspection. If both the merchandise and the price are satisfactory, we shall proceed with the acquisition. All right, I will ask. Wan Yuanyang took the phone and responded to Yisu. Wan Yuanyang. Accepted. Wan Yuanyang. When are you free? Please bring the items for a look. How about later? If convenient, I can arrive in an hour. Wan Yuanyang. That works. I will be at the shop. Just come directly. All settled. Having acquaintances makes transactions so much easier. Yisu shook out 2 pieces of red cloth, rewrapped his wallet, and stepped outside. He first rode his electric bike back to school, and then, indulging in a rare luxury, opted for a taxi. By shortly after 5, Yisu arrived at Wan Yuanyang's antique shop. Chapter 34. Discovering hidden treasures. Upon entering, Yisu immediately spotted a middle-aged man seated at the head of the tea table, alongside Wan Yuanyang. The teapot in his hand suggested he was, without a doubt, Wan Yuanyang's father. Su, you've arrived, Wan Yuanyang said, rising to make space for Yisu, who graciously acknowledged, hello, Uncle Wan. Please, take a seat, Wan Bowen offered, pouring a cup of tea for Yisu. Aliang mentioned you're from Yingzhou. You must appreciate tea. One drinks it at home with elders, but outside, such luxuries are scarce, Yisu replied, lifting the cup to his lips before downing its contents in one swift motion. You young fellows likely prefer beverages and beer, but in a few years, you'll find yourself drawn to tea, Wan Yuanyang chuckled, to which Yisu could only respond with a polite smile. After a sip from his own cup, Wan Yuanyang continued, when you contacted me, my father happened to be at the shop. It was tea that I doubted your authenticity, rather. He came to ensure everything was in order. I wouldn't think so poorly of you. If that were your approach to business, I could understand. Having noted the time was past 5, Yisu wasted no time. He retrieved 2 pieces of red cloth from his pocket and laid them out on a clean surface. These are the 2 coins I just presented to Liang Go. Please inspect them for any discrepancies. With a clear objective, Wan Bowen wiped his hands, donned his glasses, and, along with the red cloth, picked up the Qianlong Tongbao to scrutinize it closely. He examined every detail meticulously, weighed it in his hands, measured its dimensions with a ruler, and even took a whiff for good measure. As Wan Bowen examined the Qianlong Tongbao, Wan Yuanyang casually inspected the Xianfeng Zhongbao, giving it a cursory glance. The items were genuine, and the patina appeared entirely natural. Wan Bowen placed the Qianlong Tongbao back on the table, encouraging Wan Yuanyang to take another look, yet he refrained from handling the Xianfeng Zhongbao again. That's reassuring. May I inquire about the origin of these coins? Wan Yuanyang, engrossed in observation, interjected unexpectedly. It wouldn't happen to be your New Year's money from home, would it? If so, your family's tradition might be disrupting our Guangdong customs a bit. Not at all. If it were the New Year's money, I would have shared it with you last time. Yisu had already prepared his narrative. I unearthed these a few days ago. On one hand, I wish to sell them for a little pocket money. On the other, I'd like your assistance in ensuring I didn't overlook anything. With the system upgrades, an abundance of second-tier intelligence was emerging, promising many more opportunities for hidden treasures. To leverage this moment, Yisu decided to establish his persona as someone who frequently sought and discovered treasures, ensuring that when he presented items in the future, it would be a credible narrative. ASU, your discerning eye is quite commendable. You've managed to uncover a gem, something even Aliang would struggle to match. Wan Bowen, having once traversed the countryside in search of antiquities in his youth, held no skepticism towards Yisu's claims. Over time, the truly valuable items had been nearly exhausted, and people had grown increasingly difficult to deceive, prompting Wan Bowen to abandon that line of work and dedicate himself to his antique shop. His prior experience in the field spared him from probing too deeply into where Yisu had stumbled upon such a treasure. For those with a keen eye, discovering a place ripe for treasure is akin to filling a sack with gold. One would be foolish to divulge such secrets to others. Oh, I was merely jesting. I was fortunate this time not to have purchased a counterfeit. Good fortune requires discernment, as evidenced by your previous acquisition of a stamp, which you claimed was given to you as New Year's money. Is your family involved in this line of work? Not at all. It's just my grandfather who has a penchant for these things. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Juan Bowen shifted to the main topic at hand. What price do you intend to set for these 2 coins? His interest was piqued solely by the Qianlong Tongbao, reverse dragon, and phoenix flower coin. Considering the Xianfeng Chongbao 10 cash merely a bonus. 26,000. The moment Yisu declared his price, Juan Bowen recognized that he had done his homework. 26,000 is a bit steep. I have minimal profit margin here. The best I can offer is 24,000. Last month, the Qianlong Tongbao, reverse dragon and phoenix flower coin with a patina even inferior to this one fetched just over 30,000 at auction. Given that I am offering you both coins in a package, 26,000 seems reasonable, allowing us both to profit after costs. I cannot stretch to 26,000. How about I just take the Qianlong Tongbao for 24,000? Let us do this. Both coins for 25,000. If I happen upon anything else worthwhile, I will give Aliang the heads up first. After a moment's hesitation, Juan Bowen nodded in agreement. Very well, 25,000 it is. His psychological threshold was, in fact, only 24,000. However, given the high turnover rate for such significant sums, approximately 30% annually, he was willing to concede a small margin and establish a stable working relationship with Yisu. What followed was a familiar process. The contract was signed, the funds transferred, and the transaction completed. With money in his pocket, Juan Bowen felt a sense of security. As his balance returned to 29,000, Yisu quietly exhaled in relief. It's almost mealtime. I must return home to eat, so I'll take my leave. Are you not staying for a meal? No, thank you. Yisu drained his teacup and then stood to bid farewell to Juan Bowen and his son. Once Yisu exited the shop, Juan Liang inquired, Dad, is it truly as Yisu claims? Did he genuinely stumble upon that Qianlong Tongbao? He doesn't seem like someone from the antique world. How could he possess such an eye for detail amidst the plethora of counterfeits? I cannot say for certain, but judging by his demeanor, he hardly appears to be someone involved in dubious dealings. As long as the items are legitimate, the store will accept them. While responding to Juan Liang's inquiries, Juan Bowen also took out his phone and snapped several photographs of the Qianlong Tongbao, subsequently posting them for sale on his social media, awaiting interested customers to inquire about the price. When Yisu departed from the antique shop, it was still before 6 o'clock. However, the streets were already bustling with pedestrians, signaling the onset of the evening rush hour. Taking a taxi would result in congestion, and the subway would be crowded, so Yisu opted to dine alone first, wandering around aimlessly before returning to his dormitory. Hello there, look who has returned. Oh my, you actually know how to come back? I shall forever be a part of room 305. Where else could I go? Chuckled he. The 3 roommates eventually accepted the reality that Yisu was engrossed in a passionate romance with his girlfriend, often disappearing from sight, thus concluding their isolation of him. The camaraderie in dormitory 305 resumed, marking the return of their joyful gatherings at the internet CAF. Chapter 35, Awakening in the Mortal Realm, Beep. Today's intelligence. Level 1. A bouquet of roses awaits outside the northern gate of the school, containing a bracelet endorsed by a certain celebrity, prepared as a birthday surprise by an infatuated admirer for his goddess. However, in her haste to rendezvous with her boyfriend, she becomes incensed upon discovering that the only delivery is a mere bouquet, discarding it in a fit of rage. The retail price of the bracelet is 1,199 yuan, but due to pricing issues, the suggested selling price is 300 yuan. After a day filled with the chaos of house hunting and dismantling a coffee table, Yisu was ready to retire for the night. Unexpectedly, the news that refreshed in the early hours rekindled his spirits. Alas, in his youth, why must one choose the path of an infatuated admirer? Upon recognizing yet another opportunity to salvage something, Yisu recalled the first piece of intelligence he received after binding to the system, which also involved an attempt to create a small surprise, only to have it discarded by the lady. The distinction, however, lay in the fact that the top admirer at least received some affection, while this gentleman seemed to have not even caught a whiff of it. Perhaps when he called, the goddess was either jogging or indulging in spicy snacks. One enjoyed a taste of the fruits of his labor, while the other, despite spending less, received naught but disappointment. From Yisu's perspective, This latest infatuated admirer was no different from the previous top admirer. Neither was in a position to mock the other. 300 yuan is still money. He could retrieve it and decide what to do afterward. With determination, Yisu swiftly rolled out of bed, preparing to collect the forgotten item at the school gate, showing no disdain for the bracelet's modest potential worth. Moreover, while the second-hand market might value the bracelet at 300 yuan, Yisu was confident he could leverage it to achieve the original price of 1,199 yuan. Out so late? Fang's away, ready to turn off the lights for the night. Noticed Yisu donning a jacket and inquired curiously. I'm just stepping out for a call. I'll be back shortly. Feel free to turn off the lights. Oh. Fang's away dismissed it without further thought. Descending the stairs, Yisu hopped onto his electric bike and made his way to the northern gate of the school, where he soon spotted a glimmering light beckoning him from behind a wall. Riding closer, he beheld a lavish bouquet of roses, clearly indicating that the gentleman had not only invested in the bracelet but also in the flowers. With such expenditure, why not seek a companion who despises cilantro instead of playing the role of an infatuated admirer? Yisu lamented the folly of youth. Yet his hands moved decisively as he seized the bouquet, placing it behind his feet before departing. With no surveillance in sight, Yisu felt unconcerned about any subsequent investigation. After riding a short distance, he stopped by a trash bin to dismantle the bouquet, discreetly pocketing the rectangular jewelry box concealed within. He hastily discarded the remnants of the bouquet and its wrappings into the bin, before riding away, eventually returning to his dormitory from the front of the school. In the following days, the intelligence refreshed by the system yielded little value, amounting to just over 400 yuan in cash. Yisu, having little to occupy his time beyond completing his studies, found himself traversing between his rented abode and the school, while also skillfully digesting several pieces of intelligence to supplement his living expenses. Apart from the modest sum of over 400 yuan, the most significant gain from Monday to Friday was undoubtedly from his investment in gold futures. His apprehensions regarding price fluctuations, which could lead to a margin call, were unfounded. He had entered the market at a price of 704.27 yuan, and by Thursday's close, the gold futures had surged to an impressive 714.66 yuan. Within just 3 days, 1,000 grams of gold futures yielded a profit of 10,000 yuan, leaving Yisu, a novice in the world of futures trading, utterly astounded. Earning 10,000 in 3 days. If such an ascent continued for a month, a single contract of gold futures could yield a staggering 100,000 yuan. Yet, Yisu mused that the market could not possibly be so irrational. After all, it was not as if a war were imminent, and there was no logical reason for gold prices to perpetually ascend. If such an increase were indeed plausible, then why toil for a living? One could simply buy a gold futures contract and recline in ease. As it turned out, Yisu's lack of innate financial acumen was starkly revealed, for the market behaved in ways that defied his expectations. On Friday, gold futures opened at 714.66 yuan and soared throughout the day, closing at 722.80 yuan. There was no need for constant vigilance over the gold price. The incessant trending news had left Yisu speechless with astonishment. Had he truly just earned 18,000? Even though he had previously stumbled upon treasures such as the English black penny stamp and the Qianlong Tongbao with dragon and phoenix design, he had never once considered that making money could be so effortless. After all, stamps and coins were unique pieces of intelligence provided by the system, irreplaceable and requiring his active efforts to find buyers before he could realize any profit. Now, he merely needed to invest a sum as capital, move his fingers to purchase a gold futures contract, and then do nothing but await the inevitable rise in prices, with profits arriving at his doorstep. Moreover, unlike stamps and coins, this intelligence possessed a quality of shareability. As long as one could hitch a ride on this wave, others could also reap similar rewards. He wondered if Chinsini had seized the opportunity to invest in some funds after he had casually shared the information that evening. Over the past few days, as gold prices continued to climb, Yisu had refrained from inquiring during their casual WeChat exchanges whether Chinsini had partaken in the good fortune. Ultimately, all gifts bestowed by fate had already been discreetly priced. If she had not invested in funds, it would merely attest to her lack of financial luck. Aside from Chinsini, Yisu had also mentioned the potential rise in gold prices to his 3 dormitory friends. Though their small treasures were limited, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to heed his advice and treat themselves to a better meal. Conversely, during family group chats, Yisu had refrained from revealing the news about the rising gold prices. Given the current financial constraints at home, any surplus would likely be reserved for repaying debts. making investment an unlikely endeavor. Disclosing the news about gold's ascent would only exacerbate their regret of if only we had listened to Yisu and bought some gold as an investment. Naturally, Yisu would not engage in actions that bore no benefit, regardless of the fact that he has secured a position in gold trading when rounded off. It essentially equates to the Yi family's profit, with the distinction being a marginal loss. Presently, with 30,000 remaining, should he consider borrowing 70,000 from those lending platforms to amass a total of 100,000 and subsequently invest in a futures contract? After careful contemplation of this scheme, Yisu ultimately relinquished the notion. He realized that after savoring success in gold futures, he had, much like others, developed an extreme gambler's mentality. Continuously leveraging loans to plunge into the futures market, regardless of winning or losing, is not a prudent course for the future. Should he lose, he would not only suffer total loss, but also bear the burden of debt, squandering a favorable position. Winning would be even more disastrous. Yisu knew himself well, once would lead to a second occurrence. If he were to gamble on a significant leverage this time and indeed emerge victorious, he would likely resort to the same tactics when confronted with similar circumstances in the future. Frequenting the riverbanks, one cannot avoid getting one's shoes wet. Even if he were to triumph in the first 9 instances, a single misstep in the 10th could lead to ruin, with consequences beyond imagination. Awakened to this realization, Yisu felt a wave of dread. It is no wonder that so many have seen their families shattered due to the mere word gamble. Chapter 36. Why should I care if a dog is lost? Surprisingly, Yisu's intuition proved correct. The price of gold had surged to unprecedented heights. Naturally, Shinsini heeded Yisu's advice and chose to invest in 50,000 yuan worth of gold funds when she returned to work on Monday. Observing the passage of 5 days, she had already accrued a profit of 278 yuan, leaving her in awe of Yisu's uncanny luck. As she reflected on her weekend stay, she considered the profit as merely covering her rent and utilities. The thought of her weekend escapade made Shinsini seethe with frustration. That man only had his mind on one thing. The moment he learned of her visiting relatives, he vanished without a trace. If only she had refrained from mentioning her menstrual cycle in advance. Unbeknownst to her, Yisu was oblivious to these inner musings. At this moment, he lay in his rented room, intently watching the countdown on his system screen. Time's up. Ding. Today's intelligence, Level 2 a lost dog announcement has been posted on a short video platform. User ID, 213x(x)(859). The dog is currently trapped in a drainage ditch outside Dingwei Park. What does this mean? Why should I care if a dog is lost? Level 2 intelligence, surely the system has a purpose behind its revelations. Yisu promptly grabbed his phone and searched for the lost dog announcement using the user ID. A small gray and white schnauzer had gone missing the day before, and a reward of 20,000 yuan had already been offered. Does this family possess such wealth? Driven by curiosity, Yisu researched the price of schnauzers, discovering that a typical pet-grade dog ranges from 1 to 2,000 yuan, while a purebred could fetch 3 to 4,000. Offering 20,000 yuan to locate a dog just a day after it went missing suggested that this family belonged to that online subculture who affectionately referred to their dogs as their children. Having been missing for 2 days and trapped in a drainage ditch, he wondered if the little dog might have perished. Concerned that waiting until morning might lead to unforeseen circumstances, such as the dog encountering danger, wandering off, or even being rescued by someone else, Yisu found it impossible to rest. He dressed promptly and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, a thought struck him, and he turned back to retrieve a sausage from the kitchen cupboard. Fortunately, while stocking up on instant noodles, he had also bought a pack of sausages. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable difficulty at that moment. Lacking disposable gloves, Yisu pondered briefly before slipping a plastic bag meant for snacks into his pocket, and finally stepped out. Yisu had discerned that the range of the system's refreshed intelligence was limited to a radius surrounding his daytime activities, extending no more than 10 kilometers. The intelligence concerning Dingwei Park also lay within a mere 15-minute journey. However, upon arriving at Dingwei Park, Yisu was taken aback. My goodness, this park is enormous. How am I supposed to search here? Having come this far, and with the system indicating the dog was in a drainage ditch, Yisu could only ride his electric bike in slow circles around Dingwei Park, diligently scanning the drainage ditches along the way for any sign of the guiding light provided by the system. He found it. After traversing less than 2 kilometers, Yisu discovered a familiar glimmering light emanating from beneath a stainless steel cover, guiding him onward. As he circled around, he found no indication that any cover had been lifted, leaving him perplexed as to how the dog had managed to end up in the drainage ditch. Could it be that this unfortunate creature had, upon diving into the ditch, found the cover hastily replaced by someone? Upon parking his vehicle, Yisu approached the cover, only to notice that the light had suddenly shifted to the left, seemingly startled by his presence. Fluffball, fluff, fluff. Regardless of the effect, Yisu followed, calling out the dog's name as listed on the lost dog notice, while retrieving a pre-prepared sausage from his pocket, perhaps driven by hunger. The moment the dog caught a whiff of the sausage and heard its name, the light indeed came to a halt and hesitantly turned around. Fluffball. Observing this, Yisu promptly set the remaining sausage aside and prepared to lift the cover with a plastic bag in hand. In the late hours of the night in Yangcheng, most had retreated to their slumber, and those seeking nightlife would not choose to stroll in the park. Thus, the area was devoid of passers-by, allowing Yisu to manipulate the drainage cover undisturbed. With a creaking sound of metal against metal, he successfully lifted the cover. Woof, woof. The intelligence of the Schnauzer ranks high among dogs. It sensed Yisu's benign intentions and, upon the cover's opening, merely barked a couple of times without any sign of distress. As a young man unaccustomed to dog ownership, Yisu found this fluffy little creature undeniably adorable. Its brows reminiscent of a comical villain from old Hong Kong films, adding a touch of whimsy to its character. Good dog. Yisu then offered the remaining half of the sausage. Without hesitation, the Schnauzer seized the morsel and began to devour it. Seizing the opportunity while the dog enjoyed its treat, Yisu carefully slipped his hand around its collar, while the other gently scratched the dog's head in a playful manner. Good boy. Noting the Schnauzer's lack of resistance, he grasped it under its ribs and lifted it up. Woof, how foul. After being lost for 2 days, apart from the drainage ditch, the dog had likely ventured into other unsavory places, and as he drew near, a pungent odor assaulted Yisu's senses. Let me find a place to clean you up. In the early hours of the morning, returning the dog was not feasible just yet. First, he needed to take the Schnauzer home. He took out his phone, recording a brief video of the dog and himself, interspersed with the question, whose dog is this? Following this, he located a 24-hour self-service pet shop 2 kilometers away. I'll have to inconvenience you for a moment, Yisu said as he retrieved the plastic bag he had previously used, placing the Schnauzer inside before cradling it against his chest. Raised under the tender care of its owner since childhood, the Schnauzer has endured days of hunger and fear. During the tumultuous moments with Yisu, it did not resist. Instead, its front legs reached out, clutching the plastic bag that encased Yisu's left hand. The road was nearly deserted, and concerned for the dog's discomfort within the bag, Yisu hurriedly drove to a self-service pet shop, where he spent 9 yuan to give the dog a brief bath. He also purchased a can of dog food and a box of pet milk drink from the self-service counter, totaling 25 yuan. Oh, you little creature. You eat better than I do. After returning to his rented apartment with the freshly washed Schnauzer, Yisu extracted the dog food from the can with a plastic bag. The Schnauzer eagerly began devouring its meal, clearly famished. After pouring the pet milk drink into the food can, Yisu allowed the Schnauzer to fend for itself while he arranged a sleeping area for it. Fortunately, having recently bought a multitude of items, several cardboard boxes were still stacked in the living room. Yisu found a few boxes, unfolded them, and laid them out on the floor. Brother, friend, you shall sleep here tonight while I take the bedroom. We shall not interfere with one another. Tomorrow, I will return you home, all right? The dog barked. And whether it comprehended or not, Yisu took its response as an affirmative. Chapter 37. Into the station after wandering outside for 2 days. Having finally found a comfortable place, the Schnauzer finished its meal and instinctively lay down on the cardboard prepared by Yisu, though it was uncertain whether it had fallen asleep. Never one to engage in ventures without assurance, Yisu seized the opportunity to take out his phone and began to explore the considerations necessary for returning a pet dog to its owner. To his astonishment, as a university student, he had not anticipated the treachery that lurked within society. It was one thing for someone to take a pet and then turn their back on their responsibilities. It was another to discover that some would even accuse others of theft, pretending to return the dog in a bid to swindle money. Previously, there was the notion of not helping those who had not caused an accident. Now, there was the question of why one would return a dog they had not stolen. It was no wonder that benevolent individuals were becoming increasingly scarce, as everyone sought to protect their own interests, opting for a life of minimal involvement. Yisu had initially believed that returning the dog would be a straightforward transaction, money exchanged for the pet. However, it seemed he had underestimated the complexities of human nature in this society. based on the comments he encountered online. It appeared that only a minuscule fraction of those who posted exorbitant rewards for lost pets genuinely followed through on their promises. With this in mind, he realized the necessity of preparing for the possibility of the dog owner attempting to deceive him. Upon retrieving the dog, Yisu noticed that it wore a collar but lacked a leash. Given the circumstances of its disappearance, it was unlikely the door had been left ajar. Rather, it was more probable that the dog had been taken out without a leash, with the owner failing to supervise it closely enough to notice its absence. If the latter were true, Yisu would certainly question the character of the dog's owner. In light of this uncertainty, the likelihood of an unfortunate incident occurring upon the return of the dog naturally increased. After expending considerable effort late into the night, including giving the dog a bath, Yisu was disinclined to accept even a modest sum for his troubles. Thus, he resolved to research strategies to address any unforeseen complications that might arise the following day. The following morning, shortly after 9, Yisu took the dog out, but refrained from contacting the owner listed in the lost dog notice or visiting the address given. Instead, he made his way to a nearby police station. This course of action was inspired by advice from netizens who had commented on various videos regarding reward disputes, suggesting the involvement of an authoritative third party as a witness, with the police station being an ideal choice for Yisu. Moreover, prior to this, the online community had counseled him to solidify the evidence chain, such as recording the process of discovering the pet. Yisu had captured a video the previous night, initially intending to share it with his family as an explanation for the source of the 20,000 yuan reward. However, fortuitously, he had first completed the process of solidifying his evidence and establishing his innocence. "Hello, is there anything I can assist you with?" The officer at the station greeted warmly upon seeing a handsome young man enter with an adorable puppy in his arms. "Good day. I found a dog last night, believing it to be abandoned, and intended to take it home to care for it. However, this morning, while browsing short videos, I discovered that the owner has already posted a lost dog notice online, offering a reward of 20,000 yuan. Thus, I brought the dog over, hoping you could assist in witnessing the return of the dog to its rightful owners, as well as ensuring they fulfill their promise of a reward to avoid any potential disputes." After briefly explaining the situation, Yisu produced a short video he had prepared in advance and handed it to the duty officer. The officer received the phone, carefully compared the dog's image with the one in Yisu's arms, and subsequently recorded the contact information from the lost dog notice. "This is indeed the dog mentioned in the lost dog notice," the officer remarked. "I will have a colleague escort you to the mediation room while I contact the owner to come and reclaim the dog." "All right, thank you, ma'am." "Haha, you are too kind," the officer replied with a smile before summoning a colleague, who was directed to Yisu. "Hello, I am Officer Chen." "Good day, Officer Chen. I will take you to the mediation room. Our colleagues will assist you in reaching the owner." "Thank you." As Yisu departed, the duty officer picked up the phone and dialed the recorded contact number. Meanwhile, within the confines of Unit 1302 in Building 9 of the Fueying community, a woman's phone began to ring. "Hello? Is this the police station?" "Yes. It is my dog that is lost. I am grateful to the police for helping me find my son. So, someone has assisted in locating him? He is currently at the police station with the dog, awaiting our fulfillment of the reward of 20,000 yuan stated in the lost dog notice." "Which police station are you calling from?" "We will be there promptly." After hanging up, a man quickly approached. "Has Maogo been found?" "Yes. The police station informed me that a man found Maogo and brought him to the station, awaiting our confirmation and also expecting the 20,000 yuan reward." "Is this person out of his mind to demand 20,000 for a dog? What shall we do now?" "He's already at the police station waiting." "Are we just going to abandon Maogo?" "Not at all. It is actually more advantageous at the police station. We can present our dog ownership registration certificate. As long as we prove the dog is ours, even if we refuse to pay, the individual must return Maogo in front of the police." "You are right. I will delete the lost dog notice right now. And later we can assert that it was all fabricated by that person. A few hundred yuan should suffice to send him on his way." Indeed, those who are not family do not enter the same door. The couple, in perfect accord, hastily deleted the evidence and rushed out, eager to reclaim their dog. The police station chosen by Yisu was conveniently situated between the rental and Fueying communities, not far apart. Approximately 10 minutes later, a man and a woman hurried into the police station. "Hello, we are the owners of the lost dog. We were just contacted by someone here, stating that Maogo has been found and we should come to confirm. There is no need to rush. The individual is currently waiting in the mediation room. I will escort you both there." "Great. What are your names? My surname is Lin. My surname is Su. Mr. Su, Ms. Lin, please follow me. As soon as they entered the mediation room, the couple spotted the schnauzer in Yi Su's hands. Son, you have worried your mother to death. Where have you been these past few days? Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Su felt a twinge of discomfort. You may choose to treat your pet as your child. That is your prerogative, and I have no right to interfere. However, when you call out, perhaps you should consider who else is present. To whom are you directing your outburst? Madam, greetings. Are you certain this is the dog that went missing? Yes, she replied. The man beside her stepped forward, producing the prepared dog license. Here is the license for Mao Qiao, which confirms that this dog belongs to us. There was little doubt left in the matter. The officer took the license, made a brief comparison, and returned it to the man. Turning back to Yi Su, he nodded. This is indeed the dog that they reported missing. If there are no further issues, you may proceed with the exchange. Chapter 38. The ingenious netizens. Upon hearing the officer's words, the woman immediately stepped forward to retrieve the schnauzer. Hold on, Yi Su interjected, refusing to hand over the dog. Did you not post a lost dog notice offering a reward for its return? Now that it has been confirmed that this dog belongs to you, shouldn't you first honor your promise? The woman turned around, exchanging a knowing glance with her husband. The man, understanding her cue, approached Yi Su with a feigned warmth. My dear friend, we are immensely grateful for your help in finding our dog. Since we have been married without children, this little fur ball is all we have. You cannot imagine how heartbroken my wife was when it went missing. As he spoke, the man pulled out his wallet and handed over a stack of cash. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Indeed, the adage one must always be cautious of others held true in this instance. Yi Su's expression darkened as he glanced at the money being offered, questioning whether there were even 10 bills present. I believe you may have misunderstood. The reward stated in the lost dog notice was 20,000 yuan. Do not tell me that this amount you hold is merely 200 yuan. Upon entering, he noted that the one who found the dog was merely a young man, which had initially relieved him, as he assumed the youth would be easy to deceive, especially given his apparent shyness. However, as Yi Su called him out, the man's demeanor shifted uncomfortably. How can you take that figure seriously? Think about it. Offering 20,000 yuan for a lost dog is utterly unreasonable, don't you agree? I have about 1,000 yuan in cash here, which I can offer as a token of gratitude for your efforts in retrieving our furry friend. Indeed, Mr. Yi, the officer chimed in. Sometimes, in their haste, owners may list an exaggerated reward amount in their notices. Now that we have established that this dog is indeed theirs, it would be best to return it. Yi Su remained unmoved. A reward notice, once published, automatically acquires legal validity. This is a basic principle of law, is it not? Wherein lies the unreasonableness? Since you published the lost dog notice and have yet to amend it after a day, it signifies your tacit acceptance of the 20,000 yuan reward. I have fulfilled my contractual obligation by returning the dog, and now it is time for you to honor your commitment. Realizing that the situation was spiraling beyond his control, the man's expression faltered. As my companion just mentioned, we were simply anxious and mistakenly listed an unreasonable amount. Surely, you understand that 20,000 yuan is excessive, correct? Now that the dog has been found, it seems you only now deem it unreasonable. Why did you not find it unreasonable when you first published the lost dog notice? After so much time has passed, why did you not question the 20,000 yuan reward until now? The reward advertisement is protected by law, and it appears you treat our legal system with disdain. With these words, the man was rendered speechless, and even the officer stood at a loss for how to mediate the situation. The situation unfolded quite differently from what had been anticipated at home. The husband found himself at a loss for words as the woman suddenly erupted in fury. This is my son. On what grounds do you refuse to return him to me? With that, she attempted to seize him by force, but Yi Su had already foreseen her actions. Using the obstruction of the table to her advantage, she swiftly raised her phone to record. What do you mean? Do you intend to resort to violence in front of the police at the station? The young lady who had escorted the couple into the precinct was already disenchanted with their deceitful behavior and their collusion to intimidate a young individual. Upon witnessing the woman's intention to strike, she immediately stepped in to block her. Ms. Lin, this is a police station. I urge you to remain calm and restrain your actions. Unfortunately, due to the significant disparity in their sizes, despite her efforts, the young lady was pushed back. Ms. Lin, please calm down. The police officer also rose to intervene. Mr. Su, I kindly ask you to manage Ms. Lin's behavior to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. A physical altercation in the police station, especially with one-party recording, could potentially cause a considerable uproar if it were to surface online. Mr. Yi, perhaps you should also lower your phone. She is about to strike. How could I possibly put my phone down? Rest assured, with us present, such an incident will not transpire, and there are surveillance cameras in the mediation room, so you need not worry. Surveillance? Yisu pondered, yet complied by reluctantly lowering her phone, refraining from further escalation. Observing her cooperation, the officer quietly exhaled in relief. He had come to realize that the most troublesome party in the room was not the bickering couple, but rather this soft-spoken young woman. Mr. Su, Ms. Lin, you have also heard what Mr. Yi stated. The missing dog notice was indeed issued by you, and he has every right to demand that you honor your agreement. He claims 20,000, but I assert it was merely 2,000. He must have misread by a zero. If you don't believe me, ask him to retrieve the missing dog notice for verification. I am aware that you deleted the notice from the short video platform before arriving here, but that young lady noted down your contact information and confirmed the reward amount on the notice. Indeed, the young lady chimed in. Providing her testimony, I distinctly saw that the notice stated a reward of 20,000. Couldn't she have misread it as well? Such obstinacy elicited displeasure from the two officers. Before the young lady could counter further, Yisu displayed her phone screen to the group. I recorded the screen before you deleted the missing dog notice. I can prove that it was posted from your account, clearly stating a reward of 20,000. The irrefutable evidence left the woman speechless. Yisu's decisive action with the evidence also provided a sense of vindication for the young lady. You found the dog, but chose to come to the police station first, and you knew to record the screen in advance. This smacks of premeditation. I suspect that you stole the dog just to extort 20,000 from us. Exactly. The woman suddenly regained her vigor. That dog is yours. If you do not return it to me today, I shall call the police. Indeed. The keen observers in the comments section are remarkably adept at accurately deciphering the antics of these individuals. Call the police? We are currently at the precinct. What more can you report? Yisu spoke with calm composure. If you allege that I have stolen a dog, the matter becomes quite straightforward. I fortuitously recorded a video while rescuing this dog, intending to share it on social media. Now, if you could kindly disclose the location where you lost your dog. We can see if it corresponds with the place captured in my video, thereby confirming whether I truly stole the dog. Yisu then turned to the officer. Comrade, you mentioned that there is surveillance footage in the mediation room. If it ultimately proves that I did not steal the dog, would their actions constitute defamation? The officer was still in a quandary when the young lady interjected. Certainly, it qualifies as defamation, which refers to the fabrication of facts to slander another, with the intent to subject them to criminal prosecution. If the circumstances are more severe, it could even amount to the crime of false accusation. The veteran officer felt a wave of exasperation. Is it not chaotic enough as it is? Chapter 39. One word, delight. Do you hear that? You possess no evidence. Yet you accuse me of dog theft, attempting to extort 20,000 yuan from you. This is undoubtedly a case of defamation. Yisu realized that bringing the dog to the police station was indeed the wisest decision. With the presence of this justice-driven young lady, he was spared considerable trouble. A few words transformed a civil dispute into a criminal case, leaving the dog owner unable to continue their brazen outcry. I don't care. Frustrated and desperate, the woman began to lose her composure. This is all the money I have. I must take my son with me today. With that, she snatched the money from the man's hands and slammed it onto the table with a resounding thud. The cacophony of her fatally strained cries ignited an impulse in Yisu to retaliate. You don't care? Well, do you think I won't? Ignoring the couple, Yisu turned once more to the police officer. Now they wish to unilaterally breach our agreement, and it seems they have no intention of mediation. I shall file a lawsuit against them both, as this dog is a vital piece of evidence in this civil dispute. May I request the police station to safeguard it? The officer, taken aback by Yisu's polite demeanor contrasted with his resolute stance, exclaimed, Mr. Yi, please don't be hasty. We can discuss this further. Yisu shrugged nonchalantly. What is there for me to be anxious about? If they refuse to honor the reward advertisement, let the court assist them in fulfilling it. Upon hearing Yisu's intent to escalate the matter to court, the man finally grew frantic. Don't intimidate me. How could the court possibly concern itself with such trivialities? Do you truly lack even the most fundamental legal knowledge? Yisu cast a disdainful glance at the couple, who were merely throwing tantrums. Look up Article 499 of the Civil Code on your phones. Once a reward advertisement is published, as long as I, the performer, fulfill the conditions therein, you, the publishers, are obligated to pay the reward. Previously, while watching videos, Yisu had admired those who remained composed and articulated their viewpoints clearly in the face of adversity. Much like the gentleman on the high-speed train who, amidst a luggage dispute, faced accusations of unreasonable behavior yet responded with logical clarity. Having prepared adequately for this encounter, it was now his turn to assert his rights. Standing on the legal high ground and leaving others speechless, Yisu felt a singular emotion, exhilaration. Furthermore, let me remind you, the contract law also stipulates that once a reward advertisement is published, both parties are automatically considered to have entered into a contractual relationship. Yisu had not memorized the specific article of the contract law, but in this moment, such minutiae seemed irrelevant, citing legal provisions as if he were a legal professional. The man was clearly intimidated, responding weakly. Go ahead and sue. Do you know how long it takes for a case to be heard? At worst, we will just drag things out, forcing you to run back and forth endlessly. Who informed you that I am inclined to waste time with you? Please consult online. In cases of civil disputes like this, as long as the evidence is substantial, one merely needs to submit the relevant documentation and await the court hearing, after which a verdict will be pronounced. I intend to apply for legal aid, incurring no expenses whatsoever. When the time comes, should you refuse to pay, it will be of no consequence. I can present the judgment to the court and petition for enforcement, compelling you to fulfill your financial obligation. The only distinction here is that the matter will escalate, and those around you will be made aware of your actions, having suffered the consequences of ignorance. The man found himself utterly defeated, unable to retort further to Mr. Yi. It was evident that persuading Yisu was no longer an option. Thus, the focus shifted to this couple. Among the two, the officer was undoubtedly more inclined to communicate with the man. Mr. Ye's demands are quite clear. He merely seeks the fulfillment of the promise stated in the lost dog notice. If this escalates to court, it will be troublesome for all parties involved. And I strongly recommend that both sides engage in mediation now. Mediation? It is evident he intends to extort our money. Ms. Lin, I urge you to choose your words carefully. After being subjected to a barrage of accusations, Yisu felt her temper flare. How dare you accuse me of extorting your money? The lost dog notice was issued by you, and the reward amount was determined by your own hand. Have I requested anything beyond what you promised? Brother, fully aware that he held no ground, the man intervened to restrain his wife, adopting a congenial demeanor as he attempted to negotiate with Yisu. We indeed made a mistake today, and we will pay you the money. However, 20,000 is excessively high. Might we negotiate a lesser sum of 5,000 instead? 5,000. Such a drastic reduction from 20,000. Yisu was already refraining from cursing, but upon hearing the woman's loud protests, she remained resolute. If you deem 20,000 too much, why did you write that amount in the first place? I understand that you do not take this matter seriously, assuming that no one would pursue it diligently, believing you could simply brush it aside. Yet today, I am adamant about this issue. Yisu began to assert her position from both legal and moral high grounds, pointing an accusatory finger at the couple. In our current society, the level of trust is diminishing. Ask yourselves, are there not increasingly more cases requiring mediation due to various credit disputes? If upon entering, you had readily acknowledged the sum stated in the lost dog notice and then negotiated for a lower reward, I would have had no objections. However, you first attempted to avoid payment, then resorted to slander, employing every tactic at your disposal, only to then seek reason. Thus, I shall not concede even a penny. If necessary, we shall proceed to court. Brother, must we truly escalate this matter? The man could only continue to smile apologetically. It's a minor issue. There is no need to take this to court, is there? What do you mean by must we escalate this matter? Are you truly acknowledging your fault? I do not wish to expose your awareness. Avoiding court is certainly an option, provided you fulfill the reward stated in the lost dog notice. If you prefer not to offer any compensation, that is acceptable. After all, you claim that I am attempting to extort 20,000 yuan from you. I shall forego that sum. Instead, you may sign a letter of commitment relinquishing all ownership of the dog, allowing me to manage the matter independently. Is that agreeable? It is important to note that my attachment to the dog did not arise from merely having cared for it overnight. I am quite capable of distinguishing between 20,000 yuan and a dog. My gamble lies in the emotional bond that you, as a couple, have with this canine, particularly with the one you affectionately refer to as son, your Snorlax. It stands to reason that you would not wish to part with it. Furthermore, what I have not disclosed is that this dog rightfully belongs to you. and I possess no authority to demand your relinquishment. In fact, failing to return it would place me in a position of legal wrongdoing. Fortunately, I had just demonstrated a sound understanding of the law, successfully intimidating you into believing my assertions, leading you to instinctively trust my words without questioning the potential concealment of any unfavorable truths. Chapter 40. So you wish to be famous, allow me to assist you. That is my son. Why should I relinquish him? Return my son to me. Upon hearing Yisu's insistence that they abandon their claim to the schnauzer, the woman immediately raised her voice in a frantic scream. This momentarily led Yisu to question whether the individual before him was suffering from some form of mania. Very well, we shall provide the payment. After several rounds of negotiation, Yisu was unequivocal. Either they pay, or they forfeit the dog. Although the purebred schnauzer had cost 4,000, and with the expenses incurred in raising it, the total had far exceeded 20,000, the man was still reluctant to part with such a sum. However, the couple had no children, and the wife held the dog as if it were her own flesh and blood. Were he to even suggest that they no longer wanted the dog, his wife would be the first to unleash her wrath upon him, ensuring that their home would be plagued by turmoil. The mere thought of such a scenario sent chills down his spine. Agreeing to pay Yisu the 20,000 was driven not only by his desire to reclaim the dog, but also by his wish to restore tranquility to his household. Had he been forthcoming from the outset, this ordeal could have been avoided. Since it had come to this, under the witness of the two officers, why not proceed with the transfer? After confirming the payment application, Yisu presented his payment code. Do not forget to annotate that this sum is for the reward. Very well. The man, gritting his teeth in frustration, complied. Once the entire process was completed and the 20,000 received, Yisu finally returned the dog to him. Son, where have you been? The woman eagerly took the puppy, tears streaming down her face as she embraced it. Mommy was worried sick. Yisu chose to disregard this poignant display of maternal affection and turned to express his gratitude to the two officers. Thank you, comrades, for your assistance. No need for thanks. The important thing is that the matter has been resolved satisfactorily. As they shook hands, the officers quietly released a sigh of relief. This farce had finally come to an end. Have today's youth truly become so remarkable? The response and presence exhibited just now surpassed that of many individuals I have previously mediated with. The young lady shook hands with Yisu, her beautiful eyes assessing him. Not only does he possess good looks and a kind heart, but he also maintained composure in such a situation, articulating his demands with clarity. How impressive! Were it not for the circumstances, she would have wished to add Yisu as a friend, simply to become acquainted. Yisu, however, harbored no such thoughts. After thanking the two officers, he disregarded the couple entirely and departed the police station, riding his electric scooter back to his rented apartment. With 20,000 in his account, Yisu returned home, smartphone in hand, comfortably nestled on the sofa. One may forsake their dignity, but how could one be so utterly shameless? As he opened a short video, the platform promptly suggested a new video from the very couple he had just dealt with. Some individuals are truly shameless. Having found my son, they audaciously threaten us for 20,000, claiming it to be the reward stated in the lost dog notice. Such people deserve to be poor for a lifetime. The video featured the woman cradling the schnauzer, accompanied by an inexplicable background score. The contemporary SC chart Dinger's Bounty. Before someone aids you in locating your dog, the reward simultaneously exists and does not exist. Only when the dog is recovered do these two scenarios collapse into a singular outcome. Are you implying that after posting a lost dog notice, someone assisted you in retrieving your dog, only to demand that you fulfill your promise? It is evident that you are indeed cradling your son. Oh, the challenge of locating a lost dog is indeed the most daunting. Fortunately, the moral compass of netizens has become increasingly upright. We have long surpassed the era of the one who posts the video is always right. The comments beneath the video predominantly mock the actions of that couple. The woman has also noticed that the sentiments expressed in the comments starkly contrast with her expectations, and she is currently engaged in a heated exchange with netizens, desperately attempting to tarnish Yisu's reputation for a semblance of solace. If you desire to garner attention, may I lend you a hand? Having just received 20,000 yuan from someone, it is only fitting to reciprocate. With a grand gesture, Yisu utilized a first-order discount from her account and contributed 30 yuan to enhance the video's visibility. Relishing in the spectacle after amplifying the situation, Yisu recalled the need to share this delightful news with her family. She promptly forwarded the transaction record of the 20,000 yuan to the family group chat. And as anticipated, the chat erupted with excitement. Older brother, where on earth did you acquire such a substantial sum? Older sister, did you rob a bank? Today, I ventured out and found a dog, which turned out to belong to someone who had posted a lost dog notice. To express gratitude, they transferred me 20,000 yuan. Yisu also shared screenshots of the lost dog notice and a selfie of herself at the police station, cradling the dog, deliberately omitting the details of her time at the station. In a mere month, she had won a lottery, received an electric bike, and now, astonishingly, had found a dog for which someone rewarded her with 20,000 yuan. Such extraordinary fortune led her family to question Yisu's luck. However, upon seeing the photograph of Yisu with the dog at the police station, their skepticism dissipated. Even Su-won abandoned her concerns about whether Yisu might be engaging in illicit activities for monetary gain. Mother, truly, the heavens are watchful. Good deeds are duly rewarded. Older brother, in Guangzhou, money flows abundantly. A found dog merits a thank you of 20,000 yuan. I toiled tirelessly for a month, fretting over potential declines in store traffic, and I might not even earn that amount. Older sister, you are well aware of how people outside perceive their dogs as nearer than kin. I once saw someone chewing food and feeding it mouth to mouth to their dog. It nearly made me retch. Mother, surely that cannot be sanitary. Indeed. That couple was no different. I overheard them calling the dog as if it were their son, with gold futures having risen over 2 points. And with an additional 30,000 yuan in hand, even if gold were to plummet by 10 points next Monday, Yisu would still possess adequate funds to replenish her margin. Seizing this splendid pretext of helping someone find their dog, Yisu engaged in a brief conversation with her family before transferring the 20,000 yuan to Su-won. The reason for not directly transferring the funds to Yi Jiangwo was that Yisu wished to preserve his dignity as the head of the family. Having been strong-willed throughout his life, Yi Jiangwo would undoubtedly be reluctant to burden his children, particularly his youngest son, with the difficulties he faced. By transferring the money to Su-won, Yi Jiangwo could find some solace in his heart. Mother, wasn't this money just given to you? Why are you sending it back to me? Mother, you already transferred 10,000 yuan to me last time. This time, you should keep the money for yourself. I have funds. Previously, my senior received a sizable project, and after we completed it, each of us received over 10,000 yuan. This time, the 20,000 yuan given for rescuing the dog is surplus to my needs, so I am passing it to you. All right, then I shall accept it. Unable to argue against Yisu, Su-won ultimately accepted the 20,000 yuan. Upon seeing that Su-won had accepted the transfer, a smile finally graced Yisu's face on the other end of the phone. Chapter 41. The Dinosaur Note. The video has been deleted. Could it be that they were overwhelmed? While waiting for information to refresh in the evening, Yisu, having nothing else to do, decided to check the Douyin video she had helped that Snorlax with during the day, curious if it had garnered her any attention. To her dismay, upon searching by user ID, she discovered that the video had been removed, and the other videos had been set to disallow comments. Was it truly that someone had criticized them to the point of despair? It is said that netizens nowadays possess a strong moral compass, even a high defense. High attack Snorlax can be driven to silence. Alas, having spent 30 yuan, she witnessed no excitement and missed the splendid performance of contemporary internet users. With a heavy heart, Yisu could only admire the dedicated young women energetically showcasing their talents online while she awaited today's information refresh. Ding! Today's information, level 2 at the recycling station located at number 16, Chinching Street. A box of old magazines was collected last night. Among them was a 1999 edition Dinosaur Note 100 yuan bill, suggested selling price, 17,000 yuan. What is a dinosaur note? How could a single banknote be worth 17,000? Yisu, of course, understood that some special serial numbers on banknotes can be quite valuable. But that was the extent of her knowledge. Having never delved into this area before, it was her first encounter with the term dinosaur note. She picked up her phone to search for more information and soon grasped the concept. A dinosaur note refers to banknotes with the last 7 digits of the serial number being the same. Similarly, there are elephant notes with the last 6 digits identical and Chilean notes where all 8 digits are the same. A standard dinosaur note from the 1999 100 yuan series is typically worth a few thousand yuan, but the one mentioned in the information, valued at 17,000, was likely not a special serial number but rather an uncirculated new note. However, that banknote had already been taken by the recycling station. How could she possibly acquire it? Never mind, pondering this now would serve no purpose. Sleep is in order. Having experienced numerous information updates, Yisu had learned to remain calm under pressure. At this hour, The recycling station was already closed, and there was no point in attempting to break in. She decided to turn off the lights and sleep, planning to rise early the next day to investigate the situation. At 9 o'clock the following morning, as Yisu approached Qianxing Street, she noticed that the recycling station had opened. A middle-aged man, approximately 50 years old, was spraying water on a pile of cardboard, presumably to prevent fire hazards. If the owner of the recycling station discovered this, or if that box of magazines had already been resold, it would be quite amusing. As Yisu rode her electric bike closer, she exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the items were still there, in her line of sight. A cardboard box resting atop the pile emitted a faint glow. "Hey there, is there something you need?" The owner paused his work, curious about what Yisu was doing as she peered into the station. "Hello, sir. I wanted to inquire if you have any old books or magazines that I could purchase." "Old books and magazines? We have plenty." The proprietor regarded Yisu with suspicion, inquiring, "But what do you intend to do with these items?" On the way here, Yisu had already concocted an excuse. "I wish to purchase some undamaged secondhand books and magazines to sell at school." "Oh, you are still a student," the proprietor observed, noting that Yisu did not appear to have entered the workforce. "Indeed, it is not the weekend, and I thought I might engage in a small business venture at school to earn a bit of pocket money, rather than continuously relying on my family for funds." Upon hearing this, the proprietor gave Yisu a thumbs up. "Well done, young man. It is commendable that you are striving to support yourself while still in school. Far better than my two sons." "Please, do not say that. I am merely indulging a whim to see if I can make some money this way." "All right, then I shall consider this as my support for your entrepreneurial spirit." The proprietor gestured towards the area where Yisu had been browsing. "Over there are the newly acquired secondhand books and magazines that I have yet to water. See if there is anything useful for you, but do not create a mess, or I will have to reorganize everything." "Thank you, boss." Yisu parked his electric bike and approached the box of magazines, feigning interest as he began to sift through them, oblivious to the proprietor's actions. With a surveillance camera overhead, Yisu was anxious about revealing his intentions. His examination of the magazines was cursory at best, and he soon shifted his focus to the pile of old books. Ultimately, Yisu selected a cardboard box and filled it with approximately 20 old books before presenting both the box of books and the magazines to the proprietor. "This will be all for me. Please let me know the total." "Is this enough? Would you not like to purchase a bit more?" "Let us start with this quantity. I want to see if I can sell them first." "Very well." The proprietor placed both boxes on the electronic scale. "The total weight is 36 pounds. I will charge you for 36 pounds. And you are selling them to me at $1 per pound?" Yisu glanced at the two cardboard boxes and then at the smiling proprietor, quickly realizing the underlying situation. However, he chose not to confront it and handed over $35 in cash. "Take care, young man. If you sell well, you can return next time." "Thank you, boss." As Yisu departed, the proprietor smugly flicked the cash in his hand, stowing it away before adjusting the electronic scale once more. In his rented accommodation, devoid of an electronic scale, Yisu found himself unable to ascertain the true worth of his acquisitions upon returning home. "Let me see what a $100 bill, valued at $17,000, looks like." Setting the box of second-hand books aside, Yisu began to leaf through the magazines one by one. No. Aha. Found it. Within a short span, a $100 bill, deeply embedded within the pages of a magazine, caught Yisu's eye. JU, 7 sevens. This is a dinosaur bill commencing with a supplementary prefix. No wonder the system appraised it at 17,000. Among various prefix series, the most valuable is undoubtedly the FA first issue series. Yisu recently discovered that a certain auction had sold a FA first edition serial number 99 version 100 yuan dinosaur note for nearly 40,000 Hong Kong dollars, setting a new record for this particular banknote. Below the first edition serial number, there exists the supplementary serial number in Yisu's possession, which is valued at approximately 75 of the FA first edition serial number, with well-preserved specimens fetching over 20,000. The system suggested a selling price of 17,000, which Yisu found acceptable. Ordinary serial numbers, excluding the 8, 6, and 9, can still command several $1,000s, with pristine, unblemished notes surpassing 10,000 being quite feasible. It is no wonder that when withdrawing cash, even for a mere 10,000, the serial numbers are often fragmented. There are indeed many intricacies involved. Before spending cash next time, it would be prudent to take heed, as one might stumble upon unexpected treasures. Chapter 42. I want it all. After sending the message and photo to Mr. Liang, Yisu neatly placed the magazines into a cardboard box. Just as he was finishing up, his phone on the coffee table vibrated twice, revealing a message from Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang, you truly have a knack for this. You manage to find treasures every week. This time was purely coincidental. I went to the bank this morning to withdraw some cash, only to discover a rare dinosaur note nestled within. I wonder who lacks discernment enough to deposit such currency into an ATM. Mr. Liang, to find such pristine dinosaur notes from an ATM is remarkable, my friend. Your luck is indeed unparalleled. Are you interested in purchasing? Mr. Liang, certainly. What price do you have in mind? Having mentioned that the money was withdrawn from an ATM, Mr. Liang, trusting Yisu, already assumed the currency was authentic. As long as they could agree on a price, they could conduct the transaction face-to-face. Flat price, 17,000. After 2 successful collaborations, Yisu regarded Mr. Liang as a reliable outlet and thus refrained from haggling over a few hundred. He quoted Mr. Liang directly based on the system's suggestion. After a few moments of silence, Yisu's phone vibrated once more. Mr. Liang, deal? However, I must attend to my shop. You will need to bring the goods. No problem. Is it convenient for me to come over now? Mr. Liang, any time after 10 will do. All right. Not in a hurry to rush to Mr. Liang's antique store. Yisu first rode his electric bike to transport 2 boxes of old magazines to a recycling station. Good day. I have some recyclables to sell. Sure. The proprietor swiftly weighed the 2 boxes, stating, books weigh 8 pounds 9. I'll give you a 9-pound count. That is 40 cents per pound. Magazines weigh 9 pounds 8. I'll count that as 10 pounds at 30 cents per pound. Altogether, that is $6.06. Is this truly only 19 pounds? Yisu chose to remain silent regarding the meager payout. The 2 proprietors managed to transform 35 pounds into a mere 19. Yet they were generous enough to count a few extra ounces. Are you 2 magicians, performing tricks on me? If you don't believe me, I'll weigh it again for you. The proprietor placed both boxes on the electronic scale. See? It's 18 pounds 7. I've been in this business for years. I wouldn't deceive you. If you still doubt it, you may take it must be said that the tea at Wang Yuan's esteemed shop is indeed exceptional. Even Yisu, a non-enthusiast of Gongfu tea, can discern its exquisite aroma. After savoring its smoothness, Yisu retrieved a 100 yuan note and handed it over. To authenticate a renminbi note, there was no need to summon the seasoned veteran, Wan Bowen. Wang Yuan accepted the bill, first ensuring it was unwrinkled, then felt the texture of the paper, and finally tilted it towards the light for a closer inspection, nodding at Yisu. Everything checks out. I will transfer the funds to you. The transaction was flawless, taking less than a minute, and Wang Yuan promptly transferred 17,000 yuan to Yisu. The advantage of dealing with an expert lies in the mutual understanding of value. As soon as the authenticity of the item is confirmed, both parties can swiftly conclude the deal. Not rushing to leave, Yisu lingered in the antique shop, enjoying a few more cups of tea and engaging in casual conversation with Wang Yuan before finally taking his leave. With his current funds, he was nearing 100,000 yuan. After selling the dinosaur-themed 100 yuan note, Yisu's mobile balance was approximately 47 to 80,000 yuan. In his gold futures account, he had a margin of 90,000, of which 70,000 was borrowed from Lao Ma, leaving him with 20,000 of his own. Over the weekend, the price of gold continued to rise, and his profits from the gold futures had already surpassed 20,000. If this trend continued, he might not have to lift a finger, and by next week, his total assets could exceed 100,000 yuan. This does not even account for the 30,000 yuan he had previously transferred to Su Wan. The realization was staggering. In just 5 short weeks after binding to the system, he had accrued over 100,000. Initially, Yisu aimed to earn a few tens of thousands each month through the system, and he would have been quite content. However, his perspective as an ordinary citizen had undergone a profound transformation. He yearned for wealth. The influx of money was so rapid. If he were to gather 7 pieces of intelligence in a week and upgrade them all to secondary intelligence, he would truly soar. Secondary intelligence could elevate him. With tertiary and quaternary intelligence to follow, what heights could he reach? Perhaps he would become the world's richest man. How embarrassing that would be. As he envisioned a bright future, Yisu recalled the classic scene from Su Jinjian. Cars, houses, money, and no cilantro, I want them all. He walked with a newfound swagger, feeling as if he were gliding, and made his way back to his rented apartment via subway and electric bike. First, he resolved the matter of lunch, then indulged in a leisurely afternoon nap. Around 3 o'clock, Yisu donned the bracelet he had found at the school gate early Monday morning and stepped outside. Ding ding. Please press the button to unlock the door. The electronic lock emitted a sound that startled Chinsini, who was lying on her bed watching a drama. Upon seeing Yisu walk in, her heart leapt with joy and her tense body relaxed. This man was quite thoughtful, coming over to check on her during her period. Since becoming intimate with Yisu, Chinsini had grown accustomed to spending weekends with him. With no work over the past couple of days and being alone, she felt a pang of emptiness in her heart. Upon the appearance of Yisu, Chinsini could not help but feel a flicker of delight. What brings you here? She inquired. I came to see if you were clandestinely consorting with other men behind my back. Is that even a question? Chinsini retorted, pulling back the covers to reveal her slender leg, playfully swiping at Yisu like a kitten. Of course there are. They just left moments ago. Did you not encounter them? Several? Yisu raised an eyebrow. Given your current state, I doubt they could rival me. Combined, they probably wouldn't match my prowess. Go to hell. Chinsini, recalling Yisu's formidable strength, found herself at a loss for a rebuttal and could only respond in exasperation. As Yisu made to sit beside her on the bed, Chinsini hurriedly obstructed him. Do not come up. You haven't changed your clothes. And you haven't even removed your socks. In her flustered state, her left hand inadvertently brushed against the hard case in Yisu's pocket. You smoke? Chapter 43. The Legend of the Hungry Wolf. With remarkable precision, Yisu produced a bracelet box and presented it to Chinsini, saying, This is for you. The intelligence had indicated that this bracelet, being second-hand, could fetch a mere 300 yuan. Furthermore, the pricing at offline counters was notoriously opaque. Yisu felt that even 300 yuan would be challenging to obtain, as it required finding a willing buyer. The entire process seemed cumbersome and yielded a scant profit. However, by gifting it to Chinsini, the bracelet transformed into a tangible luxury item priced at $11.99, without any discounts whatsoever. Utilizing resources wisely, Yisu had resolved to offer this bracelet to Chinsini upon discovering it on the street earlier that week. For me? Chinsini's eyes sparkled with delight, and without a hint of pretense, she accepted the bracelet box from Yisu's hands. A habitual shopper, she instantly recognized the box as belonging to a certain prestigious brand. Upon opening it and beholding the star-shaped bracelet, her eyes gleamed with excitement. Is this truly intended for me? Of course not. Do I look like the kind of person who buys gifts for girls? I merely found it by the roadside, Yisu swore, insisting that his words were genuine. Yet, Chinsini remained unconvinced, leaving him helpless. Yes, you found it on the street, not specifically for me, she said, joyfully handing the bracelet back to Yisu. Put it on me. Yisu took the bracelet and wrapped it around her wrist, playfully declaring, Well, usually you adorn me, but now I shall adorn you. In light of Yisu's thoughtful gift selection, Chinsini refrained from engaging in a playful argument. Done, she exclaimed, excitedly admiring her right wrist. I never expected your taste in jewelry to be this good. It seems you bought plenty of gifts to charm girls in the past. I've always maintained a philosophy of flitting through the flowers without touching the leaves. How could I possibly buy gifts for girls? It was always others insisting on gifting me, Yisu replied. Ah, yes. Chinsini pouted, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Yisu leaned in closer. Having given you a gift, surely I deserve some form of reward in return? Upon hearing this, Chinsini's expression soured. I'm currently indisposed. It will take a few days before I can. Yisu looked at her with disdain. I must ask, why is your mind so consumed with such trivial matters? He gestured to his own face. I merely suggested a kiss, yet your thoughts wandered elsewhere. Besides, I'm the one expecting a reward, not the other way around. You rogue, Chinsini retorted, her cheeks puffing in indignation. Ultimately, however, she leaned in and planted a firm kiss on Yisu's cheek. Is this satisfactory? This man, even when gifting, managed to provoke her. With a triumphant grin, Yisu replied, I've purchased 2 sets of sleepwear for you, freshly laundered and placed in the wardrobe. If you wish to join me in bed, you must first change out of your current attire and remember to wash your feet. All right. Yisu expressed impatience, yet complied with Chinsini's request to change out of the clothes he had worn all day and wash his feet. Seizing the moment, Chinsini took out her phone. Placing her right hand adorned with a bracelet near her face, and struck various poses, capturing several lovely selfies. Once Yisu had addressed his hygiene, he eagerly dove into bed, joining Chinsini in binge-watching their favorite series. Indeed, humans are inherently social beings. Having a fragrant, soft companion of the opposite sex was far more enjoyable than being alone in a rented apartment. However, It became evident that Chin Sini's taste in television was not aligned with his own. After merely a few minutes, Yisu lost interest in the romantic dramas, becoming increasingly restless. "Hey, what are you doing? I can't watch the show like this." Yisu remained undeterred, playfully behaving mischievously until Chin Sini ultimately surrendered, relinquishing her resistance and allowing him to act as he pleased while she continued watching the series. Meanwhile, in Guangzhou, Yi Jiangwo, using his phone, transferred the final sum of 8,000 yuan to his creditor for the month. He subsequently altered the note from 58,000 to 50,000. "Boss Zheng, this month. I can only pay this much for now. I will repay the remaining amount as soon as possible." "Boss Zheng, 50,000. Received." "Boss Zheng, 50,000. Aguel. I trust your integrity." "Boss Zheng, 50,000. However, as you know, business is indeed difficult these days, and I also need funds for circulation. If possible, I hope the remaining amount can be settled promptly. Rest assured, I will repay you as soon as I can." "Boss Zhang, 50,000. Good." Exiting the chat, Yi Jiangwo glanced at the top 3 conversations in his chat list. Boss Huang, 60,000. Boss Lin, 53,000. And Boss Zheng, 50,000. He couldn't help but rub his temples in exhaustion. With bank loans and 3 creditors, despite having managed to repay an unprecedented 50,000 yuan this month, it was solely due to the 30,000 yuan Yisu transferred to Su Wan in the record-breaking 20,000 yuan withdrawn from Yi Xian's online store sales that allowed the family to settle such a considerable sum and still save some of his earnings for household emergencies with Yi Ruo. However, the duration of the debt continued to extend. Even though Yu Jiangwo divided the money into 3 parts each month to assure the creditors that he had not forgotten his obligations and was actively seeking to repay them, the frequency of their reminders was increasing. Sigh. Yu Jiangwo let out a long sigh, realizing that this month's unexpected income from his 2 sons was merely a temporary solution to appease the 3 creditors. He was uncertain how he would explain things to them next month. On the other side, in the Yangcheng apartment, feeling increasingly frustrated as he could only reminisce about touch without any substantial actions, Yisu, after finishing dinner, planned to change clothes and return to school around 8 o'clock. Unexpectedly, Chin Sini suddenly wrapped her arms around his and playfully nudged him, asking, "Are you leaving already?" Yisu curled her lips in disdain. "What can we do if we don't leave?" Chin Sini flashed a cunning smile. "Nothing." It seemed that the tactics she usually employed to tease Chin Sini were now turned back upon herself. Were it not for the fact that the other party was within the 7-day protection period, Yisu would have undoubtedly taught her a harsh lesson, making Chin Sini aware of the consequences of provoking him. "Don't be so realistic. Stay with me tonight. But I have class tomorrow as a model student. I certainly cannot skip." "Oh, a model student? So you can't skip class, can you?" Chin Sini leaned closer to Yisu's ear, whispering, "If you stay with me tonight, I can." In the capital, there are indeed skilled orators who would choose to toil away when they could rely on others. Yisu instantly adopted a different demeanor. "Actually, the Monday morning class isn't particularly interesting. In my field, self-study is paramount. Missing a few classes doesn't matter much." Hiki. Chin Sini wore a look that seemed to say, "I see through you men." Thus, under these sudden changes, Yisu decided to remain in the apartment, eagerly awaiting Chin Sini to fulfill her promise after finishing his shower. Ultimately, the apartment resonated with Jackie Chung's legend of the hungry wolf. A gentleman is drawn to the fire, and the warm smoke cannot be blown away. She uses her mouth to hone my skills. Chapter 44, is this correct? On Monday morning, the diligent Chin Sini rose at around 7 to prepare for work. Last night, Yisu, who had gone to bed early alongside her, awoke as Chin Sini's alarm rang, currently engaged in a final battle with his warm blankets. Without dilly-dallying in the bathroom, Chin Sini completed her morning routine and applied a touch of makeup, noticing Yisu still nestled in his cocoon. She couldn't help but urge, "Aren't you hurrying to brush your teeth? Do you truly intend to skip class this morning?" Having invited him to stay over, Chin Sini didn't genuinely wish for Yisu to miss his lessons. She was aware that the school was merely a few kilometers from their apartment, and if Yisu got up early and rode his electric bike back, he could still make it to his 8 o'clock class. However, if he rushed back now, he would have no time for breakfast, and skipping breakfast was detrimental to one's health. Out of a sense of responsibility for her own well-being, she decided to forego her first 2 classes, instructing her roommate to mark her present instead. With just a few words, Yisu concocted a grandiloquent excuse for himself. Chinsini, having been through it all, understood that missing a couple of classes was inconsequential. A university life devoid of having a roommate cover for you when skipping class was hardly complete. Reflecting on the carefree days of college when one could skip classes at will, she felt a stark contrast to her current predicament, where she refrained from even being late for the sake of a meager 200 yuan for perfect attendance. It felt as if she were living in another era. University life was indeed better. Nonsense, university life was not as good as yours. Chinsini rolled her eyes at Yisu in exasperation. Did you not see this struggling worker lamenting youth? Would it kill you to echo my sentiments? All right. Yisu acquiesced. Then why don't you just skip work? Chinsini raised an eyebrow at him. And who would support me if I didn't work? Then you should go to work. Seeing Yisu revert to form after just a couple of exchanges, Chinsini gritted her teeth. If you keep this up, the next time you come over, you can sleep on the sofa. For the sake of his brother's happiness, Yisu surrendered. Well, I'm not going to class this morning anyway. I'll drive you to work first. Deal. This insufferable brother always knows how to mix a reprimand with a reward. Initially, Chinsini believed she could easily handle a younger boy still in school like Yisu. Yet now, it seemed she was the one being handled. Get up quickly if you intend to take me to work. Don't make me late. At your command. Yisu sprang up with a nimble motion but failed to rise properly, silently getting out of bed to address his physiological needs. Oh right. Having gone to bed early last night, he hadn't checked the latest updates from the early morning. As he brushed his teeth, he activated the system. Today's update, Level 1 Jiang Jibin, after being blocked by the girl he was pursuing 2 weeks ago, has made a fresh start last week by meeting a new girlfriend on a dating app. However, he was unaware that the other party was a transgender individual, casting a wide net on a dating app merely to lure in suitors, allowing a multitude of boyfriends to shower them with virtual coins. This person, with the short video user ID, Sun21, seemed to learn rather swiftly. Having just ended one entanglement, they quickly engaged with another, proving to be quite resourceful. They even sought out a transgender partner. A transgender individual. Oh, a transgender individual. Pht. Cough, cough, cough. Yisu inadvertently expelled a mouthful of toothpaste all over the makeup mirror, followed by a fit of violent coughing. Are you all right? Came Chinsini's concerned voice from outside the door. I'm fine, just brushed too quickly and choked a little, Yisu replied while beginning to tidy up the disheveled mirror. It was only just past 7. There was still time to make it to work, so there was no need for undue haste. All right. After managing Chinsini, Yisu meticulously re-examined the intelligence gathered for the day, ultimately confirming that he had indeed not misread the situation. It was one thing to be deceived by a woman. What could one say about this? Fortunately, from the intelligence, it appeared that Jiang Jibin had only recently met this individual, suggesting there might not be any significant loss involved. Since he was now aware of the situation, it was imperative to alert Jiang Jibin and unveil the truth. However, the warning could not be too overt, lest it embarrass him. Sigh, what a tumultuous affair. Thankfully, there was a system alert. Otherwise, one could only imagine when he might unwittingly end up showering someone with virtual coins. Simply showering coins would be tolerable, but the implications were too daunting to contemplate. How much trouble could one possibly stir up? Then again, perhaps it was more accurate to say one was being led into trouble. After quickly washing his face, Yisu emerged from the bathroom just as Chinsini was finishing her makeup. Seizing the moment, Yisu sent a message in their dormitory group chat, requesting Lin Jingjie from the same major to give him a shout. Handsome number 3, you are becoming increasingly outrageous. Having a girlfriend, yet skipping the 8 a.m. class. Handsome number 3, as someone who prioritizes academics, I shall not assist in your misdeeds. No more words. I'll treat you to lunch at the cafeteria. Order whatever you like, all right? Handsome number 3 deal. With the issue of skipping class resolved, Yisu searched for Jiang Jibin's online romantic interest using the provided user ID on the short video platform. Goodness. It was no wonder Jiang Jibin had fallen for such a group, renowned for their infamous tricks. To be honest, looking at the heavily beautified host in the video, Yisu would not have been able to ascertain the person's gender had he not scrolled through the comments, where the truth was unveiled. I'm ready, let's go. Yisu thought, contemplating how to subtly remind Jiang Jibin of the situation, just as Chinsini, now done with her makeup, stood up and called for him to leave. All right. Fearing Chinsini might be late, Yisu hastily put on his shoes, and together they exited, riding the electric scooter to take her to work. It must be said that in a bustling metropolis like Guangzhou, during the peak hours of commuting, An electric bicycle can sometimes prove more efficient than a car. Navigating through the streets with deft turns, I even paused to purchase breakfast. A startling sensation from behind jolted Yi-Su's awareness of safety, constantly reminding him to refrain from excessive speed and to apply the brakes when necessary. Remarkably, Yi-Su managed to escort Shansini to the base of her office building in just over 20 minutes. Goodbye. Neither of them belonged to the category of individuals who, out of desperation, engage in public displays of affection. Shansini merely waved at Yi-Su before turning to enter the office building. Sini. At that moment, a female voice echoed from a distance, followed by the approach of a woman of similar age to Shansini. Jishan. After exchanging pleasantries, Shansini introduced them. This is my colleague. This is my friend. Hello. Yi-Su politely nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Jishan then elongated her words with a meaningful tone. Oh, friend. Hello. Still friends, are we? We are all adults here. After delivering you to work this morning, do we really need to discuss what transpired last night? All right. Time to work. Shansini was keen to keep Yi-Su unaware of her considering him as her boyfriend, thus she pulled Lin Jishan into the office building. Your boyfriend is quite handsome. No wonder you keep him so well hidden. Handsome? I think he is rather average. Oh, just average? You must be quite satisfied then. Upon hearing the words quite satisfied, Shansini couldn't help but recall the new experiences from the previous night, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Chapter 45. The Prejudice in People's Hearts is a great mountain at Lingnan Engineering Institute's Department of Computer Science. A 3-year curriculum with a 1-year internship is adopted, forming a 3+1 model. To better prepare students for their senior year internships, the 3-year program implements a schedule of 2 intense classes followed by 1 relaxed session. Thus, after completing 2 classes on Monday morning, Jiang Jibin and his companions returned to their dormitory. Upon opening the door, they found Yi-Su already back, seated at his desk, engrossed in his phone. Oh, bossy, you actually decided to come back? Have you been enjoying yourself these past 3 days, skipping even Monday's classes? Lin Jingjia and Feng Ziwei chimed in, filling room 305 with a palpable air of jealousy, accustomed to the occasional snide remarks from his roommates, who were brimming with unspent youthful energy and envied his nighttime escapades. Yi-Su replied, I intended to return, but an unexpected situation arose last night, which kept me out longer. They had only been together for a few weeks, reveling in the blissful honeymoon phase of their relationship. However, with one partner working and the other attending classes, they could only cherish 2 days together on weekends, making their reluctance to part quite understandable. Wait. Jiang Jibin's sudden understanding took Feng's away by surprise. What is wrong with you today, buddy? Did you take some wrong medicine? How come you're suddenly defending Bossy? When he is not around, you're the one who criticizes him the most. Now that he is here, you've turned timid? Only Yi-Su understood the reason behind Jiang Jibin's complete attitude shift. He was almost certain that Jiang Jibin felt he would soon become the next person in room 305 to spend nights away from home. Nonsense. Bossy is my brother. My dear friend. How could I ever speak ill of him? Not merely a brother or dear friend. Yi-Su had become a mentor in Jiang Jibin's eyes. It was thanks to Yi-Su's advice that he learned not to cling to one branch, but to seek another target after being blacklisted, ultimately leading him to his current girlfriend. Jiang Jibin could discern that, although the photos sent by his online girlfriend were slightly beautified, she undoubtedly paled in comparison to Yi-Su's girlfriend. However, every journey begins with a single step. Having found his current partner, he believed that his next pursuit would serve even if it were not for Jiang Jibin. I still had to reside in dormitory 305 from Monday to Thursday. Seizing the moment while the attention of my 3 roommates was still on me, Yi-Su swiftly swiped down on his phone, returning to the video page he had prepared earlier, thanks to the recommendation algorithm of the short video platform. After searching for Jiang Jibin's online romance account several times that morning, he could effortlessly refresh the video page and encounter the other party's videos, making everything appear seamless. What the hell? Is this really a man? After more than a month of training, Yi-Su's acting skills had reached a remarkable level, effortlessly drawing Lin Jingjia and Feng Ziwei's attention. What man? This one? I just came across a video of a woman, thought she looked decent. But upon opening the comments section, I discovered a netizen remarked, the hostess is bigger than yours. Holding his phone, Yi-Su displayed the video to Lin Jingjia and Feng Ziwei, while his gaze subtly darted toward Jiang Jibin. Originally, Jiang Jibin, intending to retreat to his bed to continue flirting with his girlfriend, out of curiosity, pulled back his foot from the stairs and leaned in to see the commotion. Is this a man? Lin Jingjia skeptically took the phone from Yi-Su, flipping through the comments with Fong's away. Damn, it really is. If you hadn't said anything, who would have recognized it? From now on, I'll have to check the comments whenever I watch short videos. What does TS mean anyway? The gaming aficionado Fong's away boldly speculated, it must be thy shy. Reasonable, Lin Jingjia nodded. In today's world, trust between individuals has truly eroded. Previously in online romances, one only needed to worry about whether the other person was using a flattering photo. Now, one also had to be concerned about whether the person on the other end was a weapon-wielding brother. Yusu implied meaningfully. Lin Jingjia turned to Jiang Jibin, who was sitting at his desk, typing on his phone while seemingly chuckling to himself. Did you hear that? Online romances carry risks. Meeting in person requires caution. Just because our boss he has found a girlfriend online doesn't mean you should mimic him and end up with a brother instead. Jiang Jibin scoffed dismissively. Do you think I'm like you too? Unable to distinguish between male and female? Just look at my eyes. With a playful gesture, Jiang Jibin pointed to his own eyes, boasting, these are the discerning eyes honed through countless encounters with beautiful women. I can tell the dimensions of the other party with just a glance. Yi Su, upon hearing this, felt a wave of darkness cloud his vision. Truly, you are extraordinary. Here comes the strongest in 305. Lin Jingjia extended the phone toward Jiang Jibin. Then take a look. Is this a man or a woman? Let me show you my skill. After replying to a message, Jiang Jibin finally set his phone down and confidently approached Lin Jingjia. However, upon seeing the image of a woman exuding an elegant, matronly aura on the screen, he was struck as if by lightning. How could this possibly be a man? A man is a man, no need to overreact. Lin Jingjia was taken aback by Jiang Jibin's extreme change in demeanor. This cannot possibly be a man. Jiang Jibin exclaimed in disbelief. Astonished, are you? You prided yourself on having discerning vision, yet it seems you still have much to refine. Lin Jingjia opened the comments section. Take a good look. Is this not a brother? Jiang Jibin hastily seized the phone, scrutinizing it intently. The extent to which he leaned toward the screen prompted Lin Jingjia to question. Looking so closely, could it be that your tastes have shifted? You are the one whose tastes have changed. My friend, I have always adored beautiful women. Jiang Jibin flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His exaggerated reaction further piquing Lin Jingjia's curiosity. Ignoring Lin Jingjia's jests, Jiang Jibin, after watching the video, swiped left in a stubborn attempt to peruse the profile, ultimately confirming that this individual was indeed his online romantic interest. His thumb trembled slightly as he opened the comments section, only to be met with a disheartening first comment. Brothers, don't bother looking. The host is packing more than you. This is a male. Wait. A male isn't necessarily a bad thing. My friend, your IP indeed has a story. The prejudices that reside in the heart are like a towering mountain. Chapter 46. Market fluctuations. One comment after another utterly obliterated Jiang Jibin's last shred of hope. Awakened from his stupor, he realized the fool in the jest was none other than himself. Reflecting on the sweet interactions with his online girlfriend over the past few days was a task he was keen to avoid. Have you finished? Return my phone once you're done. Yi Su's words jolted Jiang Jibin back to reality, and he numbly handed the phone back to him. As he silently turned away and climbed onto his bed with the device, Yi Su chose not to say much. The truth had been laid bare. The rest was for Jiang Jibin to digest at his own pace. Nevertheless, Yi Su harbored no concerns that Jiang Jibin would struggle to accept this reality. According to the information at hand, their acquaintance had only spanned a few days. Based on Yi Su's understanding of Jiang Jibin, it was unlikely that he would quickly invest emotionally. At worst, he would suffer a minor loss of sentiment. In all likelihood, within the time it took to relieve himself, this fellow would adjust his mindset. Consider it a lesson learned. He hoped Jiang Jibin would remember to sharpen his discernment before pursuing new relationships. Ideally, he would come to recognize that, at his age, accumulating wealth was far more vital than chasing after women. With sufficient funds, he could indulge in various culinary delights, forgoing the mundane in favor of constant novelty. As expected, by the time the four of them prepared to head to the cafeteria for lunch, Jiang Jibin had already regained his composure, reverting to his usual carefree demeanor. Remember our morning agreement? I'll call you out, and you're treating for lunch. He would not forget his father's words. Promises were meant to be honored. Yi Su promptly produced his meal card, handing it over. Here, take it. You can rest assured now, can't you? Sure, just remember to call me next time. Lin Jingjia reached out to accept the meal card, but was abruptly halted by Jiang Jibin. It's been ages since we dined on the third floor for stir-fries. Let us treat ourselves to a better meal today. It's on me. Just moments ago, in the dormitory, Jiang Jibin had severed ties with his online romance, reborn anew. He felt it was only fitting to celebrate with a sumptuous feast. Lin Jingjia paused, surprised. Oh, the sun must have risen in the west today. You're actually treating us. Yisu, quick on the uptake, tucked the meal card back into his pocket. Since Boss Jiang has spoken, why would you still hesitate? Helping his friend step away from a precarious situation, Yisu felt justified in treating himself to a stir-fry. I'm indifferent, as long as someone else treating, Lin Jingjia thought. Abandoning thoughts of the second-floor self-service in favor of a delightful meal on the third. Thus, with Yisu successfully rescuing his friend from a tight spot, he managed to save both himself and Lin Jingjia the cost of 2 meals that day. In the following 3 days, the system provided Yisu with primary intelligence that bore little value, unlike the intriguing insights he had received on Monday, prompting him to disregard it. This underscored the inherent instability of primary intelligence, which often lacked reliability. However, the absence of profitable intelligence did not imply that Yisu had no income during these days. The market opened at 735.99, and by the closing bell, gold futures had surged to 739.04. Without lifting a finger, Yisu had accrued over 3,000 yuan in a single day on Thursday. On the 24th of last month, he had acquired his position at a price of 704.27 yuan, and to his astonishment, over the course of 11 days, the price had risen an additional 35 yuan. Holding on to a contract of gold futures, Yisu was on edge throughout those 11 days, fearing any unforeseen events that might jeopardize the hard-earned money he had amassed. Fortunately, from this moment onward, the fluctuations in gold prices would no longer bear any significance for him. When Yisu purchased the gold futures on the 24th, he had set a profit-taking and stop-loss point at 5. Today, as the price of gold surged to 739.48, he sold that contract, netting him over 35,000 yuan in profit. Observing the continued rise of gold prices after his sale, which peaked at 747.98, Yisu felt a twinge of regret, pondering whether he should have adjusted his profit-taking point upward to hold onto the gold futures a bit longer. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the price of gold suddenly plummeted, dropping from the peak of 747.98 to a closing price of 739.04. The dramatic turn of events left Yisu in astonishment. Thank goodness I acted swiftly. With the current pace of decline, he surmised that the price of gold would likely continue to drop tomorrow. However, the following day coincided with the Qiming festival holiday, during which the market would be closed. Had he not sold in time today, he realized he would have been left helplessly watching his account balance dwindle over the 3-day holiday. This realization made him feel less disappointed about not selling at the peak, which would have netted him an additional 8,000 yuan. Contentment arose within him. After all, any profit was a welcome gain. With a profit exceeding 30,000 yuan on a single contract of gold futures, he had surpassed a new high in secondary intelligence value, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. With a joyful heart, he withdrew his 90,000 yuan margin along with the 30,000 yuan profit, first repaying the 70,000 yuan loan and interest to Lao Ma. Then, as he gazed at the balance calculated by his computer, a foolish grin spread across his face. 100,002 yuan. He had finally amassed his first 100,000 yuan in life. While he could not compare himself to those in the comments section of short videos, flaunting Ferraris, Porsches, and meals costing tens of thousands, the achievement of saving his first 100,000 at just 21 filled Yisu with a sense of pride, allowing him to walk with his head held high. He couldn't help but wonder when the next opportunity to earn such wealth would present itself. The news had announced that across the ocean, a policy of reciprocal tariffs would soon be implemented, a significant development that was bound to have a profound impact on the financial markets. Yisu was not a finance professional, and thus lacked the capacity to predict which assets would rise or fall. However, it mattered not that he could not foresee. As long as the system could provide him with guidance akin to this recent spike in gold prices, he would have the chance to earn another substantial profit. Wealth will come, and so will sustenance. Money is the courage of a man. With the first 100,000 in his pocket, Yisu was filled with beautiful aspirations for the future. Just like the school holidays, Chinsini would also finish her Thursday shift and be greeted with a 3-day break. This afternoon, with no classes to attend, Yisu decided to pick up Chinsini after work, hoping to indulge in a delightful meal together. Mounting my beloved little motorcycle, which was never hindered by traffic, I sent Chinsini a message to confirm that she wouldn't be working overtime tonight. With that assurance, I swiftly rode my electric scooter to the office building where Chinsini worked. Not long after arriving, I spotted her exiting the building alongside her colleague. Chapter 47. Is he here for me? Ah, your boyfriend has come to pick you up from work again, hasn't he? As Yisu waved at Chinsini, Lin Jishan also caught sight of his figure. Such an aesthetically pleasing boyfriend was enough to make her salivate. Riding an electric scooter, regardless of his financial situation. He certainly was a feast for the eyes, and he looked capable of providing sustenance too. Lin Jishan's tone dripped with envy, stirring a sense of pride within Chinsini. A partner of this caliber was truly commendable. If she were to be kept by a wealthy woman, given his physique, he would surely be worth several thousand a month. By rounding that up, wouldn't she be earning several thousands more each month? Envious, are you? Then go find one yourself. Do you think I don't want to? Lin Jishan unabashedly gazed at a certain part of Chinsini. Without your assets, I fear it would be quite challenging for me to attract such a handsome lad. No matter how envious you are, you were born this way. Chinsini proudly swayed a bit. Had it not been in front of the office building, Lin Jishan would have wanted to reach out and experience the moment. While they playfully bantered, the two approached Yisu. Hello. Yisu greeted Lin Jishan politely with a nod. Hello. Lin Jishan replied with a smile and a wave. I won't disturb your little world any longer. Yisu chuckled, offering no further comment. Sini, Jishan. Just as Lin Jishan was about to turn away, a middle-aged man's voice called from behind them. With their backs to the newcomer, Yisu noticed the instant look of disgust that crossed both women's faces. Manager. As they turned, the two had already donned polite smiles. Lin Hongyuan responded with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the two young women. Tomorrow is a holiday. Where do you plan to go? I've made plans with some friends to explore the area, Chinsini replied, her hand resting on Yisu's shoulder. Oh. Lin Hongyuan had been eyeing Chinsini for quite a while, and upon hearing her refer to Yisu as her boyfriend, he scrutinized him from head to toe. Lin Hongyuan had long been coveting Chinsini and had subtly hinted at his interests several times, yet she had never taken the bait. This only heightened Lin Hongyuan's impatience, often using work as an excuse to seek some form of interaction with her. Now, seeing Chinsini, who remained indifferent to his advances alongside a mere boy, Lin Hongyuan felt an immediate wave of discontent. What was he, but a bit younger with a baby face? He didn't look particularly impressive either. Riding a shabby electric scooter to pick up his girlfriend, his pockets likely held little money. He couldn't fathom how these women thought nowadays. Money is the most practical thing. What use is good looks if they can't provide for you? You young people have no concept of the value of time. As soon as a holiday arrives, all you think about is having fun. Lin Hongyuan began to adopt a lecturing tone, assuming the role of a mentor, as someone who has been through it. I must advise you not to focus solely on romance. You should make good use of your free time to enhance your own value. Only then can you ensure you are not left behind by society. Lin Hongyuan turned his gaze towards Yisu and, with a tone that seemed both earnest and heavy, remarked, Young man, you must strive a bit harder. Not to mention buying a house in Yangcheng. At the very least, you ought to possess a decent car, so that Sini doesn't have to rely solely on an electric scooter when the weather turns inclement. Unintentionally, Lin Hongyuan's hand brushed against the keychain hanging at his waist, producing a distinctive ding that drew attention to the prominent Audi key upon it. Suddenly turning the conversation towards him, Yisu, who was solely intent on dining, was momentarily taken aback. What is this about? Is this directed at me? Concerned that her words might displease Yisu, Chinsini quickly intervened, saying, Manager, I believe there is nothing wrong with taking an electric scooter. When it rains or the wind blows, we can simply take the subway. Upon being challenged by a subordinate during his admonition, Lin Hongyuan felt a significant affront to his authority. One must enjoy life while young, he began, but Yisu interjected. We are still young. Even if we indulge for a few years, we are merely in our 20s, with ample youth left to earn a living. If we don't enjoy ourselves now, must we wait until we are in our 40s, with thinning hair, to start having fun? Uncle, do you think you will still have the energy to play at that age? In an unnoticed corner, Lin Jishan reflected on the sorrows of her life, forcing herself to disregard the gleam reflecting off Lin Hongyuan's meticulously styled hair, ultimately managing to stifle her laughter. How satisfying. This is truly my mouthpiece. At a certain age, men care most about two things, one of which is their hairline. Being publicly confronted by a young man regarding his most sensitive issue, in the presence of two female subordinates, made Lin Hongyuan's expression darken immediately. Chinsini also suppressed a laugh, casting a reproachful glance at Yisu, before preemptively saying to Lin Hongyuan, Manager, We will heed your advice and begin our personal development upon returning. Now, we shall take our leave for dinner. Farewell, manager. I also need to catch the subway. Tomorrow is a holiday, and if we delay further, we may not even be able to board the subway. Goodbye, manager. Fearing Lin Hongyuan's potential retaliation by making them stay late, Lin Jishan hastily melded into the crowd behind her. Being Shinsini's superior, Yisu was also wary of exacerbating the conflict, so he merely nodded at Lin Hongyuan, indicating his acknowledgement. With no direct stake in the matter, Lin Hongyuan could do nothing to Yisu, as all three bid their farewells. Even though he felt displeased, he had no choice but to turn and leave. Humph, dare to confront me like this? When we return to work on Monday, you shall see what awaits you. Once Lin Hongyuan had departed, Shinsini donned her helmet and lightly patted Yisu on the back, saying, one must strike without hitting the face, and scold without exposing vulnerabilities. He is always fixated on those few strands of hair atop his head, styled so meticulously that even a fly would slip off. And you, right from the outset, had the audacity to point out his baldness. What can I do? It is our first meeting, and I do not even know his surname. He comes in, chattering incessantly, and I cannot help but retort, forcing him to recognize his own insignificance. Yisu turned her head, curiously inquiring of Shinsini, is this how your company's leadership behaves? With such an overwhelming sense of superiority? Shinsini curled her lip in disdain. Most of the people in the company are quite normal, but this middle-aged, greasy man seizes every opportunity to flaunt his authority, preaching the outdated success philosophies of the last century. Concerned that Yisu might overthink the matter, Shinsini opted to withhold certain information, particularly about Lin Hongyuan, who, relying on his meager position as a manager, often attempted to take advantage of his female subordinates. Given his recent behavior, it was clear that his cunning was as narrow as a needle's eye. I hope my retort does not cause you any trouble. Shinsini, exasperated, leaned her elbow on Yisu's shoulder. Now I realize offending the boss could bring me trouble. Where were you earlier? Yisu could only scratch her head awkwardly in response. Chapter 48. Toil and struggle well. I have long held a disdain for that greasy man. The fact that he was rendered speechless by your retort has given me a sense of satisfaction. But what if he decides to make things difficult for you? The year-end bonus was already disbursed last month. If he attempts to pull any tricks, I shall simply resign. Damn it. I refuse to endure the indignity imposed by such a miserable wretch. It seems that Shinsini's aversion towards Lin Hongyuan has reached its zenith. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to such coarse language before Yisu. Brother Shinsini suddenly interjected, causing Yisu to shiver involuntarily. If he loses his job, he will have to rely on you for support. Well, that's agreeable, Yisu replied, patting his chest. Not only support, but I would also toil like an ox for you, as long as you provide me with. Are you out of your mind? We're still in public. Shinsini, comprehending Yisu's underlying insinuation, playfully pinched him at his waist. Ouch, Yisu winced yet retorted, I understand, as long as it's not in public. You have never been modest with me either. With her helmet donned, Shinsini mounted the back of the electric scooter. I'm starving, let us eat. All right, Yisu replied, twisting the handle to take her to the restaurant he had pre-selected. Although he often proclaimed that money was merely for women to admire and not for them to spend, he never truly acted on that sentiment. When the time came to settle the bill, Yisu readily pulled out his wallet, not intending to take advantage of her generosity. After a sumptuous meal, they returned to the apartment, naturally transitioning to their customary activities. Last week, Shinsini's relatives had visited, leaving her with a considerable amount of schoolwork. As a diligent student, Yisu felt it was his duty to assist her in catching up. Following an arduous session, the hour had grown late. Ping. Today's intelligence, Level 1 Shinsini's department manager, Lin Hongyuan, plans to deceive his wife by claiming he has urgent company matters to attend to. He intends to check into the Weina Hotel on Lichang Road with a college student he is financially supporting at 9 o'clock tonight. More juicy gossip? The target of this intel has shifted from a roommate to that unfortunate, balding middle-aged man. Yisu felt a bit bewildered. Why should it concern me if he is engaging in an affair with a college student? I certainly cannot be expected to glean insights from him to find my own college student to support. Or is it that I should use this evidence to threaten the young woman, performing a scene akin to, Dear classmate, you wouldn't want your affair to be public knowledge, would you? Yisu shook his head, dismissing these impractical thoughts as he pondered how to profit from this intelligence. Being a financial manager at a company of this scale must earn him a substantial income, several $100,000 per year. Given his ostentatious demeanor last night, aside from the Audi key dangling from his waist, He likely possesses property in Yangqing as well. If his wife were to discover this affair and then initiate divorce proceedings, adhering to the current principles of asset division, he would stand to lose at least 7 figures. If I could record his rendezvous with the college student at the hotel, it might enable me to extort a substantial hush money, perhaps several hundred thousand. Several hundred thousand. In all my years, I have never encountered such a sum. Lichang Yuan. If he were truly willing to spend hundreds of thousands to acquire the videos in his possession, could swiftly clear his family's debts. Yi Jiangwo, at nearly 50, would no longer need to toil endlessly outside. However, it is best to refrain from such pursuits. I cannot earn money from illegal and unethical means. The internet is rife with cases of extortion leading to incarceration. A moment's carelessness could result in years of unwelcome confinement. Lichang Yuan, a seasoned veteran of the streets for 2 decades, must remain vigilant. He could unwittingly step into a trap, ending up with a silver bracelet as his only reward. With a system in place, earning money is quite effortless, and there is no need to take such significant risks. Ultimately, Yisu dismissed this perilous notion. The only course left was to relay the information to Qinsini. After confronting Lichang Yuan that evening, Qinsini had even contemplated resigning, which left Yisu feeling a twinge of guilt. With over 10 million university graduates entering the job market each year, the pressure to find employment is palpable. By providing Qinsini with incriminating evidence against Lichang Yuan, it would then be her choice whether to stay or leave. The following evening, Yisu casually concocted an excuse to accompany Qinsini near Lichang Road. "Isn't that your manager?" he remarked, timing it perfectly as they strolled towards the Vina Hotel. From a distance, he spotted their target and casually alerted Qinsini. "I never imagined he would look like that. His daughter certainly doesn't resemble him." Following Yisu's gesture, Qinsini beheld Lichang Yuan, who was accompanied by a young woman of approximately 20, whose attractive physique was evident from behind. Their intimate demeanor suggested something amiss. "What daughter?" "He is having an affair." Qinsini, as if she had uncovered a momentous secret, immediately released Yisu's hand, retrieved her phone, and began recording, stealthily trailing the pair like a spy. Observing her overly cautious antics, Yisu couldn't help but chuckle. "Could you be any more discreet? You're acting like a thief. Soon enough, bystanders will call the authorities." Realizing her conspicuous behavior, Qinsini adjusted and relinked her arm with Yisu's, using him as cover to continue filming. "Look, they're heading into the hotel." Qinsini remarked disdainfully at the couple ahead. "This girl must be desperate to be with someone like him." As they entered the hotel, Qinsini's phone captured clear footage of them, allowing her to scrutinize the girl's appearance. Objectively speaking, the girl was somewhat less attractive than Qinsini, lacking in certain physical attributes, yet she was still quite appealing. With Lichang Yuan, a middle-aged man, as her companion, she appeared to be a classic case of Beauty and the Beast. Qinsini pondered how much Lichang Yuan must have offered the girl for her to endure such a situation. It is no wonder the old adage states, money is hard-earned, yet difficult to swallow. Yisu, too, was curious to inquire about the costs of Lichang Yuan's arrangements with university students. "Let's follow them." As the two individuals entered the hotel and proceeded to check in at the front desk, Qinsini hurriedly tugged at Yisu, trailing closely behind. In principle, hotels are required to verify the identity information of each guest, yet this is often limited to mere formality. Encountering no obstruction, the duo smoothly arrived at the elevator. Observing that Lichang Yuan and his companion had alighted on the 5th floor. Swiftly taking another elevator, Qinsini eagerly matched Lichang Yuan's pace, capturing footage of him entering a room with a woman. Room 5023. After noting the room number, Qinsini finally pulled Yisu along, leaving with a sense of satisfaction. Observing Qinsini's exuberance, Yisu, concerned that she might stray onto a misguided path, couldn't he help but caution her, "Enjoy yourself. But don't entertain thoughts of leveraging this video for personal gain, lest you find yourself lamenting behind bars." "What are you thinking?" Qinsini shot her an irritated glance. "As long as he doesn't provoke me, I shall consider this video as if it never existed." Chapter 49. The Stone-Wrapped Jade. At midnight on Saturday, Yisu awaited the refresh of the secondary intelligence with anticipation. Ding. Today's intelligence. Secondary at the Yufeng Jade Market on Changlin Road. Stall 17 on the 5th floor features a stone-wrapped jade that has not yet been opened. Due to the thickness of the stone skin, it has gone unnoticed, with an estimated jade value of around 60,000 yuan inside. Stone-wrapped jade? Gambling on stones? Yisu scratched his chin thoughtfully. Naturally, he had heard of the Yufeng Jade Market, one of the 4 major jade markets in Guangdong province, where a street dedicated to jade houses over 80% of the jade merchants in Yangqing. However, despite its fame, Yisu was utterly ignorant of this industry. As a young man in his 20s, it was entirely normal for him to know nothing about jade. The industry is notoriously intricate, and with a piece of stone-wrapped jade valued at 60,000 yuan, Yisu promptly picked up his phone to supplement his knowledge and familiarize himself with the unwritten rules, ensuring he wouldn't appear too naive when he visited the market the following day. Much like the portrayals in television dramas, stone-wrapped jade refers to items concealed beneath a layer of stone skin, rendering them imperceptible to the naked eye. Those who gamble on stones must rely solely on their vision, experience, and luck to select a piece that could potentially alter their fate. No one can ascertain whether a single cut will reveal a priceless imperial green or worthless refuse. Thus, the gambling industry is rife with the adage, one cut can bring poverty or wealth, one cut can reveal burlap. Given the complexities of the gambling stone industry, a last-minute crash course would hardly suffice. Yisu merely aimed to grasp the essential knowledge for transactions before drifting into slumber, embracing the warmth of Chun Sini beside him. What are the plans for today? After breakfast on Saturday, Chun Sini languidly reclined on the sofa, stretching and inquiring about Yisu's activities. Still engrossed in his phone as he prepared for the impending venture, Yisu replied without looking up, I plan to wander around the Yufeng Jade Market. If you're not interested, feel free to stay at home and choose your own adventure. I'll be back by noon. The Yufeng Jade Market? Chun Sini tilted her head, gazing at Yisu with curiosity. What draws you there? You don't seem like the type to be interested in jade at your age. I'm just going for a stroll. A stroll? Chun Sini clearly did not believe him. You're not hoping to woo some wealthy older woman, are you? Planning to buy a jade bracelet to win her favor? With a mischievous grin, Chun Sini sat up straight. Given our relationship, if you stumble upon such good fortune, don't forget about me. If you land a rich woman, remember to introduce me to a wealthy old gentleman, preferably one who looks like he won tea live long. Yisu could only express his exasperation. An old man who looks short-lived? You seem genuinely hungry for this. I'm not hungry, I'm just broke. So, what is the verdict? Will you wait for me at home? Yisu shamelessly appraised Chun Sini's figure. If so, remember to prepare a meal for when I return. Father, you and your nonsense. Upon recalling the reason behind Yisu's playful self-designation, Chun Sini's cheeks flushed, and she sprang up to pounce on him. The outcome was inevitably akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den, unwittingly bestowing a wave of benefits upon Yisu. I shall join as well. The defeated Chun Sini glared at Yisu, her cheeks puffed with indignation. I am eager to see what treasures Yushur City has to offer. Suit yourself, replied Yisu nonchalantly, merely hoping she wouldn't be overly distressed by the experience. After 10 minutes, Chun Sini skillfully adorned her face with makeup, and together with Yisu, who resembled someone freshly relieved, they stepped out. Yushur City, located on Changlin Road's Jade Street, comprises 4 thoroughfares, teeming with thousands of jade merchants and stalls. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Yisu did not linger. Under Chun Sini's puzzled gaze, he purchased a powerful flashlight from a street vendor and then grasped her hand. Proceeding directly to the heart of Jade Street, a grand, ancient-style 6-story building occupying a vast expanse. To Chun Sini's surprise, once inside the building, Yisu did not pause at any of the prominent jade stalls. Instead, he took the elevator straight to the 5th floor, clearly with a determined objective in mind. You aren't planning to engage in that stone-cutting nonsense depicted in dramas, are you? The 5th floor showcased an array of stalls, each displaying seemingly unremarkable stones. Alongside customers wielding flashlights, occasionally illuminating the stones, and some live streamers with selfie sticks. Recalling the flashlight Yisu had just purchased outside, Chun Sini could no longer deny his intentions for visiting Yushur City. You understand this? Previously, when she had taken Yisu to Wanyuan Liang, she had assumed he possessed some knowledge of antiques. Yet she was astonished to find he was also well-versed in these stones. I don't understand much. I'm merely here to try my luck and see if I can earn a bit of pocket money. Ah, you don't comprehend? Chun Sini whispered. I've heard that the intricacies of this world are profound. Even seasoned experts can falter. If you know nothing, aren't you just handing over your money? Do I look like a fool? Yisu responded to Chun Sini with a calm smile. Rest assured, I am merely observing. Consider it a learning experience. Very well. Although Chun Sini felt a twinge of concern, she refrained from forcibly dragging Yisu away. However, when they reached stall number 17, Yisu found himself at a loss. Boss, this stone skin is so thick that light cannot penetrate. Whether it contains anything worthwhile remains uncertain. 8,000 yuan is already quite substantial, don't you think? In front of stall 17, a man in his 30s held a stone about the size of a fist in one hand and a flashlight in the other, scrutinizing the stone from various angles before attempting to haggle with the owner. Although the flashlight was turned off, Yisu could still perceive a faint glow emanating from the stone in the man's grasp. Furthermore, none of the stones displayed on the table at stall 17 emitted the illuminating system prompt. Undoubtedly, the stone in the man's possession was the very one described in the intel as too thick to attract attention. Damn it, wasn't it said that this would remain overlooked? How is it that upon my arrival, someone has already taken an interest, anxious about the possibility of losing 60,000 yuan, yet unable to express her unease? Yisu could only accompany Chen Sini to the side, feigning interest as she listened to the conversation between the two men. Such a substantial stone could not possibly be negotiated down to 8,000. Without a moment's hesitation, the owner dismissed the man's attempt at bargaining. 10,000. The man insisted, unwilling to relent. Surely that is a fair price. If we cannot agree, I will take my leave. Though he spoke thus, his actions betrayed him. He showed no intention of departing, placing the stone back on the table while keeping his hand firmly atop it, signaling his desire for the peace. You should just leave already, Yisu thought, her heart racing with anxiety. Yet she could not intervene to inform the owner that she wished to purchase the stone. According to the rules she had discovered the previous evening, negotiating over stones was akin to uncovering antiques, as long as both parties were engaged in discussion. No one else could interject, even if they had an interest. When it comes to matters of money, any breach of etiquette could lead to unforeseen complications. Despite her mounting distress, Yisu could only bide her time, waiting for the man to relinquish his claim on the jade stone. Chapter 50. Mutual performance. No. I can't offer 10,000, the boss stated bluntly, causing Yisu to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. This also solidified his understanding that the boss's psychological price point was significantly higher than 10,000. Intelligence indicated that the market value of this jade boulder was around 60,000. Yisu, however, was not overly ambitious. If he could secure it for under 40,000, making a modest profit of 20,000 would suffice. Based on prior experiences, the direct profit from secondary intelligence typically hovered around the 20,000 mark. This jade boulder, with its untouched exterior, should be worth approximately 10,000, right? Yet the boss continued to shake his head, firmly establishing a stance of 10,000 is out of the question. The man hesitated for a moment, reluctantly pulling his hand away from the jade boulder, as if preparing to turn and leave. An opportunity had arisen. Yisu's spirits lifted at the sight, but before he could revel in his excitement, the man made a sudden comeback. 12,000, boss, that's my final offer. If not, I will indeed walk away. Then by all means leave, Yisu thought, almost wishing to kick him out. After all, he was merely a university student, lacking in experience and sophistication, unable to conceal his thoughts. Upon hearing 12,000, the boss began to waver internally. The stone the man had chosen had thick skin, and the potential for valuable material was limited, which explained the lack of interest from others. Fearful of being stuck with it, he had not stripped away the skin or opted to open a window. As he hesitated over whether to let it go, the boss suddenly noticed the young man nearby, his eyes gleaming with interest as he gazed at the stone the man had relinquished. Judging by the demeanor of the couple, they appeared to be novices eager for a taste of the trade, undoubtedly lacking in experience. In that instant, the boss made a decision. 12,000 was far too low. It could not be sold at that price. He deliberately raised his voice slightly as he spoke. The jade boulder exhibited some colored skin seeping to the surface, leading the man to believe that it might yield something valuable inside, which was why he had called for such a high price without having opened it. Nevertheless, the boss remained resolute, and the man dared not raise his offer further, fearing that a final bid might result in a total loss. With regret, he turned to leave. And as he did, he caught sight of the young couple nearby, his gaze lingering particularly on Chen Sini. It was only then that he departed from booth number 17, intending to try his luck elsewhere. Hey, handsome, beautiful, after watching for so long, are you interested in giving it a go? Chen Sini subtly tugged at Yisu's hand. She had noticed that when the man bid 12,000 for that worthless stone, the boss had only rejected him after noticing Yisu. Now, having sent the man away, he was seizing the opportunity to entice Yisu, blatantly attempting to take advantage of him. Yisu understood Chen Sini's implication. After squeezing her hand in reassurance and exchanging a knowing glance, he approached the booth directly and resolutely picked up the jade boulder that the man had abandoned. Upon observing that Yisu was indeed intrigued by the jadeite stone, the proprietor's eyes immediately brightened. He eagerly gave Yisu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Young man, you have a keen eye. You immediately selected this piece of jadeite. Just moments ago, that handsome gentleman offered 12,000, and I didn't let it go." Knowing full well this was a fine specimen, did he truly think I was a fool? Yisu, wielding a flashlight, pretentiously illuminated the stone before hesitating to return it to its original place. The owner, now taken aback, was perplexed. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the young man's eyes glimmer with interest when the man relinquished the stone. How could he now dismiss it so swiftly? Before the proprietor could gather his thoughts, Yisu picked up the stone again, shining the light on it once more. Relieved to see Yisu re-examining the jadeite, the owner remarked, "So, what do you think of this stone?" The owner held up 3 fingers, indicating, "You look unfamiliar. I presume you don't frequent this place often. Therefore, I shall offer you a fair market price of 30,000, as a gesture of friendship." Yet, he knew that this stone, which lacked translucence, was not worth that sum. Prior to visiting the stall, Yisu had set his psychological price at 40,000, hoping to secure a profit of 20,000. However, after witnessing the earlier negotiation between the man and the owner, Yisu's psychological price began to plummet. The owner had clearly observed Yisu's interest in the stone. And Yisu, not being blind, had seen the hesitation in the proprietor's demeanor when the man bid 12,000. 12,000 it is, if that works. I shall purchase it for some amusement. Hearing the owner quote 30,000, Shinsini felt anxious for Yisu, fearing he might be deceived. Now, upon hearing Yisu truly intended to spend 12,000 on a stone that one would not even pick up from the roadside, she hurriedly approached him and discreetly tugged at his sleeve, trying to dissuade him from being taken in. Yet, Yisu merely gave her a look that conveyed, "I know what I'm doing." This left Shinsini wondering whether Yisu genuinely possessed some insight into discerning the value of these seemingly similar stones. "Young man, you must have noticed that the previous gentleman bid 12,000, yet I still did not let it go. That 12,000 is surely unattainable. The yellow hue is insufficient. 12,000 is already a high offer, otherwise that gentleman would not have abandoned the bid after reaching that price." Just as Yisu began to negotiate with the owner using the phrases he had learned the previous night, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind. "Asu, Sini. Is it really you? I thought I misheard." Turning around, he was surprised to find it was Wang Yuanliang. "What brings you here?" Yisu inquired. "Today, my father is managing the store, and I had some free time, so I decided to wander over here and unexpectedly ran into you," Wang Yuanliang replied, nodding to the stall owner in greeting, indicating they were already acquainted. Yisu pondered briefly, finding it quite normal that they were familiar with each other. In the West Guan district, there exists a street dedicated to antique curios and another devoted to jade artifacts, with a considerable proximity between the two. Both sectors cater to an affluent clientele, and their target consumers exhibit significant overlap, relying heavily on personal connections for sustenance. It is only natural that they engage in mutual exchanges and direct clientele towards one another. The proprietor inquired, "Your friend?" Wang Yuanliang nodded affirmatively, indeed. It is likely that Wang Yuanliang's acquaintances are also acquainted with the realm of antiques, prompting the owner to realize he had misjudged the situation. This young man, even if lacking expertise in stone gambling, would not easily be deceived. "I had presumed your interests lay solely in antiques. I am pleasantly surprised to find you possess knowledge of raw materials as well." "Huh, one could hardly say I possess knowledge. I merely come to try my luck." "Another venture, is it? Very well, continue your pursuits while I observe the spectacle." Wang Yuanliang, intrigued, pondered whether Yisu might procure a remarkable find akin to the Qianlong Tongbao back dragon phoenix flower coin in antiques, and whether this occasion would reveal his discerning eye for stone material as well. Not wishing to impede the transaction between the two, Wang Yuanliang chose to remain nearby, watching intently to see if Yisu would indeed secure this jade-laden stone package. Chapter 51. Acquired observing Yisu's confident demeanor and his conversation with Wang Yuanliang, Shinsini began to sense something intriguing. This young man in her home, seemingly merely handsome, possessed other remarkable qualities. Retreating behind Yisu, she lowered her voice to a whisper, audible only to the two of them, and inquired, "So you can really understand this, huh?" Yisu turned slightly to respond, "Do you genuinely think I have excess money to squander?" Upon hearing this, Shinsini refrained from further comments. "Boss, what do you say? Can we settle on 12,000? Well, the boss sighed. "Since we are acquaintances, let us aim for a good omen." I can offer it to you for 18,000. Yisu felt a surge of relief, thanks to an earlier inquiry from a gentleman. The price of this stone had plummeted from a staggering 40,000 to its current 18,000. This process bore a striking resemblance to his previous experiences purchasing fruit. Unsure of the price per pound and wary of being taken advantage of, he would wait for an elderly woman to negotiate first, hoping the vendor would then extend the same price to him. If a margin could be established, perhaps 18,000 could be negotiated down, however. Given that this was merely a rough material, it was unlikely to drop below that price. Through the exchange, even as a novice, Yisu gained a clearer understanding of the stone's value. Based on his assessment, the boss would likely part with it for no less than 15,000. Come on, brother. Just 12,000 for us. Before Yisu could continue negotiating, Shinsini unexpectedly chimed in, her voice laced with a playful tone that sent a shiver down Yisu's spine. This is our first time here too. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Grant us a special price. Pretty lady, 12,000 is quite low. In response to Shinsini's persuasive bargaining, the boss's demeanor softened considerably, his smile more genuine than it had been towards Yisu. For your sake, how about 16,000? Oh, 12,000. It's a win-win for you. Look at you, so handsome. Running such a large stall, surely you won't quibble over a few thousand. Lovely lady, you're putting me in a difficult position. I'm not trying to trouble you. Let us just be friends. Next time we come, I promise we'll come straight to you. Shinsini and the boss engaged in several rounds of negotiation, leaving Yisu utterly captivated. Now, that was how to bargain. Had it been him, he would have acquiesced as soon as the boss mentioned 15,000. It's no wonder that being attractive provides an advantage. Despite Shinsini's persistent coaxing, the boss exhibited no signs of irritation, instead cheerfully countering her offers. Fine, the boss finally relented, unable to withstand Shinsini's repeated pleas. 12,000 it is. But you two must keep this to yourselves. Don't let that gentleman know I didn't take his 12,000, but am now offering it to you. Rest assured, brother, we won't breathe a word, Shinsini assured him, turning to Yisu with a triumphant expression and flashing a playful canine tooth. Yisu realized that bringing Shinsini along today had indeed been a wise decision. At the very least, this has genuinely saved him a few $1,000s. Thank you, boss. After exchanging a glance with Shinsini, Yisu did not hesitate. He picked up the stone and promptly paid the boss 12,000. Thank you for your support. And may fortune favor you. Shinsini flashed a sweet smile. May your business flourish as well. Wan Qianyang, who had been observing the scene, spoke up only after Yisu had completed the payment. You bought this stone, intending to cut it yourself, right? Yes. Do you know where the stone cutting shop is? It's on the other side. Let me take you both there. After nodding at the boss, Wan Qianyang led the way ahead. Yisu was more than eager to follow. Having an acquaintance to guide them ensured that the stone cutter would be far better than anyone he could randomly find. Furthermore, letting Wan Qianyang witness the cutting would further solidify his identity as a professional treasure seeker. Navigating through various stalls, Wan Qianyang led Yisu and Shinsini to a shop located in a corner on the 5th floor, greeting the energetic owner, who appeared to be in his 50s. Upon arriving at the shop, Yisu noticed a crowd of individuals adorned in various attires gathered outside the specialized stone-cutting shops, likely waiting to see if any good materials would be revealed, ready to purchase them at the first opportunity. Once inside the shop, at Wan Qianyang's gesture, Yisu handed the stone to the owner. After examining the stone for a moment, the owner inquired, "How would you like it cut?" "Let's start by opening a window." Yisu, unable to comprehend the intricacies of the cut, opted for the most conservative approach. He chose to have the master create a small opening in the stone to ascertain the jade within before proceeding to cut further, ensuring maximum preservation of the jade's integrity. Very well, the fee for opening the window is 800. All right. Since this master was introduced by Wan Qianyang, Yisu felt reassured and readily agreed. After receiving the confirmation, the master, drawing from years of experience, first utilized a cutting machine to remove the thick outer layer of stone. Then, based on the translucent points, he selected a position and ground out a small window, roughly the size of a fingernail. Throughout the entire process, Yisu maintained a calm demeanor, leading Wan Qianyang to believe that he was already well prepared. In contrast, Shinsini grew increasingly anxious, gripping Yisu's arm tightly as soon as the master began to remove the thick stone skin. This stone was worth 12,000. It exceeded her meager earnings from a month of hard work, and now it was being carelessly placed under the cutting machine. If nothing valuable was revealed, that 12,000 would simply be wasted. Then, a voice from the master announced, "We have revealed the jade. and it appears to be a yellowish material. Instantly, the attention of the three was captivated. As the dust from the drilling was blown away, they leaned in closer, witnessing that beneath the stone skin lay indeed a warm yellow jade material. Chicken oil yellow. Wan Xianliang looked at Yi Su in disbelief, giving him a thumbs up. Your keen eye has truly impressed me. Previously, when Yi Su had acquired the Qianlong Tongbao, back Dragon Phoenix flower coin, claiming it was a fortunate find, Wan Xianliang had been somewhat skeptical, doubting that someone of Yi Su's age could possess such discerning vision. However, the stone before him was freshly acquired by Yi Su, a transaction he witnessed firsthand, judging by the jade quality revealed through the drilled hole. If the jade flesh inside proved satisfactory, Yi Su's investment of 12,000 should multiply several times. Haha, Yi Su humbly remarked, it is merely a stroke of luck. Chen Sini, caught up in the excitement, inquired, what is chicken oil yellow? Is it valuable? Among the Hetian jade raw materials, there exists a distinctive type known as yellow infiltrated jade, of which chicken oil yellow is a variety. Yuan Liang, possessing some knowledge about jade, patiently explained to Chen Sini, yellow infiltrated jade is a type of jade that has been naturally stained over time, which renders it susceptible to imitation through artificial dyeing. Currently, over 90% of the yellow infiltrated jade available in the market is artificially enhanced and counterfeit. Therefore, natural yellow infiltrated jade is considered a rare commodity, highly sought after wherever it appears. Chapter 52. The moment of witnessing miracles. Despite the multitude of words spoken by Wan Yuanyang, Chen Sini struggled to comprehend much. Yet the final statement resonated clearly with her. Its allure signified not only scarcity but also substantial worth. Upon hearing this, Yi Su recognized the significance of what he had unearthed. To his astonishment, he had indeed struck the mark. Chen Sini gazed at Yi Su with sparkling eyes, as if uncovering yet another remarkable facet within him. The flattery from Wan Yuanyang, coupled with Chen Sini's admiring glances, granted a fleeting sense of satisfaction to Yi Su's vanity, prompting him to puff out his chest. What are you talking about? This is called prowess, you see? While Yi Su and Chen Sini engaged in playful banter, the master returned with the stone material, drilling another hole of similar size about 2 centimeters from the first. Ensuring that the translucence between the 2 small holes was roughly equivalent, he proceeded to create a window. Without offering any further advice, the master returned the prepared stone to Yi Su. Hey there, I'll take this stone for 25,000. How does that sound? Outside the counter, an astute professional dealer, having keenly observed the developments within the store, promptly called out to Yi Su upon seeing the newly created window. 26,000, my friend. For this stone, you're better off selling it to me at 26,000. It's a guaranteed profit. 27. I'll offer 27. In the blink of an eye, several professional dealers had congregated, driving the price of the stone up to 30,000. Witnessing the throng outside the counter, reminiscent of zombies in a film, and hearing them quote such a high price of 30,000, Chen Sini was momentarily entranced. 30,000. The stone had originally been purchased for merely 12,000, and after spending 800 to carve a hole, its price surged by 18,000. The ease with which money could be made astounded her. If she possessed such insight, why would she toil at a mundane job, akin to a monthly visit from her aunt, when the earnings could sustain her lavishly? Even more surprising to Chen Sini was Yi Su's immediate rejection of the potential profit of over 17,000. I'm sorry, everyone, but I intend to keep this stone for myself. Wait, if you end up with a flawed cut, it could be a disaster. You would be wiser to sell it to me. We can negotiate a good price. How about 32,000? 32,000? You can take that offer elsewhere. Ignoring the dealer's pleas, Yi Su handed the stone back to the master. Please, cut it for me. Having witnessed countless gamblers who opened windows only to gamble again over the years, the master was unfazed by Yi Su's decision. Do you want a large cut or a small one? I'm uncertain. Please assist me in deciding. With the window already opened, Yi Su had faith that the seasoned master would know the optimal course of action. All right, since you've opened the window, this time I'll charge you 200 for the labor. Agreed. Accepting the stone, the master placed it on the table, beginning to sketch the cutting lines based on its dimensions and the translucence achieved through thinning. Wan Yuanliang's recommended master indeed possessed commendable skills. The initial incision was made with a measured approach, as the artisan carefully assessed the window's position and the stone's protrusions, delicately slicing away a thin layer to reveal the jade within. Indeed, the hue was reminiscent of chicken oil yellow, and judging by the coloration, it appeared to permeate the stone thoroughly. Outside the counter, the eager onlookers craned their necks, straining to catch a glimpse inside, their faces etched with disappointment. Had they known They would have bid a higher price moments ago, hoping the young man would relinquish the stone to them. Undeterred by the cacophony outside, the master craftsman focused intently, preparing to make the second cut. He activated the wire saw, following the meticulously planned line with precision. This second incision proved to be significantly more challenging than the first, requiring nearly 20 minutes of concentrated effort before the hum of the saw ceased. Among the trio, Shinsini exhibited the most anxiety, inching closer in anticipation, eager for a glimpse of the outcome. The previous bid had been a mere 12,000, but the recent offers had catapulted the stone's value to 32,000. Whether this price would continue to rise or fall into obscurity hinged on the revelation that awaited. Wang Yuanli, standing slightly further back, maintained his watchful gaze on the stone, curious to see if Yisu's discerning eye would indeed prove its worth. Only Yisu himself remained composed, approaching the workbench only once the saw had halted. After wiping his hands clean with a towel, the master, under the scrutiny of the onlookers, separated the freshly cut stone. The transition from skin to jade was seamless, devoid of any core, confirming the quality of the chicken oil yellow material. As the craftsman returned the stone to Yisu, he complimented him, saying, "Young man, your eye for quality is indeed impressive." From the moment the window was opened to the cutting of the stone, the master was acutely aware of the challenges posed by the thick-skinned jade. Despite the earlier bids, Yisu remained resolute, confidently urging the artisan to continue, affirming that he was certain of the jade's worth. This keen perception alone surpassed that of many seasoned stone enthusiasts frequenting the fifth floor. After settling the payment with the craftsman, Yisu, with a hint of bravado, remarked, "I too had a stake in this gamble, and fortunately, it has paid off. Young man, I'll offer a flat rate of 50,000 for this material." 51,000. I bid 52,000. Outside the counter, the onlookers, having discerned the quality of the stone in Yisu's hands, began to escalate their bids, swiftly raising the price to 55,000. Recognizing the fervor of the bidding, Yisu understood that the system's suggested price of 60,000 was likely aimed at these bargain hunters, given that they would still profit from the transaction. It became evident that the ultimate price for this chicken oil yellow stone would likely exceed 60,000. Yisu sighed inwardly, reflecting on the old adage that connections equate to capital. Had he established relationships with a few jade merchants, he could have bypassed the intermediaries and potentially earned an additional 10 to 20,000. Regrettably, he lacked such connections. Thus, Yisu was left to await the bids from the bargain hunters, prepared to sell the stone to the highest bidder exceeding 60,000. Shinsini, with her sparkling eyes, gazed intently at the stone materials in Yisu's hands, as if she had stumbled upon a new world. In a brief moment, the value escalated from 12,000 to 55,000, and the price continued to rise. How many more hidden talents did this man possess that she was unaware of? Just as a few individuals outside the counter prepared to continue bidding, Wan Qinli approached Yisu and whispered, "Are you going to make a bid for this material?" Yisu's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Indeed. Do you have any connections?" He replied, "Let us allow the people outside to disperse first." "All right." Yisu turned and gestured to the crowd outside, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but this item has already been reserved by the boss." A sigh escaped the lips of those hoping to seize a bargain. After all, they had chanced upon such a fine piece of material, only to see their golden opportunity slip away. Chapter 53. Coveted connections in a borrowed space from his boss. Yuan Yuanliang enlisted Yisu's assistance in illuminating the scene. With meticulous attention, he recorded several videos of the materials before signaling for Yisu to depart. Before leaving, Yisu collected a few newspapers from his mentor to wrap the stones securely, encasing them in 2 plastic bags for added protection against any potential weakness. No sooner had they exited the Yufeng jade market than Yisu eagerly inquired of Yuan Yuanliang, "Brother Liang, what is the verdict? I know individuals in the jade processing business. If you wish to sell, I can inquire within my network." Yuan Yuanliang reassured Yisu, "Rest assured. Such materials should sell quite readily. You won't be left holding them. If there is interest, the price offered will likely surpass what that previous group quoted. However, I must clarify that should this transaction come to fruition, I will take a 5% commission." "Not a problem," Yisu replied, unfazed by the commission. After all, having connections and acting as an intermediary, while also vouching for the quality of the goods, warranted compensation. "What is your target price?" Yuan Yuanliang asked. "Well, the system suggests a price of 60,000. If you liaise directly with the jade processors, we could potentially sell it for more. The issue is, I'm entirely inexperienced in this realm and uncertain about the potential markup," Yisu mused. How about 75,000? Given that the professionals just offered 60,000 and still had room for profit, I believe an increase of 1 or 2,000 shouldn't pose much of a problem. All right. Let me make some inquiries. They settled into a nearby CAF, where Yuan Liang promptly shared the videos in their group chat, explicitly stating that he had observed the stone from purchase to processing, thus guaranteeing it was not artificially treated. As anticipated, the exquisite quality of the stone, likely to yield several hundred grams of flawless chicken oil yellow jade, sparked immediate interest and bidding among the group members. AAA jade carving, Boss Zhang, 65,000, Shu Yuxian, Zhou Liwei, 70,000, Hetian jade specialty, General Jean, 75,000. Yisu's cautious initial offer of 75,000 was successfully eclipsed after several rounds of competitive bidding. This auction-like environment, with multiple bids, undoubtedly drove the price to its zenith. Naturally, the bidding participants were astute. The natural chicken oil yellow jade Yisu presented, if carved skillfully, could fetch a price exceeding that of gold. Coupled with the scarcity of yellow jade seed material over the past 2 years, which had seen a price increase of 20 to 30%, the stone had become highly desirable among the Group S members. Not long after they settled, before even their coffee had arrived, Yuan Liang snapped his fingers. It's done. Yisu perked up immediately. You sold it? Indeed. Yuan Liang gestured with his thumb and forefinger to indicate the price. 86,000. Does that work for you? Absolutely. Yisu exclaimed with delight. Prior to this, he had resolved to acquire the jade for no more than 40,000 and then aimed to sell it for 60,000, hoping to secure a 2,000 profit margin. Unbeknownst to him, he first encountered an individual who inquired about the price, allowing the opportunity to gauge the market without being ruthlessly exploited by the proprietor. Subsequently, he coincidentally crossed paths with the seasoned trader, Wan Qianli, at the jade market, leveraging their connection to sell for an astonishing price of 86,000. This exchange resulted in profits that exceeded his initial expectations by more than double. If the price is agreeable, please send me your bank account number or payment code, and I will instruct him to transfer the funds to you, after which I shall deliver the goods to him. This exemplifies the distinction between an astute veteran like Wan Qianli and a novice like Chen Sini. By preventing direct contact between the buyer and seller, he ensures that all transactions are mediated through himself. Should Yisu have another item for sale, he will be unable to find buyers independently, having to rely on Wan Qianli's channels, which will inevitably involve paying a commission. Yisu surmises that, aside from himself, Wan Qianli likely received a commission from the buyer as well. Naturally, to earn such sums, one must possess a vast network, in addition to Wan Qianli's reputable standing, which assures both parties that he will not abscond with the merchandise. Yisu communicated the payment method to Wan Qianli, and within minutes, he received the 86,000. After receiving the funds, Yisu promptly transferred 4,300 as commission to Wan Qianli. Very well, I shall not intrude upon your discussions any longer. Wan Qianli took a deep sip of coffee, gathered the stones, and exited the CAF, casting a meaningful glance back at Yisu. During their previous visit, they feigned a platonic relationship, yet if their connection were truly ordinary, one might as well drink his urine on the spot. Chen Sini had observed this exchange throughout the morning, remaining in a state of disbelief until Wan Qianli departed. When she witnessed Yisu purchase a seemingly worthless stone for 12,000, she thought to herself that some individuals must possess an extraordinary knack for profit. However, shortly thereafter, Yisu had the stone expertly cut just a few times, causing its value to soar from 12,000 to 86,000 right before her eyes. When did earning money become so effortless? That is 86,000. She could toil for an entire year online and not earn such an amount. At this moment, Chen Sini finally comprehended the notion that one can never earn beyond their understanding. Had she been in his position, she would never have dared to invest over 10,000 in a gamble on a stone, even if she had made the purchase. Upon hearing a bid of 30,000 after the unveiling, she would likely have succumbed to the temptation to sell, unable to maintain the composure that Yisu exhibited, allowing the stone's value to appreciate to 86,000. At merely 21 years of age and without even graduating from university, he managed to earn 70,000 in a single morning through his discerning eye. Such prowess is nothing short of remarkable. Evidently, after a morning filled with newfound insights, Yisu's stature in Chen Sini's eyes has soared significantly. Little does she know, beneath his calm exterior, Yisu was also grappling with the tumult within as he gazed at the transfer of 86,000, unable to quell his excitement. After deducting the cost of the stone, the labor fee of 1,000, and the commission of 4,300, He had managed to net 68,700 solely from a single piece of secondary intelligence, thereby shattering the ceiling for such earnings. It is no wonder that, despite the widely acknowledged risks of stone gambling, individuals continue to plunge headlong into the fray, with a single slice, transforming 12,000 into 86,000. How many can truly resist such temptation? Certainly, Yisu was acutely aware that the substantial earnings of over 60,000 were attributable not only to the secondary intelligence, but also significantly to fortuitous circumstances. Had it not been for the initial inquiry by the elder brother and the unexpected appearance of the 10,000 yuan item as a mere novice, he would have been fortunate to earn a mere 20 or 30,000. Having profited today, this young master wondered aloud whether to take her to the Jade Street for a shopping spree, perhaps to select a bracelet or something similar. With his savings soaring to 170,000, Yisu spoke with newfound confidence. After a vigorous negotiation, he had managed to save several thousand. And it was through her introduction that the chicken oil yellow had fetched a handsome price. Having experienced a moment of conscience, Yisu resolved to reward Chen Sini materially, ensuring she didn't always have to bear the burden of generosity alone. Upon hearing Yisu's intentions to buy her a gift, Chen Sini's initial delight quickly transformed into playful teasing. Didn't someone say last time that he wouldn't specifically buy gifts for girls? She adjusted the bracelet on her wrist, jesting. Did you pick this bracelet up off the street? What has prompted this change of heart? Chapter 54. You chose me. Yet you are unhappy now. You understand how rare opportunities are, don't you? Look at this bracelet. Chen Sini wears it with such joy. Just thinking about where it came from makes Yisu's conscience twinge slightly. If you don't act now, once you leave this village, this shop will be lost to you. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Sini shook her head. Never mind, I'm not particularly fond of jade. I probably wouldn't wear it much anyway. How splendid. Another expense saved. Today truly is a day of fortune for Yisu, who feigned a look of relief. You think too highly of yourself. Chen Sini glared fiercely at Yisu. A man of honor must keep his word. Remember, you owe me a gift. And you must make it up to me in the future. How am I to know what you like? That is your concern. Choose wisely. I am eagerly awaiting your surprise. An idea struck Yisu. How about I buy you a pair of Balenciaga stockings, or perhaps a few sets from Victoria's Secret? Chen Sini's raised middle finger eloquently expressed her current exasperation. See, you insist I choose, yet when I do, you are displeased. Thus, Chen Sini raised her left middle finger as well. Having the rare opportunity to visit the Jade Street, Yisu initially planned to select a jade bracelet for his mother. However, considering that summer break was still 3 months away and shipping was unreliable, he decided to postpone this endeavor for 2 months. Let us indulge a little. I'll take you out for a nice meal. Chen Sini's eyes sparkled. Thank you, boss. You were generous. Having earned a substantial profit of 68,000. Yisu was determined to relish the moment. After a morning of errands, mealtime was approaching, with the intention of treating themselves. Yisu took Chen Sini to enjoy a lavish meal averaging 388 per person. Yet, Yisu soon realized that compared to these upscale dining establishments, he preferred the lively atmosphere of roadside eateries where he could hear the clanging of pots and pans while dining. Conversely, Chen Sini was engrossed in taking photos as soon as the dishes arrived. For her, the taste of the food seemed secondary. What mattered was how appealing it appeared on social media. Observing her enthusiasm, Yisu comforted himself, considering this meal as providing emotional value to Chen Sini. Her happiness would, in turn, enhance his own contentment over the next few days. They lingered over their meal for more than an hour. After satisfying their appetites, the two strolled through cultural sites in the old town before exploring the shopping street. Under Chen Sini's relentless persuasion, Yisu helped her select a seasonal wardrobe, which brought her glee and laughter. Adhering to his principle of not losing out, Yisu discreetly slipped a couple of patterned stockings into her purchases, only to be discovered at the checkout. Ignoring Chen Sini's furious glares, Yisu willingly paid the bill. This led to Chen Sini pinching him forcefully around his waist as they exited the store. Attempted murder of your husband, are you? Yisu grimaced, rubbing the sore spot where he had been pinched, fully aware that it was likely turning red without needing to lift his shirt. Why are you sneakily stuffing 2 pairs of stockings? I thought they would suit you, so I secretly bought them to surprise you. After long practice, Yisu had developed a thick skin, delivering this line without a hint of embarrassment. A surprise for me? You think I don't know what you're really after? Chen Sini retorted fiercely, I don't care. If you want to wear them, go ahead, but I certainly won't. Wear them. Yisu's face contorted in mock horror. I never realized you had such peculiar tastes. Go to hell. Faced with Yi Su's impenetrable bravado, Chen Xinyi felt utterly helpless. Enraged, she chose to ignore him and marched ahead. However, just a few steps later, Yi Su wrapped his arms around her shoulders. Unable to break free, Chen Xinyi resigned herself to his antics, secretly vowing to tease Yi Su later that evening to regain some dignity. They bickered all the way, watched a movie, and returned to the apartment after dinner. After a brief rest, both took turns showering, during which Chen Xinyi deliberately provoked Yi Su. Yet, as the moment to escalate their playful banter approached, Chen Xinyi raised her voice intentionally, declaring, "After a long day of shopping, I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep." With that, she rolled over under the covers, cocooning herself tightly, though her eyes were shut. The smile at the corners of her mouth betrayed her inner thoughts. "Humph. Let you stew for a while. Let's see if you dare to keep bullying me." Yi Su feigned surprise. "Oh, are we sleeping already?" "Yes, I'm exhausted and going to bed," Chen Xinyi thought joyfully. "Then the surprise I prepared for you will have to wait until tomorrow." "A surprise? It wouldn't be a trap, would it?" Chen Xinyi cautiously cracked her eyes open a sliver, only to find Yi Su holding a deep red box, waving it enticingly, clearly confident that she wouldn't resist peeking. "What is that?" Chen Xinyi's eyes sparkled. Yi Su, knowing when to stop teasing, replied, "I found this while you were in the restroom this afternoon." The gift this time wasn't found on the street. Rather, Yi Su had spent 2,000 yuan purchasing it from a store, while Chen Xinyi was otherwise occupied. "Let me see." Ignoring Yi Su's ridiculous claim of finding it, Chen Xinyi excitedly accepted the box. Upon opening it, she discovered a heart-shaped necklace. Its design and color reminiscent of the six-pointed star bracelet Yi Su had previously gifted her, clearly indicating he had put thought into his selection. "Shall I help you put it on?" A harmonious relationship thrives on mutual assistance. You help me, I help you. "Sure." Chen Xinyi's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. After fastening the necklace, she grabbed a makeup mirror from the makeshift bedside table and eagerly adjusted the angle to admire the necklace adorning her neck. Observing Chen Xinyi's reaction, Yi Su felt confident that the evening would end favorably. "Do you like it?" "I love it." Without needing Yi Su's invitation this time, Chen Xinyi took the initiative to plant a fierce kiss on his lips. What ensued was, of course, self-evident. After carefully placing the removed necklace back into its jewelry box, the young couple ignited like kindling meeting a raging fire. The sheer black stockings that Yi Su had discreetly acquired earlier in the afternoon also served their purpose splendidly. It must be said that the fervent passion exhibited by Chen Xinyi indeed brought Yi Su a unique delight, especially during their fiery exchange. The words spoken by Chen Xinyi were so audacious that they would undoubtedly fail to pass the scrutiny of any publishing platform. As the exhilarating battle drew to a close, the clock quietly struck midnight, and Yi Su promptly accessed the system to review the intelligence refreshed for the day. Today's intelligence, Level 2 based on a comprehensive analysis of global market sentiments, it is predicted that gold prices will rise. In the short term, the host may consider investing. Note, the market carries risks. Investment should be approached with caution, and it is advised that the host acts within their means. Is there a mistake, dear system? Wasn't this information provided last time? Chapter 55. The vision is lacking. Practice is essential. Upon reviewing last month's intelligence records, Yi Su discovered that the previous information regarding gold prices indicated a continued rise. However, the freshly updated intelligence suggested an upcoming increase, proving that there was no such thing as a system bug. These were simply two distinct pieces of information. After only a few days of decline, gold prices were poised to rise again. Yi Su picked up his phone to check and found that the gold price during the early hours of Sunday had fallen from the peak of 747.9 when he had made his exit on Thursday to 717.5. In just 2 days, gold prices had plummeted by $30, inducing panic at the New York Commodity Exchange, which saw a staggering 87 tons of gold futures being liquidated. As Yi Su delved deeper into the news, he felt increasingly grateful that he had not succumbed to greed on Thursday, choosing to exit after securing a 5-point profit. Given the current market trends, he had every reason to suspect that gold prices would continue to decline today, had he retained his gold futures. The recent market fluctuations could have meant losing all the profits he had accrued over the past several days by the time the market opened on Monday. Yi Su found the market perplexing. He understood only that gold prices fluctuated in response to tariffs, either rising or falling. Given the recent trends, he had anticipated a drop, only to be met with an unexpected rise. It seemed his foresight was lacking, and he realized he must continue to hone his skills. After reflecting on his shortcomings, Yi Su's demeanor gradually brightened. Let it fall. The more it declines today, the better his chances of capitalizing on it tomorrow. The previous intelligence had allowed him to turn an initial capital of 20,000, supplemented by 70,000 in loans, into a profit of 35,000. Now, with a savings of 170,000, he was determined to earn at least 80 to 100,000 from this new intelligence. What are you so engrossed in? Chen Sini inquired, noticing the gleam in Yisu's eyes as he fixated on his phone, reminiscent of a rogue captivated by a beautiful woman. In a buoyant mood, Yisu glanced at her cute, rosy-cheeked visage and could not resist planting a kiss on her cheek. Chen Sini had grown accustomed to Yisu's playful antics and merely wiped the moisture from her face onto his shoulder. You aren't watching some questionable streamer online, are you? With you right here, isn't it enough to simply look at you? Why bother with anything else? And what, pray tell, could hold your fascination so deeply at midnight? I'm examining the current gold prices. Again with the gold prices. Chen Sini perked up instantly. With the prices dropping so drastically these past few days. You're not thinking about bottom fishing, are you? After their morning excursion to Yufeng Jade Market, Chen Sini no longer regarded Yisu as an inexperienced college student. She recalled last month, when the scene had mirrored the present, as Yisu had predicted a continued rise in gold prices, allowing her to earn 2,000 from her fund. Yisu's gold futures had been sold on April 3rd, after the last wave of price increases had peaked at 5 points. Conversely, Chen Sini's 50,000 in funds had been hastily liquidated after witnessing the first decline in gold prices on April 2nd, just after her purchase, enabling her to narrowly evade a loss and secure a profit of 2,000 yuan. When compared to the more than 60,000 that Yisu casually earned this morning, indeed seems trivial. However, for her as a worker, earning an extra 2,000 yuan in just 10 days is a cause for considerable joy. Yisu did not deny this. She noted that gold prices had fallen dramatically in recent days, and it felt as if everyone was poised, eager to seize the moment to buy at low prices, suggesting that gold prices would likely rise again soon. Chen Sini excitedly inquired, "Are you certain?" Yisu replied, "How could I be certain? I'm merely speculating. I just believe the chances of an increase are significantly higher." Chen Sini understood that nothing is ever guaranteed, yet this was sufficient for her. She chose to place her trust in Yisu and planned to buy another lot of gold on Monday to earn some extra cash. Meanwhile, Yisu was contemplating whether she could purchase an additional lot of gold futures. With over 160,000 yuan on hand, she realized that if she borrowed an additional 50,000 from Lao Ma, she could gather enough for an 18,000 yuan margin and still have over 30,000 yuan left for emergencies. By Thursday, gold prices had briefly reached a high of 747.9 yuan. If this surge could return to its peak, the potential profit from 2 lots of gold futures could reach 70 to 80,000 yuan, a task that would be as effortless as breathing. After a simple assessment of the risks, Yisu resolved to borrow the money early the next morning and, come Monday, to buy 2 lots of gold futures at the opportune moment. With her plan solidified, she turned to Chen Sini, who was engrossed in checking the gold fund prices, and declared, "I'm heading back to school this afternoon. We must cherish our time." Amidst their playful banter, the two resumed their spirited competition. The notion of young people should exercise restraint was clearly cast aside by Yisu. Yet, youthful as she was, Yisu's body was not invincible. Unlike the previous week, she did not spend the night at Chen Sini's place on Sunday. After a day of companionship, she bid farewell post-dinner and returned to dorm 305, joining her 3 friends for a gaming session. Having long grown accustomed to Yisu's lively lifestyle during holidays, her friends, Feng Ziwei and the others, no longer staged any attempts to isolate her. With Chen Sini by her side and her friends waiting in the dorm, as well as money in her pocket, Yisu felt that her current life was exceptionally comfortable. "Brothers, shall we head to the barbecue at the school gate? It's on me." After a 3-day holiday, having made a handsome profit of 68,000 yuan, Yisu had treated Chen Sini to gifts and various meals. Now back in the dorm, she felt it would be utterly ungrateful not to treat her friends to a late-night snack. "Another barbecue? Have you struck it rich lately?" Lin Jingjie remarked, noticing that Yisu had been treating them even more frequently than in the previous semester. Yisu modestly replied, "I wouldn't say I've struck it rich. I'm just a bit more financially comfortable. And what about the situation with your family's factory? That has basically been resolved. Last month, Uxin transferred 20,000 to his family, a fact that Yisu was also aware of. With his own contribution of 30,000, the family's debts had dwindled to 350,000. Currently possessing 170,000, Yisu planned to invest in gold futures tomorrow, conservatively estimating a profit of 70 to 80,000. Additionally, he would procure some actionable secondary intelligence. There was no need to wait until the originally anticipated summer vacation. Yisu could accumulate the 350,000 this month. The remaining task was to devise a few excuses to transfer the funds to Yuan, thus dissipating the ominous clouds that loomed over his family. Upon hearing from Yisu that all was well at home, Feng Zuwei and the others shared in his joy. As for the esteemed boss, it was imperative that he be honored. What you boss? He is my adoptive father. Thank you, dear father. Treating friends to a meal is a gesture that speaks volumes. Spending a little over 100 yuan is already akin to a state banquet, effortlessly eliciting heartfelt expressions of gratitude towards a beloved father figure. Chapter 56, Company Layoffs. Last night, I enjoyed a barbecue accompanied by beer with 3 friends, indulging in our labor until the late hours of the night over the 3-day holiday. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yisu lay on his bed and soon fell asleep. It was not until this morning that he awoke to discover the freshly updated information. A half-book of scratch cards had the potential to yield 300 yuan. Surely, there must be a profit of at least 1,000. This inflation is remarkable, as even the value of primary intelligence seems to be on the rise. The barbecue stall situated by the school gate naturally offered reasonably priced meals. Last night, our feast for 4 cost just over 100 yuan. Turning his attention back, the system presented him with another piece of primary intelligence worth 1,000 yuan. Yisu silently mused. Money seems to be flowing ever more abundantly. Upon retrieving his phone to check the current gold price, Yisu quickly dismissed the notion of those scratch cards. The price had plummeted to 704 yuan per gram. Until now, he had not paid much attention, but as he became increasingly reliant on gold for profit and monitored the price fluctuations, he gained a tangible sense of market dynamics. The volatility was indeed remarkable. Just half a month ago, the gold price stood at 704 yuan. Within a mere 11 days, it soared to 747. Then, during the brief 3-day Qiming festival holiday, it plummeted back to 704 yuan. Such market conditions could only be aptly described as madness. With this gold price trajectory, another profitable opportunity seemed imminent. In the first class of the morning, Yisu was hardly attentive to the lecture, his focus primarily on his phone. Yesterday, while with Chen Sini, he had borrowed 50,000 yuan from Lao Ma. As soon as the market opened, Yisu adeptly deposited 180,000 yuan as margin and purchased 2 contracts of gold futures. The price at which he entered was still the opening figure of 701. 8 yuan. As he watched, the price continued to decline, causing him to panic and prepare to add more margin to his account. However, just as it reached 701 yuan, the price began to rise so swiftly that even Yisu was caught off guard. By the end of the second class, the price had surged from its lowest point of 701 to 707 yuan. With 2 contracts encompassing a total of 2,000 grams, each gram had increased by 6 yuan. Within just 45 minutes of class, Yisu had earned 12,000 yuan. Before the Qingming festival, the gold price had already risen to 747.9 yuan. And given the current rebound coupled with international tariff impacts, it was bound to increase even more fiercely than it had 2 weeks prior. After careful consideration, Yisu boldly set his take-profit point at 9. With 9 points equating to 63 yuan, that would mean a total profit of 126,000 yuan from 2,000 grams of gold. Upon calculating this figure, he could almost hear the sound of his own heavy breathing. Yet, doubts crept in. Was he being overly audacious? Would the gold price truly rise to 764 yuan per gram due to the tariff impacts? For now, he decided to wait and see. Yisu ultimately concluded that it was worth taking a risk. From then on, he would keep a vigilant watch on gold prices, ready to make adjustments if anything seemed amiss. As gold prices began to rise, he felt reassured against the threat of forced liquidation. Only after class did Yisu confidently stow away his phone. Please bring the books back to the dorm. I need to step out for a bit. Sure, replied Lin Jingjia, without giving it much thought, as he reached for the books. Yisu then mounted his electric scooter and, in less than 10 minutes, arrived at the lottery station indicated by the intelligence alert. Hey there, would you like to play? The lottery station owner, a woman in her 50s, greeted him warmly as soon as he walked in. I'd like to try some scratch cards. The scratch cards are over there. Choose as you wish. All right. Yisu scanned the options and fixed his gaze on the half-pack of scratch cards in the upper left corner, which was faintly glowing. The system indicated that this half-pack could yield a total of 1,300. Without hesitation, He decided to purchase the entire remaining pack of scratch cards, 15 in total, costing 300. After scanning the code, Yisu skillfully picked up the scratcher and settled down to begin. Out of the 15 cards, he uncovered 10 that yielded no winnings and 5 that resulted in prizes, giving him a 1/3 chance of winning. 2 cards bore 50 each, 1 card revealed 200, and astonishingly, 1 card unveiled 1,000. The 5 winning scratch cards took even the owner by surprise. Wow, your luck is impressive. Want to keep playing? No, it's best to quit while I'm ahead. Please help me cash in my winnings. Of course. The owner did not insist further and promptly assisted Yisu in redeeming his prize. Just like that, another 1,000 was added to his account. Meanwhile, on the 13th floor of a prestigious office building, Chen Sini was summoned to Lin Hongyuan's office by a notification from a certain book, enduring Lin Hongyuan's scrutinizing gaze, which roamed over her uncomfortably. Chen Sini furrowed her brow and asked, "Manager, what do you need to see me about? Please take a seat." Lin Hongyuan was somewhat displeased with Chen Sini's demeanor. "I called you in to inform you that the company will soon be implementing layoffs." Layoffs? I find that hard to believe. We haven't heard any prior news. This was discussed in a meeting held by the management team before the holidays. It's normal that you weren't informed. So, you brought me here because I'm also on the layoff list? Noticing that Chen Sini did not display the concern he had anticipated, Lin Hongyuan felt dissatisfied. The layoff list for the finance department is still under consideration. Lin Hongyuan's gaze was intense as it fixed on Chen Sini, but she remained unaffected. Since the layoff list is still being deliberated, what exactly do you want to convey? Chen Sini was impervious to his pressures, left with no choice. Lin Hongyuan got straight to the point. "I'll be frank. Whether your name appears on the layoff list depends on your performance." "My performance?" Chen Sini feigned ignorance towards Lin Hongyuan's insinuations. "I have consistently completed my work on time, and it can all be verified in the OA system. What further demonstration is required?" After all, he was a young man, unable to grasp such straightforward words. How would he ever establish himself in society? Lin Hongyuan then adopted his customary didactic tone. "Manager, if you have something to say, please be direct and avoid beating around the bush." Chen Sini had already surmised Lin Hongyuan's intentions. She even suspected that the claim of impending layoffs was merely a fabrication to deceive her. It was quite simple. "Stay late tonight, and we can have an in-depth discussion. I assure you, your name will not appear on the layoff list." Lin Hongyuan coaxed her gently. "You are aware that the current economic climate is challenging, and with graduation season approaching, over 10 million university students will soon be seeking employment. The pressure for jobs is palpable. Moreover, our company holds a certain prominence in Yangcheng. Having a layoff on your resume would undoubtedly complicate your job search." Chapter 57, Confusing Short Films with Reality? Are you suggesting that accompanying you to bed is the key to retaining my position? Lin Hongyuan's self-satisfied, yet greasy grin incited within Chen Sini an impulse to strike him across the face with her shoe. "What do you mean by accompany me to bed? It is merely an opportunity for us to engage in profound dialogue and mutual growth." Lin Hongyuan leered at Chen Sini, his tone insidiously coaxing. "While we are still young, seizing opportunities for advancement is a breeze. Promotions and salary increases are within easy reach. If you ascend to the position of financial supervisor within the company, it will embellish your resume, allowing you to seek employment in that direction in the future." Lin Hongyuan continued to dangle verbal promises before Chen Sini. "I have friends in the finance department at SHN. If you're interested, I could facilitate a referral for you in due time. After all, young women tend to prioritize material gains." Lin Hongyuan was convinced that by hinting at impending layoffs and presenting such enticing conditions, Chen Sini would not remain indifferent. The prospect of being with her without spending a dime thrilled him. Naturally, if Chen Sini desired it, Lin Hongyuan would not hesitate to provide her with a monthly allowance. Before he began supporting the current university student he was involved with, he had occasionally sought the company of escort girls, whose standards were even lower than Chen Sini's, costing him 2,500 for a single encounter, with additional fees for overnight stays. For a girl of Chen Sini's caliber, should she agree to his patronage, he would gladly pay double what he currently offered to the university student. However, he preferred to receive without any financial exchange, relishing the thought of exploiting her. Just as Lin Hongyuan indulged in these fantasies, Chen Sini's next statement jolted him back to reality, her expression darkening considerably. "Are you delusional from watching too many lowbrow dramas? Or do you truly believe that being a mere manager grants you the authority to threaten employees with unspoken rules, with leverage in hand?" Chen Sini did not hesitate to confront him directly, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Hongyuan. Have you looked in the mirror lately? Your balding head is practically reflecting light. Do you think I am so desperate that I would be attracted to you? With the money and time you have, you would be better off seeking a competent traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to address your baldness first. Furthermore, how much does the company even pay? You expect us to work like beasts during the day and accompany the leadership at night, as if our salaries are in dollars? Chen Sini's disdain was unmistakable. Her verbal onslaught turning Lin Hongyuan's face a shade reminiscent of liver. He never anticipated that the usually submissive Chen Sini would dare to confront him so boldly. Considering their shared workplace, fearing the repercussions of their exchange echoing through the office, Lin Hongyuan lowered his voice, threatening her. Given the current economic climate, I understand that being laid off poses challenges in finding new employment. I am extending you an opportunity for advancement. Yet you repay kindness with malice and resort to personal attacks. With such an attitude, not only in our company but even in interviews elsewhere, HR would hesitate to hire you. I have been in this industry for 20 years, and I am well acquainted with the finance departments of various companies. If they inquire about you, I will certainly provide them with an accurate account of your work ethic. Lin Hongyuan spoke with impeccable precision. Whether he had just implied that Chen Sini accompany him for the night or now threatened her with the power to ruin her career through his connections. All of it was merely insinuation, never overtly stated. Even if Chen Sini had recorded their conversation in advance, she would find herself powerless against him, likely having engaged in similar acts prior to this encounter. Chen Sini understood the veiled menace in his words. In a first-tier city like Yanqing, while it may not be small, the circles within it are rather limited. As an industry veteran, Lin Hongyuan's claims of being able to sabotage her career were undoubtedly exaggerated. However, if he truly wished to cause her harm, securing a financial position within a prominent company would prove exceedingly challenging for her. Previously, Chen Sini might have been concerned about offending such a petty man, fearing the repercussions. However, the situation had changed. Manager, last Friday night, I happened to encounter a man and a woman entering the Weina Hotel on Lichang Road, and the man bore a striking resemblance to you, she remarked, a faint smile playing on her lips as she awaited Lin Hongyuan's reaction. Sure enough, upon hearing Friday night, Weina Hotel, and a man and a woman, Lin Hongyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his shock evident. What a coincidence that they had been seen together. You must have mistaken us, Lin Hongyuan hastily protested, abandoning any notion of threatening Chen Sini. Oh? Did we misidentify you? Chen Sini responded with a slight smile, pulling out her phone and tapping a few buttons. I happened to record a video from behind. I caught a glimpse of the two of you as you approached the hotel. Perhaps you could help me confirm whether I misidentified you. With that, she waved her phone in front of Lin Hongyuan. He clearly saw that the video depicted him and the university student he was financially supporting, intimately entering the hotel together. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Lin Hongyuan felt his ability to argue evaporate instantaneously. Do you realize that secretly recording someone infringes upon their privacy and constitutes an illegal act? I'm not distributing it. So where's the illegality? Chen Sini replied, tucking her phone away. Besides, if you believe my actions to be unlawful, you are more than welcome to report me. You. Lin Hongyuan was both astonished and furious, yet he dared not raise his voice. He could never have anticipated that the world would be so small, that his rendezvous with the university student would be witnessed by Chen Sini and recorded. What if you have recorded the video? We are merely friends. I was just escorting her to the hotel that night. Whether you are merely friends or not is of no concern to me, Chen Sini scoffed. It is rather amusing, isn't it? Two individuals with such a significant age difference being ordinary friends who would escort one another to a hotel late at night, only to enter the same room and remain inside for an extended period. What was your room number again? 5023, wasn't it? Upon hearing Chen Sini mention the room number, Lin Hongyuan felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. What do you want? Are you planning to use this video to extort money from me? I'm not interested in money. Just refrain from bothering me in the future, allowing me to work in peace. I will pretend I never recorded this video. Otherwise, do not blame me for sending it to your entire family. Is it really that simple? After Chen Sini seized the opportunity, she did not even demand any money, leaving Lin Hongyuan with a face full of suspicion. It was that simple, believe it or not. Chen Sini rose to her feet and asked, May I return to work now? Yes. In the future, if there are work-related issues, we can communicate online, eliminating the need for me to come over and waste time. Chen Sini did not wish to share a single moment in the same room with Lin Hongyuan. After leaving those words, she exited the office. As the door closed behind her, her silhouette faded from view, leaving Lin Hongyuan with a perplexed expression. He had thought he could manipulate the situation under the pretext of company layoffs to coerce the seemingly aloof Chinsini. But he had not anticipated that matters would devolve into this. Regret began to creep in. He lamented his carelessness last week for not ensuring they entered the hotel separately, which had allowed Chinsini to uncover the affair. It was imperative to sever ties with Xia Xian to avoid further complications. For a mere 5,000 yuan a month, coupled with occasional small gifts, he had managed to support such an obedient university student. Now, as he contemplated ending the relationship, a sense of reluctance began to fill his heart. Chapter 58. The layered painting from Monday to Friday, in the brief span of just 5 days. The price of gold embarked on a remarkable surge, escalating at a pace several times more extravagant than the previous month. Yi Su, having purchased 2 contracts of gold futures at the price of 701.8, witnessed each gram soar to 757.3 in a mere 5 days. He reaped a staggering profit of 110,000. The speed at which wealth was accumulating left Yi Su utterly astonished. In pursuit of fortune, the gold price continued its relentless ascent, and the market was approaching a state of frenzy, clearly indicating that the upward trend would persist. Consequently, Yi Su adjusted his profit-taking point to 11, eagerly awaiting the gold price to reach 778. With an inflow of 110,000 in just a week, his total assets ascended to a new pinnacle of 270,000, instilling in Yi Su a vibrant sense of accomplishment. Even his energy for the reserve program with Chinsini on Friday evening was notably amplified compared to before. His extraordinary performance led Chinsini to wonder if Yi Su had perhaps taken the wrong medicine that day. After a refreshing interlude, it was already past midnight when Yi Su finally opened the system to review today's secondary intelligence. Today's intelligence, secondary Lin Honyuan, seeking to sever ties with his mistress, a university student, was threatened with a demand for a 200,000 breakup fee. Refusing to comply would result in her employing feminine tactics against him. Left with no alternative, Lin Honyuan was compelled to concede. Fearing that withdrawing 200,000 all at once might alert his wife, he contemplated selling a treasured painting, 100 butterflies piercing flowers. After visiting several antique shops, he received offers around 150,000, leaving him in a quandary. He is likely to make a decision by tomorrow afternoon regarding the sale of the painting. Note: this 100 butterflies piercing flowers piece is crafted using a double-layer mounting technique, concealing another painting, golden beak holding pearl, valued at approximately 120,000. Today's refreshed secondary intelligence, and it's wasted on that manager again. Brother Tongzi, have you become addicted to gossip? Upon reading the intelligence, which once again revolved around Lin Honyuan, Yi Su couldn't help but deride the system. The incident in the office with Lin Honyuan had already been mentioned by Chinsini during their conversations. Yi Su was infuriated by Lin Honyuan's intention to cuckold him, and if given the chance for revenge, he would not hesitate, were it not for the fear of causing trouble and the desire to spare the innocent child from involvement. Yi Su would have urged Chinsini to send the video directly to Lin Honyuan's wife, creating chaos in their household. However, as much as he longed for retribution, Yi Su did not wish to squander a piece of secondary intelligence on such an individual. Wait, there's a surprise. Upon a meticulous reading of the intelligence, the fact that Lin Honyuan was extorted for 200,000 brought Yi Su great satisfaction. He then noticed a note at the end of the intelligence. The double-layered painting, containing a hidden layer, was valued at 120,000. Aside from the intelligence related to gold prices, which could potentially yield profits exceeding 120,000 through gambling his fortune, this secondary intelligence represented the highest value tied to the system thus far, in addition to the 150,000 principal required. Establishing a connection with Lin Honyuan to acquire the painting seemed significantly more challenging than previous pieces of secondary intelligence. Yi Su has consistently valued secondary intelligence between 10,000 and 20,000. However, last week's information regarding the rising gold prices and the profits from the layered ancient painting far exceeded the psychological expectation of 20,000. It appears that Brother Tongzi is indeed fair. The greater the difficulty and risk associated with obtaining a piece of intelligence, the larger the potential reward. With 120,000 nearly within reach, Yi Su revisited today's information. He could not deduce the means by which the female university student threatened to sanction Lin Honyuan, so he opted to overlook it. The ancient painting 100 Butterflies Playing Amidst Flowers was priced at 150,000 by several antique shops. And this price seemed quite reasonable, which posed a bit of a dilemma. Although Yisu had the amount, it was all tied up in his gold futures account, leaving him with only over 30,000 in hand, still a considerable distance from the 150,000 needed to purchase the painting. After confirming the small loan apps on his phone, such as yellow, green, blue, he realized that after deducting the 50,000 already borrowed, he only had 40,000 left as a limit, still falling short by 80,000. Not only was the limit insufficient, but Yisu was also concerned that, as mentioned online, borrowing would lead to a cancellation of the limit, leaving him unable to access these apps for urgent funds in the future. Wait. Isn't there a little treasure trove lying right next to him? In an instant, Yisu turned his thoughts to Chinsini. To contact Lichang Yuan, he would need to rely on Chinsini, and she would surely not be oblivious to any opportunities. Borrowing some money from her would be a simple matter. Hey. Yisu nudged Chinsini with his elbow. She pushed his elbow away, saying, "That's enough for today. Let's wait until tomorrow night." Yisu felt a wave of frustration. What does this have to do with anything? Can you stop being so frivolous for once? I'm trying to discuss something serious. Hearing this, Chinsini turned around, regarding Yisu with suspicion. At this hour, aside from that matter, what else could you possibly have that serious? Do you have any money? Lend me some. You? Borrow money from me? Is that what you consider serious? Chinsini could hardly fathom that Yisu's so-called serious matter was to ask her for money. The wealthy young man who casually spent 12,000 on a worthless stone last week and even made a profit of over 60,000 would now ask her, a mere mortal, for money. What is the difference between this and begging from a pauper? Are you joking? Chinsini's expression reflected disbelief, thinking he was merely teasing her. Do I look like I'm joking? Yisu asserted confidently as he pressed her for money. Hurry up. If you have a little treasure trove, don't hide it from your husband. Bring it out for me to use. Chinsini realized that Yisu might not actually be joking. How much do you want to borrow? Yisu casually replied, 12,000. 12,000. Chinsini's eyes widened in shock. She had anticipated that when Yisu, the wealthy heir, asked to borrow money, it would not be a trivial amount. But she never expected him to request as much as 12,000. Did you peek at my phone balance? On Monday, Chinsini invested 50,000 in a gold fund. Over the past few days, witnessing the soaring gold prices, she became anxious and decided to reduce her holdings by 30,000 on Friday. Now, the funds at her disposal amount to approximately 130,000, which is just enough to lend to Yisu. At the age of 25, having managed to save 150,000 on her own, Chinsini has already surpassed the majority of her peers. Upon hearing this, Yisu recognized an opportunity. That's impressive, little wealthy lady. You really have a reserve of 120,000. Is there some pressing matter that requires such a substantial loan? The sudden request for such a significant sum caused Chinsini to worry whether Yisu might be in some sort of trouble. The genuine concern reflected on her partner's face warmed Yisu's heart. I either attend classes or come here to see you. What could possibly happen to me? I'm merely looking to seize an opportunity. I still need 120,000. So I was hoping to see if you could assist. Chapter 59. What nonsense is this? Seizing opportunities. Chinsini's eyes sparkled with excitement as she abruptly sat up. Is it the same as last week? Are we going to buy stones? Yisu's eyes also gleamed with enthusiasm, indicating that he was intrigued and eager to watch. The world of stone gambling is fraught with complexities. There are not many genuine opportunities to seize. Then what is it that you intend to seize? Your manager just took a painting titled 100 Butterflies Passing Through Flowers to an antique shop for appraisal. Coincidentally, my friend was there and sent me a picture of the painting. I sense there is something mysterious within it, and I wish to purchase it for a chance at fortune. However, the price your manager was quoted is 150,000. I currently have just over 30,000 left. So I was thinking of borrowing 120,000 from you to secure the painting. You only have just over 30,000 left? Chinsini immediately placed her hands on her hips, questioning him. Let us not even mention that, considering the money you earned last week at the jade market. You must have had at least 70 or 80,000 in your pocket. How could you suddenly be down to just over 30,000? Speak. Have you been using it to keep other women? Yisu remained silent, fixated on the object of his admiration. Noticing Yisu's gaze, Chinsini quickly pulled the blanket around herself again. Don't think you can get away with this. Be honest, did you spend all your money on keeping female college students? That's outrageous. Using money to support female college students. And you don't even know if you're supporting them. Chinsini scoffed at the thought of being supported by a man like Lichang Yuan. But if it were Yisu, then that would be a different story altogether. I told you not to think solely of lewd matters. What female college students am I supporting? Just having you is already a handful. Didn't I mention that gold prices would rise? I invested all my money into that. And I can't withdraw it for the next few days. Your manager is probably in urgent need of cash, and I fear he might sell the painting tomorrow. Which is why I urgently need 120,000 to secure it. Really? Shinsini looked doubtful. Yisu rolled his eyes. Is that even a question? Fine. I'll trust you this once. So, will you borrow it, or not? Shinsini hesitated for a moment before nodding. I will gather the money and transfer it to you shortly. After binding the system with Yisu, acquiring funds became as effortless as dining. For Shinsini, as a working individual, every penny she had was earned through her monthly salary of 965, occasional overtime, and filming short videos. Thus, every cent bore the sweat of her labor. Although the two often shared candid conversations and engaged in exchanges, they had only known each other for a little over a month. Shinsini felt genuinely touched that he was willing to lend her all his savings from the past few years. Once she decided to lend the money, Shinsini was quick to act, transferring the funds to Yisu within minutes. You're not one of those scoundrels online who deceive women for money, are you? Claiming to borrow money to seize an opportunity, only to prepare for a getaway? Can you please rein in your imagination? Yisu replied, exasperated. That's a relief. Shinsini finally sighed in relief. Let's be clear, if you're going to deceive me for mere seduction, that's one thing. But you must not swindle me out of my finances. This money is my savings for a dowry. Really? Yisu widened his eyes, as if he had encountered an absurd tale. In the 21st century, he never expected to hear the term dowry. Isn't it said online that nowadays, when a woman mentions a bridal price, it's merely about attitude, and when a dowry is brought up, it's deemed an outdated and undesirable custom. Yet, here she was, preparing her own dowry. What's so strange about that? Shinsini replied matter-of-factly. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them. I don't want to be looked down upon by my future in-laws over a few bridal gifts. I can't tolerate such humiliation. With a passionate kiss on Shinsini's cheek, Yisu exclaimed, Woman, you are ambitious, and I'm growing fonder of you. Hearing this, Shinsini felt a surge of joy within, though she feigned indifference. There are plenty of people who like me. You'll have to wait your turn. Then, with a note of concern, she asked, Are you certain that the painting sold by that Lichang Yuan is truly a bargain? Don't let him deceive you. Shinsini held a low opinion of Lichang Yuan's character, believing that even a stray dog was superior to him. She feared that Lin might sell a counterfeit, leaving Yisu out of pocket for 150,000. Rest assured, your manager is just a simplistic bald man. Do you really think he is clever enough to con me? Yisu scoffed, prompting Shinsini to chuckle heartily. Still, you should be vigilant. It's not easy for me to save this amount, so don't risk it all. Yisu did not mind her nagging. For an ordinary person, 10,000 is no trifling sum. Exercising caution was a reasonable response. If you can't, then consider the loss mine. If we profit, I'll give you 10%. What do you think? Observing Shinsini's reaction, he noted that lending her 120,000 seemed like a gesture without expectation of return. Not sharing the profits with her wouldn't be fair, though. However, Yisu was at that tender age where he felt shy, and the more Shinsini refrained from mentioning the matter, the more embarrassed he felt. If all went well, once this deal was completed, their debts would be cleared, and they could focus solely on accumulating wealth, gradually moving towards a life of luxury. With the urgency for money alleviated, Yisu pondered for a moment and decided to concoct an excuse to transfer some funds to Shinsini. As a man, having spent so much time with her, what was wrong with providing her with some living expenses? Yisu excelled at reconciling with himself. With that thought, he readily accepted the reality of his perceived shortcomings and his willingness to spend on a woman. Upon hearing that he would share the spoils, Shinsini's spirits lifted instantly. You said it. You can't go back on your word. Once a promise is made, it is binding, Yisu replied, affirming his commitment. Deal. Shinsini excitedly snuggled closer to Yisu and extended her pinky finger towards him. All right, deal. Yisu, with no choice but to indulge the 4 years older Shinsini, engaged in this childish ritual. After their agreement, Yisu refrained from proceeding to the next phase. It is somewhat akin to owning one's own vehicle. One cannot treat it as if it were borrowed, pressing the accelerator to the floor with every inch. The following morning, armed with the contact information provided by Shinsini, Yisu dialed Lichang Yuan's number. Hello? Is this Lichang Yuan? Yes, who is this? I am Shinsini's boyfriend. We met briefly outside your company last time. Surely you remember. Upon hearing Yisu's introduction, Lichang Yuan felt his heart constrict sharply. According to Shinsini's account from Monday in the office, Her boyfriend had been present that night when he entered the hotel. The fact that he possessed his phone number surely indicated that it had been given to him by Chansini. The unexpected phone call today raised alarms. Could it be that Chansini had changed her mind and intended to blackmail him with the video? The thought of being extorted for 200,000 by a female university student left him utterly disoriented. If Chansini and her boyfriend were to strike at this moment, he would truly lose his sanity. It was only then that Lin Hongyuan began to regret his inability to control his baser instincts for the sake of such trivial matters. He had entangled himself in an enormous predicament. Chapter 60. A successful acquisition. Please hold on a moment. I need to step outside for a conversation. It was Saturday, and the entire family remained indoors, wary of revealing any signs of suspicion. Lin Hongyuan, clutching his phone, prepared to exit and continue his discussion. Just as he rose, a woman in her 40s lounging on the sofa casually inquired, "Darling, it's Saturday. Who could possibly be calling you? Surely your company isn't asking you to work overtime again?" Startled, Lin Hongyuan shuddered slightly but managed to feign nonchalance, responding, "It's a headhunter, hoping to lure me to another company." "Oh," the woman replied, showing no inclination to probe further. Sensing her disinterest, Lin Hongyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he stepped into the stairwell. "What do you want by calling me?" he asked, detecting the hostility emanating from the receiver. "I heard you took a painting to an antique shop for appraisal yesterday. Is that correct?" "How do you know?" "I work in the same field. It's hardly surprising that I catch wind of someone looking to sell something, especially given the limited circles in Yanqing. I intend to sell a painting. What of it?" "I'll take that painting." Lin Hongyuan's pupils constricted. Indeed, this unscrupulous couple sought to extort him, demanding his artwork valued at 150,000 without hesitation. "Don't think that possessing a video gives you the upper hand. Do you realize that your actions are illegal?" The next words from the phone momentarily stunned Lin Hongyuan. "Perhaps you've misunderstood. I have no intention of extorting you with that video. I simply wish to purchase the painting. The shop offered you a price of 150,000, and I am prepared to match that." "What?" Lin Hongyuan's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. "You contacted me solely to buy the painting? What else would prompt me to reach out?" Tentatively, Lin Hongyuan probed, "I'm still deliberating because that price seems a bit low. If you're truly interested, could you possibly increase your offer?" Yisu was at a loss for words. "For heaven's sake, I filmed you with that video not to blackmail you. Isn't that already generous enough? You, my friend, seem to confuse your priorities, attempting to play me for a fool. You truly are insufferable. I know you've consulted several antique shops, and none offered you above 150,000. This firmly establishes the true value of your painting." Yisu continued, implying, "By approaching you now with the same offer, doesn't that seem fair?" Lin Hongyuan grasped Yisu's insinuation. "It appears you hold a significant interest in this painting. Could it be that its worth exceeds 150,000, and you're hoping to seize an opportunity by bypassing the antique shops?" A mocking laugh escaped Yisu. "You consulted a few antique shops, and those seasoned experts failed to discern any hidden value in your painting. Yet, I, who have never even laid eyes on it, can evaluate its worth more accurately than they. Do you truly believe that is possible?" With a few succinct remarks, Yisu effectively dispelled Lin Hongyuan's fanciful notions. "Then why did you seek me out directly to purchase this painting?" After 2 decades of navigating the complexities of society, Lin Hongyuan was certainly not so easily deceived, and he perceived the peculiarity of Yisu's sudden request to acquire a painting. "I have my eyes set on that artwork and wish to avoid the unnecessary expenditure involved in purchasing it through an antique shop, hence my direct approach to you." Yisu's tone grew increasingly impatient. "In a word, will you sell it or not?" "Sell?" How could Lin Hongyuan refuse? Selling the painting was, after all, a means to resolve the issue concerning that female university student. If he did not sell it to Yisu, Lin Hongyuan feared that the hefty sum of 200,000 yuan intended as a severance payment would be squandered if Yisu harbored resentment and exposed his affair with the university student. Regardless, Yisu did not seize the opportunity to negotiate further and offered 15,000, the market price. Lin Hongyuan could find no justification to withhold the painting from Yisu. "Very well, if you are free this afternoon, come to Hatian Square, and we shall exchange cash for the artwork." "Agreed, let us meet at 2 o'clock. After confirming the time, Lin Hongyuan chuckled derisively, mocking Yisu. "Youth is truly wasted on the young, devoid of any wit, unable even to threaten me with a video to lower the price by a few thousand. Such foolishness." Lin Hongyuan began to comprehend why Chansini had dismissed his offer of a promotion and salary increase with such scorn. Seemingly, without a second glance. It turned out she had found herself a wealthy boyfriend, claiming to be engaged in the antique industry and readily spending 15,000 on a painting. Yisu had firmly associated himself with affluence in Lin Hongyuan's eyes, despite his pretensions of superiority and numerous subtle hints. In the end, he had simply sought a wealthy partner. The thought of Chinsini filled Lin Hongyuan with a bitter resentment. If she had expressed her affinity for wealth sooner, he might not have resorted to maintaining the university student. Now, he was left to contend with this tangled predicament, fearing his wife's suspicions. Lin Hongyuan refrained from further invectives and returned home. As for the 100 butterflies through flowers painting, he had placed it in his car since the previous day, alleviating any concern about his wife discovering it upon his return home that afternoon. Hongtian Square was not far from Chinsini's apartment. At 2 o'clock, Yisu arrived alone, locating Lin Hongyuan's car parked by the roadside as per the text message he had received. "Where's the painting?" "Here it is." Yisu took the rolled painting, unrolling it to inspect for any discrepancies. Of course, he could not discern the authenticity, so he could only compare it to the limited information he had. The artwork indeed depicted 100 butterflies through flowers, and the canvas was made of silk, with the reverse similarly crafted from silk. As he supported the painting while examining it, Yisu's left hand glided over the surface, but he could not detect the textured layers indicated in the information. However, the initial 3 points matched the intelligence provided, leading Yisu to believe that Lin Hongyuan could not have acted so swiftly as to replicate a counterfeit in such a short span. Furthermore, with leverage over Lin Hongyuan, Yisu surmised that he would not dare to resort to trickery. "Everything appears to be in order. I will transfer the funds to you." "Very well." In mere moments, Yisu confirmed the authenticity of the 15,000 yuan artwork, surprising even Lin Hongyuan with his efficiency. What exactly does Chinsini's boyfriend do? He seems to possess far greater wealth than one might imagine. Ignoring Lin Hongyuan's astonished gaze, Yisu rolled up the scroll and tucked it back into its tube before stepping out of the car. Goodness, carrying a sum of 150,000, no? It should be 270,000, while strolling down the bustling street is indeed exhilarating. As he walked, Yisu's mind conjured images reminiscent of films, where motorcycle gangs zoom past, snatching the scroll from one's grasp in a swift motion. However, given the omnipresence of surveillance and the motorcycle ban in Yangcheng, such fantasies were unlikely to materialize. Upon returning to the apartment, Chinsini, who had been waiting eagerly, immediately pulled him to the sofa. "Hurry, open it up and let me see what a 15,000 piece looks like." Chapter 61. Someone as easy to deal with. Is this the painting worth 150,000? Chinsini gazed at the scroll laid upon the table, her eyes filled with an unshakable confusion. How should one articulate this? It is indeed beautiful. Yet Chinsini could not comprehend how this artwork could possibly be valued at 150,000. Could it be that Yisu had fallen into a trap, purchasing such a piece for that sum from Lin Hongyuan? 150,000. In a first-tier city like Yangcheng, that amount could procure a restroom. Yet now it merely suffices to acquire a painting that is not even a square meter in size. Indeed, as Yisu responded, he took several photographs, ranging from the overall view to close-ups, and sent them to Wan Qianliang. Wan Qianliang. This must be a traditional Chinese painting by the esteemed Wang from the Republic era, correct? Yes. Wan Qianliang. Impressive, my friend. You manage to uncover hidden gems weekly. I truly admire your skills. Not hidden. I purchased this painting for 150,000. Wan Qianliang, 150,000. Wan Qianliang, that price is quite extreme. If it were up to me, I would only offer that much as well. You might not see any profit from this transaction. I am aware. I merely wish to inquire if you know any skilled conservators who can help me separate the painting from its backing. Wan Qianliang, my friend. Only Xian paper paintings can be split. Your piece is silk, which cannot be separated but can only be cut. However, cutting it would damage the structure of the painting, and its value would consequently decrease significantly. The terms open and cut that Wan Qianliang mentioned refer to the painting techniques discussed by Jackie Chan in Chinese Zodiac. Xian paper has multiple layers, allowing it to be split and sold as two genuine pieces. Silk cannot be split, yet it can be cut into several shorter pieces and still be sold as authentic works. From Wan Qianliang's response, Yisu discerned that he had misunderstood his intentions, thinking he aimed to commit fraud for profit. I do not wish to separate the painting itself. I intend to separate the painting from its backing. Wan Qianliang, is this a layered piece? I suspect so, hence my desire to take a chance. Wan Qianliang, hold on, let me inquire. On the other end of the phone, Wan Qianliang shared the conversation between him and Yi Su with Wan Bowen for his review. A layered piece? As someone who had scavenged for treasures in the countryside in his earlier years, Wan Bowen was certainly familiar with layered items. Beyond layered paintings, boxes, and vessels, various antiquities with layers were quite common. During his time in the countryside, Wan Bowen had the fortune of making a modest windfall from such layered goods. He understood that the value of layered items relies not only on one's discernment but also heavily on luck. Unsure if this painting was indeed layered, he wished to inquire whether they knew any skilled conservators to reveal its true nature. Yes, if he wishes to inquire about the conservation, I can help him find out when he is available. Very well. Wan Xinliang returned his phone and sent a message back to Yi Su. Wang Yuanliang. My father mentioned he knows a skilled framer, but we need to check his availability first. As long as the master is convenient, I am free at any time. Please thank Uncle Wen for me. Wang Yuanliang. My father has inquired, and the master is available tomorrow afternoon. Just bring the painting at 2 o'clock, and I will send you the address. All right, thank you. Activating the location feature. Yi Su confirmed the position sent by Wang Yuanliang, realizing it was over 10 kilometers from the apartment before setting down his phone. At that moment, Qin Sini was still engrossed in the painting, scrutinizing it as if she were trying to uncover its value of 150,000. Enough already, if you keep staring. Your drool will drip onto it. Don't say I didn't warn you. A single drop of saliva could diminish its worth by several thousand. Qin Sini was startled, quickly pulling her head away from the painting, then looking at Yi Su with eager anticipation. You mean to say this painting was a lucky find? Implying it's worth more than 150,000? It is indeed only worth 150,000. Qin Sini pouted in disappointment. Then my share of the profits is down the drain. Last time, when Yi Su purchased a stone, he made over 60,000. If this time he also managed to find a bargain, she could have pocketed several thousand, enough to buy a new iPhone. Now, it seems her iPhone has flown away. Subsequently, Qin Sini consoled herself. It appears I lack luck in windfall profits. At least this painting holds its value at 150,000. So I won't incur any losses. What is the rush? While this painting is indeed worth only 150,000, if it reveals a hidden layer, it would be tantamount to acquiring a painting for free. Oreo? A hidden layer? Qin Sini, skeptical, leaned over the table, attempting to examine the painting from various angles, but found no trace of anything unusual. Don't waste your efforts. If it were that easy to discern, it would have been snatched up by someone else long ago, leaving no chance for me to find a bargain. So what do we do now? Neither of us can unframe the painting. Qin Sini wasn't naive. She understood how fragile these antiques and artworks were, far beyond the capabilities of novices like them. I have already consulted Liang Go. He has arranged for a framer to assist me. Just bring the painting over tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. Qin Sini deflated. We have to wait until tomorrow to find out. Patience is key. You can't rush a dish of hot tofu. Why not just open it yourself? Let us wait until tomorrow instead. The answer will only be revealed then, and Qin Sini lost her desire to continue examining it, allowing Yi Su to carefully roll the painting back up. Ding! At midnight, the information refreshed punctually. Today's information, level 2 to the southeast of the abandoned factory on Lichang Road. 6 bottles of Moutai from 1995 are buried, 4 of which have evaporated, while 2 remain intact. The current market recovery price is around 15,000 per bottle. Note, the original owner has passed away, and the Moutai is now unclaimed. The host can acquire it without concerns. 6 bottles of 1995 Moutai. Even Yi Su, who does not indulge in white liquor, recognized this as an exceptional find. The recycling price for a bottle is 15,000. With 4 bottles already evaporated, that amounts to a loss of 60,000. In the midst of this heartache, Yi Su felt an overwhelming urge to rise and retrieve the remaining 2 bottles of Moutai, but he soon abandoned that thought. Lacking even a single tool, was he to dig with his bare hands? With 4 bottles of Moutai gone unnoticed, what difference would it make if he delayed another day? Yi Su discovered that after acquiring the system, he was increasingly capable of maintaining his composure. Despite knowing that 2 bottles, worth 15,000 each, awaited his intervention to reclaim their glory, he still managed to sleep soundly. On Sunday afternoon, Yi Su and his companion arrived 10 minutes early at the studio address provided by Wan Yuanliang, carrying the 100 butterflies through flowers painting. To his surprise, it was not Wan Yuanliang who came to greet him, but his father, Wan Bowen. Liang is attending to the shop, Wan Bowen explained willingly. I heard you mention receiving some goods from the interlayer, so I came to take a look and catch up with an old friend. This is Liang Ji's father. Yi Su introduced. Naturally, Chinsini recognized Wan Bowen's identity, and after Yisu's introduction, she promptly greeted him. "Hello, Uncle Wan." "Hello," Wan Bowen replied with a warm smile. Indeed, a match made in heaven. In the presence of their elder, the two could only smile politely and graciously accept Wan Bowen's compliment. "All right, let's go inside. Master Ching is already waiting." Chapter 62, The Principle of Reciprocity, led by Wan Bowen into the room. Yisu beheld a middle-aged man of similar age and vigor to Wan Bowen seated at the reception area. "Hello, Uncle Ching," Wan Bowen introduced him as a friend, prompting Yisu to address him in kind. In unfamiliar surroundings, a sweet tongue can only be an asset. Chinsini naturally echoed Yisu's greeting. "Having come from afar, let us first enjoy a cup of tea." Cheng Limin poured 2 steaming cups of tea for the pair. "Thank you," Yisu replied, though the two delayed in drinking the hot tea until it had cooled somewhat. "The item is here. I suspect there may be a hidden layer, but I cannot be certain. I must trouble you, Uncle Cheng, to unveil the painting." Cheng Limin led them into an inner room where a workbench was adorned with an array of tools, knives, brushes, tweezers, and more. After donning gloves, Cheng Limin carefully accepted the scroll and unfurled it upon the workbench. Indeed, it was an authentic masterpiece from the renowned Wang family of the Republic of China. After a thorough examination, both Cheng Limin and Wan Bowen reached a unanimous conclusion. Yisu, already aware of the outcome, exhibited little reaction, while Chinsini visibly exhaled in relief. "It's genuine. At least we won't incur losses." Once the authenticity was confirmed, Cheng Limin commenced his meticulous work. He applied an unknown solution to gently moisten the back of the ancient painting, then cautiously separated the silk from its backing. Despite appearing to be in his 50s, Cheng Limin's hands exhibited a steadiness that left Yisu, a much younger individual, in awe. The entire process was executed with such precision that not a single fiber of the silk was harmed. Indeed, there is another painting beneath. As Cheng Limin unveiled the hidden artwork, the golden beak with pearl gradually came into view. Chinsini, having never witnessed such a revelation, gasped in excitement. Fortunately, she quickly composed herself, recognizing the delicacy of Cheng Limin's work and covering her mouth to stifle any further exclamations. Her eyes alight with anticipation as she observed his every movement. Yisu's astute guess had proven accurate. Wan Bowen, his gaze alight with astonishment at the unveiling of the concealed painting, cast several incredulous glances towards Yisu. Among various artifacts, layered paintings are notoriously difficult to detect. Often, collectors remain oblivious until they seek to reframe them. Alternatively, as in the case of the Lady by the Plum Grove, the upper painting, Fisherman's Retreat, was damaged, leading to the discovery of the masterpiece beneath. To deduce the existence of a hidden layer simply by conjecture speaks volumes of one's discernment. Could it be that Yisu had perceived discrepancies in translucence, allowing him to identify the concealed artwork? The incident in the jade market, where he had expressed interest in a piece of chicken oil yellow jade, had surely been discussed with Wan Bowen upon Wan's return home. Thus, Wan Bowen could only attribute Yisu's insight to his remarkable ability to discern subtle differences in translucency, which explained how he had seen through the layered painting. Indeed, the younger generation is swiftly surpassing the older, leaving them as mere remnants upon the shores of time, especially upon witnessing Yisu's reaction, which was marked by a slight excitement but otherwise remained subdued. The esteemed position of Yisu in the eyes of Wan Bowen, a seasoned veteran, was elevated yet again. The meticulous process of uncovering the artwork caused beads of sweat to form on Cheng Limin's forehead, necessitating the continual wiping of his brow with his sleeve. After an arduous hour, they finally succeeded in extracting the 100 butterflies piercing flowers painting from its silk backing, revealing the golden beak holding pearl nestled within for the 4 observers to behold. Wan Bowen and Cheng Limin scrutinized the golden beak holding pearl closely before arriving at the conclusion that it was indeed a genuine masterpiece by the esteemed Wang. Upon hearing that the unveiled piece was authentic, Chinsini, overwhelmed with excitement, instinctively grasped Yisu's arm to maintain her composure. "Your discernment is truly remarkable, not only surpassing all Yang, but even I find myself in awe. It seems the era of the youth has truly arrived," Wan Bowen exclaimed, giving Yisu a thumbs up. In this field, experience and skill can be honed over time, yet it is often talent and intuition that determine one's ultimate potential. Undoubtedly, Yisu had now been classified by Wan Bowen as a genius. "Uncle Wan, your praise is too generous. I merely stumbled upon good fortune," Yisu modestly replied, indulging in a moment of self-deprecating humor. You possess talent yet remain humble, far superior to Liang. Wan Bowen quipped without restraint at his son's expense. Yisu refrained from further comment, offering only a polite smile. Are you planning to sell these two paintings? Yes. Yisu's spirits lifted instantly. Uncle Wan, would you like to purchase them? I would, Wan Bowen replied, glancing at Qing Limin, who nodded in agreement. Shall we discuss this outside? Certainly. Yisu then turned to Chinsini. What about you? Since we agreed that I would share 10% of the earnings, I wanted to consult you first. Chinsini, displaying understanding, replied, I cannot appreciate art, so I shall refrain from interfering. Then please let go of me. Oh. Only then did Chinsini, feeling somewhat embarrassed, release her grip, allowing Yisu to accompany Wan Bowen. Qing Limin, evidently intrigued by the two paintings, continued to examine them even after Wan Bowen and Yisu had departed. Despite their connection through Wan Bowen, Chinsini remained cautious, standing by with trepidation, anxious that something might go awry with the artworks. Meanwhile, upon reaching the doorway, Wan Bowen proactively inquired about the price. How much do you intend to sell the two paintings as a package? I acquired the top piece for 150,000, so I can offer it to you at that price. As for the lower piece, I was initially considering 120,000, but thanks to your assistance in introducing Master Qing, which enabled me to successfully extract the inner layer, I can reduce it to 110,000. Being considerate of the assistance he received, Yisu chose not to push the price to its limit. Haha, Wan Bowen expressed his satisfaction with Yisu's offer. During a conversation with Wan Yuanyang the previous day, Yisu had already disclosed the acquisition price of the 100 butterflies piercing flowers, so Wan Bowen was not taken aback by the 150,000 figure. The artwork titled Golden Beak with Pearl had been appraised by Wan Bowen at a psychological price of 120,000 when it was still within the confines of the room. To his astonishment, Yisu's bid was remarkably precise. It is conceivable that Yisu had previously scoured the internet for auction prices of similar items to arrive at such an accurate figure. However, for this newly unveiled painting before him, Yisu's ability to call out the exact price of 120,000 serves as a testament to his keen eye, rivaling even Wan Bowen's expertise. Initially, Wan Bowen harbored some reservations, concerned that Yisu's continuous procurement of high-value items might be facilitated by an intermediary in the gray market. Yet, following the previous jade stone and this current layered painting, all doubts had been entirely dispelled. This young man indeed earns his living solely through his own talents. Very well, for the two paintings, totaling 260,000, I shall have Liang transfer the funds to you. I will settle the charges for Master Cheng's mounting services upon my return. I still need him to reframe your two paintings. I will provide the payment together shortly. Wan Bowen, adhering to the principles of courtesy, received Yisu's gratitude graciously. Thank you, Uncle Wan. Chapter 63. Other people's children no sooner had they left than Yisu and his companion returned to the house, their speed astonishing Chinsini. Uncle Cheng, we shall take our leave now. Very well. Uncle Cheng did not inquire about the payment. Uncle Wan, we are departing. Take care. Wan Bowen found himself increasingly impressed by this young man. At such a tender age, he possessed remarkable insight, resembling his own youthful self in handsomeness. And his girlfriend was equally charming. Truly, he was the epitome of other people's children. In contrast, Wan Bowen reflected on his own offspring, whom he had once found quite agreeable but had grown increasingly dissatisfied with over the years. Now, when compared to Yisu, he found his son increasingly irksome. It was one thing to lack discernment, as that was beyond one's control, but his son, now 29, had yet to introduce a girlfriend to them. Wan Bowen had initially intended to hand over the antique shop to his son upon marrying and starting a family, allowing himself to indulge in fishing and card games, thereby enjoying a true retirement. However, observing his son's current state, he was left uncertain as to how many more years he would have to wait before he could retire. If only his son were present, Wan Bowen might have been tempted to give him a swift kick. Achoo! At that moment, Wan Guoyang, diligently minding the antique shop, unexpectedly sneezed. Could it be that the recent temperature drop, from 30 to 18 degrees, had given him a cold? He dismissed the thought and refocused on his game. Meanwhile, just outside the door, Chinsini eagerly inquired, So, how much did you sell it for? Yisu feigned mystery, guess. Chinsini, with wide eyes, retorted. Am I a child? Guessing? Seeing her reaction, Yisu decided to reveal the truth. The large one sold for 150,000. And the small one for 110,000. At that moment, the 26,000 from Wan Guoyang had also been deposited. And Yisu waved his phone in front of Chinsini. Such a sum. Last time, buying a stone had yielded over 60,000, which Chinsini had found astonishing. Now, having purchased a painting that generated an additional 110,000, she was utterly astounded. When had money become so easy to earn? If she possessed even a fraction of that talent, she wouldn't need to toil away at a job. She could simply indulge in shopping every day. How delightful. That scoundrel Lin Hong Yuan must be seething to learn that the painting he sold you concealed another worth 110,000. Be it the profit of 110,000 or Lin Hong Yuan's loss, both brought Chinsini immense joy. Then, embracing Yisu's arm, she playfully swayed, Geizhai. You mentioned giving a 10% share. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Of course, of course. Listening to Chinsini's playful tone sent shivers down Yisu's spine. And he could not help but tremble. Speak properly. Yisu promptly transferred 130,000 to Chinsini. Within a single day, 12,000 had transformed into 130,000, and her eyes sparkled with delight, nearly obscuring her view of the road ahead. Is this the sensation of reaping both wealth and romance? It was simply exhilarating. Watch where you're going. Chinsini's avaricious demeanor left Yisu somewhat speechless. Was it truly necessary to be so fixated over a mere 10,000? Since acquiring the system, Yisu's confidence had swelled, leading him to regard such an amount as insignificant. Those young masters who neither work nor toil and possess the acumen to identify lucrative ventures could hardly fathom the joy that surged through us humble laborers, who incessantly lamented our jobs while earning a full attendance bonus each month, upon unexpectedly receiving 11,000 yuan. Reminded by Yisu, Chinsini returned to her senses and scrutinized her handsome bedfellow anew. Last time S-stone was one matter. But how did he discern that there were layers in Lin Hong Yuan's painting? He was merely a university student. How could he possess such keen insight that even Wan Bowen, who ran an antique shop, praised him? Could it be that his family was involved in this trade? Feigning mystery, Yisu leaned closer to Chinsini's ear and whispered, "Let me share a secret. I can tell fortunes. All of this comes from my calculations." Chinsini humorously played along with Yisu's nonsense. You can tell fortunes? Then why not give me a reading? Yisu, pretending to be earnest, took her hand and began to assess her features. Ah, my dear. I see your brow is dark. Your fortune may be lacking in the near future. You're looking at my hand, yet you mention my brow? Never mind that, she replied. Very well. Chinsini stifled her laughter and continued, Master Yi, what methods do you suggest for me to turn my fortune around? That's quite simple, Yisu replied with utmost seriousness. Haven't you seen those old Hong Kong films? They always say, the turning agent can change your fortune. Having worked in Yangcheng for 3 years, Chinsini could still grasp some Cantonese. Without hesitation, she turned on her heel and walked away, thinking, if I cooperate with him again, I must be a fool. Of course. Yisu had no intentions of acquiring any turning agent, especially with 2 bottles of 30-year-old Maotai awaiting him outside. The location mentioned in the intel, Lichang Road, was just a few kilometers from Yisu's rented apartment, and the electric scooter's battery was more than sufficient for the journey. After dining together that evening, Yisu bid farewell to Chinsini and rode his electric scooter to Lichang Road to scout the area, confirming that the factory had long been abandoned. Devoid of any presence, he felt assured that his digging would go unnoticed. He then purchased some necessary tools from a nearby shop before returning to his apartment, taking a shower, and promptly going to bed. It was not until 2 in the morning that his alarm stirred him from slumber. As he washed his face and brushed his teeth, Yisu, as was his routine, activated the system to check for updated intel. Today's intel, Level 1 Fan Sahan from the School of Management, due to premature consumption, is unable to repay her loan and is now considering selling her virginity. Oh, the current state of university students. Yisu, disinterested in this piece of information, glanced at it briefly before shutting down the system. After completing his morning routine and hastily consuming a couple of slices of bread, he stepped outside with the tools he had purchased the previous night. Upon arriving at the location, Yisu cautiously surveyed the surroundings once more, confirming that the area remained unguarded even at midnight, and that no wild dogs had made their home there. Only then did he activate the system to peruse the intelligence provided. Today's intelligence, Level 2 to the southeast of the abandoned factory on Lichang Road. 6 bottles of 1995 Matai are buried, 4 of which have evaporated, while 2 remain intact. Currently, the market recovery price for each bottle is approximately 15,000 yuan. Note, the original owner has passed away, and the Matai is now ownerless, allowing the host to acquire it without concern. The southeast corner, where might that be? Yisu pondered, still perplexed by how others could discern the cardinal directions. a skill he lacked. Fortunately, technology was on his side. He retrieved his phone, activated the compass, and spun in place until he pinpointed the southeast direction. Following the guidance of his device, Yisu rode his electric bike toward the southeast of the abandoned factory and, indeed, discovered a faint glimmer emanating from a small patch of ground. Chapter 64. The Pure Love Warrior. Here it is. After securing the location, Yisu donned his headlamp and turned on the light of his electric bike. He retrieved the labor gloves and small hoe he had purchased the previous night and crouched down to begin digging. Throughout his life, Yisu had only encountered a hoe during the Qingming festival when he assisted in clearing weeds from the mountains. Lacking experience in tilling the earth, especially with a small hoe, his progress was naturally slow. Concerned about exerting too much force and potentially damaging the remaining 2 bottles of Maodai, he was cautious, which further hampered his digging speed. To ascertain the depth, Yisu concentrated on digging downward. After half an hour of labor, he had managed to excavate several centimeters. With a sudden thud as the hoe struck something solid, a sound distinctly different from the previous soft earth echoed beneath. Something was amiss. Clearing the dirt away and using the light from his headlamp, Yisu discovered a slab that had evidently been buried intentionally. Oh, had he known there was a stone slab, he would have been less cautious and exerted more effort. He had never even delved into the world of liquor, let alone underground storage methods. Unbeknownst to him, those who bury wine typically construct a miniature cellar to preserve it properly. Directly burying the bottles in the soil would impart an earthy taste to the liquor, rendering it undrinkable before he could even claim it. With the knowledge that the wine was protected by the stone slab, Yisu's digging became more audacious. He quickly cleared away the surrounding dirt, revealing a mini wine cellar constructed with stone. With minimal effort, he lifted the slab, and 6 bottles of Maodai, sealed with red wax just as he had found online, came into view. Beneath these bottles lay a thoughtful wooden board for protection, regardless of why the wine had been buried. The system indicated that the original owner had passed away, thus the wine now belonged to him. Excitedly, Yisu reached for the 6 bottles. He could clearly discern that, aside from 2 that remained intact and full, the other 4 bottles were indeed leaking as the system had suggested. The bottle with the least leakage still contained less than half, far exceeding the 20 evaporation threshold that signified severe spoilage. Drinking was out of the question. Only a token value remained, or perhaps some unscrupulous merchants would be interested in collecting the empty bottles to turn waste into treasure. According to online sources, each bottle could fetch several $100s, with a stroke of luck possibly yielding over 1,000. The thought that 4 bottles of aged Maodai, valued at 15,000 each, had become mere refuse caused Yisu a pang of regret. After wrapping the 2 intact bottles in several layers of foam and securing them in thick clothing within his backpack, Yisu hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, he tossed the remaining 4 bottles back into the pit, the sound of shattering glass echoing as they broke into fragments. He did not need the few thousand from selling the bottles. Yisu had no desire to aid in the nefarious trade of counterfeit liquor. It was better to destroy them outright. After completing the task, Yisu carefully replaced the stone slab and filled the pit with soil, ensuring it was firmly compacted. Gradually reducing his speed to avoid any unforeseen mishaps due to jolting, he finally returned to his rented accommodation. Once he retrieved the 2 bottles of Maodai, he finally had the leisure to appreciate these 30-year-old spirits. Goodness, they're older than I am. Lacking expertise in wine, Yisu could not discern the differences in appearance between the 1995 and 2025 vintages, but simply gazing at them brought him joy. These are splendid gifts for a superior. Alas, I lack the opportunity to present them. 2 authentic bottles of 1995 Maodai, even if not in high demand, are undoubtedly of great value. Not in immediate need of funds, Yisu dismissed the thought of seeking buyers for the bottles, preferring to keep them for potential future use. If they prove unnecessary, he could take them home during the summer holiday as a delightful surprise for his father, sparing himself the dilemma of what to gift him. Aged Maodai should be handled delicately to avoid agitation. Thus, after a brief admiration, Yisu placed the bottles in the cabinet, hastily wiped his body, and collapsed into slumber. The night passed swiftly, and upon waking to the sound of his alarm, Yisu groaned from the soreness that plagued him after spending so long digging the previous night, a task he had rarely undertaken in his life. The strain on his already overworked waist, exacerbated by the exertions with Chansini, made him abandon the idea of attending class. He messaged Lichang, requesting him to mark him present, then turned over to catch some more sleep, only rousing again at 10 o'clock. After hastily consuming a light meal, Yisu hurriedly set out to procure materials based on an online tutorial to properly seal the 2 bottles of Maotai, preventing any leakage. Once this was accomplished, the clock approached noon, and after resolving his lunch through takeout, Yisu ambled back to his dormitory. Witnessing Yisu's gait, which involved supporting his waist, his 3 surrogate sons shot him envious glances that seemed to ignite with jealousy. Yisu was accustomed to their covetous stares, knowing well that his current predicament stemmed from a serious undertaking. Could they not entertain purer thoughts? As the night swiftly faded, the following morning brought no classes. While enjoying breakfast brought back by Feng Zhui, Yisu leisurely opened the system. Today's intelligence, level 1 Tan Jiayue, is seeking a long-term and stable extraordinary gaming companion for Valorant to enjoy gameplay with her boyfriend. She requires tactical reviews and position analysis. Offering a price of 120 yuan per game, with user ID, MO09. A gaming companion? And it must be at the extraordinary rank in Valorant? Not being a player of this game, Yisu immediately recognized that this information had no relevance to him. What circumstances could lead one to offer 120 yuan merely to find someone to accompany them in a game? Out of curiosity, while savoring his rice rolls, Yisu searched for the user ID mentioned in the intelligence. Was it a Lolita? The videos published by this account predominantly feature individuals adorned in various exquisite Lolita dresses. It is no wonder that the saying goes, among 10 Lolas, 9 are affluent, and 1 resides in a villa. It appears this demographic indeed possesses considerable wealth, as they can afford to hire companions for gaming. Besides the enchanting Lolita attire, Tan Jiayue's beauty is quite remarkable, embodying the essence of a pure and adorable maiden. However, the extent to which beauty filters have enhanced her appearance remains unknown to Yisu. What kind of boyfriend does she have? With such a captivating girlfriend, it is astonishing that he is preoccupied solely with gaming, compelling her to seek online practice partners, all in hopes of eventually playing together. Even Yisu, who typically favors the mature and sophisticated allure of someone like Chen Sini, finds it utterly excessive for her boyfriend to neglect such a stunning beauty as Tan Jiayue. In a bid to please her boyfriend, she has even gone so far as to find a practice partner for fearless contract. Could she possibly be the fabled pure love warrior? Chapter 65. Almost singing the iron window tears, my friend. You truly have a knack for finding delightful distractions, don't you? As Feng Zhui passed by, he noticed Yisu relishing his rice rolls while simultaneously indulging in the allure of Lolita beauties online. He couldn't help but comment, with such a stunning girlfriend, why are you still perusing these youthful maidens online? Your tastes are remarkably eclectic. What eclectic tastes? I'm famously devoted, my friend, Yisu retorted. I exclusively admire the elegant, well-proportioned mature beauties. How is that not considered devotion? I merely stumbled upon this individual seeking a premium technical companion, and curiosity compelled me to take a glance. Yisu recalled that Feng Zhui was also a player of Fearless Contract. What rank are you in Fearless Contract? On the verge of Mythic. Feng Zhui presumed Yisu had developed an interest in the game. Are you considering joining? I could create a secondary account to guide you. I have no intention of joining, Yisu replied, utterly unfamiliar with the game. What rank is Mythic? Is it higher than Extraordinary? Absolutely, Feng Zhui confirmed. Yisu handed his phone to Feng Zhui. There's a wealthy young lady online looking for a technical coach, requiring post-match reviews and analysis. She insists on patience, forbidding any foul language or disdain for her skills. If you're interested, perhaps you could earn some extra pocket money. Seeking a technical companion? Feng Zhui's interest was piqued as he examined the requirements presented. Confident in his gaming skills, he felt he could easily meet the criteria, and the additional conditions appeared manageable. The price of 120 per match made Feng Zhui's eyes widen in excitement. With such a high price, I'm sure there will be a rush of applicants. I might not have much of a chance. Simply inquiring 1T cost you anything, Yisu replied, reclaiming his phone. I'll share the contact information with you. If you're interested, do reach out. After all, this was valuable information, and Yisu was determined to utilize it fully. All right, Feng Zhui conceded. 120 per match, if he could manage several in a week, would cover his living expenses. At worst, he would have to tolerate her lackluster skills. The wisdom that money is hard-earned was not lost on Feng Zhui, even before entering the workforce. After sharing the contact information, Yisu closed the individual's profile, no longer concerning himself with the matter. In the subsequent 3 days, fortune smiled upon Yisu as he earned $1,900 through 3 pieces of primary intelligence, reaching a new pinnacle of earnings from level 1 information. Meanwhile, after contacting the Lolita, Feng Zhui successfully secured her coaching assignment, finally putting his gaming expertise to good use. It seems the likelihood of uncovering valuable intelligence is increasing. I wonder if my luck is merely favorable or if it depends on the whims of Brother Tongzi. Beyond the success of primary intelligence, Yisu's most significant gain over these 5 days was the soaring price of gold, which skyrocketed from 763 at Monday's opening to 791 by Friday's close. In just 5 days, Yisu pocketed an additional $56,000 from gold futures. If we calculate from the initial price of 701.8. Within a span of 2 weeks, 2 positions in gold futures have already yielded nearly 180,000 for Yisu. During this time, there were several occasions when Yisu nearly succumbed to the temptation of liquidating his holdings due to the soaring gold prices, but fortunately, he managed to persevere and further adjusted his profit-taking point upwards. However, last week, after earning 100,000 from selling his artwork, Yisu opted against reinvesting in gold futures and chose not to repay old Ma's 50,000 loan, allowing the software to continue accruing interest. At this rate of increase, it seems plausible that gold prices could reach 900 per gram this year. Keeping a vigilant eye on gold price news, Yisu learned that the prices of jewelry from several gold brands have already surpassed the significant threshold of 1,000 per gram. Given this trend, it is indeed not mere speculation that gold prices could exceed 900 per gram, although higher gold prices translate to greater profits for Yisu. Such rapid increases have left him feeling a sense of unease. He has now come to understand what it means to live in fear of rising prices. Perhaps he will reassess the situation next week. If necessary, he might clear his account by Friday. Shinsini messaged him, informing that she would have to work overtime on Friday evening, so Yisu decided against picking her up. After dinner, he made his way to her apartment around 9 o'clock. "Have you eaten?" he inquired. "Yes," she replied, nestled on the sofa, her excitement palpable as she patted the space beside her. "Come here. I have some juicy gossip for you." "What gossip?" Yisu's curiosity was piqued by her enthusiasm. "Do you remember last week when we received that painting from Lichang Yuan? Do you know why he decided to sell it? What could it possibly be?" Yisu's interest waned as he realized the nature of the gossip. The information had already circulated that Lichang Yuan had encountered difficulties, being blackmailed by a university student he was involved with, and was compelled to sell the painting to gather the 200,000 needed for a settlement without his wife's knowledge. However, observing Chinsini's eagerness to share the scandal, Yisu continued to feign ignorance. "I don't know. Why did he sell the painting?" "Haha, you would never guess," Chinsini exclaimed, nearly bouncing off the sofa. "Do you remember that night we saw him entering a hotel with a woman and recorded a video? That woman turned out to be his mistress." She continued. "Afterward, he attempted to play the game of workplace politics, but I threatened him with that video. Fearing exposure, he confronted his mistress, only to be threatened again, with demands for a 200,000 settlement. Left with no other choice, Lichang Yuan had to sell the painting to raise the funds." Chinsini's account mirrored the intelligence he had previously received, devoid of any surprises. Yet Yisu maintained his facade of astonishment, gasping, "So, are you saying that our opportunity to purchase that layered painting was entirely due to us inadvertently discovering their affair during our last outing?" "Snap," Chinsini replied, her excitement unmistakable. "Exactly." Just as Yisu believed the gossip had reached its thrilling conclusion, Chinsini continued, "You would never guess that Lichang Yuan's wife had long been aware of his affair with a female college student. She merely feigned ignorance, biding her time to deliver a fatal blow." Yisu was taken aback, realizing that the tale had further developments, and her curiosity was reignited. What happened next? After Lichang Yuan transferred 200,000 to the college student, his wife swiftly claimed the amount back as part of their joint assets, preparing to sue the mistress for extortion, likely aiming to see her imprisoned. "Well," Yisu exclaimed in astonishment, having previously consumed gossip online. She never imagined that such a dramatic fallout from a failed business venture would unfold right in her vicinity. The cunning nature of city dwellers was indeed profound. Yisu silently rejoiced that she had refrained from threatening Lichang Yuan with a video. Otherwise, she might now be the one lamenting behind bars. Chapter 66. When it comes to the matter of the university student being kept, wasn't it Lichang Yuan who was responsible? Now that the young woman has been sent away, why has Lichang Yuan's wife not taken action against him, perhaps seeking to have him leave with nothing? Chinsini shrugged with a hint of regret. "No. I suspect that his wife is either considering their child or feels that at over 40, she is no longer youthful and has ultimately decided to give Lichang Yuan another chance. So, the only victim in this entire affair is the young university student? Not only did they intrude upon her life, but they also used her as leverage to create a wave of profits. Yisu certainly did not view the young student as innocent. However, what irked him was that this couple was blatantly taking advantage of her, while Lin Hanyuan, the instigator, faced no substantial consequences. Even the 20,000 had been successfully reclaimed, leaving Yisu somewhat dissatisfied with this turn of events. Indeed, it seems that Qin Sini also harbored a sense of indignation regarding this outcome, believing that the couple was excessively oppressive. The only silver lining is that, following this incident, Lin Hanyuan has become much more subdued at work, likely deterred from harboring any improper intentions towards female employees. Having finished their discussion, the two moved on to other topics, engaging in lighthearted banter. As time passed, they played a round of cards before retiring for the night, feeling refreshed and content. Gradually becoming accustomed to the existence of the system, Yisu felt less of the initial excitement and no longer waited anxiously for the information to refresh. Early to bed and early to rise leads to better health and a brighter future. The next morning, after breakfast, Yisu leisurely opened the system. Today's information, Level 2. Due to internal brand conflicts, the supply chain has been disrupted, causing a long-term shortage of a flagship product, the salicylic acid mask. Future product premiums are estimated to reach 67 of the official price, allowing the host to stock up as deemed appropriate. A mask? Ah. Yet another gap in Yisu's knowledge. How casual is business nowadays, fighting amongst themselves to the point of halting operations? A simple online search about the brand provided ample news. In 2021, when retail sales exceeded 1 billion yuan, the flagship salicylic acid mask accounted for 30 of that. During that year's 618 shopping festival, this mask even topped the Tmall beauty mask rankings. In the following years, the brand's sales continued to grow, managing to increase revenue even amidst a declining economic climate, resulting in a significant boost in profits. Though Yisu had never encountered face masks before, he could discern from these articles that this brand indeed had a considerable following. The information indicated that the salicylic acid mask, as a flagship product, would indeed see a substantial premium due to its shortage. Upon visiting the e-commerce platform and locating the brand's flagship store, he found that the salicylic acid mask was the top-ranked product without even needing to search. Alas, a mere application of facial mask costs an astounding 298 post-discount. How effortlessly lucrative it seems. With sheer determination, I scavenged for bargains, often netting a sum of 20 to 30,000 on a good day, enough to procure a few masks. The product's markup may reach an astonishing 67 above the official price, potentially inflating it to 500 yuan. Is it truly so effortless to earn a woman's money? Having made no missteps in previous ventures, and with Brother Tongzi's assurance of a price hike for this mask, it would suffice to invest without hesitation. As for subsequent sales, I can simply list the masks on Brother Yixion's online shop, splitting the profits in an 80-20 ratio to cover Yixion's packaging and shipping expenses. After deducting Thursday's rent and replenishing a month's deposit, I find myself with less than 130,000 remaining, setting aside over 20,000 for emergencies. If I invest 100,000 in masks, I could yield over 60,000 in profit, netting over 50,000 for myself and a little more than 10,000 for Yixion. With a mere 100,000 as initial capital and such returns, I deem this quite a promising venture. What captivates your attention so, I wonder? I gaze intently at my phone, swiftly calculating potential gains, which piques Chinsini's curiosity beside me. Should I invite her to join? I have discerned her financial standing. She possesses at least several 100,000 in savings. If she invests, I may not profit substantially, yet Yixion would receive a larger share of the dividends. What are you looking at? Chinsini inquires, intrigued. Are you considering this facial mask? Feeling pressured by my natural beauty and thinking of starting your own skincare routine? Not quite, I retort, as she appears unsatisfied with my answer. Why then, the sudden interest in masks? Are you familiar with this particular one? I slide my phone towards her. Oh, that one. Of course, I know it. It has been incredibly popular these past few years. Have you followed the news? The brand and its distributors are currently at odds, and it seems a collapse is imminent. Is that so? Chinsini responds, somewhat uncertain. If they do fall apart, what does it matter to you? This distributor controls all channels for this brand. Should they break ties, the supply chain will be disrupted, leading to a shortage of this mask in the near term. Oh, Chinsini, not lacking in intelligence, begins to grasp my implication. This mask is immensely popular, having sold millions last year alone, indicating a loyal customer base. If it becomes scarce, third-party prices will inevitably surge. Are you planning to act as a reseller and stockpile the product? Precisely. Would you be interested in making some extra income as well? Having tasted the sweetness of earning 11,000 last week, Chen Sini is naturally intrigued by my suggestion of extra income, yet she hesitates to commit, realizing that her path to profit is not as straightforward as mine. But how can you be so certain that the brand and distributor will indeed fall apart? What if this is merely a publicity stunt and they ultimately declare, "We have reconciled"? Wouldn't that leave you in a precarious situation? Observing the current state of affairs between the two parties, it appears they are on the brink of litigation, which likely indicates that this is not merely a publicity stunt. Given the thriving market for their brand, there is little incentive for them to adopt a controversial approach. You seem to share a similar sentiment. Chen Sini nodded in agreement with Yi Su's perspective. After stockpiling the goods, how are we to sell them? Surely, relying solely on second-hand platforms to sell them one by one is not a viable strategy. From Chen Sini's viewpoint, due to the scarcity leading to price hikes, the increase per item might only amount to 100 yuan at most. If stockpiled too little, the profits would be negligible. If stockpiled excessively, selling them individually on second-hand platforms would necessitate shipping logistics, leaving one uncertain about how long it would take to clear the inventory. I intend to list the stock on my brother's online store, allowing him to manage the sales entirely with the profit shared, allocating him 20% as a share of the expenses. Chapter 67. Conscience or Wealth. Upon hearing Yi Su's words, Chen Sini came to a realization. It was evident that when the brand and channel agents reached an impasse, Yi Su had already devised a plan to capitalize on the situation. No wonder it is often said that people from your region are naturally adept at business. I now understand why. So what do you think? Are you interested in joining me in this venture? How much do you intend to invest? Let us start with an investment of 100,000. We can reassess the situation next week for any additional funding. It is estimated that the premium on the face masks could reach 67 above the official price. And with the rising gold prices, Yi Su felt a sense of urgency. Therefore, he planned to liquidate his gold futures next week and reinvest a portion of the funds into stocking up on face masks, aiming to profit from this information. Chen Sini clicked her tongue in amazement. Truly, a young master from a wealthy family, speaking of six-figure investments so casually. What wealthy young master? All my money comes from my diligent hands and sharp intellect. Ah, yes, indeed. Though Chen Sini spoke with a hint of sarcasm, she internally acknowledged Yi Su's subtle display of prowess. With his skill, Yi Su had effortlessly earned over 100,000 in her presence. His claim that the 100,000 for stocking face masks was earned through his own abilities was indisputably true. In that case, I shall invest another 100,000 to join you in stocking up. We can have your brother assist with sales, and I would be willing to grant him a 20 profit share. Does that sound agreeable? Having expanded her horizons through her interactions with Yi Su, Chen Sini realized that relying solely on labor would lead to no fruitful outcomes. Seizing opportunities and making money work for her was the only way to escape the drudgery of a mundane existence. She lacked the business acumen, but Yi Su possessed it in abundance. Choosing the right path is more crucial than mere effort, and the company one keeps is more significant than the destination itself. Yi Su was certainly more astute than she. Rather than strive blindly on her own, it would be wiser to align herself with him. All right, but let me be clear. I will take the lead on pricing. Do not be hasty to sell at a mere $100 or $80 increase. Yi Su understood that. With the continuous rise in gold prices, Chen Sini had already liquidated her 50,000 in gold funds. This conservative approach prompted him to set some ground rules in advance to prevent any potential disputes stemming from differing opinions later on. Fine, I trust you. With Chen Sini's affirmation, Yi Su felt reassured. I will first inform my brother. Chen Sini still harbored some concerns. What if, hypothetically, the brand and channel agent reach an agreement? What would happen to the stock we hold? What else can we do? We would certainly return it within 7 days without reason, Yi Su replied confidently. I do not have a procurement channel to stock up. I can only place orders through their official flagship channel. In my estimation, whether the brand and channel agents end up in court or reach a settlement, the outcome will be clear within the next few days. The 7-day return policy begins from the day after receipt, and considering the delivery takes a couple of days, we essentially have a buffer of 10 days. If, after 10 days, the brand and channel agents have not reached a final conclusion, we can simply return the goods. Chen Sini glared disdainfully at Yi Su, reproaching him. Your heart is truly black, treating merchants like enemies. Doesn't your conscience ache? I wish to be a good person, yet in this society, good people do not earn. Yi Su retorted, if it were you, how would you choose between conscience and profit? Without hesitation, she replied, of course, I would choose profit. With a smirk, Yisu raised his middle finger at the once righteous Chinsini before sending a message to Yi Xian. Are you there? Brother, how much do you need? Do you take me for a mere money seeker? I feel my character has been greatly insulted. I didn't ask you for money. I'm collaborating with a friend to stockpile a batch of facial masks. The delivery is intended for your warehouse. Once the masks are sold out and their price increases, we will list them in your online store. The profits will be split 80-20. I wanted to check if you have any objections. Brother, stockpiling masks, waiting for a price hike. On what basis do you think they will sell out? And how can you guarantee that their price will rise? We are also taking a gamble. If it were a certainty that they would sell out and increase in price, it wouldn't be our turn to stockpile. Yisu forwarded several articles concerning the brand to Yi Xian. After a considerable pause, Yi Xian finally replied, Brother, there is risk and profit. If that's the case, it's indeed worth a shot. Brother, how much stock do you plan to accumulate? We will initially stock 200,000 and assess the situation next week, potentially stockpiling more. I estimate this mask's price could rise to 499. Making a profit of over 100,000 quite feasible. Brother, 200,000? Where did you get so much money? Yisu fabricated a brief account of how he had secured projects through outsourcing, as well as withdrawing a significant sum from an ATM, accumulating a portion of capital. He elaborated on his recent gains through gold futures, supplemented by some borrowing. After explaining, Yisu sent Yu Xian a photo of the cash and a screenshot of the previous gold futures clearance, ensuring him that his funds were acquired through legitimate means. Yisu was confident that his brother would assist him, reporting the profitable endeavor to their family, thereby saving Yisu from further explanations. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, Yi Xian was astonished to learn that Yisu not only had incredible luck, withdrawing a rare 10,000 yuan bill from the ATM, but also boldly ventured into gold futures, earning a substantial profit. The images Yisu sent left him wide-eyed in disbelief. In just 1 month, from taking on outsourcing projects to striking gold at the right moment, he must have earned around 70,000. Having navigated the e-commerce industry for several years with steadily increasing sales, he felt like a novice compared to his brother's recent achievements. Brother, if you stockpile so much, what if the masks don't increase in price later? Wouldn't you be left with unsold inventory? The opportunity for a 7-day, no questions asked return policy is indeed enticing. And we shall procure shipping insurance. At that time, your assistance in dispatching the package will be essential. My dear friend, I sincerely hope my store will never encounter customers of your nature. That said, might you lend a hand in this endeavor? If all proceeds smoothly, both of us could reap a substantial profit. Having meticulously minimized the risks, Yi Xian found no reason to decline. Very well, I can accommodate this on my end. I shall send you the warehouse address shortly. Upon receiving the shipping address from Yi Xian, Yisu promptly relayed it to Chinsini. The official price of the facial mask stands at 298 yuan each. Yisu and Chinsini collaborated, each placing orders through different channels, resulting in a total of 340 units purchased at an expenditure of 320 yuan. If the price per unit were to increase by 200 yuan, Chinsini fervently calculated on her phone's calculator. I could earn 54,000 yuan. The numbers on the calculator sparkled in her eyes, almost igniting them with delight. Chapter 68. Flea Market. Once Yisu and his companion resolved their stockpiling issues, their days became devoid of any significant tasks. As the hours passed, they either engaged in playful banter or ventured out together in search of sustenance, leisurely whiling away their weekend. Come evening, they inevitably found themselves embroiled in yet another spirited contest. After they refreshed themselves and settled into bed, the clock silently ticked past midnight. Today's intelligence, Tier 2. The Yongqiao Flea Market will host a stall this afternoon selling a completely sealed piggy bank blind box. The vendor's psychological price point is set at 200 yuan, within which lies a 1912 founding commemorative silver coin. Due to its condition, the suggested selling price hovers around 12,000 yuan. A founding commemorative silver coin valued at 12,000 yuan. How drastically the worth of this Tier 2 intelligence has plummeted, following a series of lucrative finds. From a 120,000 yuan layered painting to 2 bottles of 30-year-old mitai, and even last night's face mask information that promised substantial profits. Yisu's appetite for such treasures had certainly grown. Now, with the intelligence dropping back to the initial range he had anticipated, a mere 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, It is far easier to transition from frugality to extravagance than the reverse. However, 12,000 yuan is still a considerable amount. Moreover, the intelligence indicated that all he needed to do was procure the piggy bank blind box, a task that seemed exceedingly simple. Yisu soon found himself at ease, deciding to rest and assess the situation of the piggy bank the following afternoon. Turning onto his side, he clutched an adult stress ball and drifted into slumber. The next day, after indulging in some affectionate moments with Chun Sini in their apartment, Yisu applied his keen eye to assist her in filming a few trendy positive energy videos. Thanks to his guidance over the past few weeks, Chun Sini's videography skills had significantly improved. Coupled with her striking appearance, her follower count surged, finally breaking into 6 figures. Although the absence of follower perks resulted in minimal income from live streaming, causing her to forego that avenue altogether, the increase in followers attracted businesses seeking her promotion services, ensuring a steady stream of supplemental income each month. Once they wrapped up the video shoot, the two collaborated in preparing a meal. After dining together, Yisu departed the apartment in the afternoon. The Yongqiao flea market mentioned in the intelligence was somewhat distant from his rented accommodation, prompting him to park his electric scooter at the subway station and take the train to his destination. Upon arrival, Yisu beheld the true visage of the Yongqiao flea market. Though termed a market, it was not the typical indoor bazaar, rather. Numerous vendors set up their stalls along the pedestrian walkway by the riverbank. A glance revealed well over 100 stalls. The crowd was considerable, with pleasant weekend weather. Even before stepping into the market proper, Yisu could see throngs of people flowing along the entire length of the walkway. There were bargain hunters, families out for a weekend stroll with their children, couples wandering aimlessly, and elderly locals, all contributing to a vibrant tableau of urban life. The offerings included shoes, clothing, toys, fans, ancient coins, mahogany furniture, and even treadmills. Upon his first visit to such a place, Yisu found everything to be marvelously intriguing. Just ahead, as he meandered through the stalls on the first floor, he eventually stumbled upon the booth of a middle-aged man. There, he noticed a small, cube-shaped metal piggy bank, approximately 10 to 20 centimeters in size, emanating a faint glow. "Hey there, feel free to take a look," the vendor warmly invited as Yisu paused at his stall. "All right," Yisu replied, crouching down to casually sift through the items on display. The array of goods was eclectic, featuring not only the piggy bank mentioned in the intel but also table lamps, screwdrivers, and even roller skates, resembling a miniature department store. After a brief perusal, Yisu picked up the glowing piggy bank, only to discover that it was heavier than he had anticipated. A gentle shake produced the unmistakable sound of coins clinking inside, instantly enlightening Yisu to the meaning of the term blind box referenced in the intel. "Hey, there is something inside," he exclaimed. "Indeed, young man," the vendor replied. "When I acquired this piggy bank, it was already filled with money." Noticing Yisu's keen interest, the vendor eagerly continued. "However, the piggy bank remains sealed, and I have no idea how much money it contains. With the current trend of blind boxes, I thought it would be clever to sell both the piggy bank and its contents together. If you buy it, you might find a way to open it and perhaps make a profit of about $100. Yisu found the concept of a piggy bank blind box rather amusing. "You certainly know how to conduct business. Haha. I've learned a thing or two from you young folks," the vendor cheerfully responded. "So what do you say, young man? Would you like to buy it and try your luck?" "Sure. How much?" The vendor pretended to deliberate before finally stating, "If you're interested, I'll make a small concession and sell it to you for 300. The intel had indicated that the vendor's psychological price point was around 200, likely due to his perception of Yisu's youth. Yisu, however, felt no anger at the price. 300 is too steep. Let us make it 200. I'll have to put in the effort to open this piggy bank. Young man, give it a shake. There must be at least a few hundred coins in there, and perhaps even some paper bills. Selling it to you for 300 is hardly unreasonable, while a few hundred coins could indeed vary significantly in value. Yisu was resolute. 200 is my final offer. If that works for you, I'll take it and see what's inside. If not, I'll simply set it back." With that, Yisu pretended to return the piggy bank to the stall. Observing this, the vendor ceased his theatrics and, before Yisu could place the piggy bank down, nodded in agreement. "All right, 200 it is." The piggy bank was indeed sealed, but the vendor had previously shown a flashlight inside, catching glimpses of not only coins but also items resembling game tokens. Although he claimed there were several hundred coins, he could not ascertain how many were $1 coins, and selling it for 200 seemed a fair deal to him. "All right, here is the money. After settling the payment, Yisu did not forget to display his phone screen to the vendor for confirmation. "All right, the money has been received," the vendor remarked, gesturing towards the array of items on the stall. "Young man, is there anything else you wish to purchase? I can offer you a better price." Yisu glanced around, yet found nothing that piqued his interest. In one basket, a few copper coins lay, but without any informational prompts. Yisu was at a loss and ultimately abandoned the notion of trying his luck at finding a hidden treasure. With nothing more to seek, Yisu carried his piggy bank and strolled along the remaining stalls, discovering nothing else he desired. Considering the inconvenience of lugging the piggy bank, he decided to call a cab after leaving the Yongchao flea market, heading to the subway entrance to ride back on his small electric scooter. Chapter 69. Upgrading again. Unlike the online antics of troubling firefighters with a piggy bank, Yisu sought the assistance of a repair shop, spending 20 yuan to have an edge of the piggy bank sawed off before returning to his rented accommodation. With a clatter, the intelligence indicated that due to its condition, the suggested selling price for this founding commemorative silver coin was merely 12,000. However, Yisu did not succumb to despair. He laid down a cloth and gradually emptied the contents of the coin bank. Among the assorted coins, 1 yuan, 5 jiao, and even tokens from an arcade, was a chaotic mix. The founding commemorative silver coin was easily recognizable, and Yisu spread the coins out, effortlessly spotting his target amidst the jumble. Using a piece of paper as a cushion, he carefully examined the coin in his palm. While the obverse appeared flawless, upon turning it over, he discerned a faint scratch beside the inscription, a flaw that likely diminished its value significantly. With no immediate urgency to spend the over 10,000 yuan, Yisu opted not to inquire with 1 yuan Liang about the coin's redemption just yet. He planned to wait until the following week to see if any other treasures might surface before presenting them together for evaluation. To prepare for any unforeseen need to store such old currency, Yisu had previously purchased several storage boxes online, which now came in handy. After neatly placing the silver coin inside one of the boxes and storing it in the cabinet, he began sorting through the remaining coins in the piggy bank. The shop owner proved to be quite reasonable. Aside from a few scattered arcade tokens, the remaining coins amounted to just over 200 yuan. Without the founding commemorative silver coin, Yisu would have only incurred a loss of the 20 yuan spent on the repair shop. With such a multitude of coins, how to manage them? Exchanging them at the bank was certainly out of the question. Ultimately, Yisu settled on finding a box to accumulate the pile of coins, intending to use them gradually as small change. Lacking even a computer in his rented space, staying alone felt rather meaningless. Once he had sorted everything out, Yisu returned to school, seeking out his friends for a joyful session in room 305. Thanks to Yisu's suggestion, Feng Zhui had received a gaming companion order from a wealthy Lolita, earning a small sum that week. Consequently, the targets of the dormitory's antics shifted from Yisu to Feng Zhui. After finishing their game, the trio of friends dragged Feng Zhui directly to a food stall to resolve their dinner dilemma. "Ah wei, you've got it made. Playing games with a rich Lolita and earning money too. You're truly living the life," Jiang Jibin remarked with a tone thick with envy. Yet Feng Zhui wore a pained expression. "Don't mention it. Do you think this money comes easily? Her skills are as erratic as Zhao Kuangyin taking the elevator. She starts off strong but quickly falters. As if that weren't enough, she's a pampered young lady whose temperament can crumble in an instant. I find myself not only playing games, but also having to soothe her. Honestly, at least 80% of what I earn from this coaching gig feels like compensation for emotional distress." Jiang Jibin was immediately displeased. "What do you mean by pampered? She is simply innocent and carefree. If you find her bothersome, then pass her WeChat to me. I shall keep her company." He chuckled. "Are you truly interested in playing games with her? I hesitate to point out your intentions. Have you considered her circumstances? Would she ever take a liking to someone like you? If you're in need, I could lend you some relief, so you might reflect on your rather unfortunate state." Surrounded by his 3 roommates who attacked without hesitation, Jiang Jibin's confidence wavered. It's hard to even imagine. He was well aware that, given the Lolita's qualities, they were worlds apart. His previous remarks were merely idle chatter. Moreover, with May approaching, everyone was beginning to prepare for summer internships. Jiang Jibin was not one to lose sight of what truly mattered. Coupled with the psychological scars left by past online relationships, his desire to seek a girlfriend for the sake of youthful solace had considerably diminished. Clearly, securing an internship took precedence over pursuing romance. The meal they were currently enjoying was entirely thanks to Feng Zhui sacrificing his dignity as an esports expert. Thus, during their meal, the trio kindly listened as Feng Zhui lamented the difficulties of earning money through gaming companionship. perhaps contemplating the impending search for internships. The four realized that gathering for meals wouldn't be as effortless as it was now. The four gentlemen conversed over their meal for over an hour before it concluded. After a night devoid of conversation, Yisu awoke on Monday and opened the system to check the intelligence refreshed in the early hours. Today's intelligence, Level 1 Lu Quan, is seeking a clean credit professional debtor for a price of 600,000. Contact number 157-2917 Ah. Good news. A Level 1 intelligence has surfaced with a value of 600,000. Bad news. Yisu certainly could not earn this money, nor would he dare to. Recently, news about certain individuals earning thousands or even tens of thousands yet owing millions or even billions had trended online, and netizens were well aware of what that entailed. To his surprise, the system produced such intelligence for him. This 600,000, akin to his previous thoughts of extorting Lichang yuan, would only lead to a much greater cost in the future. Yisu pondered the mentality of professional debtors. If earning this money were truly so simple, wouldn't creditors and intermediaries seek out relatives and friends instead of going through such trouble to find him? Am I to be treated like their father or mother? Brother Tungzi, you've mistaken your target. The education I received from a young age does not condone such actions. Yisu decisively shut down the system and embarked on a new day. As the day passed, Yisu's mind remained largely unoccupied with his classes, fixated instead on the prices of gold futures. The market opened at 790. 12, dipped slightly to 788. 22, and then began a new surge. By the close of trading, the gold price soared unprecedentedly to over 800 per gram, ultimately settling at 805. Indecisive about liquidating his gold futures, Yisu ultimately persevered, leveraging his two hands in gold futures trading to achieve a remarkable profit of 30,000 yuan in a single day. As he lay in bed at night, gazing at the dazzling figures in his account, Yisu could not help but reflect. He once deemed those who took their own lives over futures trading as foolish. Fully aware of the immense risks, yet still plunging headlong into the fray. After experiencing such an effortless means of earning money, how many can resist the allure and refrain from becoming ensnared? Yisu reminded himself once more that it was time to exit when the gains were sufficient, lest he become trapped within. Ding. The monthly opportunity for information upgrade has been credited. Please check. Host. Yisu, unable to sleep that night, was not only exhilarated by the gold prices but also because it was the 21st, marking the time for his monthly free information upgrade. Chapter 70. The intelligence arrives just in time. Utilizing the intelligence upgrade opportunity, Yisu elevated the primary intelligence of Tuesday to secondary status. Ding. Upgrade successful. The sooner one upgrades, the sooner one enjoys the benefits. With merely a few minutes left until midnight, Yisu promptly employed the intelligence upgrade opportunity on the impending Tuesday. 3 pieces of secondary intelligence each week make it nearly impossible not to prosper. In addition to the complimentary 3 pieces of secondary intelligence received weekly, the system also offered a paid upgrade service. Yisu had contemplated investing to upgrade his primary intelligence, as it would provide a more stable foundation, ensuring that the refreshed intelligence would possess value. However, his finances were in a constant state of flux, leaving no surplus funds available for upgrading the intelligence. Yisu resolved that once he cleared his family debts, he would begin investing heavily, striving to elevate all 7 pieces of weekly intelligence to secondary status as swiftly as possible. 00001 remaining until the next intelligence refresh. Please be patient. Host. Just as Yisu was planning for the future, the intelligence was about to refresh at midnight. The freshly upgraded primary intelligence needed to deliver something impactful. Ding. Today's intelligence, secondary. A continuous rise over the past fortnight has led to an overheated market. It is anticipated that after experiencing another surge tomorrow, gold prices will commence a decline. It has been noted that the host currently holds 2 contracts of gold futures, and it is advised to liquidate at a suitable price tomorrow. The price of gold is set to fall. Yisu had been pondering the optimal moment to liquidate his gold futures. Now, the system had alleviated this concern for him. After another rise tomorrow, the prices would begin to decline? He stroked his chin, contemplating. The real question is, to what price will it rise before it begins to fall? Since a decline is imminent, could he still short the gold prices? Caught in this indecision, Yisu could not arrive at a conclusion, at any rate. He knew he must liquidate tomorrow, so he decided to sleep. Once under the covers, he dismissed all thoughts, fearing that further contemplation would rob him of sleep. Yisu closed the system interface, setting aside thoughts of gold prices, and gradually drifted into slumber. It was time to liquidate. A smaller profit was inconsequential. He should not sacrifice the gains of recent times for the sake of a final cent. Yesterday, at market close, the gold price stood at 805. Yisu had intended to cease trading if it reached 810. However, upon waking, he found that the gold price had already surged to 810, elevating his expectations further. As the morning progressed, gold prices soared from 810 to 820, sending the global market into a frenzy. Yisu could no longer maintain his composure and opted to sell both contracts of gold futures, even though he sold at the elevated price of 820 per gram. The fervor of investors was insatiable. Without making Yisu wait long, both contracts of gold futures were swiftly acquired. A staggering 236,000. On April 7th, prompted by intelligence, I re-entered the market. In a mere fortnight, leveraging an initial margin of 180,000, I achieved a remarkable profit of 236,000, culminating in a staggering return of 131. At that moment, I truly grasped the saying, when one stands on the edge of opportunity, even a pig can soar, riding the wave of surging gold prices. I felt akin to that soaring pig. Achieving a 131 return in such a brief period made me feel inclined to remark that even Buffett could not surpass this feat. The system indicated that gold prices would soon decline. Should I consider short selling? The intelligence merely suggested a forthcoming drop in gold prices and recommended liquidating my gold futures, without specifying the extent of the anticipated decline. This left me in a quandary. I was torn between the desire to short sell and the fear that gold prices might plummet dramatically, only to rebound just as swiftly as they did last month. Ultimately, I decided it prudent to take my profits. After all, there is no end to the money one can earn, and it is unnecessary to gamble recklessly in futures trading. I resolved not to wait until a potential downfall could lead to embarrassment. With the informational advantage provided by the system, I realized that almost any venture could yield profit, and I need not rely solely on gambling for income. Coming to this realization, I withdrew my funds from the account and repaid the 50,000 loan I had taken from my elder brother, a total of 395,000. Gazing at the sum displayed on my calculator, I couldn't help but smile widely. Moreover, there was my brother's stockpile of 100,000 worth of facial masks, 2 bottles of 30-year-old Mount I for rent, and a commemorative silver coin from the founding of the nation. As I calculated, a grin spread across my face, and although I lay in bed, I managed to contain my laughter, fearing that my 3 roommates might be startled enough to seek out a priest for exorcism. The facial masks. I opened my browser again and discovered that the brand and distribution agents had yet to sever ties openly, aggregating several channels. I estimated that we could sell hundreds of thousands of masks in a month. With such a substantial market, it seemed improbable that we would struggle to sell even 1,000 masks once they were restocked. After weighing my options, I decided to continue accumulating inventory and placed an order for 100,000 worth of masks, with each mask priced at a 200 markup. Selling all would yield a profit of 200,000. I would allocate 20 to my brother, retaining 2/3 of the remainder for myself, resulting in just over 100,000. As I calculated the profit from selling masks, my smile broadened even more. Regarding the 1/3 profit share for Chinsini, I felt indifferent, even without her involvement. I would likely have invested around 200,000 in inventory. Now, with the additional 300 masks from Chinsini, I was merely shouldering a bit more risk, while allowing my brother to earn an extra 10,000 in dividends, which did not affect my profit at all. With 295,000 remaining, I planned to transfer 100,000 to my mother that evening to help the family manage this month's debts. Next month, as the funds from the masks returned, I would have the perfect excuse to send more money home. At this pace, I would soon be able to resolve the remaining 350,000 in debts seamlessly. As the funds in his account continued to swell, Yisu had long ceased to regard the family's debt as a pressing concern. Were it not for the apprehension of causing his family distress, clearing the over 300,000 in debt would pose no challenge for him. Thus, what Yisu yearned for most was to alleviate his family's worries regarding their financial obligations and to restore their lives to a semblance of normalcy. What madness is this? Can it continue to rise? Upon waking from an afternoon slumber, with time on his hands, Yisu once again checked the price of gold, only to discover that it had not begun its anticipated decline. Rather, it exhibited an escalating trend, poised to breach the significant threshold of 830 yuan per gram. As for the regret of having liquidated his holdings prematurely, resulting in a loss of tens of thousands. Yi-Su felt little sorrow. The nature of futures trading allows one to escape with profits, which is far preferable to any loss. He merely lamented the sheer insanity of this world, where even gold ascended to heights previously deemed unimaginable. Chapter 71. The compassionate ants. The price of gold has skyrocketed. Some individuals have earned half a year's salary in a single day. Spot gold has surpassed 3,500 per ounce. The price in Shuaibei surged by 30 yuan in just one day. In the afternoon, it briefly peaked at 838. 3 yuan, closing at 831. For yuan. As expected. When Yi-Su checked her phone that evening, she was bombarded with news about the soaring gold prices. It seemed that the pinnacle was indeed 838. 3 yuan. Scrolling through the news, she came across a report of someone who, unable to resist the temptation of the rising gold prices, dared to enter the market at 830 yuan, leveraging 80 times to purchase 6 kilograms of gold. Yi-Su could only silently mourn for him in advance. Past experiences serve as valuable lessons for the future. Yi-Su regarded this investor's situation as a cautionary tale, reminding herself that investment should be approached with prudence. After closing the news platform, she opened WeChat and transferred 100,000 yuan to Su-Wan. Mother, didn't your brother say you bought a batch of face masks for him to sell on his online store? How is it that you have 100,000 yuan to send me? Didn't I tell him that I earned several tens of thousands in gold futures last month? Then, after mentioning this to a friend, he wanted to try investing as well. On the 7th, he asked me to help him buy a futures contract. And he even lent me the margin for one contract. As luck would have it, we bought at the lowest point. Yi-Su shared a screenshot of her futures account from noon with Su-Wan. Gold prices have been rising all day. I felt the risk was too great. So I sold all my futures. After returning my friend's margin, we both made over 110,000 yuan. So I sent you 100,000 yuan. Yi-Su found herself increasingly adept at deceiving her mother. With a carefully crafted narrative, she successfully convinced Su-Wan that she possessed exceptional insight in investments, managing to earn such a significant amount in just a month. Mother, although you were fortunate this time and earned a substantial sum, investment undoubtedly carries risks. Even your father's factory, after many years of operation, ultimately had to close, let alone the rapid profits from gold futures. You must remember to know your limits and not let your thoughts dwell solely on this. While it was certainly a joyous occasion for Yi-Su to have made money as a parent, Su-Wan was more concerned that her daughter might become ensnared in the allure of quick riches, ultimately leading her down a treacherous path. Rest assured, I always set a stop-loss limit to ensure my losses do not exceed my previous profits. Su-Wan understood that as children grow, they inevitably form their own opinions. Observing Yi-Su not only demonstrating the ability to earn money but also exhibiting sound judgment in her actions, she felt a mixture of pride and relief for her daughter. Mother, your mother is getting old and cannot comprehend the things of your generation. As long as you understand the balance in your endeavors, that is sufficient. Furthermore, do not transfer all your earnings to the family. I will only accept 50,000 of the 100,000, and the remaining 50,000 should be kept for your own expenditures. It's all right. I have earned over 111,000 this time, and I have retained more than 10,000 for myself. Besides, if I transfer the full 100,000 to you, in the event that I need to invest next time, the most I could lose would be the little over 10,000 I have on hand, alleviating any worry of losing back the earnings made during this period. Su-Wan is well aware that 100,000 is no trifling amount, yet she could not withstand Yi-Su's persistent pleas, and ultimately, she accepted the 100,000 transferred by Yi-Su. With this settled, upon seeing her mother accept the 100,000, Yi-Su felt a weight lift from her heart. Life was unfolding just as she had envisioned, gradually improving. With a remaining balance of 195,000, she contemplated whether to invest in upgrading the 4th tier of intelligence. The gold futures have been liquidated, and her stock of 20,000 facial masks was complete, leaving no immediate need for funds elsewhere. Yi-Su felt it was time to indulge in a bit of expenditure. Having upgraded to Tier 2 intelligence on Tuesday, it would be prudent to reserve a day, waiting to upgrade the intelligence for Thursday. After making this simple decision, Yi-Su strolled around the campus to fulfill her exercise quota for the day before returning to her dormitory. Since Tuesday night, when the news of soaring gold prices flooded the media, the price of gold had entered a free-fall mode. By the opening on Wednesday, the price had plummeted from 831.42 to 820.58, and by the close, it had further collapsed to 784.28, erasing the gains from the previous week. Fortunately, the timely upgrade of intelligence, coupled with the Tier 2 alert from Tuesday, prevented her from succumbing to greed. Had she held on for another day, she would have lost over 70,000. The volatile market left Yisu astounded by its unpredictability. Losing over 70,000 for an additional day was trivial. She estimated that under such circumstances, no one would be foolish enough to take on another short positions, potentially incurring even greater losses to liquidate her futures. It appears that without insider information, one should tread carefully around futures trading to avoid becoming ensnared. Having witnessed the perils of the market, Yisu activated the system, spend 100,000 to upgrade Thursday's Tier 1 intelligence to Tier 2. Processing payment. Please hold. Ding. XX Bank. Your account ending in 9539 has debited 100,000 yuan on April 23, 2024. As the mobile phone received the bank's debit notification, the system's prompt chimed simultaneously. Upgrade successful. 100,000 has been expended. Although parting with such a sum at once stung a bit, the thought that upgrading to Tier 2 intelligence would allow her to recoup that amount within weeks brought her peace. Remarkably, can funds be directly deducted from the bank card? The fate of the funds siphoned away by the system remains a mystery to Yisu. However, he harbors a firm belief that, given the system's formidable capabilities, it would certainly not allow any issues to arise concerning his bank card. There are still 3:35:02 until the next information refresh. Please be patient. Host. Over 3 hours remain. It feels akin to the childhood anticipation of unboxing a new toy after a trip to the mall. Having experienced numerous secondary information refreshes, Yisu finds himself increasingly restless, yearning for time to hasten its passage so that the system might unveil the first piece of secondary intelligence acquired with the expenditure of 100,000 yuan. Ding. At long last, the awaited moment has arrived. Yisu, who had been wide awake, finally witnesses the Thursday information refresh. Today's intelligence, secondary tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A group of elderly ladies will gather under the Lichang Road Binheng Bridge for a release event, during which one of the golden lip clams contains a natural South Sea pearl valued at approximately 40,000 yuan. The prospect of an elderly lady releasing a natural South Sea pearl worth 40,000 yuan. Just last night, he had spent 100,000 yuan to upgrade to secondary intelligence, and in the blink of an eye, the system has returned to him a profit of 40,000. Releasing is indeed a worthy endeavor. Previously, he would often come across news reports of elderly individuals releasing various peculiar creatures, and he found their behavior inexplicable. Yet now, upon learning that a natural South Sea pearl of such value is about to be set free, Yisu feels compelled to silently commend these compassionate elderly ladies with a thumbs up from afar. Chapter 72. The misfortunate 10,000 yuan on Thursday afternoon. Before the clock struck 3, Yisu had already acquired a long, extendable net and ventured to a secluded spot along the Binheng stream on Lichang Road, poised to await his opportunity. The Binheng stream was merely a shallow creek, less than a meter deep, likely devoid of fish, let alone pedestrians. Upon arriving, Yisu noted the absence of even a single angler. He suspected that the group of elderly women engaging in the release of aquatic life had been influenced by recent online news, wherein individuals were reprimanded for indiscriminately liberating various creatures, leading them to choose such a remote location for their act of release. Before long, Yisu observed 6 women, each in their 50s or 60s, descending to the creekside from an opening in the bridge, each carrying a basket. One of the women, donned in red, held a plastic basket that glimmered in the sunlight, instantly capturing Yisu's attention. This was precisely what he sought. Confirming that the contents of the woman's basket aligned with his objective, Yisu refrained from taking shortcuts and approached them to purchase the items directly. Though he could not ascertain their financial standing from their attire, the fact that they had convened on a Thursday afternoon, ostensibly free from work, suggested that their economic circumstances were not dire. However, he was wary of overpaying, as that might dissuade them from their intent to release the creatures. Conversely, offering too little could provoke concerns that Yisu might simply relocate their liberated items to another stream, which would indeed be a grave jest. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Yisu patiently waited for the women to dispose of the seafood into the stream before he could retrieve the items. At a distance of several dozen meters, the women remained oblivious to his presence. Rather than immediately releasing the creatures, they placed the plastic baskets on the ground and clasped their hands together, murmuring incantations of unknown significance. However, as a native of Gying Island, Yisu was all too familiar with such rituals. although he could not discern the specific words. They likely consisted of well wishes for family safety and children's academic success. Once the ceremonial rites were completed, the women cast furtive glances around to ensure no one was there to thwart their efforts before they began to empty the contents of their baskets into the stream. Fish, shellfish, and what appeared to be snails, albeit a more acceptable offering than bottled water, were released into the water. From his vantage point, Yisu could not discern the full array of items, uncertain whether they had procured them from a market or elsewhere. As the items continued to plummet into the creek, splashes erupted with each release, culminating in a particularly grand display when the gleaming golden-lipped clam was cast into the water, sending up a magnificent spray. After fulfilling their ritualistic needs, the 6 women animatedly gestured towards the air, uttering a few final phrases before departing the stream in good spirits. Once they had returned to the bridge, and Yisu confirmed that they had vacated the area, he approached the very spot where they had just released their aquatic offerings. Under the system's prompt, Yisu distinctly observed a luminous spot beneath the water. The river's depth appeared shallow, and the net he purchased was undoubtedly long enough. "Are you casting freshwater fish in there?" he grumbled as he attached the net pole and reached towards the glimmering light underwater. Once he felt the net had descended adequately, Yisu cautiously attempted to scoop it up. The advantage of having an enhanced vision was indeed remarkable, as the light began to shift with the movement of the net. A smile spread across Yisu's face, and he hastily retracted the net. To his astonishment, it bore weight. Along with the mud, a sizable golden clam, approximately 20 centimeters and weighing around 6 to 7 pounds, emerged before him. After being retrieved by Yisu, the clam's 2 shells remained vigorously closed, clearly still lively. He placed the clam into a plastic bag, reassembled the net, and then took a taxi back to his rented accommodation at the quickest pace possible. For safety's sake, Yisu used his phone to check several search platforms and AI, confirming that the golden clam was not a protected species, which allowed him to proceed with confidence. Equipped with the labor gloves he had purchased during his last excavation, Yisu first washed away the mud and sand from the clam's surface before carefully prying it open with a sharp knife. Akin to how an oyster shucker would prepare an oyster, he slowly severed the adductor muscle, successfully opening the clam completely. For someone with culinary experience like Yisu, this step posed little difficulty. After removing the gloves, Yisu used his fingers to probe and indeed felt a hard object nestled within the clam's flesh. As he sliced through the meat and applied pressure with both hands, a perfectly round, flawless golden pearl fell onto the towel he had laid out. While Yisu was indifferent to pearls, he couldn't help but admire the natural beauty of this golden orb, which was a prime example of the precious South Sea pearl. In fact, it was said to be even more valuable than gold. After researching online, he discovered that when calculated by weight, a natural South Sea pearl could fetch several $100s per gram, far surpassing the skyrocketed price of gold. Remarkably, for every additional millimeter in diameter, the pearl's price could essentially double. Just 2 years ago in 5mm South Sea pearl had astonishingly sold for 3.8 million Hong Kong dollars at auction. Such a small object was worth $40,000. If strung into a necklace, it could potentially purchase a new home in Yangqing. After marveling at nature's craftsmanship, Yisu used a measuring tape and chopsticks to crudely ascertain the dimensions of the pearl, estimating it to be around 11 millimeters. After several measurements, he arrived at what he considered the most accurate size. When faced with challenges, he thought of Liang. Unless he visited jewelry stores one by one to inquire about prices, Yisu had no means of selling the pearl. Fortunately, the well-connected Yuan family, with acquaintances across all walks of life in Yangqing, could save him considerable hassle. Opening WeChat, he first sent a photograph of the pearl to Wan Liang before messaging, "Bro, are you interested in purchasing a natural South Sea pearl?" After sending the message, Yisu retrieved a storage box and carefully placed the golden pearl inside to prevent any potential damage. Meanwhile, Yuan Liang, taking advantage of his father's absence at the antique shop today, was leisurely wandering through the Guangchong ceramic and jade craft market, known as the Panjiayuan of Yangqing, hoping to discover some hidden treasures. Under normal circumstances, with their antique store located in the Shiguan Antique Street, both father and son had established connections with a vast network of individuals, both sellers and buyers of antiques. They merely needed to act as intermediaries between these two parties, transforming their shop into a bustling hub for antique transactions, allowing them to reap substantial profits effortlessly. Yuan Yang had indeed enjoyed such a prosperous lifestyle until Yisu unveiled a piece of jade encased in stone and subsequently revealed a layered painting. Following the comparisons made by Wan Bowen, the once flourishing days of Yuan Liang were abruptly brought to an end, marked by Yuan Liang's sarcastic remarks. Chapter 73. As scheduled, the matter of bringing his girlfriend home was one that Wang Guoyang found himself at a loss over. In an attempt to silence his father's incessant inquiries, he decided to take a chance, hoping to perhaps stumble upon a few treasures himself. Yet, he found nothing of worth. How was it that Yisu consistently came across fortunate finds? After wandering through the Guangchang ceramics and jade craft market, Wang Guoyang realized that not a single stall offered items worthy of purchase, leading him to question his own abilities. Could it be that he truly paled in comparison to Yisu, or was it simply an off day for the market? As Wang Guoyang wrestled with his self-doubt, his phone buzzed repeatedly in his pocket. Could it be that Yisu had discovered yet another remarkable item? Upon viewing the message and accompanying photos from Yisu, Wang Guoyang felt a wave of despair wash over him. Ancient coins, stone-inlaid jade, layered paintings, and now, natural South China golden pearls. Was Yisu's range of interests truly this expansive? While Wang Guoyang was quite knowledgeable about antiques and held a modest understanding of jade, he found himself utterly out of his depth when it came to jewelry. He quickly searched online using the images and information sent by Yisu, learning about the natural South China golden pearl for the first time. Approximately 11 millimeters in size, it appeared to be yet another exceptional find. After spending the entire day with nothing to show for it, the arrival of such a high-quality golden pearl from Yisu dampened Wang Guoyang's desire to continue his search. As he turned to leave the market, he marveled at Yisu's prowess while crafting a reply. Wang Guoyang, is this golden pearl authentic? Or is it merely a product of technology and trickery? Authentic, just purchased. Yisu sent back a photo of himself holding the golden pearl in its box, alongside a snapshot of the recently acquired golden lip shell. Lacking expertise in pearls, Wang Guoyang could only trust Yisu's evidence of its authenticity. Wang Guoyang, I'll take the pearl, but if you wish to sell it, I can help promote it on my social media. Wang Guoyang, as per our usual arrangement, I'll take a 5% commission upon sale. Deal. Wang Guoyang, what is your asking price? 40,000. Wang Guoyang, all right, I'll put the word out. As Yisu placed the golden pearl in a cabinet, he snapped a few photos of a founding commemorative silver coin he had acquired on Sunday, sending them to Wang Guoyang. I also have a founding commemorative silver coin, though it has a scratch on the back. Are you interested? Another remarkable find. This was truly impressive. The old treasures had now reached Wang Guoyang's familiar territory. After viewing the images sent by Yisu, he was both astonished by the plethora of items at Yisu's disposal and saddened by the condition of the commemorative silver coin. Had it not been for the scratch, this coin could have been considered a premium piece, with its value potentially tripling. Nevertheless, given the limited mintage of the founding commemorative silver coin minted in 1912, even one with slight imperfections held resaleable value. After contemplating the situation, Wang Guoyang decided to accept the commemorative silver coin. Wang Guoyang, what is the price? Once the transaction regarding the sale of the gold pearl and silver coin was concluded, Yisu felt unburdened and turned towards the kitchen to dispose of the open golden lip clams. The AI had indicated that these clams might contain harmful algal toxins or heavy metals, a claim Yisu was uncertain of. Nevertheless, prioritizing food safety, she opted to err on the side of caution, deciding to discard both the clam meat and shells into the downstairs trash bin. After thoroughly cleaning up, Yisu comfortably nestled into her sofa, ready to indulge in her ongoing novel. However, a message from Chun Sini appeared at the top of her phone. Sini, have you seen the news? The facial mask brand and its channel agents have truly fallen out. Sini, both parties have issued official announcements, intending to sue each other to resolve the agency dispute. Sini, now, all sales channels of the agents, including flagship stores on several platforms, have been completely shut down. Many loyal users are lamenting online, claiming they can't find anywhere to purchase facial masks. After reading through Chun Sini's messages, Yisu opened her phone to investigate news regarding the facial masks. True to Sini's information, she discovered that the disruption of sales channels due to the agent conflict had indeed led to a shortage of masks. It was anticipated that the brand and agent dispute would only be resolved through court mediation before the brand could reclaim its agency rights and re-establish its sales channels. As expected, the scalpers were quick to react. Beyond the internal brand discord, Yisu noticed individuals beginning to hoard facial masks online, clearly stockpiling for profit. Various third parties also caught the sin of opportunity, promptly raising the retail prices of the masks. The combined efforts of these third parties and scalpers caused the price of the masks in Yisu's possession to surge from 298 to 350, with no signs of halting. Yisu had come to a profound realization. The underlying logic of making money fundamentally lies in the disparity of information. While countless scalpers were scouring the market for supplies, she had already secured her inventory ahead of time, thanks to the privileged information she had received, and was now simply waiting to reap the rewards. Was this not to be expected? What is there to be surprised about? Yisu sent a smug emoji wearing sunglasses. Cindy, all right, you're the best, the most brilliant. You seem to predict everything. Is that sufficient? Shinsini replied with an eye-roll emoji. Do you dare speak to me in such a manner? I suspect you're in need of a reality check, Yisu thought. Cindy, have you forgotten what day it is? Cindy, what is the matter? Are you contemplating mutual destruction? Yisu was acutely aware that this day signified the arrival of relatives at her home. Fine. I will tolerate you for these few days. As she idly chatted with Shinsini, Yixin also came across the news and sent a message to Yisu. Brother, just as you guessed. After the brand and the channel agent had a fallout, the price of the facial mask has surged, and it is now ready for sale. Brother, are you really considering purchasing it for $499 each? Doesn't that seem rather exorbitant? The message from brother arrived later than Shinsini's, and Yisu could easily deduce that Shinsini was once again slacking off at work. Rest assured, this brand, after years of management by the channel agent and having published numerous papers, has already garnered a loyal following. They have made the use of this facial mask a habitual practice, and once it runs out of stock, they will undoubtedly search high and low for where to procure it. In this scenario, since they can afford to buy the masks at $300, we can certainly extract an additional $200 from their pockets. Compared to the extra $200, these loyal fans, who are relatively well off, will undoubtedly prioritize the appearance of their faces. Yisu's seemingly astute analysis temporarily alleviated Yixin's concerns. Brother, all right then. I will set the initial price at $499 as you suggested. Brother, please keep an eye on third-party prices over the next few days. Let me know if you wish to make adjustments. Understood. Chapter 74. The buyer of the golden pearl after finishing dinner in the rented apartment. Yisu was preparing to return to school when he unexpectedly received a message from Wan Liang. Wan Liang, the golden pearl has a buyer, 40,000. Okay. I will bring the items to the store tomorrow. Wan Liang, 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Is that all right? No problem. Wan Liang, this time. You must be on time. Understood. Yisu was puzzled as to why Wan Liang emphasized punctuality, yet he dismissed it from his mind. He tucked the boxes containing the silver coins and the golden pearl into his pocket and headed back to school. On Friday morning, after attending classes, Yisu arrived at the Bowen Antique store around 3 in the afternoon. As he stepped inside, he noticed that aside from Wan Liang, a woman was seated in front of him. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, and from her silhouette alone, Yisu perceived her to be quite a beauty. Upon hearing movement behind her, the woman turned to face Yisu, confirming his initial intuition. Their eyes met, and Yisu instinctively locked onto her gaze. Her bright eyes, accentuated by long eyelashes, were as clear as crystal. With a refined nose and full lips, complemented by an exquisite makeup, Yisu immediately rated her highly in his mind. To be fair, in terms of appearance, she and Shinsini were quite comparable. However, Yisu could discern that her family background was undoubtedly impressive, exuding an air of nobility that surpassed that of Shinsini. The combination of grace and beauty left Yisu momentarily in awe. But that was as far as it went. He was not one to be so easily captivated by mere beauty. A nod served as a greeting, and he noticed that the woman was holding a painting, leading him to believe she was discussing business with Wan Liang. Brother Liang, do you have a guest? If so, I can come back later. No need, Wan Liang called out to Yisu. She is here to view the painting and to collect the golden pearl from you. Yisu was taken aback, surprised that this enchanting woman was indeed the buyer. Hello, I am Yisu. He approached, pulled out a chair, and maintained a respectful distance as he greeted her. Hello, I am Li Mingyao. The beauty responded with a gentle smile, taking an interest in Yisu. This is what Wan Liang mentioned, youthful yet knowledgeable about antiques and jade, even praised by Wan Bowen. He is rather presentable as well. After a few glances, Li Mingyao returned her gaze as Yisu settled into his seat. From the side, her figure was indeed striking, inadvertently triggering Yisu's admiration. Fortunately, he quickly averted his eyes, allowing his gaze to land on the painting in her hand. Isn't this the 100 butterflies crossing flowers that was sold to Wan Bowen? The smaller painting on the table was none other than the golden beak holding pearl from the previous transaction. As Yisu took a seat, their negotiation reached its conclusion. All right. I will take these 2 paintings. It was a pleasure doing business. When these two paintings were sold to Wan Bowen, Yisu had quoted 26,000. Assuming that the father and son duo would earn just 30%, now the total would exceed 30,000. With unflinching composure, Yisu purchased the two paintings, which afforded him a newfound appreciation for Li Mengyao's financial prowess. Indeed, she was a quintessential example of a privileged young woman. Her wealth was of no concern to him. His priority lay in selling the gold pearls as soon as possible. While Wan Bowen and his companion were meticulously rolling the paintings back into their protective cases, Yisu retrieved two boxes, preparing to present them for inspection. Boss Wan, could you please keep an eye out for any superior quality aged metai? Preferably with a vintage of at least 25 years? I wish to procure some to gift to my father. Upon hearing this, Yisu paused, as he happened to possess two bottles of aged metai himself. No problem, Wan Yuanliang replied affirmatively. However, if you need them urgently, there may be a slight premium. That is acceptable, as long as the price remains reasonable. How many bottles do you intend to acquire? 2 will suffice. Purchasing more would only encourage him to drink excessively. Understood. I shall keep an eye out. During their brief exchange, Yisu opened the two boxes to confirm their contents before sliding them towards the two individuals after the paintings had been secured. Please, take a moment to inspect them. Very well. To Wan Yuanyang and Li Mingyao, the items were merely trifles, and they examined them with casual indifference. Seizing the opportunity, Yisu sent a message to Wan Yuanliang. I happen to have 2 bottles of 30-year-old metai on hand. Since Li Mingyao was a customer of Wan Yuanliang's and had requested his assistance in finding 2 bottles of aged metai, Yisu had no intention of undermining him for a few extra thousand. He was more than willing for Wan Yuanyang to earn his fair share. The items are satisfactory. We shall proceed at the previously agreed price. Wan Yuanliang instinctively trusted Yisu to a degree, and after a cursory inspection of the coins, he confirmed that the items were indeed authentic. Very well. As he needed to collect a commission from the sale of the gold pearls, Wan Yuanliang did not immediately transfer the payment to Yisu. Just then, he noticed his phone screen illuminating with a new message. Placing the coins back in the box, he set aside the sales contract momentarily to check if another business opportunity had arisen. To his surprise, he found a message from Yisu, leaving him somewhat puzzled about the intent behind this communication. Still possessing 2 bottles of 30-year-old metai, Wan Yuanliang cast a discreet, astonished glance at Yisu. How does he manage to acquire such treasures? Yisu did not strike him as someone who would indulge in spirits. Could it be that he stumbled upon a lucky find? Silencing his phone, Wan Yuanliang responded to Yisu. Wan Yuanliang, are you certain they are genuine? Yes. Wan Yuanliang, what is the quality of the liquor? Is there any leakage? None. They are completely full. Wan Yuanliang understood. After sending his reply, Wan Yuanyang exchanged a knowing look with Yisu before rising to prepare the contract. Li Mingyao confirmed that the golden pearl brought by Yisu was neither a product of technology nor the result of artificially implanted pearl nuclei cultivated into existence. She nodded at Yisu, stating, Mr. Yi, this is indeed a natural South Sea golden pearl, and I can accept the price of 40,000. Yisu had accurately quoted the price, and Li Mingyao recognized that he was an expert. Thus, the prospect of haggling was slim. She decided to forego unnecessary negotiations and agreed to the sum of 40,000. Very well, may our collaboration be pleasant. Yisu was not the least bit surprised by this outcome. He symbolically grasped the hand that Li Mingyao extended, signifying that a transaction had been reached. 2 paintings, along with a golden pearl. Had this individual just spent 400,000 in a single breath? Yisu silently marveled. Relying on his system, he had only earned tens of thousands over 2 months, while this woman, who appeared to be just a few years his senior, had effortlessly spent 400,000 within a single excursion to an antique shop. Is this the disparity between individuals? Nevertheless, Yisu did not harbor any peculiar sentiments regarding the vast chasm between them. With the intelligence system at his disposal, given a little more time, he was certain he too could become one of those affluent individuals who could spend tens of thousands without batting an eye, inciting envy in others. Chapter 75. Is excellence also a flaw? Have you both concluded your matters? While negotiating, Wan Qianliang also heard the sound of Yisu and the others reaching an agreement. He presented the contracts for the ancient painting and the silver coin before them, and with a gesture of formality, he inquired. Receiving the contract. Li Mingyao nodded affirmatively. The discussion is complete. Su, Miss Li is also looking for 2 bottles of aged Maotai. Do you have any good recommendations? Wan Qianliang's question, posed in front of Li Mingyao, took Yisu by surprise. He had deliberately sent a message to avoid any miscommunication. Yet Wan Qianliang seemed unconcerned about profiting from the 2 bottles of Mao Tai. I happen to have 2 bottles of 30-year-old Mao Tai, if Miss Li is interested. I can part with them. You truly have some? Wan Qianliang feigned ignorance, dramatically expressing surprise. What other treasures are you hiding? Having just received a message from Yi Su. Wan Qianliang understood that Yi Su was a person of principle, lacking any ulterior motives to bypass him and directly engage in a transaction with Li Mingyao. Conducting business with someone like Yi Su undoubtedly brought Wan Qianliang great comfort. Everything he brought was authentic, and he was straightforward, never quoting arbitrary prices. Aside from some extraordinary qualities that seemed uncharacteristic for his age, which disrupted his laid-back lifestyle, he possessed no other flaws. The father and son of the Wan family thrived in Yangcheng, well-connected across various industries, and their social acumen was beyond reproach. In the face of such a partner, both Wan Qianliang and Wan Bowen were willing to offer concessions to further solidify their relationship. Since Li Mingyao desired 2 bottles of aged Mao Tai, and Yi Su happened to have them, he decided to offer them as a gesture of goodwill, foregoing any commission. Both believed that the favors they extended would eventually return to them. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Su also realized Wan Qianliang's intention to forge a friendship, moving beyond a mere transactional relationship. Naturally, Yi Su welcomed the prospect of gaining Wan Qianliang's camaraderie. Wait, you, a purveyor of antiques, are accusing others of hoarding treasures? Upon hearing that Yi Su had 2 bottles of aged Mao Tai, Li Mingyao was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence! Could it be that he was merely responding to Wan Qianliang's inquiry, intending to set her up? Yet, judging by Yi Su's demeanor, he did not seem like the type to engage in such antics. Mr. Yi, I truly appreciate your willingness to part with them. You have greatly assisted me. Miss Li, you are too kind. I am not a connoisseur. Those 2 bottles of Mao Tai were merely a whimsical indulgence in my collection. Since you need them, I shall gladly transfer them to you, relieving myself of the burden of their upkeep. Now, Mr. Yi, what price do you intend to set for the 2 bottles of aged Mao Tai? 30,000. Oh, 38,000 then. Regarding the buyback price of 30-year Mao Tai, Li Mingyao had a rough idea in her mind. She had previously purchased it as a gift, knowing that the standard price hovered around 15,000. However, Wan Chong had already issued a cautionary note, indicating that if she needed it urgently, there might be a slight premium. Initially, Li Mingyao's psychological price point was a 2,000 yuan markup per bottle. Now, with an increase of 4,000 per bottle, it would certainly be wise to negotiate if possible. Wealth does not imply one should be taken advantage of. Before Li Mingyao could begin her haggling, Yi Su awkwardly scratched his head and said, I meant 30,000. To avoid any further misunderstanding, he gestured an okay sign. Hearing 38,000, he wondered if there was something amiss with his accent. The moment turned into a comical misunderstanding, prompting Wan Chong, as an observer, to be the first to burst into laughter. Li Mingyao chuckled softly. Covering her mouth, 30,000 is acceptable. I'm not sure when it would be convenient for you to deliver the wine. Alternatively, if you provide an address, I could swing by to collect it in the next couple of days. Please give me an address. I'll see when I can drop it off tomorrow, she continued. All right, let us add each other on WeChat, and I'll transfer the payment for Jinju to you. Yi Su turned to Wan Chong and apologized. Sorry, bro, for taking your business. Wan Chang shrugged nonchalantly. No worries. I don't have old Mao Tai, and you do. It's perfectly reasonable for you to handle this transaction. Yi Su, merely engaging in polite conversation, had already taken out his phone, opened the scanning feature, and added Li Mingyao as a friend. Who would have thought you two would have such a business connection? Wan Chong remarked with an unexpected sigh as they added each other. After I sent out Asu's Jinju, you were the first to inquire about the price. You mentioned you would come over to collect the goods and, coincidentally, you chose the artwork that Asu had brought out. Now you need 2 bottles of old Mao Tai, and I find myself out of stock. Yet Asu happens to have 2 bottles. Isn't that a remarkable coincidence? Oh, so you sold those 2 paintings to Boss Wan as well? Li Mingyao was quite surprised. She had little knowledge of calligraphy and paintings. Her choice of the 2 pieces was purely based on Wan Chong's explanation that the smaller painting had just been extracted from the larger one. Although her home housed many art collections, none carried such intriguing stories. It was her intention to select these 2 artworks, along with their backstory, as a thoughtful birthday gift. Little did she know that the chosen pieces were also crafted by Yi Su. How did you discern that beneath the golden beak holding a pearl painting, there was another piece, 100 butterflies through flowers? Li Mingyao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I heard from Boss Wan that layered paintings are notoriously difficult to detect, Typically, they are only discovered during mounting. I didn't notice much. I just took a gamble, since the upper piece, golden beak holding a pearl, is an authentic work. Even if the lower piece didn't reveal itself, at worst, I would only incur the cost of mounting. Ah, I see. Li Mingyao raised her thumb in admiration for Yi Su, saying, however, to discern that there is another painting beneath the golden beak holding pearl truly showcases Mr. Ye's remarkable insight. Yi Su replied, Miss Li, you needn't flatter me further. I might become quite bashful. Deep down, Yi Su was aware that her perceptiveness was far from extraordinary. It was merely the assistance of intelligence that enabled her to unravel the intricacies of the golden beak holding pearl. In contrast, it was Li Mingyao's immediate recognition of the natural South Sea golden pearl that truly earned Yi Su's respect. She and Wan Yuanyang undeniably possessed genuine expertise. However, when Yi Su's words reached Wan Yuanyang's ears, they carried a hint of pretentiousness. Can you not see it? How long have we known each other? And how many times have you salvaged something? Have you ever encountered a mishap? With such keen eyesight. To attribute her success solely to chance regarding the golden beak holding pearl was something Wan Yuanyang could never accept. After a brief exchange among the three, the contract was duly signed. Following her friend request, Li Mingyao transferred 40,000 yuan to Yi Su. Despite it being their first meeting, they were evidently not yet at the level of familiarity where Li Mingyao would transfer the payment for the Maotai as well. Wan Yuanyang, after deducting the 2,000 yuan commission for the pearl, also sent Yi Su 10,000 yuan. Chapter 76, A Promising Start. I will send you the address of the jewelry store. Let me know when you plan to come by for the wine tomorrow. All right. After a brief exchange with Yi Su, Li Mingyao embraced two paintings, bid farewell to Wan Yuanyang, and rose to depart. Yi Su, concerned about lingering here and potentially engaging in an unwelcome conversation with Wan Yuanyang regarding antiques, also sought an excuse to leave. Upon stepping out of the antique shop, Li Mingyao's message containing the address arrived. Poyan Jewelry General Store. Tomorrow, I still need to deliver wine to Li Mingyao. And since Chen Sini is not in a position to host, Yi Su had no intention of spending the night at her place either. After confirming the distance between the rental and the Poyan Jewelry General Store via navigation, as well as the time required for a taxi ride, Yi Su summoned a vehicle back to the rental. Men truly are creatures of base desires. Yi Su had already informed in advance that she would not be staying over tonight. After venting her frustrations regarding that man's reality and the absence of any companionship this evening, she resumed her search for third-party prices on face masks. The price of the masks had indeed surged to 499 each. Earlier that afternoon, while still at the office, Chen Sini had been closely monitoring the mask prices, witnessing them climb to 450 yuan, all while remaining perpetually out of stock. Loyal fans of the brand lamented on social media, inquiring when the brand would reclaim its agency rights and resume mask sales. Upon learning that regaining the agency rights in the short term was hopeless, and that the brand would have to resolve its legal disputes with the channel agents before sales could resume, those who had run out of masks and had previously taken a wait-and-see approach were left with no choice but to seek out scalpers to purchase the masks at exorbitant prices. With these loyal fans scrambling to buy, the price of a single mask had now escalated to the 499 yuan mark that Yi Su had initially predicted. How astute this man is. He even foresaw that the mask price would reach 499 yuan. A person as exceptional as him is likely to succeed in any endeavor. When Chen Sini was with Yi Su, they engaged in playful banter, neither expecting a compliment from the other. However, in Yi Su's absence, Chen Sini could not help but extol Yi Su's virtues. She was acutely aware of her own circumstances. Had she been in Yi Su's position, she would have eagerly sold all the masks as soon as the price hit 400 yuan, gleefully counting the earnings of over 30,000 yuan. She certainly would not have maintained such composure, waiting patiently for the price to soar to 499 yuan. No wonder she had established ground rules before stockpiling masks, forbidding inquiries about pricing and insisting on following his lead. It appears he had her figured out long ago. Under normal circumstances, Chen Sini would have felt indignant upon realizing that Yi Su had seen through her. However, at this moment, witnessing the mask prices skyrocket and over 50,000 yuan beckoning her, she felt no resentment whatsoever. To consistently have such lucrative opportunities, it matters not if he sees through me daily. Chen Sini gently touched her face, acknowledging that she had long since been transparent to him. Yet, why was there still no news? In contrast to Chen Sini's ecstatic anticipation, as if 50,000 yuan had already been credited, Yi Su remained steadfast. confident that this venture would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Among the trio of mask scalpers, the one most anxious was undoubtedly Xin, who was responsible for sales. Observing how third-party stores and scalpers on second-hand platforms had elevated the mask price to $499, Xin felt a gnawing anxiety as his own Tmall store and newly opened Zaihansha shop remained silent. This wave of enthusiasm could only last so long. If he did not act swiftly to sell the masks, the outcome could be dire. Fearing unsold masks would exceed the return period, thus tying up Yisu's funds. Xin's anxiety deepened. Perhaps he should encourage some mothers to place a few orders. The difference between 0 sales and 1 sale often represents a chasm in the eyes of consumers, even more pronounced than the disparity between 100 and 1,000 sales. After all, people are inherently drawn to conformity. Seeing others make a purchase can persuade them that they are not alone in their decision. Determined, Xin was about to message several mothers who had not helped him with orders for a while when the sound of Wang notifications rang out from his computer. Eagerly opening the message, he indeed found a link to the masks from the other side. Yuliang Pao Mian, wasn't the original price of this mask just $298? How come you're selling it for $499? That's exorbitant. Having operated an online store for some time, Xin recognized that the other party was feigning ignorance in an attempt to negotiate. Due to issues with the brand and distributors, this mask is currently out of stock, resulting in a continuous price increase. We had no choice but to raise our prices as well. No one knows how long it will take for the brand to resume supply. Perhaps the price will rise further tomorrow. If you need it urgently, I suggest purchasing today so we can arrange shipment by tomorrow. After a few exchanges regarding pricing, the notification ceased. Alas, a 200 yuan premium was indeed not so easily sold. Just as Xin thought the other party had been dissuaded by the price. A new order notification suddenly appeared in the merchant's backend. Oh, an order has been placed. Seeing that the user ID he had just communicated with had ordered a mask filled him with joy. The presence of a genuine customer order indicated that the $499 price was indeed acceptable to the market. Ding ding. Yuliang Pao Mian had just placed the order when the Wang notification chimed again, signaling that other customers were inquiring about the mask's price and shipping time. Within a mere 10 minutes, Xin's Tmall store had sold 6 masks. Orders had also begun to roll in on Zaihanshu. Switching to the Zaihanshu backend, he noticed that someone had placed an order before messaging to inquire about the shipping time, causing Xin to clap his hands in excitement. For the next hour, Xin switched back and forth between 2 platforms, successfully selling a total of 42 facial masks, with each mask priced an additional 200 yuan, excluding shipping costs. That amounts to a handsome profit of 400 yuan. Yisu had already stipulated that she would take a 20% share of the profits, meaning that within the short span of time, the 2 stores collectively earned over 1,000 yuan. Having engaged in e-commerce for quite some time, Xin was experiencing for the first time the lucrative potential of running an online store. The notifications from customer service on both platforms chimed incessantly, keeping Xin fervently occupied as he rapidly responded to customer inquiries, nearly striking sparks from the keyboard with his swift fingers. It was not until 11 o'clock that the messages from the customer service began to quiet down. A staggering 131 units sold. These facial masks were truly a hot commodity. With a profit of 26,000 yuan and a 20-80 split, he would pocket over 5,000 yuan, while Yisu and her friend could divide just over 20,000 yuan. Such exorbitant profits. If only it were always so easy to earn money from women. Previously, Xin had considered Yisu and her friend S' decision to stockpile 1,000 masks to be overly audacious. However, as sales commenced, Xin realized that they had actually underestimated the demand. Chapter 77. The Unfathomable Madness Goodness. The price has surged by 200 yuan, and over 100 units were sold in just one night. As Yisu gazed at the sales achievement of facial masks sent by Xin, she couldn't help but be astonished. Isn't it said that the economy is on a downturn, and people are reluctant to spend extravagantly? Yet, this seems contrary to that notion. It is often proclaimed that in such adverse conditions, it is prudent to save money to mitigate risks. However, during every holiday, throngs of people are everywhere. And now even these masks with a 200 yuan markup are being snatched up by many. Yisu remains perplexed about the true state of the economy, whether it is thriving or failing. Regardless, the paramount concern is making money. After a rough calculation, realizing that her share of the profits for the evening would exceed 10,000, Yisu reclined comfortably on her bed, eagerly awaiting the midnight intelligence update. Ding. As the clock struck midnight, the system promptly refreshed the information. Today's intelligence, Level 2 in Building 6, Apartment 503 of Junhaihuiting. Grandma Wang cleared out years of accumulated clutter yesterday and plans to find a scrap collector this morning to dispose of the items. Among the clutter, there are 7 unopened boxes of Fuji Color Instant Film, expired in 2019, with the current second-hand market price for a single box hovering around 200 yuan. 7 unopened boxes of instant film, expired only in 2019, are indeed coveted items in today's photography market. Even though Yisu harbors no interest in photography, she is well aware of the current demand for color instant film. Ever since Fuji ceased production of instant film in 2016, following Polaroid, the price of film has escalated from mere tens of yuan to over 1,000 in just a few years. Recently, several celebrities have showcased their instant photos, igniting a frenzy that has propelled instant film prices to unprecedented heights. Even someone like Yisu, who is indifferent to celebrity culture and photography, has encountered numerous videos and articles proclaiming, star style, one sheet of film is auctioned for over 300 yuan, and 300 yuan per sheet, the moutai of young people's film. Paying over 300 yuan for a sheet of film that may yield subpar photographs due to its expiration seems outrageous in this era of affluence. Just moments ago, Yisu was lamenting the stark polarization on the internet. Some are hesitant to spend, while others readily purchase masks priced at 499 yuan each. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the system presents her with instant film priced at over 300 yuan per sheet. Indeed, there is no limit to the absurdity. The world remains an enigma that Yisu cannot fathom. Junhaihuiting is not far from here, but if Grandma Wang intends to sell her clutter to a scrap collector, how can Yisu intercept and acquire those 7 boxes of film? After a brief moment of contemplation, an idea began to form in her mind. Early Saturday morning, Yisu rode her human-powered tricycle, equipped with an electronic scale and a cardboard sheet, to the entrance of Junhaihuiting. The tricycle and scale were rented for 50 yuan from a vegetable vendor in a nearby urban village, with an additional 500 yuan deposit placed with the owner. Fortunately, the boss had an extra electronic scale, which spared Yisu the trouble of purchasing one from the store. "Young man, what are you doing?" inquired the middle-aged security guard as he emerged from the booth upon noticing Yisu parking his tricycle at the entrance of the community. "I'm collecting recyclables," Yisu replied, unwrapping a recently purchased cigar and offering a cigarette to the guard. The guard accepted the cigarette, though his gaze was tinged with suspicion. "Young man, you're quite young to be collecting recyclables, aren't you?" Indeed, from both his appearance and attire, Yisu hardly resembled a waste collector. "My father operates a recycling station. Since I have a day off from school today, I'm here to assist him with the collection," Yisu clarified. It turned out he was merely helping his family. The guard's son was about the same age as Yisu, and hearing that he was contributing to his family's efforts eased the guard's wariness somewhat. Many young people your age often look down on such work. Some, even younger and with strong pride, wouldn't dare let their classmates know their family runs a recycling station. "It's truly commendable for someone like you to volunteer during your break," the guard remarked. "Collecting recyclables isn't a bad thing. My tuition fees are paid from the money my father earns from it," Yisu chuckled. The guard laughed heartily and gave Yisu a thumbs up. Sensing that the guard was quite amiable, Yisu seized the opportunity to broach the main topic. "Uncle, may I enter the community to collect recyclables? This way, the residents won't have to haul their items out themselves if they wish to sell them." Since delivery personnel were already permitted to enter the premises, and given that Yisu did not appear to be a threat, the guard readily agreed. "Certainly. I'll send a message in the residents group to see if anyone has recyclables to sell. Just wait downstairs for them to bring their items down," the guard replied. Yisu felt a surge of joy. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. The information he had received mentioned only that Aunt Wang intended to sell recyclables in the morning, without specifying a time. Yisu planned to call out loudly when he reached the base of Building 6, hoping Aunt Wang on the 5th floor would hear him. Now, with the guard's assistance, Yisu was saved considerable effort. "Thank you, Uncle," he said gratefully. "You're welcome," the guard replied. He raised the barrier, allowing Yisu to enter, and then took out his phone to post in the residence group about the recyclable collection. Buzz, inside room 503 of Building 6, Aunt Wang, engrossed in scrolling through Douyin, was startled when her phone vibrated, displaying a message from the residence group. "Ah, someone is coming to collect recyclables in the community?" Aunt Wang thought to herself, feeling quite fortunate. She had just cleared out a guest room that had served as a storage space for years, and now, coincidentally, someone was coming to collect the recyclables, saving her the trouble of finding someone to do so. The property group says someone is here to collect recyclables. Hurry and help me bring down the items we cleared out yesterday. I'm coming. Her husband, who was feeding the fish, immediately set aside the fish food and joined Aunt Wang to bring the items downstairs. But where was the person? Could it be that Aunt Wang did not see the message the guard posted in the residence group? Upon entering the community, Yisu affixed a cardboard sign reading collecting waste to the front of his bicycle. He pedaled his tricycle at a pace slower than that of a tortoise, meandering to the foot of Building 6. Yet he found no one seeking to sell their scrap, hesitant to linger in a manner that might seem peculiar. Fearing he might be expelled from the premises, Yisu decided to ride past and hasten his pace, intending to make a circuit before returning to check for the presence of Aunt Wang. Should that fail, he would have to risk complaints from the residents regarding disturbances. Hoping to call Aunt Wang down. Hey there, are you the one collecting waste? Just as he resolved to speed up upon reaching Building 7, a voice called out to him from behind. Turning around, Yisu immediately recognized Aunt Wang, who was waving at him. His instant recognition was aided by the familiar gleam emanating from a large appliance box beside her, which stood over a meter tall. Chapter 78. Home Delivery Indeed, Dear Aunt. I collect scrap materials. Yisu executed a swift 180 turn and pedaled his tricycle back to the base of Building 6. Young man, what brings you to collect scrap at such a tender age? Although collecting scrap can be lucrative, many perceive it as a lackluster profession. Coupled with Yisu's youth and appearance, it is only natural for inquiries to arise. Ah, dear aunt, I'm on holiday today. Just helping out with some chores at home. Yisu recounted the fabricated tale he had spun for the security guard to Aunt Wang and her husband, successfully weaving his deception once more. It is commendable to assist your family, Aunt Wang remarked, nodding in approval, before gesturing towards a large cardboard box nearby. I cleared out my house yesterday and piled all the clutter in here. Do you want to take a look and see if anything needs to be weighed separately? Peering into the box, Yisu noticed that, aside from cardboard and magazines, there were also miscellaneous items like a small fan with a yellowed exterior. Just as he thought the box would engulf him, he finally spotted a corner of a photo paper packaging peeking through the opening. Aunt, I want to weigh it. How does 100 yuan sound for this box? Sure, given that scrap materials hold little value. Aunt Wang had anticipated that this collection might only fetch 20 or 30 yuan. However, encountering a young man who offered 100 was a pleasant surprise. It was clear that luck was on her side. Seeing Aunt Wang acquiesce, Yisu quickly retrieved a 100 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to her, before hoisting the large box onto his tricycle and departing the community without a backward glance. As he left swiftly, the security guard inquired, Young man, why are you leaving so soon? I noticed some residents in the group asking where you were. They want to sell scrap as well. Still selling? Do they truly believe I am a scrap collector? Yisu replied apologetically, I'm sorry, sir, but there is a pressing matter at home that requires my attention. Please convey my apologies to those residents. All right then, since it's a family emergency, you should head back. I'll let the group know. After exchanging pleasantries with the guard, Yisu pedaled his tricycle to a corner at another intersection and began transferring the contents of the cardboard box onto his vehicle. Eureka! Before long, Yisu unearthed 7 unopened boxes of Fuji-color pull-apart photo paper from the box, placing the 7 boxes into a plastic bag. He then rode to a nearby recycling station, set aside the unused electronic scale, and sold the scrap materials to the owner for a total of 27 yuan. Sometimes, a loss can be a blessing in disguise. Having acquired 7 boxes of photo paper, Yisu did not mind the few dozen yuan he had lost in the scrap collection. After riding back to return the tricycle and scale to the vegetable stall owner and reclaiming his 500 yuan deposit, Yisu first purchased a gift box from Maotai Liquor before heading back to his rental apartment. He intended to list the photo paper on a second-hand platform. The current surge in demand for pull-apart paper is uncertain in its longevity. Yisu believed it prudent to sell early rather than await a decline in popularity and price. Time to package and sell. After the two became involved with each other, Chinsini unfollowed Yisu on the second-hand platform, sparing Yisu the need to switch accounts to avoid unnecessary explanations. Lacking the inclination to sell the items one by one, Yisu opened the app and listed each box at the suggested price of 200 yuan, clearly indicating that the price was non-negotiable. Currently, on the second-hand market, the price for a single sheet of Fuji S-Color instant film, which expired in 2019, hovers around 350 yuan. Yisu was confident that pricing a box at 200 yuan would attract not only photography studios but also resellers eager to snatch them up. Ding. As expected. It was too long before a notification popped up on his phone, indicating inquiries about the price began to flood in. Given the thriving market and the fact that all 7 boxes of instant film expired only in 2019, the same year Fuji ceased production, Yisu had no fears about selling them. He chose to ignore the messages filled with lengthy questions and attempts to haggle. After arranging for pickup, he managed to sell all 7 boxes within a morning, netting a tidy sum of 22,000 yuan. Having settled that, Yisu ordered lunch through his phone and casually messaged Li Mingyao. If it's convenient this afternoon, I can bring you the 2 bottles of Maotai. Okay, came her succinct reply. After agreeing on a time, Yisu finished his meal and indulged in a refreshing afternoon nap. Shortly after 1:40 p.m., Yisu used the gift box he had purchased earlier to carefully wrap the 2 bottles of Maotai along with some protective foam, then hailed a cab to the entrance of the Poyan Jewelry flagship store. Out of curiosity, Yisu had looked up Poyan Jewelry the day before and discovered it was a well-known brand within the province, boasting over a dozen branches. The one before him being the flagship store in Yangqing. The founder of Poyan Jewelry also bore the surname Li, with online sources indicating a birthday on April 29th, likely the father Li Mingyao had mentioned, whose birthday was just around the corner. Sighing, Yisu reflected on the duality of life, having everything bestowed upon one at birth, yet simultaneously losing the opportunity to confront struggles and strive for success. Unlike him, who could create wealth through diligent labor. After a brief moment of silent lament for Li Mingyao's seemingly hopeless existence, Yisu messaged her to announce his arrival at the entrance. Please wait a moment, I'll be right there, Li Mingyao replied. She soon emerged from the store, greeting him warmly. Mr. Yi, thank you for making this special trip. Miss Li, you are too kind. After all, I am the one selling the items. Providing delivery is only to be expected, Yisu replied, lifting the gift box and gesturing towards her. Allow me to carry it inside so you can inspect the goods. To his surprise, Li Mingyao smiled generously. You can bring it in, but there is no need to inspect. I trust you. Her trust in Yisu was, of course, merely a courteous gesture. The truth was, she had no knowledge of how to authenticate vintage Maotai. Moreover, after leaving the antique shop the previous day, she had casually inquired about Yisu from Wan Yuan Liang, using the 2 bottles of Maotai as a pretext. Wan Yuan Liang had truthfully informed her that Yisu possessed keen insight when it came to antiques and jade. Although it may appear that Yisu is more driven by personal interest than by a professional commitment to the antique trade, he only ventures out to seek hidden treasures during his leisure time. Nevertheless, after several transactions, the items Yisu has presented have proven to be authentic, and his character has been commendable. It is unlikely that he would deceive Li Mingyao by offering 2 counterfeit bottles of 30-year-old Maotai for a mere 30,000 yuan. The esteemed Yuan Liang is confident in endorsing Yisu based on the 2 bottles of vintage Maotai. This assurance stems from Yisu's initial communication with him, indicating that he had no objection to reselling the liquor to Li Mingyao through Yuan Liang, which is a testament to the authenticity of Yisu's offerings. During their brief encounter at the antique shop yesterday, Li Mingyao developed a favorable impression of Yisu, believing him to be a person of integrity. Coupled with Yuan Liang's high regard for him, and her own lack of expertise in verifying goods, Li Mingyao ultimately decided to trust Yisu and purchased the liquor directly. However, the 2 bottles were intended for her father, and Li Mingyao resolved to have her butler, Uncle Chun, examine them upon returning home, ensuring their quality before presenting them to her father. Chapter 79. The utmost respect. Upon hearing that there was no need for inspection, Yisu's initial reaction was to seek convenience. He contemplated handing over the payment at the entrance, allowing Li Mingyao to carry the wine inside on her own, thus sparing him the need to accompany her. Ultimately, Yisu refrained from voicing this thought, instead assuming the role of a free laborer, following Li Mingyao as she transported the wine to her office. After placing the wine on the table and receiving the transfer, Yisu bid farewell to Li Mingyao, saying, All right, you carry on with your tasks. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Li Mingyao, accustomed to the excessive enthusiasm of the opposite sex since childhood, found his demeanor puzzling. It appeared that Yisu had little interest in her. After placing the items down and collecting the payment, he was ready to depart, hardly sparing her another word. Could he possibly be gay? He was somewhat handsome, so that would not be surprising. Feeling somewhat guilty for having made him run an errand to deliver 2 bottles of wine, she suggested, Why not check at the front counter for some suitable jewelry to purchase as a gift? I can offer you a VIP discount. What does that mean? I come to sell 2 bottles of wine, and now you want me to cover the cost of the wine with additional purchases? No wonder your family does so well. You are quite the business person. Thank you, but I will pass for now, Yisu replied, waving his hand to decline her kind offer. While a VIP discount would have been a nice opportunity to select 2 pieces of jewelry for Su Wan and Yi Ruo as gifts, he decided it was best to wait until the summer holiday approached to make such purchases. As for Chinsini, having already provided her with secondary intelligence that earned her a substantial sum, he felt she needed nothing more. To soften his refusal, Yisu added, "If the need arises next time, I will certainly come by to support you and perhaps request a discount then. I wonder if it will still be valid? If the discount were significant enough, buying 2 pieces to take home would indeed be a splendid choice." Li Mengyao chuckled lightly. Of course it will be valid. Then it's settled. Yisu waved goodbye once more. Goodbye. Having sold gold pearls and silver coins for an income of 50,000 yesterday, and today earning 52,000 from selling wrapping paper in Maotai, he had comfortably recouped the 100,000 spent on upgrading his intelligence to level 2. With a light heart, Yisu exited the jewelry store, whistling joyfully. His savings had returned to 197,000, and with an additional 100,000 expected from the sale of facial masks, he could now confidently claim a total of 300,000 in savings, contemplating whether he could extract another 100,000 to upgrade a certain day's level 1 intelligence to level 2. He opened the system to confirm the current status of the intelligence, having nothing pressing to attend to. Yisu summoned a rideshare to go to Chinsini's apartment for a while. While waiting for the car, he took the opportunity to check the system. Level 2 intelligence, Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, level 1 intelligence, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, only Monday, Wednesday, and Friday remained. It is only Saturday today. And Yisu is not in a hurry to upgrade the intelligence for Monday. He does not want to find himself spending a fortune at the last minute when the information refreshes at midnight. Upon noticing that the ride-hailing service has arrived, Yisu turns off the system, gets into the car, and heads to Chinsini's place. Ding dong, the community warmth delivery has arrived. Yisu, aware that as a single woman, Chinsini might be startled by the sudden sound of the unlocking password, often gives her a heads up in advance. Therefore, Chinsini is not at all surprised by Yisu's sudden appearance. Delivering warmth? Chinsini scrutinizes him from head to toe. You came empty-handed. Where's the warmth? Yisu shamelessly gestures with his hands. Am I not warm enough? Here. Chinsini promptly gives Yisu a friendly gesture. I was going to share some good news with you, but seeing your reaction, I might as well leave. Yisu pretends to twist the doorknob to exit. Upon witnessing this, Chinsini immediately stands up and hastily strides over to Yisu, tugging at him. What good news? Having piqued Chinsini's curiosity, Yisu starts to play coy. I haven't taken off my shoes yet. Let's do that first. I'll help you take off your shoes and give you a pair of slippers. Chinsini, gesturing wildly like a cos rapper, makes Yisu chuckle. Just as Chinsini intends to squat down to change her shoes, Yisu kicks off his shoes with a swift motion. Chinsini, in turn, slides the slippers towards Yisu's feet and then stands up, playfully performing a bear rubbing against a tree. Come on, tell me, what is the good news? I'll tell you. Unable to withstand Chinsini's exaggerated display of affection, Yisu raises his hands in surrender and drags her to the sofa for a seat. The face masks we've stocked up on have been steadily rising in price. Last night, they reached 499. I already know about the price hike. Do you know how many masks my brother sold last night? Hearing about the price increase, Chinsini's interest is piqued once more. How many? 131 masks. That means we made a profit of 26,200. After deducting your brother's 20 commission, I get 1/3. Chinsini, understanding that Yisu has hoarded face masks worth 100,000, calculates her earnings with a giddy grin. In just one night, I earned 6,900. You calculated that so quickly? Chinsini pretends to hold a cigarette, mimicking a classic expression. This is what we call professionalism. My brother said that looking at the sales, we should sell a few hundred more today, and we might clear out the stock before Labor Day. That's 54,400. Chinsini's eyes sparkle with excitement. That's almost equivalent to my half-year salary. Yisu looks at the money-minded girl beside him with pride. Does this count as good news? Absolutely, it counts. Whom do you believe one should express gratitude to? Undoubtedly, it is to Geijai. Chinsini began to affectionately nuzzle her face against Yisu's shoulder, cooing, Geijai is the best. I like Geijai the most. No way. It felt too rigid. Chinsini blushed, exclaiming, oh, how annoying. It's still daytime. Yisu raised his right hand, declaring, I was referring to my fist. If you continue this way, do you believe I won't strike you? I assure you, I would not hesitate to retaliate against a woman. Go to hell. Chinsini's voice instantly returned to normal, her annoyance flaring as she grasped Yisu's raised fist and struck it repeatedly with her other hand. I'll show you. I'll show you. Hey, you've turned the tables. Yisu, undeterred, retaliated, and the two individuals in their 20s engaged in a playful scuffle on the sofa. Reminiscent of two elementary school children. Giving it their all is the utmost respect one can offer to a woman. Without a doubt, the outcome of their playful tussle resulted in Yisu, who demonstrated the greatest respect for women, emerging victorious, compelling Chinsini to yield and surrender. Chapter 80. The world is a vast makeshift stage, encountering the right person at the wrong time, unable to accomplish anything. Tomorrow, I must work to make up for the Labor Day holiday. After dinner, Yisu bid farewell to Chinsini, left the apartment, and returned to his rental. Awaiting the information refresh at the early hours of Sunday. Ding. Today's information, Level 2 the Poyen Group, due to employee negligence. Mistakenly disposed of a batch of confidential documents as scrap. These documents have now found their way to the scrap recycling station on Funing Street. Assisting the group in recovering these documents will earn you a reward of 50,000 yuan. What? They treated confidential documents as scrap? How absurd. Staring at the timely refreshed information, Yisu was left dumbfounded. Indeed, the world is a colossal makeshift stage. And the blunders one can commit are far more extensive than one could ever imagine. Is it truly possible for them to offer me a reward of 50,000 yuan? Yisu recalled the last piece of information that had granted him a 20,000 yuan reward for a lost dog notice. Ultimately, it was his vigilance that led him to research strategies online beforehand. Utilizing methods learned from the comments section, he faced numerous challenges before finally receiving his rightful payment. However, this time, the information pertained to a large corporation. They surely have their own dedicated legal advisors, and the methods taught online would be ineffective against such a significant entity. If they were unwilling to part with that 50,000 yuan, there was little he could do. After all, the loss of confidential documents due to managerial negligence is not something the group would dare publicly reward, lest it tarnish their credibility. Without an explicit bounty, insisting upon one might even land him in trouble for extortion. At the very least, they ought not to be so miserly. Surely, upon witnessing my efforts in returning their confidential documents, they would not deny me even a small token of appreciation. With a hopeful attitude towards the group's integrity, Yisu pulled out his phone and searched for Poyen Group, eager to discover any negative news surrounding them. To his astonishment, Yisu found himself once again taken aback. The Poyen Group, Poyen Jewelry, is not that the company of Li Mengyao? After selling the Maotai, he had completely forgotten about her, only recalling that her family was in the jewelry business and neglecting to remember that the brand was called Poyen. No wonder the system indicated that helping them recover the documents would yield a reward of 50,000 yuan. It was aware of my acquaintance within the group. Judging by Li Mingyao's demeanor, she did not resemble those stingy wealthy individuals who would hesitate to part with several tens of thousands. Knowing that the lost documents belonged to Li Mingyao's group alleviated some of Yisu's apprehensions, leading him to believe that the promised reward was not mere fantasy. He hoped that the owner of the recycling station would not dispose of the scrap too hastily. Otherwise, he would be powerless to assist. Yisu conducted an online search to determine what methods could be employed to reclaim items mistakenly sold to the recycling station. Then finally set his phone aside and fell asleep contentedly. The school would be making up for classes on the upcoming Monday, the 5th of next month. In a bid to perform a good deed, Yisu begrudgingly asked Lin Jingjie to call his name during morning roll call. After finishing breakfast, he made his way to the recycling station to keep watch. Not long after, a man arrived at the recycling station and pushed up the rolling shutter door. Good morning, boss. Upon the door's opening, Yisu had already approached briskly, feigning a sense of urgency. The boss looked on with a puzzled expression, tinged with a hint of suspicion as he regarded the young man who had hurriedly come over just as the door was opened. Is there something you need? Boss, did you receive a batch of scrap yesterday? Yisu appeared somewhat flustered, pulling a leftover hard cigarette from his pocket and offering it to the boss. The boss, taken aback by Yisu's question, responded with bemusement, I run a recycling station. When do I not collect scrap? He accepted the cigarette from Yisu's hand and expertly tucked it behind his ear. I misspoke. It's a batch of paper resembling documents. The system had not informed Yisu what the documents looked like, so he gestured wildly with his hands, not even knowing what he was mimicking, hoping the boss would grasp his meaning. The boss pondered for a moment before nodding. I seem to recall, were they in bags? Yes. Yisu hastily affirmed. What do you intend to do? The boss's demeanor shifted to one of alertness upon hearing that he might have collected something akin to documents. Those are our company's files, which I am usually responsible for maintaining, but yesterday I accidentally misplaced them. And they were inadvertently included in the scrap collected by an employee. I've been inquiring around and discovered that those files ended up here. Are those indeed your company's files? The boss eyed Yisu with skepticism, uncertain whether he was dealing with a genuine individual or a con artist. Absolutely. They are our company's files. Would you allow me to search for them? If I lose them, I am certain to be dismissed by my company. The assertion that he merely sought to retrieve company files should not indicate deceit, right? After weighing the pros and cons, the boss finally pointed him in a direction. All of that is paper waste collected yesterday. You can go look for yourself and see if the documents are among them. All right. Thank you, boss. With the system's assistance, Yisu had already spotted a familiar glimmer among the heap of paper waste. To prevent the boss from reconsidering, he expressed his gratitude and plunged into the pile of scrap, methodically moving aside the stacks of paper. The boss, standing behind him, kept a vigilant watch, clearly still concerned that Yisu might be employing some novel trickery unbeknownst to him. I found them. After clearing away the outer layers of waste paper, Yisu spotted 2 stacks of yellow craft paper bags mixed in with the refuse, shimmering with a dazzling light. After extracting the 2 bundles and unpacking them to retrieve the files, he confirmed that no more glimmers were evident among the remaining scrap. He then feigned relief as he counted the file bags. Fortunately, they are all here. Yisu pretended to exhale a sigh of relief, neatly stacking the file bags and readying the disorganized waste paper before turning to the boss once more, expressing his gratitude. I've retrieved the files. Thank you, boss. Upon reviewing these documents, may I inquire about the amount you expended to retrieve them? I shall promptly reimburse you. However, my dear friend, your assertion is rather misguided. Once it was confirmed that Yisu was indeed seeking the company's documents, the boss immediately adopted a different demeanor. These items were reclaimed by me. It is unreasonable to expect reimbursement at the recycling price. Since you claim these documents belong to your company and appear to hold significant importance, it is only fitting that. Apart from the recovery fee, you also provide a token of gratitude. Yisu understood that earning 50,000 yuan would not be an easy feat. Here are 200 yuan, which covers the cost of reclaiming these documents. Let the remainder serve as a token of compensation for your efforts. The boss's intentions were clearly to extort, yet Yisu maintained a facade of humility, retrieving the pre-prepared 200 yuan in cash and presenting it forth. Chapter 81. The headache of Li Mingyao. As Li Mingyao observed the 200 yuan that Yisu had handed over, the boss regarded it with disdain. In today's society, what can 200 yuan accomplish? Upon witnessing this, Yisu retracted the 200 yuan he had offered, simultaneously withdrawing his smile. What do you propose then? The boss rubbed his 3 fingers together. What else can be done? The documents were lost due to your negligence, so naturally, you must pay to retrieve them. How much do you require? The boss grinned, saying, it's not about how much I want, but rather how much you are willing to pay to get them back. Damn it. He isn't even providing a specific amount. It seems he intends to extort me. Moreover, the boss's failure to state a figure left Yisu unable to record the conversation on his phone, which could have been used to threaten him with charges of extortion to retrieve the documents. How about 500 yuan? These documents should only cost you a few yuan to recover. I am offering you 500, which should suffice, right? Ultimately, Yisu's youth betrayed him. Seeing that he dared not simply walk away and had raised his offer to 500 yuan, the boss realized that Yisu was desperate to reclaim the documents. Knowing he had the upper hand, the boss decided to raise the price. Don't be misled by the amount I spent to recover these documents. Their worth is determined by how crucial they are to your company. The boss smirked, his smile devoid of warmth. If we were to follow your logic, would you claim that if I spent 10 yuan to acquire an antique, I should sell it back to you for the same price? Such reasoning is absurd. These documents rightfully belong to our company, and we have every right to reclaim them. Furthermore, we have a dedicated legal department, and should you refuse to return them, we can sue you at any time. When a gentle approach proved futile, Yisu resorted to a more forceful tactic. He pulled out his phone, referencing his search history from the previous night, and opened Article 101 of the Civil Procedure Law, displaying the screen to the boss, prior to filing a lawsuit. We can apply to the court for preservation measures to prevent any leakage of the document's contents. After retrieving his phone, he opened Article 219 of the Criminal Law. Additionally, this pertains to the crime of commercial secrets, should the contents of the documents be leaked and result in economic losses for our company. We reserve the right to sue you for full compensation of those losses. Yisu was unsure if the legal clauses he had discovered could be applied in this situation. Nevertheless, he was confident that the boss was even less versed in the intricacies of legal language and would be oblivious to the correctness of his assertions. As expected, Yisu's references to the legal department and specific laws immediately intimidated the boss, erasing the previously arrogant and irritating expression from his face. 1,500. That should be acceptable. After considerable deliberation, the boss finally stated a precise amount. I can see you are anxious, likely fearing that your company will discover you misplaced these documents, which could cost you your job, right? The boss seemed to regain his composure, once again donning a confident smile. Let us each make a concession. 1,500, and you can take these documents. Otherwise, you can have your department sue me. After all, I haven't tampered with these documents. If they leak, it's not my concern. It was uncertain whether the boss was knowledgeable about the law or if it was mere coincidence. But the sum he proposed conveniently fell just below the 2,000 yuan threshold for filing a case, leaving Yisu with no recourse. The notion of having the legal department pursue a lawsuit was even more absurd. Yisu was not even an employee of the Point Group. At most, he could anonymously notify them, allowing the group to recover the documents themselves, leaving him with nothing but an empty endeavor. 800 is all I can offer. I'm still interning and want to be officially employed until I graduate in July. I don't have much money on me. The boss clearly found this amount unsatisfactory. 1,000. At the very least, 1,000. If not, we part ways. Fine, 1,000 it is. With no other options against this obstinate boss, and unable to simply steal away, Yisu reluctantly made a final concession. After painfully settling the payment and requesting a length of packaging twine from the boss, he secured the documents and rode off on his electric bike. As he departed, he couldn't resist a feeble parting remark. Take that 1,000 and go get a sister piece of chicken at KFC. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Yisu took a moment to rest. When the clock approached 10, he figured it was about time for Li Mengyao to awaken, so he sent her a message. Are you there? He had initially worried that after selling the liquor, she might delete him from her friends list. Seeing the message sent successfully, devoid of any red exclamation marks, he felt a wave of relief. Meanwhile, in the Point Group's office, Li Mengyao was anxiously massaging her temples. It was outrageous that the management department had committed such a ludicrous oversight, treating a batch of vital documents as waste. This batch contained not only the group's business data, but also a portion of clients' private information. Should these documents be leaked, the group would inevitably face accountability from their clients. Financial losses were secondary. Li Mengyao was far more concerned that this serious incident could inflict irreparable damage on the Point brand. Her father, Lichang Road, had built the company from the ground up, starting from a humble stall to achieve the current scale of Point, a journey fraught with challenges. His aspiration was to elevate Point beyond Guangdong province and establish it as a national brand. Now, with such a significant issue at hand, if not handled properly, their attempts to expand into other provinces would certainly be met with fierce opposition from local brands, leveraging this incident against Point. Just then, as Li Mengyao grappled with her dilemma, a notification chimed, illuminating her phone screen. Yisu. Opening the message, she found a simple "Are you there?" from him. Indeed, men were all the same. In their two encounters, Yisu had remained remarkably indifferent, as if he were not at all captivated by her, leading Li Mengyao to harbor a fleeting suspicion regarding his sexual orientation. Blessed with wealth, beauty, and an enviable figure, Li Mengyao had encountered attentions from both straight and gay admirers alike. Yet, in the presence of Yisu, her allure seemed to falter entirely, leaving her in a state of perplexity. Now, having known each other for merely 2 days, she was surprised to receive a message from Yisu, which dispelled her doubts. She began to believe that Yisu was akin to other men, seeking an opportunity to engage her in conversation. Ordinarily, Li Mengyao would not mind chatting with Yisu, viewing it as a delightful diversion in her life. After all, within her social circle, wealthy individuals were plentiful, but handsome men who caught her eye were indeed rare gems. Unfortunately, at present, she was overwhelmed by the chaos of misplaced documents, leaving her no inclination to flirt with attractive gentlemen, fearing that a reply might lead to continued entanglement. Li Mengyao resolved to set her phone aside and temporarily disregard Yisu. However, the instant she received a photo from him, her hand froze on the lock screen, captivated. Chapter 82. The center of attention everywhere. Li Mengyao, in disbelief, magnified the image before her eyes, and indeed, She discerned the words Poyan Group emblazoned upon the file bag. This was the very batch of documents that had gone missing. From the scattered file bags, it appeared that the seals were still intact, untouched by any hands. Yisu, are these documents from your group? Indeed. Li Mingyao, shedding her earlier contemplations, eagerly responded to Yisu. How could these documents end up in your possession? Yisu, this morning, I took some unnecessary books to the recycling station, and amidst the pile of discarded paper, I stumbled upon several sealed file bags, each marked with your group's name. Yisu, these documents were securely sealed, which does not suggest they were carelessly discarded at the recycling station. Yisu, to be cautious, I purchased these documents from the owner, just to verify whether they were inadvertently lost by your group. If you can confirm that they are indeed obsolete, I shall return them to the owner. These documents had been sold to the recycling station. Li Mingyao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly succumbing to her frustration. Fortunately, just a few days prior, she had met Yisu at the Wanyuan Liang store, and serendipitously, he had delivered 2 bottles of Maotai to the shop, revealing to him her affiliation with Poyan. Additionally, Yisu's kind-heartedness led him to be vigilant upon discovering the file bags related to their group at the recycling station, thus aiding her in reclaiming the documents from the owner. Li Mingyao felt a surge of relief and gratitude. Just 3 days ago, she had secured the Golden Pearl deal through Wanyuan Liang's social circle, and 2 days ago, she had requested Wanyuan Liang to arrange a meeting with Yisu at the antique shop for a transaction. Yesterday, she had fortuitously arranged for Yisu to deliver Maotai to the main store. Had any of those days been missed, she would have found herself unable to enlist Yisu's help in retrieving the documents today. No wonder Wanyuan Liang held Yisu in such high regard. It seemed that beyond his expertise in antiques and jade, Yisu possessed a keen observational acumen, capable of noticing file bags pertaining to Poyan Group amidst the refuse. Then, a twinge of apprehension struck Li Mingyao. It was fortunate that it was Yisu who discerned something amiss upon seeing these documents. Had they fallen into the hands of those with ulterior motives, the situation could have escalated into something far more perilous. This is invaluable, truly invaluable. These documents were carelessly misplaced by an employee of our group, and I have been quite troubled about it. Thank goodness you discovered them. You have been an immense help. Yisu, so they truly are useful. Yisu, provide me with an address, and I shall return the documents to you. You have already aided me greatly by retrieving these documents. I cannot possibly impose upon you further by requesting home delivery. Just give me an address, and I shall come to collect them. Yisu, that works. Yisu, there is a CAF nearby. You may come over here. Li Mingyao received the address of the CAF from Yisu. After confirming the distance, she replied to his message. Half an hour later, I arrived. No rush. Yisu replied, I have no pressing matters this morning. You need not drive too quickly. After responding to Yisu's message, Li Mingyao instructed her assistant to inform the management department that she had located the lost documents before taking her keys and exiting the company. Understanding that I had assisted her, and noting her initiative to collect the documents, it was evident that her character was not entirely lacking. The promised reward of 50,000 yuan, as reported, seemed to be within reach. In her rented apartment, Yisu reclined with her legs resting on the coffee table, a bag of chips upon her chest. Upon receiving Li Mingyao's reply, the irritation from having been extorted for 1,000 yuan by the scrapyard owner dissipated. The vicinity of the rental lacked amenities, and the CAF Yisu chose was over a kilometer away. After passing 20 minutes engrossed in a novel, she finally rose to gather her belongings, placing the documents into a large plastic bag. Fortunately, due to the traditions of Guangdong province, she refrained from discarding the plastic bag after her purchase, saving her the trouble of searching for one. Riding her electric scooter to the CAF, Yisu snapped a photo of the entrance to send to Li Mingyao before stepping inside and ordering a cappuccino. Before 11 in the morning, the CAF was sparsely populated, with only 5 or 6 patrons, allowing Yisu to select a corner seat. Ding dong, welcome. A few minutes later, the door sensor chimed, and Yisu looked up to see Li Mingyao entering. The sound captivated not only Yisu and the staff, but also the other customers, turning Li Mingyao into the center of attention. The men, undoubtedly, were drawn to her beauty and poise, unable to resist stealing glances. The women, besides admiring her looks and grace, scrutinized her attire and the brown handbag she carried. Li Mingyao's external attributes led several women to assume that her clothing and accessories were all genuine. The male patrons, including a handsome newcomer, were fixated on Li Mingyao. Consequently, envy blossomed among the women. Welcome. May I take your order? A male staff member greeted Li Mingyao first. I'll have an iced Americano, please. Certainly. That will be 22. Please scan here. As Li Mingyao scanned, she surveyed the CAF. Over here, Yisu raised her hand, and with Li Mingyao's wave in response, the men contemplating an approach promptly abandoned their intentions. My apologies for being late, Li Mingyao said with an apologetic expression. No worries. We agreed on half an hour. And I simply arrived early. Yisu replied with a warm smile at the mention of 50,000. She stood to greet her, proactively shifting to a chair outside the table and pointing to the plastic bag on the inner table. All the items I retrieved are here. Please check for any omissions. If there are any, I shall accompany you to the scrap yard to confront the owner. All right. Li Mingyao, displaying no pretense, circled around the table and carelessly tossed a luxurious handbag, whose price was indiscernible to Yisu, onto the surface, eagerly commencing her examination of the documents. Several file packets, already unsealed upon my return, suggested that the boss had indiscriminately inspected a few in his quest for scrap, merely to ascertain the contents within. I understand. Li Mingyao responded as she meticulously counted the number of file packets. After several rounds of tallying, she sighed in relief while massaging her chest. This gesture prompted Yisu to take a substantial sip of her coffee. Thankfully, all the documents were accounted for. Not a single one was missing. Gratefully, Li Mingyao turned her gaze toward Yisu, exclaiming, I truly appreciate your assistance. Ah, it was merely a trifling effort, Yisu replied nonchalantly, though internally she mused. Don't just offer thanks. A tangible gesture would be welcome. Do not shy away from materialism and the mundane. Feel free to employ the capitalist approach with me. Money, jewelry, antiques, I'm open to it all. What may seem trivial to you is, in fact, a monumental favor for our corporation. Indeed, it is a significant favor. So, why not express your gratitude promptly? Chapter 83. Just as Yisu anticipated that Li Mingyao would delve into the matter at hand and transfer the 50,000 yuan gratitude fee to him, she unexpectedly shifted the conversation. Last time at Boss Wan's shop, he mentioned that we are fated to meet. I was half convinced then, but it seems he was indeed correct. Not only due to your influence, but I've acquired 2 paintings and a gold pearl. Now, even if you casually step outside to sell scrap, you could easily uncover documents our group had mislaid. With the retrieval of the lost documents, Li Mingyao was evidently in high spirits and began to ponder the concept of fate with Yisu. However, the implication of her words struck Yisu quite differently. What does this mean? No talk of money, but rather of sentiment? While Li Mingyao was indeed beautiful, Yisu held no illusions about a romantic tale where a wealthy girl falls for a poor boy. At least in his own eyes, he still felt like a pauper in her presence. Having dispelled such fantasies, Yisu found it only natural to pursue the tangible reward at hand. If you put it that way, it is rather coincidental, Yisu conceded, reluctantly picking up on Li Mingyao's train of thought. It's fortunate you have no doubts. All of this was meticulously orchestrated by me, purely out of ulterior motives. Li Mingyao let out a melodious laugh. If you truly could engineer so many coincidences, I would genuinely commend you. She propped her chin on her hand, relaxing against the table. Moreover, if a handsome man like you secretly arranged all these events because of his feelings for me, I would accept that. Yisu had heard such remarks before and naturally took them with a grain of salt. Unfortunately, I don't possess such capabilities at the moment. Oh, Li Mingyao regarded him with keen interest. She noted that Yisu's assertion was not merely that he lacked such abilities, but that he temporarily lacked them. The confidence in his tone, almost a matter of course, suggested he was certain he would attain such abilities in the future, unlike someone who spoke without purpose. Yisu piqued Li Mingyao's curiosity regarding the source of his self-assurance. Considering we have met 3 times, you are aware of my family background. Yet I remain in the dark about your profession. What do you do for a living? I'm still studying, without a job. What? Li Mingyao exclaimed, taken aback. Given Wan Yuanliang's high regard for Yisu, who he had nearly lauded as an antique expert, she had assumed his profession would pertain to the antique industry. Yet, Yisu revealed he was still a student? A university student who could select antiques, choose stones, and even understand natural South Sea gold pearls? Are modern university students truly this multi-talented? Are you really still studying? Li Mingyao's tone inadvertently took on a note of skepticism. Does it not seem so? Yisu leaned back, spreading his hands in a display of innocence. I can't be that old, can I? Li Mingyao shot him an exasperated glance. Are you unaware that one should never use the word old in the presence of a lady older than oneself? Oh, is that so? Yisu chuckled awkwardly. Li Mingyao was amused by Yisu's reaction. You're a senior now? Just a junior. Only a junior? Li Mingyao inquired curiously. How do you know so much about antiques and jade? With the internet being so advanced now, there are countless resources available for learning. I've merely dabbled online in my spare time, which is why I know a little. As she spoke, Yisu pinched her fingers together, mimicking a gesture that suggested a certain level of expertise that left her amused. You can discern the subtleties of why I acquired those two paintings. It's not merely a matter of knowing a little, is it? That was just a lucky guess on my part. At worst, if I misjudged the value of that large painting, it would only result in a wasted effort with no real loss. Fortunately, she had reacted quickly enough to avoid revealing the price of the painting. Yisu was unaware of how much money Yuan Yang had made from selling the painting to Li Mingyao, but she was certain it was a considerable amount. If she inadvertently disclosed the purchase price, it would betray Yuan Yang's trust. Having navigated the business world for a few years, Li Mingyao discerned the shift in Yisu's tone but chose not to address it. Instead, she found Yisu reliable, understanding what to say and what to withhold. As for Yisu's claim of merely guessing, Li Mingyao interpreted it as modesty. A junior who possesses such knowledge is undoubtedly a talent. Since you're still studying, that means you have yet to earn an income. Li Mingyao pondered for a moment before pulling out her phone to operate it. This time, if you help me retrieve the documents, I'm uncertain how to express my gratitude. Perhaps I should send you a red envelope. And I wish you success in your studies as well. Finally, it arrived. As Li Mingyao tapped on her phone screen, Yisu had already picked up her device. Buzz, buzz, as her phone vibrated during the unlocking process, Yisu received the transfer initiated by Li Mingyao. 66,666? Didn't the system say 50,000? How did it become 66,000? Perhaps, in the eyes of such affluent individuals, the difference between 50,000 and 66,000 is negligible. How can I accept this? You needn't worry about me. Payment received. Li Mingyao had not finished her sentence when she noticed that Yisu had accepted the transfer. She was taken aback by the scene. Didn't you say you felt uneasy about it? How did you click so quickly? I was afraid you might reconsider and withdraw the transfer. Yisu's candid and assertive demeanor made Li Mingyao chuckle. She had never encountered someone who spoke to her in such a manner, and she found Yisu's approach rather delightful. If Yisu had insisted on refusing the money while being insincere, Li Mingyao would have found it irritating. What school are you attending? Lingnan Engineering College. It's just a second-tier university. A second-tier institution is still commendable. What is your major? Computer science. From modern computing to antiques, your range of knowledge is indeed vast. Haha, yes. With the gratitude fee of 66,000 secured, Yisu contemplated making a swift exit but felt reluctant to leave immediately after receiving the money. So she patiently continued the conversation with Li Mingyao. Miss, your iced Americano. After a brief conversation, the barista finally brought over a cup of coffee. Taking a moment to glance closely at Yisu and Li Mingyao. Thank you, Li Mingyao replied politely, nodding at the barista. Once the barista had departed, Li Mingyao stood up with her coffee in hand. I still need to deliver these documents back to the office. Let us arrange another meeting next time. Sure, Yisu responded eagerly, also rising to leave. Since you're heading out, would you mind being a gentleman and helping me take these documents to the car? Of course. Balancing her coffee, bag, and documents proved to be somewhat cumbersome for Li Mingyao. Having recently received a generous red envelope of 66,000, Yisu was more than willing to offer this small additional service. Chapter 84. What makes you small? As they walked side by side with the documents in hand, Li Mingyao continued the conversation. You should be starting your internship next semester, right? Yes. Have you found a place yet? Not yet. If you don't mind my humble workplace, you could intern with me. Humble? In what way are you humble? Yisu almost instinctively glanced toward an inappropriate area. How could I possibly complain? If I can't find a placement, I would certainly seek refuge with you. Li Mingyao's car was parked by the roadside, and after a brief exchange, they arrived beside it. She drove a striking red sports car, a model Yisu knew little about. Not only could he not identify the exact model, but even with its yellow emblem featuring a black horse, he couldn't discern if it was a Porsche or a Ferrari. Are you going somewhere? Do you need a lift? No, that's all right. Very well then, goodbye. With a final wave to Yisu, Li Mingyao pressed the accelerator and sped away. When I have the means, I'll get myself one of those too. Leaving behind a statement that hinted at a modest financial situation, Yisu leisurely drove his small electric vehicle back to campus. The events of the day served as a reminder for Yisu. If he ever contemplated starting a business, he needed to exercise more caution in employee management and oversight. After all, one could never predict the extent of trouble someone might cause. From initially spending weekends out, it had escalated to frequently skipping classes. prompting Lin Jingjie to call him in. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yisu was inevitably met with a heartfelt lecture from his envious roommates. Yisu chose to ignore their sourness. However, considering that he had already skipped Monday's class and would face the same situation the following week, he pondered the implications. If he continued to miss Monday morning classes, what if the teacher held a grudge and made things difficult for him during finals? Yet, on second thought, teachers didn't always take attendance, and with Lin Jingjie's assistance, consecutive absences likely would lead to any consequences. Never mind, the sooner I upgrade, the sooner I can enjoy it. If I don't upgrade this week, I'll still have to do it after May Day. Yisu was determined to complete the upgrade for all 7 days to attain level 2 intelligence, as next month he would receive an opportunity to upgrade, which he intended to use for level 3 intelligence. Therefore, he was eager to make the most of this time to finish upgrading to level 2 intelligence. As for skipping classes, let him be. As long as he can pass the final exam, a slightly lower daily score is inconsequential. After dinner, having come to a realization, Yisu activated the system. Spending 100,000, he upgraded the primary intelligence of Monday to secondary intelligence. Processing payment. Please hold on. Beep, ding. Upgrade successful. Accompanied by a notification from the bank regarding the deduction, the system informed Yisu that the intelligence had been successfully upgraded. There are 501.44 remaining until the next intelligence refresh. Please be patient. Glancing at the countdown displayed on the screen, Yisu closed the system, settling down to await the next intelligence refresh. Meanwhile, in the Zijing Villa district, Li Mingyao's family was still enjoying their dinner. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged man, somewhat resembling Li Mingyao, who nodded at her while serving himself. This time, it was a close call. We managed to retrieve all the lost documents. You did well, and I will commend you for it. Li Mingyao did not seize the opportunity to take credit, actually. It had little to do with me. A friend happened to see the discarded documents and noticed our group's name on the envelope, so he thought to help me recover them. Oh, what a fortunate coincidence. Li Shanhai was aware that the documents had been retrieved by Li Mingyao but had not anticipated such a turn of events. Your friend? Wouldn't he have orchestrated this scheme to achieve some ulterior motive? Having navigated the business world for many years, Li Shanhai was inclined to ponder further. Given the vastness of Yang City, it seemed improbable that a friend of Li Mingyao's would fortuitously encounter the group's lost documents and return them to her. Li Shanhai suspected that her friend might have bribed an employee within the group to first steal the documents and then feign assistance in returning them to Li Mingyao, which seemed more plausible. As for the motives behind her friend's actions, that was rather intriguing. However, Li Mingyao was resolute in her denial. He would never do something like that. Please refrain from your conspiracy theories. What makes you so certain that your friend wouldn't act in such a manner? Li Shanhai's curiosity was piqued by Li Mingyao's unwavering stance. Is your friend a woman? A man? Ah, just moments ago, Wang Lijuan, who had shown no interest in the conversation between father and daughter regarding company matters, instantly perked up with gleaming eyes. A boyfriend? As the revelation of Yisu's gender slipped out, Li Mingyao immediately sensed trouble, observing her mother's reaction. She wore an expression of I knew it and retorted, please don't assign identities behind people's backs. He is a male friend. Li Shanhai drew out the syllable, implying understanding. I see, a male friend. Li Mingyao's overly confident reaction stirred Li Shanhai's imagination. Oldly, Li Mingyao glared at Li Shanhai, gritting her teeth, as he attempted to fan the flames of intrigue. Upon witnessing his daughter's reaction, Li Shanhai promptly stifled his further remarks. Yet Wang Lijuan, still unwilling to give up, inquired once more, are you truly just ordinary friends? Indeed, merely ordinary friends. Wang Lijuan felt a profound sense of disappointment, losing the desire to continue the conversation. This daughter, blessed with beauty and academic excellence, had directly joined a company after graduation, her professional capabilities evident to all. Yet now at the age of 27, not only had she not brought home a boyfriend, but she had also failed to introduce even a single male companion, leaving Li Shanhai and his wife in deep distress. They had attempted to introduce various sons of friends to Li Mingyao, but she either deemed them unattractive or lacking in ability, resulting in unsuccessful outcomes each time. With such a trajectory, Wang Lijuan feared that Li Mingyao might not consider marriage even at the age of 40. During her schooling years, the couple worried that someone might deceitfully take Li Mingyao away. Now, they would gladly welcome anyone who might whisk her away. Seeing Wang Lijuan's concern, Li Shanhai deftly shifted the subject. Your friend has been a tremendous help to the company. You must express your gratitude properly. Yes, I have already thanked them. Recalling the awkwardness during the red envelope exchange, a fleeting smile appeared on Li Mingyao's lips, only to vanish quickly. However, the couple were astute observers of subtle nuances. They both detected the ephemeral smile that had graced Li Mingyao's face and exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other's thoughts. There is a possibility. Having finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, Li Shanhai and his wife refrained from being overly eager and chose to stifle their inquiries. What about the employee who misplaced the documents? How did you handle it? Human Resources dismissed them for significant negligence in the workplace. As for the red envelope sent to Yisu, that was Li Mingyao's personal decision, and she did not hold that employee accountable. Li Shanhai nodded, smiling as he beckoned Li Mingyao. All is well now. Let us eat. Indeed, let us cease discussions of work and enjoy our meal, Wang Lijuan chimed in cheerfully. Only Li Mingyao gazed at her parents in confusion. What had caused this sudden uplift in their spirits? Chapter 85. The Antique Market Time's Up. Ding. Today's information, Level 2 Guangchong Ceramic and Jade Craft Market. Stall C13 is selling a mid-Qing Dynasty Wang Wali square box, secured by a late Qing Dynasty tricolor bronze lock, of which the key has been lost. Inside the box lies a Republic-era jade saddle ring, crafted from old pit glass jade in the color known as Xingyang green. Due to the stall owner's inability to unlock the mechanism and concerns about damaging it through force, the entire box is being sold as a mystery box. Though the owner's asking price is prohibitively high, resulting in a lack of interest. Note: Mid-Qing Wang Wali square box estimated value, 20,000. Late Qing tricolor bronze lock, key missing, estimated value, 8,000. Republic jade saddle ring estimated value, 110,000. Another mystery box. Yisu observed that the trend of mystery boxes had indeed spread from collectible toys to various industries. The visible value of the box and lock already amounted to 28,000, and even without knowledge of the saddle ring within, the owner's price should not be excessively low. The system specifically noted that due to the owner's inflated asking price, the box had remained unsold. The fact that the information had only just been updated indicated that the owner had finally come to terms with reality and intended to lower their expectations for the sale of the box. Guangchong Ceramic and Jade Craft Market, akin to Panjiayuan and Yaqing, right? Yisu checked the address using a navigation app and discovered that the Guangchong market was located within the flea market on Lichang Road, where he had previously stumbled upon the British black penny stamp. The total value of the three items was 138,000. He aimed to acquire the ancient box for half that price. Yisu was confident that the owner was not foolish enough to believe that a box worth 20,000 contained only a trinket. Any rational person would surmise that the contents of the box were likely worth more than the box itself. It seemed the owner's exorbitant pricing had led others to suspect a scam, resulting in the box remaining unsold. With this realization, Yisu began to devise a strategy for negotiating with the owner, so as to avoid any missteps due to inexperience or poor negotiation skills. The Guangchong Ceramic and Jade Craft Market was not bustling with early morning business, and Yisu preferred to avoid the rush hour crowd. After attending his first class on Monday morning, he hailed a ride to the market. The market was divided into two levels, featuring hundreds of fixed stalls along with many temporary vendors. As it approached 9 o'clock, stalls began to open and vendors busied themselves, some just setting up while others had already arranged their goods for the day's trade. Stall C13. Following the lead of the information, Yisu commenced his search within the market. The vendors, preoccupied with their tasks, took note of the young and unfamiliar face of Yisu, yet none approached him, merely observing, waiting for him to make the first inquiry. Yisu feigned casual browsing, occasionally pausing to examine a stall before continuing on his way. Before long, Yisu spotted the location of booth C13. The proprietor, a Mediterranean gentleman in his 50s, had just begun setting up his stall, meticulously arranging his wares one by one. As he bent down to organize his items, a few carefully styled strands of hair slipped from his forehead under the influence of gravity, only to be patiently repositioned by him. The system's prompt still glimmered beside the storage box at the stall. Yisu, wary of appearing overly eager and thus prompting the vendor to inflate his prices, decided to act nonchalantly. After confirming the position of booth C13, he casually strolled past the stall, blending in with the throngs of ordinary customers engrossed in browsing the various displays. After perusing the surroundings and estimating that the vendor had sufficiently arranged his items, Yisu returned to booth C13. Indeed, he noticed that the most prominent item, elevated on a special stand, was an ancient box approximately 10 centimeters wide, secured with a tricolored lock, emanating a faint shimmer. "Feel free to take a look, young man," the proprietor exclaimed warmly upon noticing Yisu's lingering gaze at his stall. "What brings you here? You hardly seem like a collector of antiques." He presumed that Yisu was merely a bystander or perhaps one of those who, after reading about others striking it rich, had come to seek fortune himself. "Indeed," Yisu replied, gently touching the items on display, ultimately focusing on the square box. "How is this box secured?" The vendor's eyes glimmered with excitement at Yisu's interest. "Unfortunately, it cannot be opened as I do not possess the key." "Cannot be opened?" Yisu feigned surprise. "Then why are you selling it?" "It can still be sold even if it remains locked," the vendor replied, adopting a persuasive tone. "Why not give it a gentle shake to see if there is something inside?" Yisu picked up the box and shook it lightly, indeed sensing a subtle vibration within. Although it seemed cushioned by a divider that dulled the movement. "It appears there is something inside." "Exactly." Yisu placed the box back in its original position. "But what of it?" "Look closely at this box," the vendor urged, lifting it to showcase from all angles. "This is an antique from the Qing dynasty. Observe the intricate carvings, the quality of the material, and the patina. Such items were only found in the households of high-ranking officials during that era." "Your claims are becoming increasingly extravagant," Yisu interjected, directly confronting him. "This is merely a Wangwali square box, likely from the mid-Qing period. The craftsmanship is indeed commendable, but it hardly qualifies as an artifact from the residence of esteemed officials." Upon hearing Yisu's astute analysis of the box's material and era, the vendor was taken aback and began to re-evaluate Yisu. It turned out that he was not just an uninformed youth, but rather someone with discernible expertise. The vendor had initially hoped to sell the box and perhaps take advantage of the young man's naivety, but it became evident that his plans had unraveled. Impressive insight. "Young man, you have swiftly discerned the intricacies of this box." The proprietor, undeterred by the recent faux pas of misrepresenting the square box as an item of nobility, enthusiastically gave a thumbs up to Yisu. Although this young man possessed an insightful understanding of the trade, which thwarted the proprietor's attempts to inflate the price, it simultaneously rendered him more inclined to purchase the blind box. The proprietor now yearned to expedite the sale of the square box. Last week, under some inexplicable spell, he had foolishly succumbed to the allure of a buyer, paying an exorbitant price in hopes of unearthing a treasure and achieving instant wealth. Upon returning home and regaining his composure, he belatedly recognized the disconcerting nature of his decision, suspecting he had fallen victim to a cunning ploy. He contemplated opening the box. Yet the mechanism was locked without a key, and even if he were to succeed in unlocking it, he remained uncertain as to how to secure it once more. Naturally, his greatest apprehension lay in the possibility that, upon opening, the square box would reveal itself to be utterly empty.